Like this video guys, for more and more amazing parts. Chapter 1. It was a scroll that could not be described in words. It appeared suddenly, arrogantly, and unreasonably above the sky of all realms. Whether it is in the ethereal supreme heaven or in the mortal city of steel and concrete. Whether it is in the deep and dark sea of stars or in the green grassland. All living beings can see it by just looking up. The scroll was gigantic and slowly unfolded, with ancient golden characters flowing on it. Every character contained the terrifying Taoist rhyme that could suppress people for eternity. Supreme Avenue List. These 4 big words are engraved deep in the souls of all living beings. The world of covering the sky. At the edge of the universe, there are ruins of the ancient heaven. Ye Fan stood with his hands behind his back, his black hair loose, his eyes deep, like 2 starry skies, staring at the list in the sky. The Great Dao Supreme Ranking. Who is the author of this, who can spread the law throughout the heavens and the worlds? Ji Ziyu stood beside him, with a worried look on her face, and gently pulled the corner of his clothes. Never heard of it. This aura is beyond the Emperor realm and makes people's heart palpitate. 3 figures emerged in the void. The ruthless Emperor was dressed in white clothes as white as snow, and his peerless face showed no emotion, except for his pair of autumn water eyes, which showed such a solemn expression for the first time. The Wuxi Emperor had thick black hair and a tall and majestic figure. He said in a deep voice. Interesting. I have never seen such a masterpiece in my entire life. This list is likely to expose the underwear of all the worlds. The Green Emperor sighed, and chaotic energy swirled around him. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, it is still unknown. But the 4 words battle power level have already foreshadowed a bloody storm that will sweep across the world. Ye Fan clenched his fists, and his joints made slight popping sounds. Then let's take a look. I am the Heavenly Court, what do I have to fear? A world under one person. Longhu Mountain, Tianqi Mansion. The old Taoist priest Zhang's highway was sitting on a cushion. His eyes, which were always squinted, were now fully open and gleaming with brilliance. He looked up at the sky and remained silent for a long time. Zhang Hulan slumped in the chair, looking as if he had lost all hope in life. Master, what's going on with this thing? What's going on? Are aliens calling? Where's the live broadcast? The combat power level has even been exposed. Do you have to make it so exciting? We in the inhuman world have managed to hide it with great difficulty, and now it's being broadcast live to the world. Feng Baobao squatted aside, holding a shovel in his hand and looking at the sky with his head tilted. Oh! This list doesn't look as fun as me burying people. Wang Ye was yawning, looking like he hadn't woken up yet, but he couldn't hide the solemnity in his eyes. Stop yelling, Zhang Chuux. This stuff is no joke. The secrets of heaven, no, the secrets of the entire world have all been turned into a mess. I just tried to tell fortunes, and the hexagram exploded. It almost killed me. The old Taoist priest finally spoke slowly, his voice low and hoarse. Be ready. An era that we have never imagined is coming. 3-body world. On the Judgment Day cruise ship, Evans looked at the golden list in the sky and fell into a state of crazy excitement. Lord! It's the Lord's miracle. This is the Lord declaring his greatness to the entire universe. He grabbed the communicator and roared at the other end. Ye Wenjia! Did you see it? Did you see it? This is the final answer we have been fighting for. Humankind's pettiness and arrogance will be completely crushed under this list. Earth, the ruins of Red Coast Base. Ye Wenjia raised her head. There was no fear on her old face, only a numbness and sadness that penetrated deep into her bones. I see. This is not of the Lord. This is a declaration from a higher dimension. On the other side, nanoscientist Wang Miao was so scared that he fell off his chair. He pointed to the sky, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a word. The countdown in front of his eyes disappeared. Instead of day, there was that golden list, and every word was like a star, burning his retina and cognition. The universe is really not safe. Happy grey world. Green grassland. Pleasant Goat pushed up his non-existent glasses on his nose, his face looking serious. This is unscientific. According to my calculations, such a huge projection hanging in the sky will seriously affect atmospheric convection and photosynthesis. Fei Yanjiang showed off his muscles and was full of fighting spirit. Who cares? Is there a ranking on it? My uncle Fei Yanjiang will definitely be in the top 10. Big Bad Wolf was building a new trap to catch sheep. When he saw the strange phenomenon in the sky, the hammer in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Countless little stars appeared in his eyes. I'm rich. I'm rich. This is definitely some super invincible artifact. As long as I, the big grey wolf, get it, not only the sheep village, but the entire green grassland will be mine. Wife. Come out and see God. Bang. Red Wolf hit him on the head with a frying pan, put her hands on her hips, and lifted her hair in a coquettish manner. What the hell are you yelling about? Go catch the sheep. List? Can you eat a list? Wait until you can catch a sheep, then come and talk to me about the combat power level. The world of death. Soul Society, Siridii. Hitsugaya Taoshiro frowned and stared at the sky. What the hell is this? Such a range, such a spiritual pressure, it's impossible. Even the Captain General can't. Kukiki Rukia opened her mouth wide, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before her eyes. Ichigo. Can you see that? In the present world, Karakura town. Ichigo Kurosaki was carrying Zangetsu, looking annoyed. Nonsense, who can't see such a big thing? Which BD is responsible for this? Inu Orium clasped her hands together, her face full of worry. Kurosaki-san. Hueco Mundo, Hueco Night Palace. Aizen Sosuke sat on the throne with a playful smile on his lips. He pushed up his glasses, and the lenses reflected the light from the golden list in the sky. Oh! The Great Dao Supreme ranking. Combat power level. That's really interesting. It seems that my plan needs some minor adjustments. It seems that the vacancy of the throne will not last long. The mortal world. In the Chaos Star Sea, there is a cave on a deserted island somewhere. Han Li sat cross-legged, his face so gloomy that water could drip out of it. He glanced at the list in the sky, and his first reaction was not shock. Instead, he immediately checked all the restrictions in the cave. Damn it! Which old monster is doing this? Battle power level? Isn't this just revealing everyone's cards to others? No, we have to find a more secluded place to hide. Fairy Xiaoling stood behind him, her beautiful eyes also filled with horror. Brother Han, this. Han Li stood up and paced back and forth in the cave, his eyes flickering. If this list also exposes my heavenly Aquarius, then I'll be done with this. No, we have to run. In another sea area, when Tianren looked up at the sky, first in shock, then in ecstasy. Ha 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 ha. God help me. My Six Paths Supreme Saint is invincible in this world. If I can leave my name on this list of all worlds, my prestige will reach the peak. Mei Ning. See? This is the world of the strong. Following me is your best choice. Mei Ning, who was imprisoned by him, just looked at him coldly, without any emotion in her eyes. Super beasts armed the world. The first parallel universe. Huo Linfei crossed his arms and whistled. Wow, this is even more grand than when Hades was resurrected. Battle power rankings? Interesting. I wonder where my fire cloud art would rank. Long Jian analyzed calmly. It's not that simple. The emergence of this list itself is a huge variable. It will upset the existing balance of all universes. Tai Lei said in a muffled voice. Asterisk I don't care what the list is. As long as there are bad guys, I will beat them up. Asterisk. Dragon Ball World. Temple. Piccolo crossed his arms, his expression more serious than ever. This energy does not belong to any powerful person I know. It's all over the universe and even beyond the universe. Son Gohan had already changed into his battle uniform and was staring at the sky nervously. Uncle Piccolo, could this be a new enemy? Dad and Mr. Vegeta are still training with Lord Beerus. We. Capsule Company. Vegeta punched a big hole in the wall of the gravity room, and veins popped out on his forehead. Damn it! How damned! Who is playing tricks here? How dare you use this method to measure the fighting ability of my scion prince? Kakarot. Just wait for me. I, Vegeta, will definitely be ahead of you. Jujutsu Kaisen World. Tokyo Jujutsu High School. Yuji Itadori pointed to the sky, his face full of excitement. Gojo-sensei. Look, look. He looks so amazing. Nobara Kujisaki looked unhappy. What? You're being so mysterious. It better not be some boring curse. Fushiguro Megami frowned and had already assumed the starting posture to summon a Shikigami. This thing doesn't have the aura of cursed power. But it's very disturbing. Gojo Satoru pulled down his blindfold, and his 6 pale blue eyes were exposed to the air for the first time. He looked up at the list with an arrogant smile on his face. Allah la! This really turns the world upside down. Combat power level. Well, anyway, I am the only one in the world. I hope I won't be disappointed. The world of young magic soldiers. Nangong City. Nangong Wenchen raised the Tianjing sword, his face full of righteousness. Iron Heart. Look. What kind of divine weapon power is this? Dongfang Taixin rode on the phoenix with a serious expression. No, this power exceeds that of divine weapons. It is neither good nor evil, it is just a statement. The Tianjing beast was calling out at Wenchen's feet. Wen Tian, I feel such a terrifying power. The divine phoenix also chirped, full of vigilance. Yudao Kingdom, the hall of the leader of heaven and earth. He smashed the throne beside him with one palm, his face grim. How can this be possible? Who is it? How dare you set up a ranking above this leader? Tiger Soul. The demonized Tiger Soul divine weapon made a buzzing sound, an evil energy filled the air. This leader wants to see who has a higher fighting power than me and Hupo. Put me in the first place in the ranking. Otherwise, I will destroy this sky and this earth. Chapter 2. The golden ancient characters, as if branded on the sky of the heavens and myriad worlds, slowly emerged with an unquestionable majesty. Supreme Avenue List. Classification of the combat power of all worlds. No. 25, Full House Level. Comment. Being able to easily destroy a standard civil structure house is the lowest threshold to enter the extraordinary realm. The world of covering the sky. Baidu Star Field, deep in the ancient forbidden land. Ye Fan looked at the words in the sky and the corner of his mouth twitched. Explosion, explosion level. Isn't this starting point a bit too friendly? Ji Zio beside him burst out laughing, with curved eyebrows. This list is quite interesting. Even demolishing a house is considered a level. I wonder if the holy body can be rated a star level. In the void, there were communications of several eternal wills. The incarnation of Dao, fruit of the ruthless emperor, dressed in white as snow, just watched quietly, his eyes piercing through the eternity. The will of the Green Emperor fluctuated in the chaos. Interesting, the existence that made this list, his realm, is unfathomable. The voice of the great Emperor Wu Shi was full of his usual arrogance and confidence. There are 50 great ways, 49 are derived from the heavens, and one is lost by humans. Is this list the one that escaped? Or is it a variable outside of the 50? A world under one person. Longhu Mountain, Tianxi Mansion. The old Taoist priest Zhang's Highway squinted his eyes and held 2 walnuts in his hands, which made a crackling sound. Bombshell level. Haha, quite interesting. This is talking about the level of acquired extraordinary people. Chu Lan, what do you think? Zhang Hulan looked smart and pushed up his non-existent glasses. Master, I think this matter is complicated and we can't control it. This list puts everyone on the table. Now it's clear who is strong and who is weak. Before going out to fight, do you have to check the rankings first? Wang Ye was yawning, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. Don't even think about it. Once this thing comes out, the world will be in chaos. The information gap has been broken, and everyone's cards have been revealed. What follows is the purest law of the jungle. Feng Baobao was carrying a shovel, with his head tilted and a confused look on his face. Blast the house, do you mean blow up the house? Oh, then I should be able to do that, too. 3-body world. The ruins of Red Bank Base. Yawenja looked up at the sky, and the golden words were reflected in her old pupils. Her expression was calm, but her heart was turbulent. This is not human technology. It's not the technology of the Trisolaran civilization. There is actually such a god in the universe. Ito Organization, Judgment Day. Evans looked at the simultaneous translation on the screen with fanatical eyes. Lord. Is this an oracle from the Lord? No, this power is beyond the Lord. This is a higher dimension of existence. It is judging. It is measuring everything in the universe. At home in Beijing, Wang Miao looked at this scene that violated all the laws of physics. He held up his glasses and felt his worldview being rubbed against the ground once again. Bombing level. What kind of physical unit is this? What is its energy source? What is the medium for transmitting information? It's crazy, this world has gone completely crazy. Happy Grey World. Green Grassland, Sheep Village. Pleasant Goat pointed at the words in the sky, his face full of curiosity. Everyone, look! It's a room-breaking level. What does this mean? Fei Yanjiang showed off his biceps, looking very proud. That's easy. I can blow up Grey Wolf's wolf castle with just one punch. In Wolfburg. Grey Wolf held the frying pan, looked at the words in the sky, and smiled confidently. Wife! Did you see that? It's room-shattering. The super bomb I invented can blow up not just one house, but 10 houses. I, the Grey Wolf King, am at least at this level. Red Wolf slammed him into the air with a frying pan. Then why don't you catch a sheep? The world of death. Soul Society, Siridii. Dong Shilang frowned and looked at the sky. Bombshell level? Not even the level of the chief officer. What the hell, is this level qualified to be on the list? Kukiki Rukia opened her mouth in surprise. Ichigo. Look. In the present world, Karakura town. Ichigo Kurosaki was carrying Zhang Etsu, looking puzzled. Ah? What do you mean by explosive level? Isn't this ranking too low? Inu Orium clasped her hands together, looking a little worried. Kurosaki-san, this list looks really impressive. Hueco Mundo, Hueco Night Palace. Aizen Sosuke sat on the throne, looking at the projected images, with a playful smile on his lips. I see. Quantify and display all power. What a arrogant and funny guy. Room-shattering level. This is just the beginning. Next, those self-righteous guys will see the real horror. The mortal world. Random star C. Han Li sat cross-legged in a cave on a deserted island, his eyes as sharp as lightning, staring at the notice in the sky, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. The room-blasting level, is it equivalent to which level of the chi refining stage? No, that's not important. What's important is that the person who published this list is extremely powerful and has an unknown purpose. There must be something fishy about this matter. It is better to hide and observe first, and don't be the first to stand out. He silently added a dozen more layers of breath-suppressing restrictions on himself. On the other side, inside Wen Tianren's magic weapon. He looked at the list and sneered disdainfully. Blast room level? Who are you humiliating? This young master can destroy a mortal town with just a breath. He turned to look at the imprisoned Mei Ning and Zai Ling, his eyes full of possessiveness and cruelty. See? This is the game for the strong. When my name appears on the list, you will know how wise it is to obey me. Super beasts armed the world. The second parallel universe. Huo Linfei stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. Bombing level, converted into supernatural power value, what is the approximate value? Long Jian replied calmly. It cannot be converted. It's a pure destructive power rating. Judging from the lowest level of bursting the house, the creator of this list is probably using the most basic unit to measure the entire multiverse. Tai Lei said in a muffled voice. No matter what level it is, as long as it's a bad guy, I'll punch it away. Dragon Ball World. Temple. Piccolo's face turned pale. Explosive room level. This is a joke. I remember when Goku was a kid, he could do this easily when he participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, right? Son Gohan said nervously. Uncle Piccolo, will this list disclose everyone's combat power? Then Dad and Mr. Vegeta. Capsule Corporation, Gravity Room. Vegeta kicked the console and the alarms in the entire room started blaring. Blast up level. Are you insulting me, the Scion Prince Vegeta? My sneeze is 10,000 times better than this. Damn it! Who on earth is playing tricks on me? If you dare, put my name out. Jujutsu Kaisen World. Tokyo Jujutsu High School. Yuji Itadori pointed at the sky and shouted. Room blasting level. That sounds awesome. Does it mean it can blow up an entire room? Nobara Kujisaki picked her ears with a look of disgust. Hey? That's it? Even a newly enrolled sorcerer can do that. It's boring. Fushiguro Megami looked solemn. The point is not how strong this level is. It's the list itself. It incorporates the combat power of all worlds into the same system. That's the scariest thing. Gojo Satoru pulled down his blindfold, his 6 pale blue eyes flashed with excitement, and he licked his lips. It's only at the room level, so weak. It's not even enough to serve as a warm-up exercise for Yuji. But it's getting a little interesting. Let me see where my no bottom line ranks. The world of young magic soldiers. Nangong City. Nangong Wenchen looked at the words in the sky with a righteous expression. Room exploding level. If this power is used in the right way, it can save people, but if used in the wrong way, it will harm people. Dongfang Taixin analyzed calmly. Wen Tian, this list does not distinguish between good and evil. It's just stating a fact. Yudao Kingdom, the hall of the leader of heaven and earth. The leader of the world looked at the comment blast the room level and felt greatly insulted. He stood up suddenly, evil energy surging around him. Bakubo. This leader can raise a city to the ground with one move. Whose list is this? How dare you look down on me and who pull like this? The Tiger Soul divine weapon in his hand made a humming sound, as if it was eager to fight. Just wait for this leader. My ranking must be at the top. Chapter 3. The screen starts to change. A clear three-dimensional image appeared in front of the eyes of all living beings in the heavens and the worlds. It was a nondescript modern concrete hut with its precise dimensions marked on the side 15 meters long, 15 meters wide and 10 meters high. Next second, an invisible force descended. Boom! The hut was completely shattered in an instant. Not even a complete brick could be found. It turned into debris all over the sky. A line of cold golden characters was then imprinted in everyone's mind. House blasting level. A single strike can completely crush a standard unit, 15m x 15m x 10m, of modern concrete building into tiny pieces. Combat performance: the punch can penetrate reinforced concrete, the body's defense is comparable to the armor of a main battle tank, and the movement speed is comparable to that of a high-speed train. The world of Lolo's adventures. The holy land of motorcycle enthusiasts, the city of time. The Human Torch folded his arms across his chest, and the engine emitted a low roar. House blasting level. It sounds like the level of destructive power of the Black Iron Beast. He turned his head and looked at his comrades beside him. What's there to comment on at this level? The Vanguard's electronic eyes flashed with data streams. No, Human Torch, you're missing the point. Completely crushed into tiny pieces means that energy is concentrated instantly. An ordinary Black Iron Beast can only make a big hole, not crush it. This is more like the minimum energy output effect when we activate Thunder Half Moon Slash. The propellers on the tornado's arms turn slightly. The creator of this list is using the most microscopic units to analyze the combat system of the entire multiverse. It is establishing an absolute, precise, irrefutable rule. Supersonic nodded calmly. Yes, this is the scariest part. Li Bassian said sullenly. Who cares about the rules? As long as they are bad guys like the blue poison beast, I will punch them one by one. Boonie Bear's World. Guziang Ridge, Bear Cave. Xiang Er was holding a jar of honey and licking it. He looked up at the words in the sky and scratched his butt in confusion. Xiang De, what does it mean to blow up the house? Does it mean that our tree hole can be blown up? Big Bear leaned against the cave entrance, his chin supported by his paw, his face solemn. No, Xiang Er, look at that picture. It's the kind of tin house that Bald Jiang built. It can be smashed with one slap. This means that something very powerful is coming. We have to protect the forest. Under a tree stump not far away, Bald Jiang was holding a telescope, drooling at the sight. House-shattering level. Oh my goodness! If I had such a powerful weapon, let alone cutting down trees, I would just buy Boss Li's company. When the time comes, I'll ask Big Bear and Little Bear to dance for me every day. He imagined himself holding a house-destroying chainsaw in his left hand and a house-destroying shotgun in his right hand, and couldn't help but let out a silly laugh. The world of Doluo continent. Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun spat out a mouthful of fire on the ground, leaving a charred pit. House-shattering level? That's it. When I first awakened my martial spirit, the evil fire came out and I couldn't control it. It almost set the houses in our village on fire. This list is too disrespectful. Oscar took out a big recovery sausage and smiled wickedly. Xiaohong, they blew it up, not burned it, the nature is different. But it's a bit weak. If my spirit skills can cause damage, they're probably about the same level. Daimu's platinum eyes were full of arrogance. Boring. Any soul master can easily do this. This kind of list has no meaning at all. Ningrongrong's little face was full of worry. Boss Dai, you can't say that. Since it can pull all the worlds in, it means its authority is unquestionable. It announces the lowest now, will it announce the highest in the future? Will our spirit rings, spirit skills, and even martial spirits be destroyed by it? Tang San and Master looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The Master pushed up his glasses and his voice was dry. Xiao San, do you understand? It's quantifying destructive power. A pure benchmark of destructive power without any attributes, skills, or soul power levels. This is equivalent to setting a ruler for all the power in the entire universe. Tang San clenched his fists, and blue-silver grass quietly emerged in his palms. I understand, teacher. This ruler will measure each of us. Whether we want to or not. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing stood aside. Although they didn't say anything, their furrowed brows showed their inner unrest. This list, like a mountain, weighs on everyone's mind. Naruto World. Konoha Village, Hokage's office. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took the pipe and took a deep puff. The smoke he exhaled seemed to be filled with sorrow. Bakia level, the elite among genin. A full-strength attack can probably do it. But that's not the point at all. He looked into the crystal ball, which reflected the reactions from every corner of the village. Class 7 training ground. Naruto yelled, pointing at the sky. House shattering. Wow! That's amazing! Sasuke! Sakura! When will we be this powerful? Sakura punched Naruto on the head, leaving a big bump. Stupid Naruto! Don't you understand? Kakashi-sensei has long been much better than this. Uchiha Sasuke crossed his arms and leaned against a tree, with an undisguised look of contempt on his face. Humph, what a boring trick! This level of power is worthy of being on the list. It's a joke. My great fireball technique is far more powerful than this. Kakashi, with dead fish eyes, lazily flipped through intimate paradise. Well, don't get so excited. Just treat it as a fun show. But his Sharingan was quietly moving under the eye mask, memorizing every character in the sky. The third training ground. Niji opened his Byakugan, veins bulging. This list, it covers the entire world. No, all worlds. Its existence itself is beyond our understanding. Xiao Li assumed a fighting stance, his blood boiling. This is youth. As long as I work hard, I will definitely be on this list. Ningji. Let's fight to reach a higher ranking. Root base. Shimura Danzo's single eye emitted a cold breath through the gaps in the bandages. Make everyone's power known to the public. This is going to expose all the secrets of the ninja village to the sun. This cannot be tolerated. Konoha's advantage must be in our own hands. Sarutobi, what would you do? The world of fruit special attacks. Hwagyuashin, the fruit mecha helipad. Lu Ziokuo spoke incoherently with an apple in his mouth. Room blasting level? Does that mean it can blow up my room? What about my comics and game consoles? Pineapple blowing snow shook his leafy head in a showy manner. This handsome guy's pineapple fighting treasure, one move jackfruit multi-cut, can cut a mountain in half. It's just a house. I can blow it away with just one breath. This list is an insult to my appearance. Orange Liuxiang said seriously. Don't be careless. The appearance of this list might be a new conspiracy of Dongfang Kyubai and the Four Evil Thieves. We must always remain vigilant. The bandit base not far away. Xiao Qiuting looked at the list in the sky, pushed up his glasses, and smiled sinisterly. House-shattering level? Interesting. If we could make known the names and strengths of Fruity Robo Force. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. My plan is now more certain, he. Li Huashi and Shang Guanzai stood together, both looking somewhat solemn. There is no good or evil on this list. It's just stating a cold, hard fact. Perfect world. Ishimura. The tiny Shihao was carrying a giant beast weighing tens of thousands of pounds back. When he saw the words in the sky, he threw the beast to the ground, causing the ground to shake. House blasting level? What the hell is this? Isn't it still heavier than the tripod I moved when I was a kid? This can even make the list? It's too weak. Godlu, look, is this list a joke? The willow tree at the entrance of the village has thousands of drooping branches, exuding a gentle vitality. A gentle yet majestic voice sounded in Shihao's heart. It's no joke. It's defining the rules. From the tiniest speck of dust to the vastest sea of stars, it will bring everything into its rules. The small tower swayed in Shihao's hair. That's right, kid, don't underestimate it. To be able to publish the list to all the worlds, this thing must be incredibly powerful. Maybe even better than me. It stopped talking halfway. Fire country homeland. Huo Linger looked at the sky, her bright big eyes full of curiosity. Bakia level, doesn't seem very strong. Shi Hao must be much more powerful than this. Tenjin Yama. Yun Xi looked at the list with a cold expression, but he was calculating in his heart. Starting from the most basic destructive power, and gradually moving up. Is the ambition of this list to measure the gods? Another ancient battlefield. Shi Yi sat cross-legged, with chaotic energy flowing between his pupils. He just glanced at the list in the sky, and his eyes became extremely cold. Exploding house. You think you can display the power of an ant in front of me? My only enemy is Shi Hao. Just wait, my good brother, I will take the supreme bone back with my own hands. The world of Fox Spirit Matchmaker. Tishin. Tishin Susu was holding a lollipop, tilting her head with a confused look on her face. House blasting level? Brother Taoist, what kind of magic is this? Can I exchange it for candy? Dongfang Yuecha squatted in front of her and scratched her nose with a smile. You little idiot, this isn't a spell, this is about who's better at fighting. But this house-bursting level, is only enough to warm up our little goblin guarding the Tishin gate. Tishin Yaya carried a huge endless wine jug and stepped 1 foot on a stone, looking very domineering. Hey! House-shattering level! If I punch you, I can flatten the mountain. Who is this blind fellow who made up this crappy list? Who are you looking down on? When my name Tishin Yaya is on the list, it must be number 1. Tishin Rongrong squinted her eyes, holding an abacus in her hand, typing away. Sister, don't be angry. This list may be a good thing for us in Tishin. It can clearly tell some people, that Tishin's strength cannot be challenged. This is a sure win business. Under the bitter love tree, Tishin Honghong stood quietly, her red sleeves fluttering in the wind. She didn't speak. But the domineering aura says it all. It was just a house-breaking level, not even worthy of making her open her eyes. The world of Rainbow Cat, Blue Rabbit and the 7 heroes. Ben Li Villa. De Ben slammed his thunder sword on the table. House-shattering level? That's nothing. When I get drunk, Ben can knock down a wall with just 1 punch. This list is inaccurate. Tiao Tiao was spinning around. No, Brother De Ben is wrong. Look at the definition, crush, it's much harder than tear down. This shows that its control over power requires extreme precision. Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit stood together and looked at the sky. Hung Mao said in a deep voice, I'm afraid this list will cause great turmoil in the martial arts world. Everyone's strength is on display, and the ambitious will be even more eager to make moves. Lan Tu said worriedly, then the secret of our 7 swords joining forces. Demonic cult, Black Tiger Cliff. Zhu Wuja was facing the mirror, admiring his handsome face. House-bursting level? Humph, this Hall Master's move of reversing black and white can make a house collapse by itself. It's boring. Niu Xianfeng was practicing with an axe, and the wind was blowing. Who cares what the list is? If anyone disobeys, I'll chop him down with my axe. He Xiaohu stood on the edge of the cliff, his black cloak rustling in the mountain breeze. His eyes were as gloomy as water, staring at the sky. House-shattering level, are you trying to humiliate me? I have practiced the demon dance for many years, how can it be measured by something like this? Rainbow Cat. Just wait. This list will prove who is truly number 1 in the world. I will definitely trample you under my feet. The world of Huxia Paladin. Shu Shan. Li Xiaoao yawned and leaned against the pillar. Bomb level? What the hell is that? When I hadn't mastered the sword-wielding technique, I could easily poke a big hole in the wall by accident. Boring. Anu and Tang Yu Xiaobao stood together. Anu shook the staff in his hand and asked curiously. Brother Tang Yu, is this room blasting level better than your flying star? Tang Yu Xiaobao shook his head seriously. It's hard to say, Anu. It only measures pure destructive power. But fighting is not just about destruction. The top of the demon-locking tower. The drunken swordsman took a sip of wine and looked at the sky with sleepy eyes. Ha ha ha. Interesting, interesting. Let's put everyone's strength on display for comparison. Now we're going to have some fun. I wonder where my old drunkard's bacchanal's curse would rank. The sword master sat cross-legged, as calm as an ancient well. Tao follows nature. The list is also a manifestation of Tao. Everything has its order, and power is no exception. Yuhang Town. Zhao Linger looked up at the sky, her beautiful face full of worry. Will this list bring peace to the world, or will it bring more disasters? Chapter 4. The World of Zombie Brothers. H City, on the ruins. Bai Xiaofei hid behind an abandoned tank with an unlit cigarette in his mouth. House-shattering level? Damn, isn't this just a zombie brother that has evolved to a certain level? With one claw, the cement board became like tofu. Once this list is released, I have to be more careful when I go out. I never know where a master on the list might pop up. The little deer hid in his arms, shivering. Brother Xiaofei, I'm afraid. Xiaofei was holding an assault rifle and looking around vigilantly. This list is not good news for us humans. It might stimulate those monsters to become even crazier. Not far away, He Xiaofei stood on the top of a tall building, like a sculpture. His eyes penetrated the ruins, as if he saw something. Power is quantified. Interesting. Deep underground, in the palace of the Corpse King. In the huge nest of flesh and blood, the Corpse King Long Yu slowly opened his inhuman eyes. On his huge body, countless painful human faces were wriggling and wailing silently. He felt the list that came from all the heavens and worlds. Explosive, house, level. A low, hoarse voice, as if coming from the netherworld, echoed throughout the underground palace. The voice was filled with endless contempt and ridicule. He. Is this a description of the power of insects? Before I fell asleep, I could turn a city into ashes with just one breath. Blow up a house. How ridiculous, how humble. He slowly raised a giant claw, on which there were still traces of the flesh and blood of creatures from the mythological era. Has this universe fallen to this point? You consider the struggle of an ant as something worth boasting about. Whatever. Let this ridiculous list bear witness to my return. Let the entire universe remember the fear of being controlled by the sky. My name will be above everything else. Boom. The entire underground palace was shaking violently due to his violent emotions. In all the heavens and worlds, countless beings held their breath and concentrated. The golden list hanging in the sky finally had new changes after a brief period of silence. Below the originally blurry three characters blast out level, light and shadow flowed and gradually converged into a moving image. That was a man. A man who exudes endless, suffocating aura of tyranny just by standing there. His upper body was naked, and his muscles were as knotty and bulging as mountains, full of the most primitive and wild sense of power. The most frightening thing is the muscles in his back. Driven by anger, the muscles twisted into a hideous face that looked like a crying devil. The scene changed. The earth is shaking violently, plates are tearing apart, tall buildings are collapsing, and a devastating earthquake is occurring. And that man just casually and nonchalantly threw a punch at the cracked ground. Boom! There are no earth-shattering light effects. There is no energy wave that can destroy the world. Just pure, absolute power. With one punch, the mighty force that could tear the earth apart was actually stopped. The earthquake stopped. The whole picture is frozen here. Then, a line of extremely domineering golden words was imprinted in everyone's mind. Bombshell level representative, Yujiro Hanma. World, Baki. Title, The Strongest Creature on Earth. The World of Lolo's Adventures. Motorcyclists, City of Energy. The Human Torch crossed his arms across his chest, his red mecha gleaming with metallic luster. The strongest creature on Earth? What a boast! The power of his punch is probably comparable to my thunderous half-moon slash. But after all, you are just a flesh and blood body. Can you block my laser gun? The Vanguard analyzed calmly. That doesn't count, Human Torch. He reached this level with his physical strength alone without the help of any mecha or weapons. This shows that his fighting skills and physical strength have reached an incredible level. He himself is the most terrifying weapon. The tornado hovered in the air and sighed. This guy's sense of oppression is even stronger than the marshal of the beast tribe. Li Bassian said in a muffled voice. He's so strong. I wonder if my Titan meteorite pendant can crush him. Supersonic's figure was as fast as lightning, circling around several people. Speed. Speed is king. No matter how strong he is, if he can't hit me, what's the use? Boonie Bear's World. Bear Ridge. The lollipop in Bald Jiang's mouth fell to the ground with a pop. His eyes were shining as he stared at Hanma Yujiro in the sky. Oh my goodness! This if I had half, no, 1/10 of his strength. Why should I cut down any trees? With one punch from me, a tree fell down. I can complete Boss Li's year-long task in just one day. When the time comes, I'll buy a big villa, drive a sports car, and marry Xiaohong. I'll be at the peak of my life. Wahahaha. Bear 2 hid behind Bear 1, holding his head with his 2 paws, and trembling with fear. Xiangde, this human, he is 10,000 times more powerful and terrifying than the bald guy. He can punch a hole through our tree with just one punch. Xiangde frowned, his face full of solemnity. This guy is a pure destroyer. There was no kindness in his eyes. Although Bald Jiang always comes to chop down trees, he still has some humanity. This guy is a monster. The world of Doluo continent. Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide enough for an egg to fit in. Oh my god! Oh my god! Is this a human? This must be 100,000-year-old soul beast in human skin. Without using martial spirits or spirit skills, you can stop an earthquake with just one punch. What a joke! Daimu's platinum eyes were filled with fighting spirit and horror. The strongest creature on earth, what an arrogant title! But his power is indeed terrifying. I wonder if my white tiger Vajra transformation can match his in terms of pure power. Oscar subconsciously shouted out his soul spell. I have a golden fly that's as hard as you can imagine. After eating my golden fly, can you also grow a demon ghost back? As he spoke, he gestured, causing Ning Rongrong to roll her eyes. Ning Rongrong's little face was full of disbelief. Is there anyone in this world who can be so powerful without relying on martial spirits? Will the power increase of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda be useful to him? Zhu Zuking's figure was like a ghost and her voice was cold. Every cell in his body is filled with explosive power. Speed, strength, defense, I'm afraid there are no shortcomings. He is an extremely dangerous opponent. Tang San used his purple demon pupil to its full potential, trying to see through Hanma Yujiro's true nature. No. He is not a soul master. There is no sign of soul power flowing in his body. This is a cultivation system that is completely unknown to us. It develops the physical body to the extreme. A whole new Tao. The master pushed up his glasses and fell into a frenzy of research. Record it all. It must be recorded. The body can be sanctified. This is another great way to heaven besides the martial spirit theory. This list has opened the door to a new world for us. Naruto World. Konoha Village. Class 7 Training Ground. Uzumaki Naruto pointed at the sky, jumped up and down, and yelled. Wow! That's amazing! That's amazing! Is this person, like Mr. Thick Eyebrows, a ninja who specializes in taijutsu. Kakashi-sensei. Who would win in a fight between him and you? Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, put his hands in his pockets, and his face was full of disdain. Just some fancy muscles. In front of my Sharingan, no matter how fast his punch is, it's just slow motion. A single fireball technique will turn him into ashes. Having said that, his eyes were fixed on that ghostly back, and a huge wave of emotion rose in his heart. Sakura was frightened by the hideous muscles and her face turned pale. What a terrifying muscle! On a tree not far away, Xiao Li's eyes were filled with tears and his whole body was burning with green flames. Youth! This is the ultimate youth! In order to carry out my own ninja way, I have tempered my body to this extent. Mr. Hanma Yujiro. From today on, you are my new target, Rock Lee. Hyaganiji opened his Byakugan and frowned. I can't see the flow of chakra. There is only energy and blood surging like the sea and river in his body. Can my soft fist, his acupuncture points be hit? Kakashi was scratching his ears lazily. Well, what an incredible guy. I wonder if my Reikari can break his defense. What a trouble! What a trouble! Hokage's office. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe, and the smoke he exhaled was filled with a hint of solemnity. How can a mortal possess the power to rival a tailed beast? This list of all heavens has completely disrupted the balance of the world. Konoha must be prepared for any changes. The base of roots. Greed and desire flashed in Shimura Danzo's one eye. The strongest creature on earth, what a wonderful title! If I could obtain his body and study the secret of strengthening the body. What are the primary cells, then? The position of Hokage and the entire ninja world will be mine. The world of fruit special attacks. The 7th floor of Huaguo Mountain. Cheng Liuxiang waved his holy sword with a look of unconvinced. Tisk! What is the strongest creature on earth? Look at me using my flying fish to beat him to a pulp. I, Cheng Liuxiang, am the strongest. Pineapple blowing snow shook her bangs in a showy manner. Oh my, I think that fighting and killing is too ungraceful. No girl would like a muscular man like him. A suave swordsman like me is more popular. Lu Ziokuo held up his Aguachi missile and asked naively. He's so powerful, can he beat our fruit god of war? The shifty-looking Xiao Qiuting, who was not far away, pushed up his glasses. According to my precise calculations, the instantaneous explosive power of this Hanma Yujiro has exceeded the limit of a single fruity robot. But, we in Fruity Robo are all about love, justice, and unity. Combination is the way to go. Shang Guanzai and Liwashi stood together, looking at the figure full of violent aesthetics, their pretty faces slightly blushing. It's rude, but it makes me feel safe. Perfect world. Ishimura. Puff. Shihao had just taken a bite of the delicious beast leg and almost vomited when he saw the scene in the sky. House blasting level? Blowing up a house is considered a master. When I was a kid, I played in the mud and could easily knock down a stone house. This is too weak. He scratched his head with a greasy hand. But the title of the strongest creature on earth is pretty impressive. I just don't know how big his surface is. The meat looks quite firm. I wonder if it will taste good when roasted. The little tower made a disdainful sound in his sea of consciousness. What the hell, there's not even a rune, it's pure brute force, not up to par. Xiaohuzi, stop looking at it. It's cheap. Go to the blood realm to practice quickly, and find me some precious bones of the ancient species as snacks. The willow god's thousands of willow branches sway gently, and the sound is ethereal and peaceful. There is no high or low Tao, but there are thousands of dharmas. In this world without spiritual energy, being able to refine the body to this level is considered the pinnacle. A stone from another mountain can be used to polish a jade. It doesn't hurt to take a look. In the distance, the young man named Shi Yi, who was born with double pupils, saw the sun and the moon rising and falling in his eyes, and chaotic energy flowing between their opening and closing. Return to the original state and prove the truth with strength. It's just a dead end. True power lies in controlling the rules and making your words come true. The world of Fox Spirit Matchmaker. Tishin. Tishin Yaya took a big gulp of the wine in the endless wine jug, and a cold air filled the air. The strongest on earth. She curled her lips in disdain. Did he ask my sister's opinion? Have you ever asked for the opinion of my fists? Tishin Rongrong squinted her eyes and smiled like a little fox. Sister Yaya, don't say that. Since this list is jointly presented by all the heavens and myriad worlds, there must be a reason for it. This explosion level may just be a unit of measurement, a minimum threshold. What's really interesting is the list at the back. Dongfang Yuecha was squatting on a roof not far away, holding a candied hawse in his mouth. Wow, Sister Yaoxian, look at the muscles on his back, so cool. But compared to you, I'm still far behind. He is at most the strongest on earth, but you are the strongest in the world. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at the figure in red. Tishin Honghong just stood there quietly, looking at the image in the sky with her golden eyes indifferently, without saying a word from beginning to end. To her, all this was meaningless. The world of Rainbow Cat, Blue Rabbit, and the Seven Heroes. Ben Li Villa. De Ben looked at Han Mayujiro's muscles and drooled with envy. Oh my goodness, this guy is stronger than me, Ben. This body of tendon meat is too overbearing. Tiao touched his chin, his eyes flickering. His power is pure, with no signs of any internal force. If he gets close to me, I'm afraid no one can block his punch except Hung Mao's fire dance whirlwind. Rainbow Cat holds the Chonghong sword with a serious expression. Power, if not controlled by justice, is the most terrible weapon in the world. Looking at his eyes, this person is definitely not a good person. Palace Master Lantu had a worried look on his face. I hope that in his world, there are chivalrous people who can check and balance him. Demonic cult. Zhu Wuja looked at the sky and drooled all over the ground. He. Such a physique. Such strength. If I had this ability, would I still need to flatter the leader? By then, won't Palace Master Lantu be easily captured? He. He Xiaohu stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. It's the courage of a common man. My father's black heart palm can drain him dry in just a few minutes. However, being able to train the body to this level does make one a remarkable figure. Unfortunately, we took the wrong road. Chapter 5. A room-blasting battle is revealed. On the screen of the heavens and myriad worlds, the picture suddenly changed. In the dim underground arena, the lights were pale, stretching the two figures out. One of the young men, covered in blood and wounds, was none other than Fanma Baki. He roared like a wild beast and poured all his strength, skills, and even life into his fists. The attack was like a violent storm, every punch and every kick was enough to break stones and tear steel. However, the man he was facing, Hanma Yujiro, just stood there quietly. He didn't even dodge. He allowed the attack that was powerful enough to destroy a tank to fall on him. Boom! 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 The dull sound of impact continued, but Yujiro's body did not move at all. There was an extremely contemptuous smile on his face, which was a kind of boredom and cruelty that he looked at an ant trying to shake a tree. Is it over? Is that all you have? Yujiro's voice was soft, but it was like a hammer hitting Baki's heart. He slowly raised one hand. No fancy moves, no surge of energy. It was just such a simple, casual punch. The air exploded instantly, making a sharp sound. Boom! Baki's body flew backwards like a cannonball and slammed heavily into a concrete wall dozens of meters away. With him as the center, the wall suddenly cracked like a spider web, and then collapsed with a loud bang. The entire underground space shook violently, dust and gravel fell down, and the ground looked like it had been plowed by a giant beast, leaving hideous cracks. Based on the calculation of energy fluctuations, the power of this attack is equivalent to a magnitude 3 earthquake on the Richter scale. The destructive power is enough to easily destroy a standard residential building. It is really a blockbuster. The world of covering the sky. Baidu Star Region, an ancient forbidden land. Ye Fan looked at the scene on the screen and took a breath. My goodness, are all the people in this world so fierce? Pure physical strength can actually reach this level. Ji Zio was standing beside him, curling her lips, seeming a little disapproving. Is that it? I thought it was so powerful, but it's not even as powerful as when I use my divine power to flick a stone. It's just scary to mortals. Ye Fan shook his head. You can't say that, Zio. In a world without spiritual energy and where cultivation is not possible, it is a miracle to have tempered the body to this point with just the physical body. His body is probably harder than some sacred iron. Above the 9 heavens, fairy mist is lingering. The figure of the Green Emperor was looming. He looked at the scene and let out a long sigh. All paths converge to one, and all paths lead to the same destination. This is also a road, but unfortunately, it is a dead-end road and you can't go far. At the edge of the universe, the great Emperor Wu Shi turned his back to all living beings, and his voice was loud and overbearing. Any road will be blocked before me. And deep in the mysterious ruins, the woman in white clothes as white as snow just watched quietly, her eyes as calm as a well, as if nothing in the world could leave a trace in her heart. A world under one person. Longhu Mountain, Tianqi Mansion. Zhang Hulan's eyes almost popped out of his head. Oh my god! Oh my god! Is this the power that humans can possess? You must be kidding. Old Heavenly Master, if this guy came to our place, what level would he be at? The old Taoist priest Zhang's highway squinted his eyes, holding a walnut in his hand, with a calm expression. Pure flesh has reached the end of mortal nature. He is a good candidate for practicing external martial arts. Unfortunately, he does not know how to cultivate qi, and is ultimately a rootless duckweed. Bao Bao Feng was chewing an apple and spoke expressionlessly. Oh! It looks vulnerable. As soon as I dug in the shovel, he was buried. Wudang Mountain. Taoist Wang Ye looked at the screen with a frown. Something's wrong. This person's power is too pure, so pure that it's a little weird. This isn't something that can be achieved through training. It's more like a kind of innate talent, a deformity in the rules. Troublesome, very troublesome guy. Three-body world. The Earth Trisolarian Organization, the Adventist base. Evans looked at the screen with a fanatical, sick smile on his face. Look. Ye Wenjia. This is life. This is the law of the universe. Violence. Pure violence. The ultimate evolution of species. This is the kind of warrior the Lord needs. Unfortunately, he is too primitive. Ye Wenjia sat quietly in the shadows, her expression numb. Human beings are always keen on destroying each other in various ways. There is no difference. On the other side, the operations center. Professor Wang Miao adjusted his glasses and was completely stunned. According to the data on the screen, a magnitude 3 earthquake, the energy is about 2.0 times 10 to the 11th power joules. A person's fist? This is totally inconsistent with biomechanics. How can his bones and muscles withstand such a reaction force? This is unscientific. The world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Green grassland, sheep village. Fei Yanjiang looked at the ghost-like muscles on Fan Miyangjiro's back and drooled with envy. Wow! So strong! Such cool muscles! If I were this strong, Mei Yang would definitely like me. Pleasant Goat pushed up his glasses and analyzed calmly. No, Fei Yanjiang. You see, when he punches, there is a big flaw. If you are fast enough, you can attack his lower body from the side. No matter how strong your strength is, it's useless if you can't hit someone. Wolfsburg. Grey Wolf looked at the screen, shaking with excitement, and the wrench in his hand fell to the ground. Wife! Wife, look! If I had this much strength, I could knock the gate of the sheep village down with one punch. Then, I could eat as many sheep as I want. I don't have to get hit with a frying pan anymore. Wahahaha! Bang! A frying pan hit him on the head with pinpoint accuracy. Red Wolf put her hands on her hips, looking furious. You're daydreaming all day long. Go catch the sheep for me. The world of death. In the present world, Karakura town. Ichigo Kurosaki stared at the screen in shock. You must be kidding. There is no Ryutsu. I can't feel any Ryutsu at all. Can you do this with just physical strength? Kukiki Rukia was standing by with a serious expression. Ichigo, don't be careless. Although he has no spiritual power, this kind of pure physical destructive power cannot be matched even by ordinary hollows. If he gets close to me, even the body of the god of death won't be able to withstand a punch. Inu Orium clasped her hands together, her face full of worry. How terrible! The person who was knocked away must be in great pain. Hueco Mundo, Hueco Night Palace. Aizen Sosuke sat on the throne with a playful smile on his lips. Oh! An interesting specimen. He has developed his body to the extreme, but does not know how to harness the power of his soul. He is like a sharp knife without an owner. If he could be turned into an Aaron car, he might make a good toy. The 10th Squadron Barracks. Hitsugaya Taoshiro crossed his arms and spoke coldly. Gaudy. In the face of an absolute power gap, this kind of brute force is meaningless. My Hiren Maru can freeze him and the entire city before he gets close. A world where mortals cultivate to become immortals. In the Chaos Star Sea, there is a cave on a deserted island. Han Li sat cross-legged, looking at the scene on the sky, his eyes flickering. He did not express amazement or disdain, but was calculating rapidly. This person has a strong body and is difficult to be harmed by ordinary magic weapons. I wonder if spiritual attack is effective. If we use a formation to trap him, and then suppress him with a top-level magic weapon, such as the UNC Divine Mountain, will it be effective? Or, use poison? After some thought, Han Li came to a conclusion. It's not a big threat, but it's troublesome. Don't provoke unless necessary. Ziling and Mei Ning, who were standing by, had already been horrified by the bloody and brutal scene. This person is so cruel. Wen Tianren, who was in the nascent soul stage, licked his lips, with greedy green light in his eyes. What a nice cauldron! What a nice skin! If I can capture him and refine him with my 10,000 ghosts devouring body technique, it will definitely allow my physical body to reach a higher level. He. Super beasts armed the world. The first parallel universe. Huo Linfei widened his eyes and started screaming. Wow! This guy's supernatural energy is at least a few tenths of a black hole. Can the Xianming black hole block his punch? Long Jian analyzed calmly. He has no special powers. His power comes from within, a pure, primal desire to destroy. This kind of power, without the support of faith, is fragile. Tai Lei was standing aside, his voice low. He reminds me of my people. To lose oneself in the pursuit of power will only lead to destruction in the end. Dragon Ball World. Above the temple. Piccolo crossed his arms and snorted. Humph, the strongest person on earth, that's ridiculous. This level of destructive power is even worse than when Raditz came to Earth. Son Gohan pushed up his glasses. Uncle Piccolo, you can't say that. He did it purely with his body, without the aid of Qi. From a biological point of view, this is remarkable. Vegeta crossed his arms across his chest, a look of arrogance and disdain on his face. Boring. This kind of rubbish is not even worthy of carrying my shoes. When Trunks was born, one finger was stronger than him. You are simply wasting my time. Jujutsu Kaisen World. Tokyo Jujutsu High School. Yuji Itadori was stunned. Wow, so amazing. Such muscles. I feel like if I fight him, I'll be killed with one punch, right? Fushiguro Megami frowned. No cursed power. Is he a pure heaven and curse-bound, a type whose body is strengthened to the extreme? Nobara Kujisaki looked disgusted. Muscular and violent man, disgusting. You can tell at first glance that he's the type who would commit domestic violence. With his eye mask half pulled down, Gojo Satoru scanned the screen with his 6 eyes and yawned lazily. Ah la la. How interesting. There is no flow of cursed energy at all, and the structure of the body is the same as that of an ordinary person. It's just that I've trained my muscles and bones to an incredible level. Yet, very powerful, very powerful. Probably, can defeat a quasi-first level cursed spirit. That's all. The world of young magic soldiers. Nangong City. Nangong Wenchen held the Tianjing sword in his hand, his face full of righteousness. What a powerful force! But why would he use such a powerful force to bully his own relatives? How abominable! Dongfang Taixin also had a solemn expression on his face. There was not a trace of love or justice in his eyes, only pure violence and destruction. This kind of person is the enemy of the world. The divine beasts around them also spoke up. Sky Crystal Beast, Wenchen, if we encounter him, we must use the power of Sky Crystal to purify him. Divine Phoenix, Tai Xin, we can't let him do evil again. Yulong Kingdom, Alliance of Heaven and Earth. The leader of Heaven and Earth sat on his throne, looking at the screen and letting out a sinister laugh. He, what a strong body. If I can turn him into my magic soldier, then the Jade Dragon Kingdom and even the entire world will be mine. The Tiger Soul divine weapon beside him also made a humming sound of desire. Power. I feel pure power. I'm going to devour him. Chapter 6. The representative of the explosive room level, Yujiro, also showed explosive room level combat power when facing the siege of the army. He can easily break through various fortifications with his physical strength alone. When he shuttles between buildings, he often leaves a mess wherever he passes, and the houses are destroyed like paper. The scene on the screen changed. The iron-clad army blocked the streets. Tanks, armored vehicles, and armed helicopters have built a line of death that is insurmountable in the eyes of mortals. However, the man named Hanma Yujiro just walked out with his upper body naked, as if strolling in the garden. The expression on his face was one of extreme contempt. Day. The machine gun spewed flames, and the metal storm composed of bullets was enough to tear apart any flesh and blood. But when it hit Yujiro, it only produced a series of sparks without even breaking his skin. He didn't even dodge. He let the bullets bounce on his muscles, making a crisp ding-dang-dang sound. Monster! A soldier screamed in horror. Yujiro grinned, revealing an extremely cruel smile. He moved. The figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared in front of a tank and simply threw a punch. Boom! The thick alloy armor was dented and torn like cardboard. The entire tank was knocked off the ground by his punch and rolled over, smashing down a 3-story building next to it. He didn't stop. He exerted force with his legs and leaped up like a cannonball, grabbed the landing gear of an armed helicopter in mid-air, and pulled it down suddenly. The helicopter lost control and crashed into a tall building, with the fireball rising into the sky. He rushed through the buildings. The walls, floors, and load-bearing columns all seemed fragile in front of him. Wherever it passed, buildings collapsed, and streets shattered. One person is a natural disaster. The world of covering the sky. Baidu Star Field, deep in the ancient Forbidden Land. Ye Fan looked at the scene on the screen and touched his chin. For a mortal body to be tempered to this level is considered an anomaly. If you can embark on the path of cultivation and focus on cultivating your physical body, you may be able to become an extraordinary holy body. Ji Zio was standing aside with her mouth slightly open. But his power is so brutal, it only causes destruction, without any rules or methods. Compared to your golden blood, it's far inferior. As soon as she finished speaking, an ethereal and cold voice sounded, without any emotion. A body without virtue, even if it has the strength to move mountains, is ultimately vain. The figure of the ruthless emperor was looming, his eyes swept across the screen calmly, and he said nothing more. The Green Emperor, who was a lotus in the eternal blue sky, spoke slowly. Everything grows according to its own laws and ways. This person has gone against the grain and sunk into pure destruction. He has already embarked on a dead end. At the end of the immortal road, Emperor Wu Shi turned his back to all living beings and spoke in a loud and majestic voice. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal road? Once you see the beginningless path, it becomes empty. Such brute force is of no benefit to the great Dao. It is nothing more than the struggle of an ant. A world under one person. Longhu Mountain, Tianqi Mansion. The old Taoist priest Zhang's Highway squinted his eyes, held a walnut in his hand, and laughed. Interesting, interesting. This body of muscles is as tough as diamond. Ordinary horizontal training kung fu is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. What a pity! If you don't know how to cultivate both your body and soul, and don't know what qi is, you are still an outsider after all. On Mount Wudang, Taoist Wang Ye yawned and looked like he had not woken up yet. Oh my god, this guy is really fierce. But this method is too wild. Relying solely on physical output, isn't this just a sitting duck? If someone who knows some magic comes and traps him, where will he put all his strength? There is a courier company that provides express delivery services. Zhang Hulan's eyelids twitched. Oh my god! Is this still a carbon-based organism? Baby, if you fight him, what's the opening number? Feng Baobao tilted his head and thought seriously. I don't know. You won't know until you fight. She looked carefully at Yujiro on the screen again and added. There is no qi flowing through his body. And he doesn't look delicious. Three-body world. Earth, the center of operations. Wang Miao stared at the screen so hard that the camera in his hand was almost broken. This is unscientific. This completely violates the laws of physics. How can a human muscle fiber output such a large amount of power? How can his bones withstand such impact? This is something only God can do. The ruins of Red Bank Base. Ye Wenjie watched quietly, with no expression on her old face. Her heart was cold. Violence. Brutal. This is the original sin that human civilization cannot escape. No matter how technology develops, this most primitive desire for destruction is always deeply hidden in our genes. The second Red Coast base, on the Judgment Day. Evans stared at the screen with a morbid frenzy on his face. See? This is a human being. A barbaric, ignorant, hopeless species. They deserve only to be destroyed. Only the Great Lord can purify this filthy world. Happy Grey World. Green grassland, sheep village. Pleasant Goat opened his eyes wide, with a look of disbelief. He's so awesome. But why did he attack the soldiers and destroy everyone's houses? The village chief said that we can't cause any damage. Fei Yanjiang showed off his biceps and snorted in dissatisfaction. Humph! You only know how to use brute force. If we compare strength, I am the strongest sheep on the grassland. In Wolfburg. Grey Wolf's eyes turned into heart shapes and his saliva was all over the floor. Wife! Wife, look! If I were as good as him, let alone catching sheep, I could move the entire sheep village back. I will definitely come back. Bang! Red Wolf used a frying pan to slam Grey Wolf into the wall. Useless thing! Look how powerful they are! What about you? All you know is to shout slogans. Hurry up and catch that pleasant goat for me. The world of death. Karakura Town. Ichigo Kurosaka's brows were tightly knitted together. This guy doesn't have any spiritual pressure at all. An ordinary human? How could he do such a thing? Kukiki Rukia also had a serious look on her face. It is absolutely beyond the capability of modern humans. Is it some special kind of full bring? Using one's own body as a medium. Inu Orium clasped her hands together in front of her chest, her face full of worry. How terrible! Why did he do this? He looked very angry and in pain. Jingling Ting, the 10th Squad's barracks. Hitsugaya Taoshiro crossed his arms and spoke coldly. Pure physical attack. In the face of absolute spiritual pressure, this kind of power seems ridiculous. Sui Palace. Aizen Sosuke sat on the throne, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrests, with an elusive smile on his lips. The body has been pushed to such an extreme, but the power of the mind and soul has been completely abandoned. It's a really interesting specimen. Is this kind of evolution that abandons higher level power a step forward or a step backward? A world where mortals cultivate to become immortals. In the Chaos Star Sea, inside a cave on a deserted island. Han Li looked at the screen, his eyes flickering and his mind racing. Could this person be from the ancient physical cultivation lineage? No, there is not a single spiritual energy fluctuation on his body. It's all physical strength. This is a bit shocking. If I can obtain his method of tempering the body, it may be of great benefit to my practice of Ming Wangju. However, this person is insane and too violent, so it's best to stay away from him. The fairy Ziling beside him showed undisguised disgust. This man is so ugly, with lumps of flesh all over his body, like a toad, so disgusting. Mei Ning was so frightened that her face turned pale and she hid behind Ziling. He looks like a monster that crawled out of hell. Another place, a stronghold of the Anti-Star Alliance. Wen Tianren looked at the screen and let out a sinister laugh. He, what a powerful skin. If I can capture him alive and refine him into my puppet, I can walk sideways in not only this small Chaos Star Sea, but also the Tianese continent. Super beasts armed the world. The first parallel universe. Huo Linfei shouted exaggeratedly. Holy crap! This is outrageous. Even a tank shell can't penetrate his skin. I'm afraid his defense is even higher than my fire scale armor. Long Jian remained calm. His attack method is very simple, which is pure straight line impact and brute force destruction. Although the destructive power is amazing, the weakness is also obvious. As long as I can predict his movements, my Xianming black hole should be able to trap him. Tyree's voice was deep and powerful. He was completely absorbed in the thrill of destruction. I have no goals, no beliefs, and nothing to protect. Such power will only bring destruction and will eventually devour him. Dragon Ball World. Above the temple. Veins popped out on Vegeta's forehead and he growled impatiently. Still showing this rubbish footage. It's simply an insult to my eyes. This level of destruction is stronger than Krillin's sneeze. Even Trunks was stronger than him when he was born. Piccolo commented grimly, crossing his arms. I can't even sense or use the most basic chi. Just an earthling who is a little stronger. Combat strength, I guess it won't be more than 100. Son Gohan pushed up his glasses and tried to explain from a scientific perspective. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, from a biological point of view, he has broken the limits of the human species. It's really amazing. Of course, if compared with the strongest people in the entire universe, it is indeed, still far behind. Jujutsu Kaisen World. Tokyo Jujutsu High School. Yuji Itadori was so excited and a little scared at the same time. Wow! Did he play with the tank as a building block? This is so cool. Although it's a bad thing. I wish I had such a strong body. Fushiguro Megami frowned and fell into deep thought. There is no cursed energy at all, but the body has been strengthened to this extent. Is this the ultimate of heaven and curse? Maki-senpai, if... Nobara Kujisaki curled her lips in disgust. Even more disgusting, a pure violent muscle man, definitely a reserve for domestic violence. Gojo Satoru pulled down his eye mask a little, and his 6 pale blue eyes scanned the screen, and he yawned lazily again. You're pretty efficient at destroying houses, and your movements are pretty agile. But that's all. It's okay to fight a quasi-first level cursed spirit, but if you encounter one of Luhu's level, I'm afraid you will be burned to ashes in an instant. It can't even expand its territory. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. The world of young magic soldiers. Nangong City. Nangong Wenchen held the Tianjing sword in his hand, his face flushed with anger. He's actually attacking the guards who are protecting ordinary people. This is so abominable. It is absolutely unforgivable. Tianjing Beast, if we encounter him, we must use the righteous power of Tianjing to purify his evil heart. The Tianjing Beasts also shared the same hatred and hatred. Wen Tian, you're right. We must not let him do evil again. Dongfang Taixin tightly grasped the magical phoenix weapon with a serious look in his eyes. His power is full of violence and destruction. Once this power gets out of control, it will be a disaster for the entire world. The divine phoenix also made a clear cry. Taixin, we must stop him. Yulong Kingdom, Alliance of Heaven and Earth. The leader of the Heaven and Earth Alliance sat on the throne, watching Yujiro wreaking havoc on the screen, and laughed an extremely greedy laugh. Ha 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 ha. Great. That's great. Even the army can't do anything to him. This body is a gift from God to me. As long as I can turn him into my magic soldier, the Jade Dragon Kingdom and the Goddess Nuwa will all submit to me. The Tiger Soul divine weapon beside him made an even more eager humming sound, and the blade trembled violently. Power, pure, power. I'm going to devour him. Chapter 7. A powerful person at the explosive level can bring awe and worship. Can change the social order. The screen in the sky suddenly turned without any warning. The battlefield that was originally filled with smoke, ruins, and roars disappeared. Instead, there is a completely different scene. In the picture, an ancient city is depicted with crowded streets. With awe and fanaticism on their faces, the people prostrate themselves and kneel devoutly in front of the tallest stone palace in the center of the city. They kept chanting the same name. Mountain God is great. May the mountain God bless you. Then, the scene zoomed in and the palace door slowly opened. A burly, muscular man, shirtless and with animal skins wrapped around his waist, walked out of the shadows. He just took a casual step forward, and the stone floor beneath his feet suddenly shattered, with spider web-like cracks spreading out. He raised his hand and easily lifted a bronze tripod weighing thousands of pounds above his head, then threw it into the martial arts training ground next to the palace as if throwing a stone. Boom! With a loud bang, a big hole was smashed into the ground. And he just yawned, and looked disdainfully at the thousands of people kneeling below, his face full of justified arrogance. The city's administrator, a city lord dressed in gorgeous clothes, trotted forward respectfully and presented a scroll. Lord Mountain God, this is an offering from the neighboring city. They are willing to submit to your divine power. This mountain god is a powerful person of explosive level. The world of covering the sky. Baidu Star Field, deep in the ancient Forbidden Land. Inside the bronze immortal palace, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Ye Fan scratched his head and looked at the mountain god in the picture with a strange expression. Is this the strong man from their world? Being able to smash stone slabs and lift a large tripod, and then be worshipped as a god. He recalled those so-called martial arts masters when he was on Earth, and it seemed that they were just like that. No, not even close. What a weak and pathetic mortal. Ji Ziyu sat next to him, blinked her big, bright eyes, and muttered softly. In a mortal world without spiritual energy, such power is indeed enough to establish a kingdom and change the order of mortals. However, he has not even opened the sea of bitterness, nor the fountain of life. In the eyes of the cultivators, he is no different from an ant. At the highest point of the immortal palace, a figure of unrivaled elegance sat quietly, her face could not be seen clearly, an eternity of time seemed to have frozen around her. She didn't react at all from beginning to end. A strong man of this level could not even cause the slightest ripple in her heart. In another time and space, in the Purple Mountain, the shadow of the great Emperor Wu Shi sat cross-legged with his back to all living beings. His aura that suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths made the entire universe tremble in front of him. He just glanced at it calmly. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal road? Once you see the beginningless path, it becomes empty. Are these dust worthy of being called gods? After the words fell, there was no further sound. A world under one person. Longhu Mountain, Tianqi Mansion. The old Taoist priest Zhang's highway held the teacup and blew gently. His cloudy old eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Haha, that's interesting. Show your holiness in front of ordinary people, gather incense and worship, and establish your own territory. This kind of thing was not uncommon in ancient times. However, in this day and age, doing this will cause big problems. On Mount Wudang, Taoist Master Wang Yat, with dark circles under his eyes, slumped weakly in a chair. Oh my god, this guy is so bold. Isn't this just a sitting duck? Don't even mention the 10 bosses. Any temporary worker in the company, equipped with modern equipment, can be arranged clearly. It's really, courting death. It's so troublesome. Nadu Tong Company headquarters. Zhang Hulin's eyelids twitched and he couldn't help but complain. Damn it! Isn't this pure feudal superstition? If this happened in Daxia, there would be no need for anyone to take action. The people of Chaoyang district would report him in a matter of minutes. If this guy gets caught, he'll be charged with provoking a quarrel, right? Feng Baobao was chewing an apple and watched the whole process expressionlessly. Then she spoke to Zhang Hulin seriously. Alien, he doesn't look very smart. I can bury him with just one shovel. 3-body world. The Earth Trisomy Organization, Ito, Base. Evans looked at the screen with deep disgust and contempt in his eyes. Look, this is human. Ignorant, barbaric, and worshipping the most primitive and crude violence. They will never be able to truly understand the universe, and will never be able to achieve self-salvation. Only the Lord can purify all this. Yawenjia, who was standing next to him, had a cold and calm look behind her glasses, as if she was watching a biology experiment. When an individual of a species possesses power far beyond that of its peers, and the civilization level of the entire group is not enough to restrain this power, myths and tyranny will be born. This is just history repeating itself, there is nothing new about it. Inside the operations center, Professor Wang Miao held his forehead, feeling that his worldview was being repeatedly crushed. This is unscientific. His muscle density, bone strength, and metabolic rate completely defy the laws of biology and physics as we know them. How on earth was this done? Could this also be Safon messing with our basic science? The world of death. In the present world, Karakura town. Ichigo Kurosaki carried Zhang Etsu on his back, his brows twisted into the shape of the Hyuxia character. This guy has no spiritual pressure at all. Not a spirit, not a hollow, and certainly not a Quincy. Just a pure, human. But how could a human being do such a thing? This is even more outrageous than Chad's giant's right arm. Rukia Kukaki immediately took out her drawing board and started drawing quickly, explaining as she drew. According to the records of Soul Society, a very small number of humans in this world can unleash power beyond common sense because of the special combination of soul and body. We call them Fullbringers. But there is no trace of that power on him. This is illogical. It goes against the rules. Inu Orium clasped her hands together and looked at the screen with some worry. He seems to be bullying ordinary people. It looks impressive, but it's not right. Hueco Mundo, Hueco Night Palace. Aizen Sosuke sat on the throne with a gentle yet distant smile on his lips. Oh! With a mortal body, he stole the authority of God, even if it was only the lowest and most false divine authority. What a ridiculous imitation! True domination comes from the insight into people's hearts and the control of absolute power, not from this crude display of muscle. The flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water can make him sink into the false kingdom of God he has constructed for eternity, right? The captain's office of the 10th Squad. Hitsugaya Taoshiro crossed his arms and spoke coldly. There are many loopholes. Too slow, too scattered, and no fighting skills at all. Just put some poison in his drinking water, or use ghost techniques to restrain him while he sleeps, and everything will be over. It's pathetic that the so-called God doesn't even have the most basic sense of vigilance. A world where mortals cultivate to become immortals. In a cave in the Chaos Star Sea. Han Li sat cross-legged, looking at the mountain god in the picture. His eyes were calm, but his mind was working rapidly. This person has a strong body, comparable to a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building. However, there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy in the body. Was it some kind of physical training method handed down from ancient times? Or was it some kind of natural treasure he had taken? Do his bones, blood and flesh have any special effects on making puppets or alchemy? This man is delirious, arrogant, and defenseless. If you want to kill it, you can attack it with spiritual consciousness, or trap it with a formation, and then kill it with a talisman. The whole process takes no more than 3 breaths. The purple spirit fairy beside him covered her mouth and chuckled. Haha, this guy is really interesting. He acts arrogantly among ordinary people. I'm afraid he doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. If you meet a real cultivator, you might not even know how you died. On the other side, the demonic giant Wen Tianren had greed in his eyes. Good cauldron. Good materials. If such pure physical strength is refined with my blood transformation divine art or made into a demon corpse that only knows how to kill, its power will surely be extraordinary. He. What a perfect sacrifice. Super beasts armed the world. The first parallel universe. Huo Linfei touched his chin, looking puzzled. Super beast Pluto said that the strong will not bully the weak. This guy is so powerful, why does he want to rule over ordinary people? What's the point of this? Long Jian's eyes were cold. He fell into the trap of reincarnation. To be strong just for the sake of being strong, one will eventually be enslaved by the power itself and become a slave to power. He is not a strong man, just a beast that has gained power. Tai Lei said in a deep voice, with compassion in his voice. In him, I saw a second Lion King. Without kindness, no matter how strong the power is, it will only bring destruction. He needs to be stopped. The world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Green grassland, sheep village. Fei Yanjiang showed off his biceps and said unconvincedly. Humph. It's just that he's a little stronger. I exercise every day, and I will definitely be stronger than him in the future. Pleasant Goat pushed up his non-existent glasses and analyzed calmly. Fei Yanjiang, you can't say that. He can easily change the appearance and order of a city. We must learn from this and strengthen the defenses of Sheep Village to prevent bad guys like this from destroying our homeland. In Wolfburg, Grey Wolf's mouth was watering and his eyes were shining. Wife! Look! If I were that powerful, not only would this small sheep village be mine, the entire green grassland would be mine. I will definitely be able to catch the fattest lamb in the world and let you eat lamb hot pot every day. Bang! A frying pan hit him on the head with pinpoint accuracy. Red Wolf put her hands on her hips, looking furious. You're just daydreaming all day. Go catch the sheep for me. Look at him, he can even become a mountain god. What about you? You can't even grab a strand of wool. Why did I marry a useless wolf like you? Chapter 8. In the picture, there is a deep and boundless starry sky. Ancient, vast, and mysterious. Countless stars float and sink in it, and each one represents a complete world. Right in the center of the starry sky, a golden scroll slowly unfolded, with several shocking characters appearing on it. The Great Dao Supreme List. Ranking of the combat power levels of all realms. Next, the first row of rankings appears. No. 24, Street Level Hit. The World of Lolo's Adventures. Motorcyclists, City of Energy. Street Level. The Human Torch shot up from his seat, the engine roaring. What does this mean? Does it mean that it can destroy an entire street with one move? His tone was full of fighting spirit. It should be the literal meaning. The Vanguard analyzed calmly, crossing his arms over his chest. It can easily raise an entire complex of buildings, such as a commercial street, to the ground. This kind of destructive power has already exceeded the scope of conventional warfare. Humph, so what? The Human Torch's electronic eyes flashed aggressively. My Thunder Half-Moon Slash, as long as the energy is enough, I can split a street, even a small hill in half. Calm down, Human Torch. The tornado was circling nearby, its voice carrying a hint of solemnity. It's only number 24. Just an entry-level ranking, but it already possesses such terrifying destructive power. Can we really handle such an enemy? Supersonic and Li Bassian looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They have faced the most powerful warriors of the Beast Tribe and experienced brutal wars. But this clear, quantified level of power that is enough to destroy a city is the first time I have seen it. This made them feel unprecedented pressure. Boonie Bear's world. Guxiangling, Bald Jiang's cabin. Explosion. Explosion street level. The electric saw in Bald Jiang's hand fell to the ground with a clang, and his eyes were as big as bells. He stared at the screen intently, his saliva almost dripping. Oh my goodness! He destroyed the whole street with one move. If I had this ability, let alone cutting down trees, if Boss Li dared to deduct my salary, I would just tear down his company building. Bald Jiang fell into fantasy, grinning foolishly. By then, all the trees in Bear Ridge will belong to me. I will be the king of the forest. Ha 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 ha. In the forest, Big Bear and Little Bear also saw this scene. Xiang Er scratched his furry belly and asked naively. Xiang De, what is street level? It sounds even better than Baldi Chiang's stinky tofu. Big Bear had a serious expression on his face and pushed Second Bear next to him. Xiang Er, don't be stupid. This street level means it can easily destroy our homes. Just think about it, if Baldi Chiang had this kind of power, he would only need a moment to turn our entire forest into steaks. Xiang Er was so frightened that he dropped the honey jar in his hand. Ah! No way! I want to protect the forest. Big Bear nodded heavily. That's right. We must become stronger. In order to protect the forest, we must also reach the street blasting level. Desolate World. Shrek Academy. Street level. Master Yu Xiaogang adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the light of wisdom. If we convert it according to the level of Soul Masters, a Soul King, with his martial soul avatar activated, could destroy a street of buildings with a full-strength attack. But this will consume a huge amount of soul power. And the street level mentioned in this list probably refers to a kind of regular destructive power that can be easily achieved. This requires at least Soul Sage or even Soul Doloyo level strength. Contra? Only rank 24th. Ma Hung-jun screamed strangely and a small amount of phoenix flame spurted out of his mouth. What a joke! How perverted must the first 23 be? Can a titled Doloyo make the list? Tisk, isn't it just destroying a street? Dai Mubai moved his wrists, his knuckles making crackling sounds, and fighting spirit rose in his evil eyes. When I reach level 70 and activate my white tiger true form, I can demolish not only a street but even a town for you. Oscar stroked his chin and smiled wickedly. Boss Dai, you are awesome. When the time comes, I will give you a super recovery sausage that will allow you to demolish 2 streets without any effort. Xiao Wu hugged Tang San's arm, feeling a little worried. Brother, this list is scary. Are there people from the spirit hall up there? Tang San patted her hands gently, his eyes deep. Whether we have it or not, we must improve our strength as quickly as possible. The emergence of this list has allowed us to see a broader world, but it has also made us realize how insignificant we are. Street level is just the beginning. Our goal is to stand at the top of this list. His words were calm, but the determination contained in them made his companions feel at ease. Naruto World. Konoha Village, Hokage's office. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe with a frown on his face. Breaking the street. Isn't this the kind of damage a good Jonin can do? A B-rank ninjutsu, or even some powerful C-rank ninjutsu, can achieve this effect. Third generation sir, this is wrong. Danzo, who was standing aside, was leaning on a cane, his voice was hoarse, and his one eye was filled with undisguised ambition. Ordinary Jonin's destruction requires hand seals, takes time, and consumes chakra. And this list probably refers to a more pure and absolute power. With a wave of his hand, the streets were destroyed. This is close to the realm of shadow. This shows that in the universe, there are countless powerful people with shadow-level strength. Konoha is far from safe. On the training ground. Yahoo Street level. That sounds awesome. Naruto yelled in excitement, raising his fist in the air. My Raise Nan is absolutely street class. Watch me blow this training ground away with one move. Idiot. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at him coldly, with his hands in his pockets, looking very cool. It's just destroying a street. My Chidori sharp lance can do that. If you are complacent to this extent, you will never catch up with that man. Sakura looked at the two people arguing and sighed helplessly, but a fire of unwillingness to admit defeat was also ignited in her heart. Street level? I'm going to work hard on that too. On the other side, Niji opened his Byakugan, as if trying to see through the starry sky. This world is so vast, my eyes can only see the tip of the iceberg. Xiao Li had already assumed training posture, sweat pouring down his face. This is youth. In order to reach the explosive street level, today's training volume will be tripled. If you can't do it, walk upside down around Konoha 500 times. The world of fruit special attacks. Huaguo Mountain, Water Curtain Cave. Wow! Street class. Sounds so cool. Lu Ziokuo bit the apple, his eyes full of little stars. Does it mean blowing up all the houses on the street? How many shells would that take? Vulgar. Pineapple blowing snow shook his golden bangs and struck a pose that he thought looked very handsome. A truly strong person relies on charm. My handsomeness is truly street blasting and can charm all the girls on the street. I smile at the sky with my sword in hand, my loyalty and courage will remain in Kunlun Mountains. Cheng Liuxiang drew out his holy sword with a righteous look on his face. If this kind of power is used for the right way, it can save the people. If it is used for the wrong way, it will bring disaster to the people. We, the Fruity Robo Force, must use this power to protect our beautiful home. He he he. The little Guoding in the corner let out a laugh that was unique to villains. Street level? Interesting. Once my invincible mecha is built, destroying a street or even a city will be a piece of cake. By then, the entire fruit world will surrender to me. Perfect world. Shiken, under the willow trees. Street level? That's it. Shi Hao curled his lips, looking disdainful. When I was still breastfeeding, if I lifted the 10,000 Jin cauldron at the entrance of the village and smashed it down, it would have made a hole in the whole street, right? This list is too good. The person ranked 24th has only this much ability. It's boring. The little tower swung above his head. Don't aim too high, kid. The street you're talking about is a dirt road like this one in Chicken. The street on the list might be paved with divine gold and immortal iron, with great magical power. If you smash it now, your teeth will fall out. The branches of the willow tree sway gently, and the sound is ethereal and distant. This is the beginning of a measurement system. Street blasting is just one of the smallest units to measure power. Above that, there are also destroyed cities, annihilated nations, sunken lands, shattered stars, and even shattered realms. You still have a long way to go. On the other side, the virtual world. Shi Yi, a man with double pupils, sat cross-legged in the void, looking at the ranking. In his eyes, the sun and the moon rose and fell, and the stars disappeared. Street level, ridiculous starting point. My double pupils are born with the ability to see through the origin and evolve all things. Destructive power is only the most superficial application of power. This list would be meaningless without my name on it. The world of Fox Spirit Matchmaker. Tishin. Bang. Tishin Yaya slapped the stone table in front of her and broke it, and a cold air filled the air. What the hell? Street level? Only ranked 24th. When I'm in a bad mood, a sneeze can freeze an entire street. Who made this list? Come out. I'll beat him up to the level of a street thief. Sister, calm down. Calm down. Tu Shenrong narrowed her eyes and brought a cup of fresh tea with a smile. This list may have its own judging criteria. However, the term street level is quite interesting. It can be used to assess the level of property damage in Tishan. Her little abacus was clacking. Tishan Honghong stood under the bitter love tree and glanced at the sky indifferently with her golden eyes. She didn't say anything, but the air around her became heavier. For her, discussing this level is meaningless. Sister Honghong, this street level explosion, isn't it amazing? Tishan Susu tilted her little head and asked in a cute way. Susu also needs to become stronger and protect Taoist brother. Dongfang Yuechu, who was not far away, was secretly eating snacks while muttering to himself. Blast the street? If Sister Fairy gives it a slap, it will be a mountain blasting level. I'm afraid this list will blow out some of the antiques. The world of Rainbow Cat, Blue Rabbit, and the Seven Heroes. Benli Villa. Street level. Good job. De Ben was holding his Benli sword, with a look of amazement on his face. What a huge strength this must have. It's even stronger than my old cow. Niu Xianfeng next to him nodded repeatedly. Rainbow Cat's eyes were solemn. This level of martial arts power is beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists. If it is controlled by someone with evil intentions, it will surely cause a catastrophe in the martial arts world. Lantu nodded, sounding concerned. Yes, if the Black Heart Tiger possesses this kind of power, the people of the world will be in danger. Demonic cult. He Xiaohu clenched his fists tightly, with reluctance and desire in his eyes. Street level. If I can reach this level, I will be able to accomplish great things. Rainbow Cat. Seven swords combined. When the time comes, everything will be a joke in front of absolute power. Zhu Wujia, who was standing by, came over with a shameless face. Young master, you have unparalleled magical power. It will be just around the corner for you to reach the street level. When the time comes, I will lead the horse for you. The world of Huxia Paladin. The top of Mount Shu. Wow! Flying with a sword is already cool, but this street level sounds even cooler. Li Xiaoao sat on the flying sword and shouted excitedly to the drunken swordsman. Old drunkard, do you have a move in your Shushan sword controlling technique that can blow up the streets? Teach me. The drunken swordsman took a big sip of wine and burped. Verb. Brat, you're too small-minded. The true way of swordsmanship is the sword in the heart, the way of protection. But, when I was young, I could flatten a mountain with just one Dionysus curse. In the Saint Ant Temple. Anu looked at the sky and asked innocently. Tang Yu Xiaobao, what does explosive street mean? Does it mean that you can conjure up a lot of delicious candy figures? Tang Yu Xiaobao explained with a helpless look, but he was thinking in his heart. The power that can destroy an entire street, it would be great if we could use it to protect the people of Nanzhao. The top of the demon locking tower. Sword Saint Duguyun sat cross-legged, as calm as an ancient well. Force can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. The essence of street blasting is no different from an ant trying to shake a tree or a bird trying to escape from the forest. We are all just a speck of dust under the great avenue of heaven and earth. The world of zombie brothers. H City. Street level. Bai Xiafei chopped down a rotten corpse that pounced on him with a knife and wiped the blood off his face. Isn't this just a more powerful special sense? The fat man who breathes fire can burn down an entire street with one breath of fire. If this is ranked 24th, where would that corpse king guy be ranked? He should be one of the top 3, right? The little deer hid behind and whispered. Brother Xiafei, this list feels so dangerous. Hey Xiafei snorted coldly, shook his spear, and strung a row of corpses together like a candied hawse. It's just the wailing of the weak. Who cares about the list? Anyone who stands in my way will be killed. Deep in the center of the earth, an expression of extreme contempt appeared on the face of the corpse king Long Yu. He was not even bothered to pay attention to this so-called list. Exploding the streets? He. A group of bugs that can't even free themselves from the planet are gloating over their pitiful destructive power. What a stupid and pathetic creature. When I rule the world, you will understand what true power is. The world of bad people. The valley where soldiers are hidden. Street level? Interesting. Yuan Tiangang stood on the edge of the cliff with his hands behind his back, and no emotion could be heard from the voice beneath the mask. Is the level above the great heavenly stage the so-called street explosion level? This list may provide some new variables for my 300 years of planning. He looked at Li Xingyan with a meaningful look in his eyes. Brother, will this list also include bad leader? Lu Lingxuan was a little curious. Zhang Zifan analyzed while waving his fan. It's hard to say. The marshal's strength is unfathomable, but blasting the streets doesn't seem to be what he wants. Li Xingyan yawned, looking nonchalant. Who cares what level he is, just don't bother me. I just want to find a place with Rugzhu and live a peaceful life. Ji Rugzhu glanced at him without saying anything, but there was a hint of vigilance in her eyes. The emergence of this list indicates that the world will become more chaotic. Fantasy Sound Studio. Queen Qi sat on the throne with her phoenix eyes slightly narrowed. Street level. I can use my illusion sound technique with all my strength, maybe you can give it a try. However, there are many powerful people in this world. It seems that I still need to make further progress. Chapter 9. Star Dome Railway World. Star Train, Observation Car. Wow! Look! The battle power rankings of all realms. Sanyuki excitedly held up his camera and took pictures non-stop. Number 24, Street Level. It sounds so impressive. She poked Danhun next to her. Hey, Grim Dragon, can you blow up the streets? Danhun didn't even raise his eyelids. I only poked through the core. Tisk, boring. March 7th turned to the trailblazers again. Pioneer, what about you? Can you smash up the main street of the borough of Belloberg with your baseball bat? The trailblazer touched his chin, gestured, and then shook his head seriously. You will lose a lot of money. Mr. Walter Yang pushed up his glasses and said in a deep voice. It's a visual representation of the energy level. Being able to instantly release enough energy to destroy a large city block has already touched the edge of the power of the star god, although it is still far away. This gives us a preliminary understanding of the military power levels of other civilizations in the universe. Gzi held the coffee, took a sip, and smiled with her red lips. Haha, what an interesting list. I wonder if our nameless guest has a chance to make the list. Her eyes swept over everyone, full of anticipation. Above the sky, the golden light curtain changed again. The vast and majestic voice, without any emotion, resounds in the hearts of every living being in every world. The ranking of the battle power of all realms, the rating standard is announced. No. 24, street level hit. Explanation: the core of this level lies in the absolute physical destruction capability of the urban unit street. With one strike, a street several hundred meters long can be reduced to complete ruins. Multi-story buildings collapsed like building blocks, solid roads shattered like spider webs, and steel vehicles and street lights were blown away, torn apart, and turned into dust. If it attacks with energy, the shock wave or energy field is enough to sweep across an entire block, turning everything along the way into scorched earth or debris. This is the power of the explosive street. This is the beginning of the list. As soon as the words fell, the whole universe fell into a brief silence. Then, the boiling became even more intense. The world of Lolo's adventures. Motorcyclists, city of energy. Destroy a street? Destroy a street. The Human Torch carried his great sword, the engine roaring. It sounds like my Thunder Half Moon / can do the same. Boss, don't be impulsive. The Vanguard analyzed calmly. The list says easily destroyed, which means this is just their regular attack method, not our ultimate move that we have to fight with all our strength. Tornado flapped its wings, suspended in the air, with its usual pride in its tone. Humph, my shocking wave kill has more power than just one street. That's right. Li Bassian echoed in a muffled voice. My Titan meteorite pendant, it won't be bad if it falls down. The supersonic figure left a trail of afterimage in the air, and the sound was erratic. But, we all use combined combat techniques to unleash power beyond our limits. This list calculates individual combat power. It seems that the universe is much larger than we can imagine. The Human Torch was silent, and he tightened his grip on the sword. This list made him feel unprecedented pressure. Boonie Bear's world. Guxiangling, Bald Jiang's cabin. Bald Jiang was holding a telescope, staring at the golden list in the sky in amazement. Oh my god! Destroy an entire street with just one move. The scene of himself driving a logging truck and being chased all over the mountain by Big Bear and Little Bear suddenly appeared in his mind. If I had this ability, let alone cutting down trees, I would just flatten the entire Bear Ridge. Boss Li's salary? What kind of salary do I want? I can be my own boss. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and his saliva was almost watering. Brother Chiang, Brother Chiang. What is street explosion? Xiang Er's silly voice sounded outside the door. Isn't it delicious, just like popcorn? Big Bear slapped Little Bear on the back of the head. Eat, 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 that's all you know how to do. It looked at the golden list in the sky, and a solemn expression appeared on the bear's face. This thing called list is very dangerous. If Bald Jiang had this power, what would happen? No, we have to quickly stockpile more food for the winter. Xiang Er rubbed his head, feeling aggrieved. Oh, then let's go pick some corn. The world of Doluo continent. Shrek Academy. Street level, measured by sheer destructive power. There was a gleam of rationality in Master Yu Xiaogong's eyes. He adjusted his glasses and began to analyze frantically. A pure attack-type soul master can achieve a similar effect by performing powerful soul skills after reaching the titled Doluo level. But this requires a lot of soul power consumption, and it may even be the 9th soul skill. But the list says it's easy to do. Daimyo Bai's evil eyes were filled with fighting spirit. In other words, for them, this kind of attack is as easy as our 1st and 2nd soul skills. Oh my god, how is this possible? Oscar was so shocked that he dropped the sausage in his hand. What level of monster is this? Ma Hongjun straightened his chest, and the phoenix flame flashed on his body. Hey, when it comes to destructive power, my phoenix flame is no slouch. Burn down a street. Give me enough time and soul power, and I can do it. Tang San's eyes were extremely deep. No, fatty, it's different. He slowly spread out his palms, as if holding an invisible hidden weapon. This is a qualitative difference in power. Our strength needs to be accumulated and guided by soul skills. But they can just move their hands and feet to cause the sky to collapse and the earth to split. This notice is telling us that there is a higher level than the divine realm. Xiao Wu snuggled up to Tang San and grabbed the corner of his clothes with some worry. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. The word myriad heavens and myriad worlds is too heavy. Naruto World. Konoha Village, Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was puffing on his pipe, and the air was filled with smoke. In the crystal ball, every word on the golden list in the sky is clearly reflected. Blast the streets. A Jonin level S-rank ninjutsu can indeed cause this kind of damage. But the cost is equally huge. Kakashi leaned against the wall, his hands in his pockets, and spoke lazily. Hokage-sama, the key lies in the word easy. This means that this is just their basic attack, not their ultimate. You can achieve the effect of our S-rank ninjutsu with a normal attack. This is no longer a battle of another dimension. Snort. A cold voice came from the shadows. Danzo walked out leaning on a cane, his one eye filled with grim coldness. That just proves my point, Hiruzen. Your soft policy will only make Konoha weak. See? There are so many powerful people outside this world. We must master a more powerful force, such as the Hashirama cells that I, the root, studied, such as a more perfect Jinkraki. Only absolute power can protect Konoha. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his pipe on the table. Your so-called protection will only bring more war and hatred. This list is a warning, not a tool for you to use to satisfy your ambitions. On the other side, on the training ground. Blast the street? Destroy the whole street with one move. Naruto sat down on the ground, pointing at the sky and yelling. Wow! That's amazing! Can my Raise Nan do that, too? Tisk, idiot! Uchiha Sasuke glanced at him coldly, and the Chidori condensed in his hand flashed with lightning. The magnitude of the destructive force doesn't mean anything at all. True strength lies in speed, skill, and the ability to accurately hit the enemy's vital points. Sakura looked at the two people arguing and sighed helplessly, but her heart was also shocked by the street-level description. Niji stood on the tree with his Byakugan open, as if he wanted to see through the essence of the golden list. My Bagua 64 palms is aimed at acupuncture and meridian cutting, which is a completely different path from this kind of pure destruction. But, this kind of power is indeed desirable. Xiao Li was already ignited. He assumed a fighting stance and punched the air. This is youth. This is the power that a strong person should possess. Kakashi-sensei. I want to train you 200 times more. The world of fruit special attacks. Flower Fruit Mountain, Water Curtain Cave. Wow! Street class. It sounds so impressive. Lu Xiaoqiu rolled on the ground happily. Does that mean turning an entire street into bananas, pineapples, and peaches? You idiot! You're destroying the streets! Pineapple Blowing Snow took his sword and swung it in a showy manner. Back then, my Pineapple Blowing Snow's Aguachi missile was extremely powerful. A mere street is no problem. Cheng Liuxiang folded her hands calmly. No, Pineapple Blowing Snow, our fruity robot also needs to consume a huge amount of energy. The strong men on this list are probably able to do all this with their own bodies. Shang Guanzai and Luoshi stood together, their faces full of worry. If our enemies also possess this kind of power. In a dark corner not far away, Xiao Qiuting pushed his small glasses, and a calculating light reflected on the lenses. Breaking the street? Interesting. It seems that my grand plan to unify the three jelly realms needs a small upgrade. Perhaps, I should study how to make my invincible butt skill reach this level. Perfect world. Ishimura. The little guy Shihao was squatting at the entrance of the village, gnawing on a huge beast leg, his mouth full of oil. He looked up at the golden list in the sky, then lowered his head and continued to chew. Street blast? What the hell? It's just a street being destroyed. Why is it worthy of being on the list? When I get angry, I move a mountain and smash people down for fun. Isn't that much more powerful than this? Under the willow tree next to him, the branches of the willow god swayed gently, and its divine light was dim. It did not cause even the slightest ripple due to this so-called list. In her eyes, this level of power is no different from an ant trying to shake a tree. Tisk, a bunch of mortals who have never seen the world. A small tower inside Shihao's body made a disdainful sound. It's really hilarious. Thinking back to the past, this master, ahem, anyway, this kind of small fight is worthy of being called a battle ranking list. Another direction, Bushan Pavilion. Shi Yi sat cross-legged, and as his pupils opened and closed, he saw the sun, moon, and stars disappearing. He looked at the gold list with calm eyes. Using pure destructive power as the initial criterion. It's simple and straightforward. However, this so-called street explosion is a little too weak. I wonder what the end of this list will be like. Fire Country Homeland. Huo Linger looked at the sky curiously, her big eyes blinking. Wow, you can make the list by destroying a street. Shihao can definitely do it. Meanwhile, on another ancient piece of land, Yun Xi was also watching all this silently, his mind drifting far away. The world of Fox Spirit Matchmaker. Tishan. Tishan Honghong sat on a huge rock with an expressionless face. For her, nothing about street style can arouse any interest at all. Her power has far surpassed this scope. Sister, look! It's so hot! Tishan Yi ran over excitedly, carrying a huge wine gourd. It sounds amazing. But, I feel like I can do it, too. With my absolute zero domain, wouldn't it be easy to freeze an entire street? She looked very proud. Tishan Rongrong squinted her eyes and smiled like a little fox. Sister Yaya, the list says destruction, not control. Besides, this is only the 24th one, which means there are more terrifying ones to come. Now, the world is about to become interesting. Dongfang Yuecha squatted on the side, chewing a candied haws, and spoke vaguely. Destroy an entire street? How much compensation will that cost? Sister Yaoxian, next time we fight, we have to stay away from the town, otherwise our Tishan purse will be in trouble. Tishan Honghong finally reacted. She glanced at Dongfang Yuechuo and spoke lightly. Shut up! In the corner, Tishan Susu was holding a bag of snacks and tilting her little head. Explode the street? Brother Taoist, aren't there a lot of delicious food on the street? Why do you want to explode it? What a waste! The world of Rainbow Cat, Blue Rabbit and the Seven Heroes. Benli Villa. Exploding street. This. What kind of terrifying martial arts is this? Deben looked at the sky and was so shocked that he almost dropped the jar of wine in his hand. Tiao Tiao hung upside down on the beam with a serious tone. This is no longer a martial art, this is a magic technique, or a demonic skill. Rainbow Cat held the Chonghong sword in his hand, and the sword body hummed, as if it also felt the pressure from the heavens. If this power is used in the right way, it can open up mountains and build roads, benefiting the people. Lantis stood beside him, her eyes full of worry. But if someone with bad intentions gets it, it will cause great suffering to all people. The headquarters of the evil cult. Ha 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 ha. Street level. What a street level level. Zhu Wuji rubbed his hands excitedly, his face full of greed. If I had this ability, would I still need to look at the leader's face? I would beat each of the 7 heroes into pulp. Niu Xianfeng echoed from the side. That's right. By then, the entire martial arts world will belong to us. On another mountain peak, He Xiaohu stood with his hands behind his back, his black hair fluttering. He looked at the gold list, his eyes burning with ambition and desire. The streets are busting. This is real power. Is this the realm that father is pursuing and that can be achieved by combining the 7 swords? No. I want to be stronger than this. Only with unrivaled power can I get everything I want. The world of Huxia Paladin. The top of Mount Shu. The drunken swordsman Mo Yuxi lay on the gourd, took a big sip of wine and burped. Hey, street level? That sounds impressive. If you practice sword control to the extreme, it won't be difficult to split a mountain, stop a river, or destroy a small street with one strike of the sword. However, to be on this list, there must be something unique about it. At one side, Sword Saint Duguyun sat cross-legged, as calm as a still pond. If power is not controlled by the heart of Tao, what is the difference between it and a beast? Destroying the heavens and the earth is but a passing cloud. Only by understanding the laws of nature can one achieve eternity. For cultivators like me, this list is a mirror, not a path. Yuhang Town. Li Xiaoao and Zhao Linger were strolling in the market. Wow! Linger, look! There are words in the sky. Li Xiaoao pointed at the sky with a look of surprise. When he saw the words clearly, he smacked his lips. Street level? So violent! Who is this loser? He doesn't want to pay for the damage. Zhao Linger raised her little face, with compassion in her clear eyes. One street, how many people will be homeless? Chapter 10. Blast the street. These 2 words seem to contain some kind of magic and are more visually impactful than the previous explosive level. Streets are the veins of a town, a collection of homes and shops on which countless people depend for their survival. The explosion of a street means that the destructive force has spread from the inside of a single building to the vast outdoor public area. The impact range expands linearly or even on a surface. The golden words continued to emerge, explaining this level. Street explosion level, the power is enough to destroy an entire busy street in an instant, and its destructive power is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Representative figure, the world under one person, the old Taoist priest of Longhu Mountain, Zhang's Highway. Representative characters, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure World, Star Platinum, Jotaro Kyujo. Representative figure, the strongest sorcerer in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, Gojo Satoru. Representative figure, fights break sphere world, Dan King, Guhi, fighting King Realm. The scene began to change, and all living beings in the heavens and worlds were once again attracted by the golden list above the sky. The world of Lolo's adventures. City of snow and wind. The human torch crossed his arms across his chest, the outline of his motorcycle form looming behind him. He looked at the words in the sky, and the engine seemed to be making a low roar. Street level. Can I use my Thunder Half Moon Slash at full power to do this? His tone was full of fighting spirit, as if he had found a new target to challenge. The pioneer at the side pushed his non-existent glasses and analyzed calmly. It's not just a matter of pure destructive power. Destroying a street instead of raising a city means the user has extremely precise control over the power. Our attacks are often large-scale and wide-ranging, aiming to cause the greatest possible damage, but this kind of street-level attack is more like a precise surgical strike. Tornado leaned against the city wall with a confident smile on his face. Interesting. If we just want to destroy the buildings on one street, our combined attack skill Flowing Shadow Lightning Flash may be able to barely reach this threshold. But looking at the names on the gold list, I'm afraid things are not that simple. Li Bassian spoke in a muffled voice, his voice like thunder. If I can find the right spot with my Taishan Yating, I can smash the whole street from the beginning to the end. The supersonic figure left a residual image at the original place and appeared on the other side in an instant. Speed is power. When my speed exceeds the limit, the shock wave generated by the collision may also have the effect of exploding the street. I really want to compete with these guys on the list in speed. Boonie Bear's World. Bear Ridge. In front of Bald Jiang's wooden house. Street level. Bald Jiang looked at the sky, and the chainsaw in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, hitting his foot. Ouch! He jumped around in place holding his feet, but his eyes were fixed on the sky with shock and ecstasy written all over his face. Oh my god! What kind of powerful weapon is this? If Boss Li could equip me with this kind of equipment, why would I need to cut down trees? I fired directly at the tree holes of Big Bear and Little Bear, and with a bang, the whole mountain was clear. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, as if he had already seen himself getting promoted and getting a raise, becoming a CEO, marrying a beautiful, wealthy woman, and reaching the peak of his life. By then, my salary will increase tenfold. And I'll get a huge year-end bonus. Ha ha ha. Behind a tree not far away, Big Bear poked his head out with a frown on his face. Guangtiao Yujiang is daydreaming again. This power is too terrifying. If it really appears in the forest, our home will be destroyed. His tone was heavy, full of worry about the forest. Xiang Er held a newly dug beehive, licked a mouthful of honey, and asked vaguely. Xiang De, what is street explosion? Is it a delicious candy? Is it sweeter than my honey? I want to try it. Xiang De patted his head helplessly. You only know how to eat. The world of Doluo continent. Shrek Academy. Breaking the street. Master Yu Xiaogang adjusted his black-framed glasses, the lenses reflecting the light of the golden list in the sky. The Dowang from the Do Po Kengkaiang world was mentioned on the gold list. According to the previous comparison, Dowang is roughly equivalent to Soul King in our world, or even a Soul Emperor. If a Soul Emperor releases his martial soul body without regard for the consequences and strikes with all his strength, he does have the power to destroy an entire street. The ratings on this gold list are of extremely high reference value. It provides us with a cross-world strength reference system. Tang San stood aside, his purple demon pupil moving, as if he was trying to see through the secret behind the golden list. Destroy a street with precision. Among my Tang sect hidden weapons, once the Buddha's Wrath Lotus explodes, its power far exceeds that of the street explosion, but it is an indiscriminate range attack. To achieve such precision, one needs to use soul power to an incredible level. His fingers unconsciously stroked the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, his mind rapidly deducing various possibilities. Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands, looking excited. Blast the streets! It sounds exciting. If my evil fire phoenix is at full power and its martial spirit is revealed, it can set half the city on fire, not to mention the entire street. Ha ha ha, let's see who dares to mess with me, fatty. Daimyo Bai folded his arms, his expression grim. Violence cannot solve all problems. But if you don't have enough power, you don't even have the qualifications to stand in front of the other party and reason with them. We have to get stronger. Xiao Wu grabbed the corner of Tang San's clothes with some fear. Brother, how many people live on that street? What should they do? Her eyes were full of kindness and compassion. Ning Rong Rong also muttered softly. Although our 7 treasures glazed tile sect is rich, we can't afford to pay for an entire street. If a fight breaks out, it will be a real loss. Oscar stroked his mustache, looking relieved. It's okay, I'm just a food-type soul master. My responsibility is to provide everyone with the big sausages that can restore their appetite and the small sausages that can detoxify them. Fighting and killing is totally incompatible with my handsome image. Naruto World. Konoha Village. On the training ground, Class 7 had just finished a sparring match. Street level. Uzumaki Naruto sat down on the ground, looked up at the sky, his eyes as big as copper bells. Wow! That's amazing! What kind of ninjutsu is this? My raise nan can penetrate a tree, but it's still far from enough to blow up a street. No. I must develop a new technique that is more powerful than the raise nan and surpass this explosive level. He jumped up suddenly, full of energy. Uchiha Sasuke stood aside with a gloomy face. He clenched his fists tightly, and the ominous curse mark on his arm seemed to hurt slightly. The streets are busting. Is this the real power? My Chidori is designed for ultimate penetration and speed, but its attack range is a major flaw. This is the kind of power I need, power that is enough to destroy everything. Only in this way can I kill that man. In his eyes, the 3 Magatama Sharingan slowly turned, filled with the flame of revenge. Harano Sakura looked at her 2 companions, her heart filled with worry. Naruto. Sasuke-kun. Do we really need to pursue this destructive power? Kakashi leaned against a tree, lazily flipping through the intimate paradise in his hand without even raising his eyelids. Well, young man, don't get so excited. The old Taoist priest of Mount Longhu, Gojo Satoru. Just by hearing the name, you can tell that he is an old man and a handsome guy who is not easy to mess with. Be content and practice well, that's the right way. Although he spoke lightly, there was a solemn look in his exposed eye. Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was puffing on his pipe, and the air was filled with smoke. Street level. He looked at the bustling streets of Konoha outside the window with deep eyes. The power of my Shiki Fusion and Madara's Tenkai Shock Star are far above this level. But what the gold list shows is a benchmark of individual strength. The strength of a village cannot rely on the strength of just 1 or 2 people. The inheritance of the will of fire is the foundation of Konoha's survival. In a dark corner, Danzo Shimura was leaning on a crutch, with a twisted mouth under his bandaged right eye. Sarutobi, you're still so naive. One's ultimate military power is the source of all deterrence. A ninja who can blast the streets at will is a walking tailed beast. A strategic weapon that can overturn the tide of battle. Konoha needs this power. And I will control this power for Konoha at all costs. His voice was hoarse and crazy, full of desire for power and ambition. The world of fruit special attacks. Flower Fruit Mountain. Oh my god! Street level. Lu Ziokuo pointed to the sky, his mouth wide open enough to fit an apple. That sounds so impressive. Just like my Aguachi missile. Orange leaves fragrance, pineapple blows snow, can our fruity mecha fusion also blow up the whole street? Cheng Liuxiang looked serious and pushed the hat on his head. Lu Ziokuo. Our mission as Fruity Rabo is to protect the Flower Fruit Mountain and the 3 Jelly Musketeers. Not to sabotage. This power is too dangerous and must not be abused. Pineapple blowing snow coquettishly shook his golden bangs and took out a small mirror to look at himself. As the saying goes, those who love fruit, people always love them, those who explode on the street, people always fear them. A charming man like me should use love and justice to influence his enemies, not violence. Of course, if the enemy doesn't listen, then we can only use a little bit. In a cave not far away, Xiao Qiuting adjusted his doctoral mirror with wisdom and conspiracy, flashing in his eyes. Stupid! It's really stupid. This is the real power. Stratagems require absolute strength to back them up. If I, Dongfang Kaiubai, possessed this kind of street-level strength, would I need to play tricks with you idiots? With one move, I will raise you, your mechas, and the entire flower fruit mountain to the ground. His laughter echoed in the cave, sounding particularly eerie. Perfect world. Ishimura. Street level? That's it. Shi Hao was holding a golden roasted beast leg and eating it with relish. Upon hearing this, he raised his head to glance at the sky and curled his lips in a nonchalant manner. Destroying a shabby street is also worthy of being on the list. When Uncle Meng at the head of the village got drunk, he was able to push the village's stone mill across the street. Does that count as street level? This gold list has never seen the world. Under the willow tree at the entrance of the village, the willow branches sway gently, and the green buds exude soft vitality. Her ethereal voice sounded in Shi Hao's heart. There are countless great ways, but to an ant, turning the world upside down is a miracle. For Kunpeng, swallowing the sun and the moon is common. Different realms, different perspectives, no need to care. Practice meditation, your future will be much more than this. The 5-story tower hanging in Shi Hao's hair shook and made a disdainful sound. Tisk, it's so boring. I thought you were going to list some immortal kings and immortal kings, but this is all. When you can burst a star with one finger, come back and get on the list. When you take inventory of the immortal king level weapons, remember to wake me up. Huo Linger sat aside and gave Shi Hao a blank look. Stop bragging, little brat. Wait until you can punch through the ancient sacred mountain before you make sarcastic remarks. And on the distant ruins of Bushan Pavilion, a young man stood alone. In his pupils, the sun, moon, stars rose and fell, and the energy of chaos was created. Shi Yi looked at the golden list in the sky with an indifferent expression. Street level. Is this the limit of power for ordinary creatures? Interesting. The purpose of the person behind this gold list is probably not simple, as the scale of power is so detailed. However, my double pupils can see through the origin of the world and understand the origin of all things. A mere street blast is only the most superficial use of strength. My path is above the 9 heavens. The world of zombie brothers. The city of H is in ruins. Bai Xiafei drove a modified jeep, struggling to make his way through the debris-filled streets. He looked up and saw the words in the sky, and slammed on the brakes. Holy crap! Street explosion! He wiped the dust off his face and shouted in shock. Isn't this just an oversized remote-controlled bomb? If we have such a tough guy in our team, when there's a zombie wave, we can just let him stand on a high ground and shoot at them. It will be much easier to clean up. It's like a scavenger in the sea of corpses. Xiao Yi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked a little pale. Xiao Fei, this kind of power is too terrifying. The little deer in the back seat, holding his bow, also whispered. Yet, brother Xiafei, with such a big commotion, will it attract more powerful monsters from underground? Hey Xiafei leaned against the car window, his voice cold. Power itself is neither right nor wrong. Being able to kill all those disgusting things is a good power. And deep in the city, the corpse king Long Yu sat on his throne made of flesh, blood, and bones, looking at the sky with interest. Street explosive, hee hee. It's ridiculous how shallow the ant's understanding of power is. When I am awake, even if I sneeze, the storm I stir up will be more powerful than this. But his eyes fell on the names Gojo Satoru and Kyujo Jotaro. One seems to involve space, and the other seems to be related to time. Interesting. Perhaps, I can capture it and study it, and make it a new work of art on my path to immortality. The world of the bad guys. The valley where soldiers are hidden. Li Xingyun looked at the golden list in the sky and sighed helplessly. Hey, why is there a new trick? Exploding the streets. This requires a great master who is willing to exhaust all his internal energy to do this, right? Isn't this world chaotic enough? Zhang Zifen took a sip of wine, his eyes solemn. For ordinary heavenly ranks, destroying houses and breaking walls is already the limit. To raise an entire street to the ground and control the area, I'm afraid only a strong person who has reached the peak of the great heaven realm can do it. This golden list is like drawing a brand new path for all martial artists in the world, a path that leads to an inhuman realm. On a distant island, the evil commander Yuan Tiangang stood on the top of a cliff with his hands behind his back. The sea breeze blew his black cloak, but it could not blow away the eternal feeling of oppression on him. He looked at the golden list in the sky through the mask and sneered. Street explosion? It's ridiculous. I have 300 years of skills. I can overturn a city with one palm and stir up the wind and clouds with one thought. This list is nothing more than a frog in a well entertaining itself. His voice suddenly turned cold. Li Xingyun, if you want to rule the world and put an end to this chaotic world, the power you need will far exceed the imagination of this list. I'm just a street thug, not even worthy of carrying your shoes. Fantasy Sound Studio. Empress Shui Yunji sat on the throne with her phoenix eyes slightly narrowed. Breaking the street. If our Qi country can have 3 or 5 masters like this, why should we be afraid of that old villain Zhu Wen? Chapter 11. Star Dome Railway World. Star Train. Jitsi was holding a cup of freshly brewed coffee and leaning elegantly against the observation car window. Street-level explosion. It sounds like the aftermath of a casual attack by some star god commander. The criteria for judging this gold list seems to be based on a civilization with a relatively low level of technology and energy system. However, the few people who made the list are quite interesting. Walter Young pushed his glasses up, looking serious. Don't take this lightly, Heimko. On a planet without any core pollution, which relies purely on its own evolution to generate power, being able to reach this level has already stepped into the threshold of extraordinary. The one called Jotaro Kyujo, the description of him on the gold list is Star Platinum, which seems to be a system of abilities unknown to us. Maybe it's related to ether editing. Dan Heng was rapidly reviewing information in front of the think tank, with data streaming down the screen. There are no records of relevant civilizations or individuals in the think tank. Preliminary assessment shows that the destructive power of the street explosion level is higher than the conventional explosive weapons of the Earth Fire Organization of Baloberg, but far lower than the main gun power of the Black Tower Space Station's defense system. This is a precise, efficient, tactical level destructive force that is worth recording and analyzing. On March 7, I held up my cell phone and took a lot of pictures of the sky. Wow! Street blast! Sounds so cool! When my 6-phase ice is fully activated, it can freeze an entire street. Does that count as Ice Explosion Street? What do you think, Pioneer? The pioneer who was called out was holding the Starmarrow iron baseball bat and gesticulating. He strokes her chin thoughtfully. It's a big hit. I feel like with one ultimate move I can clear out the trash cans on a street. Rounding it off should be considered correct, right? Belloberg, Upper District. Silvermane Iron Guard Officer Jeppard looked up at the sky with a frown. If this kind of destructive power appeared in the administrative district, the consequences would be disastrous. We must report this to the Great Guardian immediately and classify it as a potential security threat of the highest level. We must also develop a corresponding emergency plan. And in the lower district, in the corner of Rivet Town, Sieter carried her sickle, leaned against the cold wall, with a defiant smile on her lips. Burst the streets? Humph, a bunch of guys who only know how to cause trouble. If you have this ability, why not go to the rift and kill a few more monsters? But her eyes were fixed on the name Gojo Satoru. This guy looks very strong. I really want to fight him. A fighting spirit rose in her eyes. The golden light curtain flowed, and the picture suddenly changed, exposing the classic battle of the old master showing his explosive fighting power. Under one person the heavenly master descends the mountain. The night on Xylan Gol grassland is as dark as ink. There was a suffocating feeling of oppression in the air. Dozens of top masters from Chuanxing, including one of the two heroes, Bone Scraper Xiaolayuking, all looked pale and sweated profusely. In front of them, an old man in a simple Taoist robe walked slowly towards them. He is the 65th Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master Temple in Longhu Mountain, Zhang's Highway. An old man who was supposed to be practicing in the mountains, now stepped into this land of killing with a rage that could burn everything in the world. Old Heavenly Master, you really want to fight to the death with me, Chuanxing, just for a bunch of trash. A Chuanxing demon roared fiercely but weakly, trying to shake the old man's mind with words. Zhang's Highway didn't even lift his eyelids. What answered him was an extremely bright golden light that appeared out of nowhere. Golden light spell. Buzz. Golden light shot up into the sky and condensed into substance, enveloping the old Taoist priest. The wind on the grassland stopped instantly. The golden light was no longer a simple defense. Under the old Taoist's will, it transformed into invisible giant hands and slammed the ground hard. Boom! 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 The ground cracked and the grass flew. Several Chuanxing masters lost their balance and were knocked to the ground by this huge force, looking miserable. Go! Kill him! He's alone! The head of Chuanxing, Gongqing, a young man wearing a mask, issued a sharp order. In an instant, dozens of chi blades, poisonous mists, and talismans blasted towards the old Taoist priest. Every strike is enough to break monuments and split rocks. However, these attacks hit the golden light curse and were like a drop in the ocean, failing to cause even a ripple. Is this the strength of the Heavenly Master? Xiaolayuking's pupils suddenly shrank, and the fear in his heart grew wildly. The old Taoist priest finally moved. He raised his hand, spread his 5 fingers, and a flash of lightning flashed in the palm of his hand. Thunder method. He uttered 2 words softly. Swish! A thick blue electric light, like a spear of divine punishment, instantly tore through the sky and accurately hit a Chuanxing master who was in the process of forming a seal. The man didn't even have time to scream before he turned into a pile of charcoal and fell down with smoke. Everyone was terrified by this scene. This is no longer a fight. This is a one-sided massacre. Run! Run! I don't know who was the first to collapse and run away. The remaining people seemed to have just woken up from a dream and fled in all directions like crazy. The old Taoist priest had an expressionless face. He took a step forward and his figure, like a ghost, instantly appeared in front of a fugitive. The man was horrified and was about to resist. The old Taoist priest just slapped out with one palm. It was an ordinary palm strike, but it carried an unmatched force. Bang! The man's chest caved in completely, and his body flew backwards like a broken sack. He was dead in mid-air. Monster! He's a monster! Everyone in Chuanxing completely collapsed. The methods they were so proud of seemed as fragile as a piece of paper in front of this old man. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Zhang's Highway! Stop it! The successor of the Tongtian Lu, old man Lu Jin, rushed over roaring, trying to stop them. The old Taoist priest didn't even look at him, but slapped him in the air with his backhand. Roll! One word contains boundless anger. The triple level of reverse life that Grandpa Lu Jin was so proud of was instantly shattered by this casual palm strike. He was like being hit by a speeding truck, spitting out blood. He was slammed dozens of meters away, fell to the ground, and lost consciousness. The whole place was dead silent. Even a top 10 leader like Lu Jin was knocked unconscious by a slap. What a terrifying level of cultivation! The old Taoist's gaze finally settled on the masked young man. Gong Qing. The culprit who killed his junior fellow apprentice Tianjin Zong. Gong Qing was trembling all over, he knew that he couldn't escape. Old Heavenly Master, I. Phew. A palm wrapped in golden light pierced his chest. The old Taoist priest leaned close to his ear, his voice was cold and emotionless. I have said before that I will make sure you die without a burial place. After saying that, he slowly pulled his hand away. The mask on Gong Qing's face slipped off, and he fell in a pool of blood with endless regret and fear. One man, in one night, slaughtered all the top fighters in the world and killed the acting leader. The Heavenly Master descends the mountain and shocks the entire world of extraordinary people. At the same time, it demonstrated explosive street-level combat power. The world of Lolo's adventures. Motorcyclists. Thunderbolt looked at the devastating thunder technique on the screen, and his engine was roaring. Thunder half-moon slash. No. This old man's thunder technique is much more powerful than my ultimate move. The Vanguard analyzed calmly. His energy output is extremely stable, and the range and accuracy are incredible. This is not a fight on the same level as ours. Tornado gasped. It's so scary. One person is an army. Boonie Bear's world. Guxiangling, Bald Jiang's home. Bald Jiang's eyes widened, and the axe in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Oh my god! If I had half the ability of this old man, would I still need to chop down trees? I will just use a palm thunder to get Boss Li's salary back. Big Xiang, Little Xiang, you two must call me Brother Chiang when you see me from now on. In the tree hole, Big Bear and Little Bear huddled together, shivering. Xiang Er whispered, Brother, this old man, is so fierce, even fiercer than Baldy Chiang. Xiang De swallowed and nodded solemnly. Xiang Er, remember, next time you see an old man in a Taoist robe, we should avoid him. Deluo World. Shrek Academy. Master Yu Xiaogang suddenly stood up from his chair, his eyes fanatical and confused. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He has no martial spirit. There is no sign of any spirit rings on his body. This kind of energy that erupts purely from the body, this kind of lightning, what kind of power system is this? My theory, all my theories have been overturned. Tang San pushed his purple demon pupil to its limit, staring intently at the old Taoist's every move. What a terrifying control! The golden light can not only defend, but also interfere with the opponent's actions. The thunder method is even more instantaneous. The power is comparable to some powerful soul skills. Ma Hongjun opened his mouth wide. Damn, this is too powerful, right? One player attacked a group of people and killed them all in 1 second? My evil fire phoenix is just a little chicken in front of him, right? Oscar muttered subconsciously. I have a big sausage. No, 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 if I give him a big recovery sausage, can he flatten the entire continent? Ning Rongrong's face turned pale. Can our 7 treasures glazed tile sex defense block his palm? Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other and saw deep shock in each other's eyes. This has exceeded their understanding of what a strong person is. Naruto World. Konoha Village, Hokage's office. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe. Amidst the smoke, his eyes became extremely solemn. This isn't chakra. This is a completely different kind of energy. The defensive power of that golden technique is probably higher than that of Gaara's absolute defense. That lightning technique is even more powerful and purer than Kakashi's Reikari. Danzo, who was standing next to him, had greed in his eyes. What a resolute old man! For the sake of his companions, he is willing to make the whole world his enemy. If this power can be used by Konoha, the unification of the ninja world will be just around the corner. Class 7. Naruto was stunned. Wow! This old man is so powerful. Even more powerful than Kakashi-sensei. Sakura covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. One person defeated all those seemingly strong enemies. Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, trying to copy the lightning technique, but found that he was unable to analyze its composition at all. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh. Damn, this kind of power, why? Why are there so many strong people in the world? The desire for power burned even more vigorously in his heart. Perfect world! Ishimura. Shihao opened his eyes wide and waved his fists excitedly. Wow! This old man is so fierce. So domineering. I like it. He sent the man flying with just one slap. He flew farther than I could have with my blood-moving realm strength. So cool. One of the willow god's branches swayed gently, making a soft sound. Although the laws of this world are not as good as those of the ancient immortals, they have also taken a pure path. Taking chi as the basis, it evolves all laws. It is quite interesting. The little tower swung above his head. It's not bad, it can be considered as moving mountains and filling the sea. But compared with me, it's still far behind. Not far away, Shi Yi's pupils opened and closed, and chaotic energy flowed. With the anger of one person, I am carrying out the punishment of heaven. This state of mind, this power. If he were my opponent, he would be a formidable foe. The world of Rainbow Cat, Blue Rabbit and the Seven Heroes. Ben Li Villa. De Ben looked at the thunder in the sky and touched his head in shock. Compared to his, my rolling stone is just like a child playing house. Tiao Tiao was hanging upside down on a tree, fanning himself. Awesome, awesome. The anger of this old man is louder than the thunder in the sky. Bamboo forest. He Xiaohu's eyes were complicated. For his junior brother, he was willing to slaughter his entire family. This kind of friendship. This kind of strength. If I were as strong as him, why would father have to be so cautious at every step? The world of Huxia Paladin. Shu Shan. The drunken swordsman took a big gulp of wine and laughed. It's so satisfying. It's so satisfying. This is what a cultivator should be like. Taking pleasure in revenge and killing people in anger. It's much better than a stubborn person like you. He said to the sword master next to him. The sword master was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, but his slightly trembling eyelashes revealed his inner unrest. The Tao is not about killing. But if the way of heaven is unfair, I will fight for the way of heaven. This old man's way is 100 times stronger than your ruthless way. The drunken swordsman sneered. Yuhang Town. Li Xiaoao's blood boiled as he watched. Wow! A god! This is the real sword god. No, this is the Taoist god. So cool. I want to learn this too. The world of zombie brothers. Bai Xiaofei hid behind the bunker and watched in astonishment. FK. This old man is so fierce. If he could teach me the golden light spell, why would I be afraid of the corpse king? I can just stand there and fight. Deep underground, the corpse king Long Yu saw this scene through the eyes of a sub-body and let out a low laugh. An interesting energy system. This human's genes are worthy of my collection. After devouring him, my magical power will surely reach a higher level. The world of bad people. Fantasy Sound Studio. Empress Shui Yunji's eyes widened. She was just excited about the street-level beauty, but now. This is no longer just a street explosion, this is, the annihilation of an entire family. I'm afraid his fighting power alone is enough to match the entire army of our Qi country. If Buliang Shui has this kind of strength. No, Buliang Shui probably also. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. The oppressive feeling brought by the old man made her feel suffocated even through the light curtain. Even though she was the empress, her palms were full of cold sweat at this moment. Chapter 12. Continue to expose the explosive street-level battle, JoJo World, Jotaro Kyujo vs Dio. A prosperous city full of exotic atmosphere, shrouded in night and flashing neon lights. Two figures confronted each other on the street. One was a tall boy wearing a school cap and with a stern face. The other one was a man with strange blonde hair and a devilish smile on his face. Where is this place? They're dressed so weirdly. Are we going to have a fight? These two guys look tough to deal with. The audiences from all over the world had not yet recovered from the old Taoists' thunder magic, and were attracted by this new scene. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure World. Cairo, Egypt. Jotaro Kujo pressed down the brim of his hat, his eyes as sharp as an eagle. Dio. Dio Brando on the opposite side opened his arms and laughed with great joy. Jojo. Your expression is like you saw something you don't want to see. But, for me, seeing your desperate face is so exciting. The world of Lolo's adventures. Motorcyclists. The Human Torch's engines roared. These two guys are so powerful. They seem even more dangerous than Tiger King and Wild Ape. The Vanguard analyzed calmly. The blonde one looks too evil. The other one looks like a bad boy, but his eyes are very straight. A tornado swirled in the air. Will their battle be a showdown of speed? Li Bassian said in a muffled voice. Who cares? We'll know when the fight starts. I hope the guy in the black hat wins. Supersonic was standing by, ready to record the data. Boonie Bear's World. Bear Ridge. Bald Jiang dropped the chainsaw in his hand and stared at the screen intently. My goodness, if these two start fighting in our forest, I won't be able to save my cabin. Xiang Er nibbled on the honey and spoke incoherently. Brother Chiang, the one with blonde hair has a scary smile. I don't like him. Big Xiang crossed his arms, looking serious. Xiang Er, don't underestimate them. These two people have a kind of dangerous aura that I can't describe. They are scarier than Boss Li. At this moment, Dio in the light curtain moved. He did not charge forward, nor did he make any hand seals. He simply laughed wildly and shouted a word. Smash Valudo. In an instant, the whole world lost its color and turned grey. The flowing air, the flashing neon lights, the panicked passers-by, everything stopped. Time has stopped. Dio floated up from the ground leisurely, looking down at the motionless Jotaro Kujo like a god. Time stops for me. In this world of 9 seconds, I am the only ruler. He grinned, and a figure emerged from behind him. It was a golden, muscular humanoid energy body. Big tree, big tree, big tree. The golden energy body waved its fists and smashed towards Jotaro like raindrops. This scene made all the heavens and the world completely speechless. Everyone's eyes widened and their minds went blank. Naruto World. Konoha Village. Naruto opened his mouth, pointed at the screen, and couldn't say a word for a long time. What is that? The world stopped. Sakura's face was filled with horror. It's not an illusion. Absolutely not. Everything around us has really stopped. Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, but he could see nothing. What kind of ninjutsu is this? No. This has already gone beyond the scope of ninjutsu. Kakashi's only eye was filled with solemnity. Stop time. This is a power that only gods can possess. Hokage's office. The pipe in the hand of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen fell to the ground. Unheard of. Unheard of. Root base. Danzo's bandaged eye seemed to be trying to see everything clearly through the gap. If I could possess this kind of power, the position of Hokage. Dolua World. Shrek Academy. The master stood up suddenly, and his glasses slid to the tip of his nose. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Time is the fundamental law of the world, how can it be controlled by one person? Tang San opened his purple demon pupil to its full potential, but could only see a still grey white. What a terrifying ability! In front of this ability, any spirit skills, any hidden weapons, are meaningless. Xiao Wu was so scared that she hid behind Tang San. Too shameless. How can I fight him? Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix martial spirit was somewhat unstable. FK. This golden retriever is too abnormal. Isn't he invincible? Oscar muttered to himself. My sausage. In the face of this kind of attack, recovering soul power is useless. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other and saw deep fear in each other's eyes. This was no longer a battle they could understand. Perfect world. Ishimura. Shihao's little face was tense. Time stopped? What kind of magic is this? It's even more outrageous than Kunpeng's magic. A branch of the willow god emitted a soft glow, enveloping everyone. It's not a magic. It's a power from another system that directly interferes with law and principle. The power of this blonde man has already touched the edge of Tao. The small tower above Shihao's head was shaking wildly. FK. This kid is really overdoing it. He even dares to mess with time. Isn't he afraid of being attacked by the avenue? Huo Linger and Yun Xi were both horrified. This strange way of attacking was beyond their imagination. Not far away, Shi Yi had chaotic energy in his pupils. He wanted to see through the essence of this ability, but found that everything was in vain. Using one's own heart to replace the will of heaven, forcing the world to stagnate. What a tyrannical law, what a tyrannical person. Just when everyone thought that Jotaro was doomed, something strange happened. In a still world, under Dio's violent attack. Behind Jotaro Kyujo, a purple humanoid energy body also appeared, Star Platinum. Ola. Star Platinum's fist accurately blocked the attack of the world. What? Dio's smile froze on his face. Why, can you move? Jotaro slowly raised his head, the shadow under the brim of his hat obscured his expression, but the extremely cold murderous intent penetrated the screen. I see, they are the same type of stands. Ola. Star Platinum's fist was extremely fast and powerful, and he punched out in one go. Snap! Dio's left hand bones were shattered on the spot. Time to resume flow. Dio screamed and stepped back, looking at his left hand in disbelief. The whole world was in an uproar in an instant. The world of Fox Spirit Matchmaker. Tishin. Tishin Yaya almost couldn't hold the wine gourd firmly. Holy crap! It can still move. This guy in the black hat is so awesome. Tishin Rongrong's squinting eyes opened a little. So, he can also move during stop time. In other words, they have the same ability. Now, it's hard to predict who will win. Tishin Hunghong's eyes were solemn. What pure physical strength! The power of a punch from that purple thing is probably not less than mine. Dongfang Yuecha was dancing with joy as she watched. Awesome! So cool! This is how men fight. A head-on fight. Whoever backs down is a dog. Susu held her head, her eyes full of little stars. Brother Taoist, that big purple brother is so awesome. The world of fruit special attacks. Flower Fruit Mountain. Cheng Liuxiang drew out his holy sword. Oh my god! Is this the world of the strong? I feel like my Tianhui Fixian is a joke in front of them. Pineapple blowing snow was fanning himself and sweating coldly. It's more than a joke, it's even worse than carrying my shoes. Aguachi missile? They just stopped time, how can you fly? Lu Ziokuo's face was full of admiration. Wow! This Jotaro is even cooler than my master. I want him to be my master. Villain camp. Xiao Qiuting pushed up his glasses. Interesting data, so interesting. If I can analyze this ability to stop time, my fruity Rabo will be invincible. The world of Huxia Paladin. Shu Shan. The drunken swordsman spat out a mouthful of wine. Good boy. That's powerful. I like it. No matter how fancy you are, I'll smash you to pieces with one punch. The sword master's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, shining with brilliance. This is neither Tao nor Dharma. This is a manifestation of will. Using one's own will to fight against the laws of the world. Yuhang Town. Li Xiaoao was stunned. This is harder than my aunt's iron pot. One punch broke all the bones. Zhao Linger said in a low voice. That blonde guy is so pitiful, but he seems to be a bad guy. Anu and Tang Yu Xiaobao were also shaken by what they saw. This way of fighting completely overturned their cognition. The world of zombie brothers. Bai Xiafei hid in the corner, his mouth wide open enough to fit a duck egg. Oh my god! A fight between gods. Is this something that mortals can watch? That purple thing, one punch is more powerful than a missile. The little deer next to him also had a dazed look on his face. Bai Xiafei, let's just fight the zombies honestly. Deep underground. The laughter of the corpse king Long Yu became more excited and greedy. That's right. That's it. This is the gene that is worth my research. Not only can it control time, but it also has this kind of pure and extreme destructive power. I want both of them. The world of bad people. Fantasy Sound Studio. Empress Shui Yunji stood up from her seat, her chest heaving violently. The same ability, these two people are both monsters. She was just shocked by the old Taoist's family annihilating fighting power, but now she found that her imagination was still too poor. This kind of power is beyond the reach of the military. Even for the bad commander, facing this monster that can stop time, what are his chances of winning? She didn't dare to think about it, nor could she think about it. The valley where soldiers are hidden. Yuan Tiangang took off the mask on his face, and his old face was filled with unprecedented seriousness. 300 years of skills are nothing but a joke in front of time. How many secrets are hidden in this world? Star Dome Railway World. Star Train. Sanyuki hugged Kyung and screamed softly. Danhan. Mr. Walter. Did you see that? He moved. He moved while time stopped. Danhang's expression couldn't remain calm either, he held Ji Yun tightly. Incredible. His power seems to have the same origin as the other party, but it is more condensed. Walter Yang pushed his glasses, and his eyes under the lenses were extremely deep. It's not the power of a star god, nor is it a star core. This is a miracle that comes from life itself. It materializes spiritual power and gives it the ability to interfere with the laws of reality. It's really a magnificent civilization. Jitsi held the coffee, her hands trembling slightly. If we look at it from a pioneering perspective, this civilization has found another way to the divine realm. Belloberg. Jeppard put his hand on the hilt of his sword, as if he were facing a powerful enemy. This kind of battle is no longer something that the city defense artillery can intervene in. Sieter's figure flickered in the shadows. So fast, that purple guy's punch is faster than my counterattack. In the light curtain, the battle continues. Dio discovered that throwing knives could be used as a means of long-range attack. He stopped time and suspended hundreds of throwing knives around Jotaro, ready to shoot him into a sieve the moment time resumed flowing. Jotaro used magnets to stick to his body, pretended to be dead and fell to the ground, thus deceiving Dio. Although Polnareff's sneak attack failed, it gave Jotaro a valuable opportunity. The final battle. The two faced off again in still time. Dio's The World and Jotaro's Star Platinum fought fiercely. Big tree, big tree, big tree, big tree, big tree. Ola 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 ola. The collision of fists was so fast that only the afterimages could be seen. The aftermath of the force caused cracks to appear on the surrounding static buildings. In the end, Jotaro's anger and power overwhelmed everything. Ola! A roar! Star Platinum's fist, containing 100 years of rage from the Joestar family, slammed heavily into the world. Snap! There was a sound like glass breaking. Dio's stand world began to crack from his fist, inch by inch, and finally shattered. Time resumed its flow. Impossible. My Dio. My world. Dio's body exploded as well, and turned into ashes under the rising sun. The battle is over. Jotaro Kyujo's stand is powerful, his combat wisdom is superb, and his mental strength is strong. These factors work together to allow Jotaro to show explosive combat power in the battle with Dio, and ultimately defeat Dio. Chapter 13. In the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, Gojo Satoru shows off his explosive fighting power. Gojo Satoru vs Fushiguro Shinobu. The picture slowly unfolds. It was a complex of modern-style buildings, and seemed to be some kind of school. The sky was gloomy, with depressing dark clouds covering the sky, and the air was filled with a dull feeling as if a storm was about to come. A man in casual clothes, with a hideous scar on the corner of his mouth, was carrying the body of a young girl, walking step by step in the deserted campus. His steps were steady, and each step seemed to be measured with a ruler, precise and cold. There was no energy fluctuation on his body, just like an ordinary mortal. But all the viewers, whether they were cultivators, martial artists, or people with special abilities, smelled an extremely dangerous aura from him. It was a pure ferocity that came from biological instinct. A world under one person. Mount Longhu. The old Taoist priest Zhang's highway narrowed his eyes slightly. This man doesn't have any trace of qi on him. But his body and every movement of his are completely natural, without any superfluousness. He is a top-notch taijutsu master, a pure killer. Feng Baobao nibbled the melon in her hand and tilted her head. He's very strong. Better than Zhang Hulan. Zhang Hulan said with a bitter face, Sister Baobao, do I need you to tell me this? The world of covering the sky. The ancient star Baidu, an ancient forbidden land. Ye Fan looked at the scarred man in the light curtain with a serious expression. Interesting physique. I haven't used any divine power, but it gives me the feeling that it can tear apart prehistoric beasts. Ji Ziyu hid behind Ye Fan and whispered, is he carrying a corpse? What a poor girl. Deep in the forbidden area, that peerless figure was staring quietly. The gaze of the ruthless emperor seemed to penetrate time and space and fell on the man named Fushiguro Shigeki. Giving up everything for pure power, an interesting deal. Jujutsu Kaisen World. Yuji Itadori stood up suddenly and pointed at the screen. This person. I remember him. At the exchange meeting. Kujisaki Nobara's face turned pale, he is carrying Tenon Toriko. Fushiguro Megami's body froze. His lips were pressed into a straight line, and his hands were clenched tightly at his sides, his knuckles turning white from excessive force. That man. It was his father, Fushiguro Shigejiro. Gojo Satoru took off his blindfold, and his 6 pale blue eyes quietly watched the past on the screen. His face no longer had the frivolity of the past, only an indescribable calmness remained. In the picture, a figure blocked Fushiguro Shigeru's way. White hair, black sunglasses, tall figure, this is exactly the young Gojo Satoru. Yo! The young Gojo Satoru greeted Shinji with a relaxed tone. Haven't seen you for a long time. Fushiguro Shigeki stopped and casually placed Tenriko's body on the ground. I thought you died at the hands of those cursed spirits. Gojo Satoru's eyes swept across the corpse on the ground, and the relief on his face disappeared in an instant. Where's Jay? I killed him. Shenner answered calmly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. In the prison gate. The world of death. Ichigo Kurosaki frowned, this guy has such a strong murderous aura. Dong Shiro crossed his arms and analyzed coldly, his spiritual pressure is almost zero, but his movements are amazingly fast. The white-haired boy named Gojo Satoru has a terrifyingly strong spiritual pressure, which is overwhelming. Aizen Sosuke pushed up his glasses, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Heaven and curse binding. Interesting. Using the innate curse power as a price, in exchange for superhuman physical performance. Cutting off the connection between oneself and the rules of the world, thus becoming a ghost that cannot be sensed by the ritual. What a perfect assassin! In the light curtain, the battle is about to break out. A terrifying energy wave burst out from Gojo Satoru's body. It was a technique called Kang. With him as the center, the space around him began to distort, and the powerful attraction was about to swallow everything. However, Fushiguro Shige's figure disappeared like a ghost. He completely ignored the gravity of Kang. It's useless. Shinner's voice suddenly appeared behind Gojo Satoru. I can see you're no bottom line. Gojo Satoru suddenly turned around, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Puff! A strangely shaped cursed weapon penetrated the no-bottom-line barrier in front of Gojo Satoru without any hindrance and stabbed into his neck fiercely. Blood gushed out. What? At this moment, countless powerful people in all the heavens and worlds lost their voices at the same time. The world of the return of the Condor heroes. Guojing was horrified. How is this possible? He clearly has a protective aura in front of him. Huangrong's expression also changed. That weapon is weird. It can actually ignore his defense. King Jinluan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he stared at the Tian'en bow in Chen Er's hand. A magical weapon. That is definitely a magical weapon. Inuyasha's world. Inuyasha's nose twitched wildly. Such a strong smell of blood. Is that white-haired boy going to die? Shimera looked at him indifferently, but there was a hint of fluctuation in his eyes. I was approached, stupid. Naraku's incarnation Kagura looked at Shinner's movements with longing in his eyes. Such a fast speed. It's totally impossible to catch. Dragon Ball World. Vegeta made a tisk sound, his face full of disdain. What do you mean he's the strongest? He was easily ambushed by someone. What a loser! Piccolo's expression was extremely serious. No. The assassin's speed and timing were perfect. Moreover, his weapon was very strange. The young man named Gojo Satoru fell into his rhythm from the beginning. In the light curtain, Gojo Satoru's body was shaking. A large amount of blood gushed out from his neck, chest, and abdomen. Fushiguro Shigeru used countless weapons to pierce his body with holes before he could react. It's over, the strongest. Shinji drew out the last blade and looked at Gojo Satoru lying in a pool of blood with a cold tone. After all, you are just a lucky kid who was born into the Gozan family. He picked up Tenriko's body and walked away. Jujutsu Kaisen World. Teacher Gojo. Yuji and Kujisaki exclaimed at the same time. Fushiguro Megami's face was as pale as paper. He looked at the seriously injured and dying man on the screen, then looked at the coldly departing back, and a huge wave of emotions rose in his heart. Is this his father? A monster that killed the teacher's companions and almost killed the teacher himself. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, a sudden change occurs. Gojo Satoru, who was lying in a pool of blood, moved his fingers slightly. In his mind, countless pieces of information were flashing wildly. The core of cursed power. Forward and reverse. Negative energy and positive energy. So that's how it is. Reversal of the technique. It turns out to be so simple. He felt that he had touched the truth of the world. An unprecedented sense of omnipotence filled his every limb. He slowly stood up from the pool of blood. The fatal wounds on the neck and body are healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Heaven and earth. His voice, calm yet arrogant, resounded throughout the world. I am the only one. At that moment, Fushiguro Shigeru, who was about to leave, suddenly turned back. He saw the most incredible scene in his life. The boy who was supposed to be dead was standing there intact. On his face, there was a transcendent, almost godlike smile. The feeling of oppression emanating from him was no longer the simple one from before, but a brand new power, that made the world tremble. Reversal of the technique. Gojo Satoru raised a finger and pointed it at Fushiguro Shinobu in the distance. At the fingertips, a dazzling red ball of light is rapidly condensing. Boom! An indescribable huge explosion occurred. A red torrent of energy erupted like a solar flare. That was not attraction, but pure repulsion to the extreme. It was an explosion. Fushiguro Shigeki was instantly hit by this force, and the whole person was blown away like a kite with a broken string, smashing countless walls and embedding deeply into the ruins of the building. Super beasts armed the world. Huo Linfei was stunned. Holy crap! What's going on? Resurrection on the spot with upgrades. Long Jian's expression also froze. The nature of his energy has completely reversed. From attraction to repulsion. Tai Lei murmured in shock, this power is too overbearing. A world where mortals cultivate immortality. Han Li's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart was filled with shocking waves. Reversal. He can actually completely reverse the nature of his own technique. This is an unheard of idea. If we can master this method, doesn't it mean that we have a new way to fight the enemy and a trump card to save our lives? He stared at the screen intently, trying to engrave every detail of Gojo Satoru in his mind. In the ruins, Fushiguro Shigeki struggled to get up. He was covered in blood and for the first time, an expression of horror appeared on his face. Monster! He hadn't finished his words. Gojo Satoru had teleported in front of him. The young strongest looked down at him, his 6 pale blue eyes no longer filled with any human emotions. That is the look of God looking down upon ants. Forward and reverse techniques. Let these two infinities collide with each other. Gojo Satoru stretched out his hands. The left hand represents King, which represents attraction. The right hand is, which represents rejection. Two completely opposite yet terrifying forces from the same source slowly approached each other in his hands. Sizzle, sizzle. Space is wailing. The laws are trembling. It will generate hypocrisy. The moment the two forces came into contact, the whole world became quiet. A deep purple energy ball mixed with blue and red appeared in Gojo Satoru's palm. It made no sound, nor emitted any light or heat. It just hangs there quietly, but makes everyone who sees it tremble from the depths of their soul. Water chestnut. As Gojo Satoru finished his words, the purple energy ball turned into a beam of light and shot towards Fushiguro Shinobu at a speed beyond thinking. There were no earth-shattering explosions. There was no sound of earth-shattering destruction. Wherever the purple beam passed, whether it was buildings, the ground, or the air, everything was deleted. It's like being wiped cleanly and neatly away from this world by an eraser. Fushiguro Shigi didn't even have time to react. He watched helplessly as the purple nothingness devoured his body. The lower half of his body, along with the ground beneath his feet, disappeared. Benefit. In his last moments of consciousness, he thought of his son. I'll leave it to you. The battle is over. In the light curtain, only the white-haired young man was left, floating above the ruined world from which a large part had been wiped out by. He won. But something was also lost. All the heavens and the world are in dead silence. This is the explosive Gojo Satoru. Chapter 14. Fighting World, King Guhi fights against Xiao Yan and shows his explosive fighting power. The images on the light screen changed quietly in silence. What appeared was an ancient sect decorated with lights and full of joy. The huge square was crowded with guests and the place was bustling with noise. On the high platform, a middle-aged man wearing an elegant alchemist's robe was in high spirits. Next to him stood a beautiful woman wearing a phoenix coronet and a bridal robe, but her stunningly beautiful face was filled with lingering sorrow and struggle. However, what should have been a joyous wedding was completely ruined by a group of uninvited guests. Guhi, Today, I, Xiao Yan, came here for only one thing. A young man in a black robe carrying a huge black ruler on his back spoke with a cold voice that echoed throughout the venue. Or, you, Yunlin sect, release them. Or, I, Xiao Yan, will destroy your Yunlin sect. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. The Dan King known as Gu He's face instantly turned pale. Where was his dignity when he was provoked by a young boy in front of all the important figures of the Gama Empire? He glanced at the beautiful woman Yun Yun beside him, took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said in a deep voice, Xiao Yan. This is my wedding with Yun Yun, don't be so presumptuous. Considering your youth, quickly retreat, I will pretend that nothing happened. A sarcastic arc appeared on Xiao Yan's lips. Leave. I said, today, I must take the person away. You. Gu He was so angry that he was shaking all over. He knew that the shadow of Yunlin sect's old leader Yunchen was behind this, but he was already in a dilemma. If he retreats today, he, the Dan King Gu He, will become the laughing stock of the entire empire. Good. What a great Xiao Yan! Gu He laughed in anger. Since you are determined to die, I will grant your wish. Let's fight. No matter life or death. Okay. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, but I don't want to waste time. He stretched out a finger and pointed at Gu He from a distance. 10 moves. I will defeat you within 10 moves. If I am still standing here after 10 moves, I, Xiao Yan, will immediately lead my men down the mountain and never set foot in Yunlin sect again. Arrogant. Gu He was completely furious. Jujutsu Kaisen world. Kujisaki Nobara was stunned. Wow! A wedding robbery! And such an exciting one! Yuji Itadori scratched his head. This guy named Xiao Yan seems very confident, but isn't 10 moves too exaggerated? Fushiguro Megami's expression was a little complicated. He looked at the young man in black robe in the picture, thought of his father who had just died, and then thought of the name Megami, and felt heavy-hearted. Gojo Satoru, on the other hand, looked like he was enjoying the fun and whistled, oh wow, interesting, from a fight between gods to a PK between cultivators. The winner will be decided in 10 moves, I like this, it's fast enough. Super beasts armed the world. Huo Linfei's eyes widened, damn. This guy is so pretentious, I give him full marks. Defeating the Dan King in 10 moves? Who is this guy? Long Jian calmly analyzed, the aura of that young man named Xiao Yan is at the peak of Do Wang, and that Gu He is also Do Wang. Between the same level, it is almost impossible to decide the winner in 10 moves, unless he has an absolute trump card. Tai Lei said in a muffled voice, this guy named Xiao Yan has a firm look in his eyes. He doesn't seem to be bragging. Inside the light curtain, the battle is about to break out. Gu He took the lead in attacking, and powerful fighting spirit burst out from his body. He formed seals with his hands, and his fighting spirit transformed into countless sharp energy swords, floating in the air. Thousand smoke sword aura. Buzz buzz buzz. Countless sword auras emitted a sharp buzzing sound and rushed towards Xiao Yan like a swarm of locusts. Each sword energy is enough to pierce through steel plates easily, and such a number is enough to raise an entire street to the ground. However, Xiao Yan remained calm in the face of this devastating move. He pulled out the Xianzhong ruler from behind, and the huge body of the ruler brought up a whistling wind. Ding ding dong! The dense collision sounds were like heavy rain hitting banana leaves. Xiao Yan waved the giant ruler, creating an impenetrable ruler shadow, which actually blocked and shattered all the sword energy in the sky. With ease. The world of the return of the Condor heroes. What a domineering swordsmanship! Guojing exclaimed in amazement, he can control so many chi swords so freely. This person's inner strength is incredible. Huangrong frowned tightly, Brother Jing, look at that young man named Xiao Yan. His skills may seem clumsy, but they are actually very clever. He can actually block all attacks. This is really scary. King Jinluan's pupils shrank as he stared at the huge black ruler. That weapon is weird. It seems to be able to suppress internal energy. Xiao Longnu just watched quietly, and felt that this way of fighting was completely different from what she had learned, and it was an eye-opener. Zhou Batong danced with joy and excitement. It's fun. Using a ruler as a weapon is much more fun than using a sword. A world where mortals cultivate immortality. Han Li's eyes were sharp and he was calculating rapidly in his mind. The energy system of this world is called fighting spirit. It is similar to spiritual power but not the same. That Koga's moves are impressive, but his use of energy is crude and flashy. On the contrary, that Xiao Yan's every move is extremely precise, without any unnecessary movements. This boy is definitely not an ordinary Do Wang. Fairy Ziling beside him chuckled and said, "Brother Han, are you interested in his ruler?" Han Li nodded calmly. That ruler is definitely a rare treasure. In the scene, Gu He's face became even uglier when he saw that his favorite move was broken. He knew that ordinary means would not be able to defeat the opponent. Xiao Yan, you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use this move. He roared, flipped his palm, and a ball of deep purple flame burned. Beast fire! The alchemists below the square let out cries of surprise. It's the purple fire of Dan King Gu He. Gu He's face was ferocious, and he madly poured all his fighting spirit into the purple fire. The purple flame condensed and deformed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a flash, it transformed into a giant purple eagle with a wingspan of more than 10 meters. The giant eagle roared towards the sky, emitting a terrifying high temperature. Even the surrounding air was burned and distorted. Purple eagle burning. However, just as Gu He was about to launch the fatal attack, Xiao Yan on the opposite side suddenly disappeared. What? Gu He was shocked. The next second, a silver flash of lightning flashed before him. Xiao Yan's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, and the two were only half a meter apart. 3,000 thunders! Without waiting for Gu He to react, Xiao Yan suddenly opened his mouth and a strange vibration came from his throat. Roar! A terrifying sound wave that was a fusion of a lion's roar and a tiger's roar hit Gu He's head at 0 distance. Lion and tiger shattering golden roar. Buzz! Gu He felt as if his head was hit hard by a huge hammer weighing 10,000 pounds. Stars appeared in front of his eyes, his soul was shaken, and he fell into a brief dizziness. The giant purple eagle he condensed also became unstable due to the loss of control of his mental power. Not good! Gu He roared in his heart and bit his tongue forcefully, trying to regain his consciousness. Despite a severe headache, he used up his last bit of strength to push the purple giant eagle, which was about to lose control, towards Xiao Yan who was nearby. However, what greeted the giant flaming eagle was not a ruler, but a fist. A fist wrapped in blue and white flames, as brilliant as colored glass. It's over. Xiao Yan's voice was like the sentence of the god of death. The glazed flame fist collided with the purple giant eagle with a loud bang. There were no spectacular explosions. The bluish-white glazed flame was like a king. The moment it came into contact with the purple giant eagle, it devoured and dissolved it with overwhelming force. The punch continued and landed heavily on Gu He's chest. Puff! Gu He was struck by lightning, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily on the platform, losing consciousness. Silence! The whole place was dead silent. From Xiao Yan's launching of the 3,000 thunders, to the sonic attack, and then to the final punch. Everything happened in a flash. 9 moves. Not even 10 moves. The arrogant Dan King Gu He was defeated. The defeat was decisive and without any suspense. The young man in black robe retracted his fist, slowly stood up, and looked past the fallen Gu He to the beautiful woman in the phoenix crown and bridal robe with tears streaming down her face. The world of death. What a fast speed! Hitsugaya Taoshiro's expression became serious. That's a move similar to Shunpo. Kokaki Rukia nodded and said, and that sonic attack, is it a ghost technique that directly attacks the soul? No, it feels more like a physical shock. Ichigo Kurosaki clenched his fists. The flame of the last punch is so strong. 2 colors, that is not an ordinary flame. Aizen Sosuke pushed his glasses and showed a playful smile. Interesting, fusing 2 different types of flame energy together to create a stronger force. The idea of this boy named Xiaoyan is somewhat similar to that of Gojo Satoru. This world is becoming more and more interesting. Fighting the world, the king of fighting shows his explosive fighting power in 3 aspects. Flight and maneuverability. Do-Wang warriors can condense their Do-Chi into wings and achieve free flight. This gives them extremely high maneuverability in combat and allows them to quickly shuttle through streets and other scenes. They are as flexible as humanoid fighter jets and can launch sudden attacks on targets from the air or quickly dodge ground attacks. They are very intimidating in urban environments. Energy control and attack power. The Do-Chi crystals in the Do-King's body are round and can absorb the energy of heaven and earth for their own use, and can release powerful Do-Chi attacks. Their casual attack is powerful enough to destroy a block, and can easily knock down houses and buildings in the block, causing explosions and shock waves, causing large-scale damage to ground targets. Defensibility. Do-Wang has a strong Do-Chi defense, which can withstand attacks from modern weapons such as rockets. When facing various attacks that may occur on the street, Do-Wang's Do-Chi defense can keep him safe and protect himself from harm. At the same time, it can also resist the debris and impact of surrounding buildings caused by attacks to a certain extent. Chapter 15. The light and shadow are distorted and the scenes change rapidly. Finally, the picture freezes on a quaint city street. There are people coming and going, and the traffic is busy, creating a prosperous scene. Next second, a figure appeared in the sky. His face was blurry and one could only see him slowly raising one hand. In the palm of his hand, a ball of light composed purely of energy quickly condensed. There was no fire or thunder in that ball of light, only a heart-pounding, pure aura of destruction. Buzz! The ball of light flew out of his hand and fell like a meteorite. No sound. There was no roar of explosion. There was only an extreme white light that swallowed everything in an instant. The hundreds-meter-long street, along with the buildings and shops on both sides, evaporated in an instant, leaving not even a speck of dust. All that was left in its place was a huge, smooth, terrifying pit with edges that looked like glass. A line of cold words appeared on the screen. Street-level combat power, the watershed between low-level and mid to high-level warriors. The fighting method changes from individual fighting to energy range pouring. Jujutsu Kaisen World. Yuji Itadori opened his mouth wide and couldn't speak for a long time. This, special grade cursed spirit, can do something like this. Nobara Kujisaki's face turned pale, and she subconsciously tightened the hammer and nails at her waist. You must be joking. If we use this move, everyone in the district will be wiped out. Fushiguro Megami's brows were twisted into a knot. The scope of the damage was too great. In this environment, if a war breaks out, ordinary people have no chance of survival. He couldn't help but look at the most unserious man next to him. Gojo Satoru lowered his crossed legs and took off his blindfold. Those 6 pale blue eyes carefully examined the remaining energy in the picture. He tapped his temple lightly with his fingers, but his tone remained frivolous. Interesting. It's not cursed energy, it's another system of energy, but the logic is the same. High-density compression, one-time release, pursuing maximum range killing. Simple, crude, brainless, but effective. He grinned, showing his white teeth. But compared to it still lacks a bit of artistic sense. A world under one person. Longhu Mountain, Tianqi Mansion. Zhang Hulan swallowed hard and felt his back was wet. Oh my god! Old Heavenly Master, this thing, Can a human use it? This is almost as powerful as a small-yield nuclear bomb. Old Taoist priest Zhang's highway held the teacup, his movements did not change at all, his eyes were calm. Strength can move mountains, and qi can cover the sea. This is what the ancient Qigong practitioners sought. Taoist Wang Ye slumped in his chair, fanning himself vigorously, but his expression no longer had the laziness of the past. Something's wrong. This isn't right. This is no longer a technique, this is pure force. When a person's power reaches this level, all the strange arrays and the 5 elements are useless. One force can break all laws, that's what it means. How can we fight this? There's no way to fight. Bao Bao Feng munched on a cucumber, making a crunching sound. She tilted her head, looked at the screen, and then looked at Zhang Hulan. Zhang Hulan, you are so weak. Zhang Hulan covered his chest. Sister Baoer, can we stop finishing off the enemy? 3-body world. This is unscientific. Physicist Wang Miao almost jumped up, pointing at the screen with excitement. What about the conservation of energy? What about mass energy conversion? How can a living organism release such a huge amount of energy out of thin air? This violates all the laws of physics we know. Ye Wenjie looked quietly at the flattened street, her eyes frighteningly deep. Wang Miao, don't use human physics to define the entire universe. Perhaps in some civilizations, life itself is a walking astrophysical phenomenon. Her voice was soft, but it was chilling. It took us hundreds of years of technological accumulation to create weapons that can destroy each other. And they only need one person. This is the greatest terror in the universe. The second Red Coast base. Evan stared at the screen, a sickly flush on his face and his breathing quickened. A miracle. This is a miracle. See? This is pure power. The most honest destruction without any hypocrisy or disguise. Humans use morality and law to cover themselves up in a high-sounding manner, but they actually do things that are 10,000 times dirtier than this. And this power, it is destruction itself. How pure! How beautiful! Lord! This must be a revelation from you. Humans are tiny bugs and are not worthy of living in the universe. The world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Green grassland, sheep village. Fei Yanjiang's muscles were tense. Wow! This is 100 times more powerful than Grey Wolf's most powerful Wolf Fang chariot. Cold sweat broke out on Pleasant Goat's forehead and his brain was working rapidly. Oh no! This power is too terrifying. If Grey Wolf learns it. He shuddered. In Wolfburg. Bang! The wrench in Wolf's hand fell to the ground, and countless little stars appeared in his eyes. Wife! Look! Inspiration! These are all the inspirations for my inventions. If I can make a bomb of this power, I can make all the sheep on the grassland dance for me tomorrow. Red Wolf hit him on the head with a frying pan accurately. Inventions, inventions. You can't even catch a sheep, and yet you're still thinking about these useless things every day. Go catch the sheep for me. Grey Wolf covered the big bump on his head and ran out with tears in his eyes. I will definitely come back. The world of death. The destructive power of this spiritual pressure. Hitsugaya Taoshiro's expression was extremely serious. It has reached the level of captain-level Bankai. In Siridii, this kind of power is absolutely forbidden to be used in the city. Kukaki Rukia's brows were furrowed. Yes. Once it gets out of control in the real world or Rukanga, the casualties will be catastrophic. Kurosaki Ichigo clenched his Zangetsu. Damn it! If the enemy can use this kind of trick at will, there's no way we can get close. Inu Orium clasped her hands together, her face filled with worry. The city has disappeared. Deep in the Siridii, Aizen Sosoke pushed up his glasses, the smile on his lips becoming more playful. That's right. A battle between strong men should be a clash of rules. Include the environment in the attack range and use absolute power to wipe out the chessboard. The weak ones are not even qualified to watch the battle. This universe is more interesting than I thought. A world where mortals cultivate to become immortals. Han Li looked at the smooth giant pit and his pupils suddenly shrank. He subconsciously reached for his storage bag and made rapid calculations in his mind. A top-level defensive magic weapon would probably be destroyed if you take any direct hit. The talisman may be able to block it, but it will be gone after one use. This kind of enemy is too dangerous. He must be killed with thunder and lightning before he can make a move. Han Li silently raised the threat level of this attack to the highest level ever. Wen Tianren on the side sneered with disdain. It's flashy but not practical. It takes time to gather energy. That's the biggest flaw. In a real life and death fight, things change rapidly. Who would give you time to slowly roll the balls? Fairy Ziling's beautiful eyes moved and her voice was gentle. You can't say that. If you are locked at a long distance, there is no time to get close, so you can only take it head on. Mei Ning was so frightened that her face turned pale and she couldn't utter a word. Super beasts armed the world. Huo Linfei was stunned. Oh my god! This move is probably going to have the energy of 10 black holes. Long Jian, how many units of energy does this count as? Long Jian shook his head calmly. The burst of energy is very strong, but the way it is used is too crude. It is just a simple release. Compared to our Ultra Beast armor, the controllability is far inferior. Tai Lei's expression was heavy. The more powerful the force, the more it requires a kind and determined heart to control it. He who uses power to destroy will be consumed by power. Dragon Ball World. Humph, just a trifle. Piccolo crossed his arms across his chest, his face expressionless. Vegeta did not even try to hide his arrogance and disdain. You must be kidding. This level of destruction is even better than that useless Raditz back then. Kakarote's son, when you were in kindergarten, any of your energy waves were stronger than this. Son Gohan scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Uncle Vegeta, you can't say that. In their world, this should be considered a very powerful move. It's just that, the energy control is really not very good. It's too wasteful. And it will damage the environment. Dad said that this is wrong. The world of young magic soldiers. Nangong Wenchen looked at the disappearing street, his face flushed with anger. This is too much. How can this be done? There are still so many people in the city. The sky crystal beast on his shoulder also made a chirp sound of protest. Dongfang Taixin calmly grasped the hilt of Feng Guang's sword. This kind of power has surpassed that of the Black Sky Evil Emperor. Even if the Heaven and Earth Alliance Master attacks with all his strength, I'm afraid it's no more than this. The main hall of the TND Alliance. The shadow of Tiger Soul was roaring madly. Power. I feel it. This is real power. The leader of Heaven and Earth sat on the throne, his eyes full of greed and passion. That's right. The divine beast is an external object after all. Only by holding this power in your own hands can you become the true master of the world. The world of the Condor heroes. Is this a god descending to earth? Guo Jing's eyes widened. His proud 18 dragon subduing palms could at most break monuments and split rocks, but the move before him could directly make an entire street disappear. If there is such a master in Xiangyang City who can help. Huang Rong's face was extremely solemn and she held Guo Jing tightly. Brother Jing, this is probably not a martial art from the human world, but a method used by immortals on earth. Yang Guo held his heavy black iron sword, his eyes shining with excitement. Great! Such an overwhelming force! If my sorrowful palm could have 1/10 of this power, it would be enough to dominate the world. The naughty old boy Zhou Batong danced with joy as he watched. Fun! Really fun! I want to learn this too. With one slap, Peach Blossom Island will be flattened. Let's see how Huang Laoxie sets up the formation. King Jinlong could hardly hold the wheel in his hand, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. The dragon elephant Pruchna skill that he had practiced hard all his life was like a child playing house in the face of this divine method. Eternal heaven! How could such a power of gods and demons exist in this world? There was both shock and yearning in Guo Xiang's big eyes. Wow, if Big Brother is so powerful, who would dare to bully him? Inuyasha's world. You must be joking. Inuyasha pointed at the screen, his canine ears erect. This move is even stronger than my explosion. Shimera crossed his arms, his face stern. Boring. He said this, but his golden pupils shrank slightly. This pure destructive energy reminded him of his father's legacy, the Tessagah sword that could kill hundreds of monsters with a single swing. Kagam's face was filled with horror. If Naraku learns this trick. Master Maitreya subconsciously glanced at his right hand. Amitabha, my wind cave, I'm afraid that before I can absorb this power, my entire arm will be swallowed up. In Naraku's castle. He looked at the screen and let out a low, amused laugh. Interesting. What an interesting power. If I can combine this power with my Four Souls Jade, which is about to be completed. Inuyasha, Shimeru, Kikyo, the despair of all of you will surely become my best nourishment. Under the sacred tree of the times, Kikyo's shrine maiden costume fluttered in the wind. There was no fear in her eyes, only endless compassion. The pursuit of ultimate power will only bring about greater sin and reincarnation. Chapter 16. Above the sky of all worlds, the image of the street that was raised to the ground began to distort, and eventually turned into golden dots of light flying all over the sky. The light spots gathered together again, condensing into larger and more heart-pounding words. 10,000 Worlds Combat Strength Level Number 23, City Explosion Level. A world under one person. Longhu Mountain, Tianxi Mansion. Zhang Hulan's jaw hit the ground with a bang, and he was completely stunned. Explode. Explode a city. Am I reading this correctly? It was outrageous enough that a street was destroyed just now, but now the unit of measurement is directly changed to a city. He suddenly turned his head to look at the calm old Taoist priest next to him, and his voice broke. Old man! This kind of thing, can you do it? The old Taoist priest Zhang's Highway just squinted his eyes, stroked his beard slowly, and did not answer directly. Chu Lan, when strength exceeds a certain limit, a person is no longer a person. Feng Baobao took a bite of the cucumber in his hand, tilted his head, and thought seriously. Oh, what will that become? Fairy board. Wang Ye put away his fan with a swish, his expression more solemn than ever. The art is to leverage the power of heaven and earth. Directly destroying a city. This is no longer just prying it open, this is trying to poke a hole in the sky. These people can no longer be described as aliens, they are all monsters. Three-body world. Inside the main control room of Red Coast Base, there was dead silence. Ye Wenji's expression was cold, but her eyes were as deep as a black hole. That's what being human is. Her voice was soft, but it struck Wang Miao's heart like a heavy hammer. It took thousands of years of civilization to light up the lights of cities on this dark land. And in front of certain beings, destroying them is easier than blowing out a candle. Wang Miao felt that his scientific worldview was collapsing. This is the effect that only strategic-level weapons can produce. No. It's more terrifying than nuclear weapons. It's too clean. How can an individual possibly master this kind of power? This is unscientific. On the Judgment Day issue. Evans stared at the screen, a sickly, feverish flush coming over his face. Lord! Do you see it? This is the violent nature of the species. An individual can release energy that can destroy civilization. This gene, filled with chaos and aggression, is not worthy of existing in the universe. Lord! Send down divine punishment. Cleanse this filthy world. The world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Green grassland, in front of the gate of Sheep Village. Fei Yanjiang's bronze skin turned several shades paler out of fear, and he asked tremblingly. Pleasant Goat, what brand of super bomb is that? It's so powerful. Pleasant Goat's expression was extremely serious, and he said in a deep voice. No, Fei Yanjiang, this is not a bomb. This is a rule-level force that can directly wipe a city off the map. Wolfsburg. Bang! Red Wolf's frying pan hit Grey Wolf's head accurately. You idiot! What are you daydreaming about? Go catch the sheep for me. Grey Wolf covered the big bump on his head, his eyes were full of stars, but he waved his paws excitedly. Wife! Didn't you see it? It's city exploding. As long as I, the big Grey Wolf, can invent a weapon of this level, not to mention the sheep village, the entire green grassland will have to be named Grey. I will definitely come back. I will come back with the power to destroy everything. The world of death. Karakura Town. Ichigo Kurosaki could hardly hold Zangetsu in his hand, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Are you kidding me, exploding city? How terrifying a spiritual pressure must be to achieve this. Are 10 or 20 captain-level warriors releasing their Bankai together? Kokaki Rukia's face turned pale. Ichigo, I'm afraid this is no longer something that can be measured by spiritual pressure. A full-strength attack from a captain-level strategist can destroy a city block at best, completely vaporizing an entire city. This is unheard of in Seoul society's 10,000 years of history. Inu Orium clasped her hands in front of her chest and her body trembled slightly. It's terrible, if this kind of attack. Hueco Mundo, Hueco Night Palace. Aizen Sosuke tapped his fingers lightly on the armrests of the throne, his eyes behind his lenses flashing with extreme interest. City blasting level, quite interesting. It seems that I am not the only lonely seeker on the road to the throne of heaven. But it's just interesting. Siridi, the 10th Division's barracks. There was a layer of frost on Hitsugaya Taoshiro's face. Matsumoto. Send the order immediately. Siridi is on high alert. Whatever this thing is. We must prepare for the worst. A world where mortals cultivate to become immortals. In the cave where Han Li was, the spiritual energy seemed to have solidified. His face was expressionless, but his heart was already in turmoil. Exploding city? A mortal city? Or a huge city built by monks? No matter which one it is, the being who uses this kind of magical power is enough to crush him like an ant thousands of times. No, it's not enough. Ji Dan, Yuan Ying, are far from enough. I must become stronger. So strong that no one can decide my life or death. Han Li clenched his fists silently. His desire for power overwhelmed everything at this moment. Ziling and Mei Ning were so frightened that they could not speak. They had never imagined that the end of the road to becoming an immortal would be such a horrifying scene. Random Star C. Inside the Anti-Star Alliance's main hall, when Tianren looked at those two words, his breathing became rapid, and the greed and possessiveness in his eyes almost overflowed the screen. Great! What a great city blasting level! If I have such divine power, why would I continue to flatter those old immortals in Xinjiang? The entire Chaos Star Sea will be mine. Super beasts armed the world. Suanmu spacecraft. Huo Linfei widened his eyes and shouted in dissatisfaction. It's just a city explosion. What's the big deal? Once my supernatural power can increase a few more black holes, my fire cloud art will definitely work. Long Jian's voice was cold, interrupting his fantasy. Huo Linfei, this is not a question of the level of supernatural power. This is a kind of brutal and pure destruction. Our attack is an energy shock, while it is a concept erasure. Tai Lei's heavy voice sounded, and he thought of his hometown. The thunder technique is the power that moves the earth. And this force is against the whole world. It is not born to protect, it is a disaster in itself. Dragon Ball World. Heavenly Temple. Piccolo crossed his arms and snorted in disdain. Exploding City? It's amazing that they can come up with such a thing. I was capable of this level of destruction when I first emerged from the egg. Vegeta crossed his arms over his chest, his proud face full of contempt. A group of natives who have never even left their planet, how pathetic. Destroying a planet is just a matter of raising your fingers. Is a mere city worthy of being rated as a combat power? Let Kakarot come. Even a sneeze would make more noise than this. Son Gohan analyzed it very seriously. From a technical point of view, the energy utilization rate is very high and there is almost no waste. But judging by the level of damage, in our normal battles, this might not even be considered a warm-up, right? Jujutsu Kaisen World. Tokyo Jujutsu High School. Yuji Itadori was so scared that he jumped up from the sofa, his face pale. A whole city. How many people would die? What kind of special grade cursed spirit could have done this? No, even if it was Sukuna, he wouldn't be so outrageous. Megami Fushijiro's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. This is not an effect that can be caused by cursed power. This is another, purer, more domineering energy. Nobara Kujisaki held the nail and hammer and gritted her teeth. Damn it! It makes me so angry. This kind of chaotic power shouldn't even exist. Gojo Satoru took off his blindfold, and his 6 pale blue eyes swept across the screen, but the corners of his mouth raised upwards. Okay, don't be so nervous. It was a little noisy, but that's all. If you really want me to handle it, it's not impossible, but it will be very troublesome to write a report afterwards. The world of young magic soldiers. In the main hall of the TND Alliance, the leader of the TND Alliance suddenly stood up from the throne, his whole body trembling with excitement, his eyes bloodshot. Exploding City. This is the real power. Tiger Soul. Do you feel it? As long as this leader masters it, Nangong Wenshan, Yulong Nation, and the whole world will tremble under my feet. The shadow of Hupo let out an earth-shaking roar, and its greedy will swept across the entire hall. Nangong Wenshan's knuckles turned white as he held the Tianjing sword. We must not allow this kind of demon to obtain this kind of power. The world of the Condor Heroes. Peach Blossom Island. The jade flute in Huang Yaeshi's hand was cracked by his unconscious finger force. Eliminate a city. His voice was extremely dry. Even if the 5 masters like us join forces to attack Xiangyang, we can only destroy the city and kill people. And this is divine punishment. Zhou Batong stopped shouting for fun. He stared blankly at the sky and felt fear for the first time. Guojing held Huang Rong's hand tightly, and the couple saw only despair in each other's eyes. Wronger, if there are such people in the Mongolian army, Xiangyang cannot be defended. Yang Guo protected Xialong Nu behind him, and the heavy black iron sword stuck in the ground let out a mournful cry. The martial arts and madness that he was proud of all his life were crushed to pieces by the word exploding city. In Yuyasha's world. In Nariku's castle, his morbid and joyful laughter resounded through the sky. City blasting level. Ha 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 ha. So wonderful. See, Kikyo. In Yuyasha. This is the weakness of the humans you risked your lives to protect. As long as I obtain this power and merge it with the 4 Souls Jade, I will be the only god in this world. Under the sacred tree of the times. Kikyo slowly closed her eyes, with endless compassion on her face. Naruk, you will never understand. When one life can easily destroy all other lives, it has already embarked on the path of self-destruction. Shamaru stood in the wind, his golden pupils fixed on the 2 words. Ling and Xiejian behind him were already frightened out of their wits. What he pursued all his life, to become stronger than his father, could it be, this nothingness that destroys everything? Chapter 17. Just when all the creatures in the world were still immersed in the extreme shock brought by the scene of devastation, the huge screen in the sky flickered without any warning. The picture changed. It is no longer the ruined city that was razed to the ground. Instead, there were lines of cold, rigorous, yet bloody black text. City blasting destructive power. Definition: city-level destructive power, which can cause systematic destruction to the core areas of the city, such as the city center, commercial areas, and residential areas. Manifestation 1. Energy attacks can instantly collapse high-rise buildings and turn city landmarks into ruins. Manifestation 2. Large-scale energy fluctuations can trigger secondary disasters such as earthquakes and tsunamis, if close to the coast, exacerbating the damage. Expression 3. Continuous output of energy can melt the surface, evaporate rivers, and change the urban landscape. Attack range. A single attack covers a diameter of several kilometers to tens of kilometers, which is equivalent to destroying a medium-sized city, such as the core area of a city with a population of 1 million. A world under one person. Longhu Mountain, Tianqi Mansion. Zhang Hulan swallowed his saliva with a gulp, and the smirk on his face disappeared without a trace. Oh my god! Are you kidding me? Systematic destruction? Changing the landscape. He suddenly looked at the calm and composed old Taoist priest standing beside him, and his voice trembled. Old man! If this thing comes towards our Longhu Mountain, won't we even have a mountain left? Feng Baobao picked her nose expressionlessly, tilted her head, and spoke in her unique, emotionless voice. Oh, Explosion City! You need to dig a lot of holes to bury people. Trouble. Taoist Wang Ye shook the whisk in his hand lightly, his brows furrowed, and his eyes showed an unprecedented solemnity. This is beyond the scope of what magic can explain. This is not qi, this is the collapse of principle, it is the calamity of Tao. Chu Lan, if such a thing really exists, we so-called extraordinary people may be no different from ordinary people in front of it. The old Taoist priest, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. There was no fear in those turbid old eyes, only a bottomless calmness, and beneath the calmness was a determination that was enough to shake the mountains. This kind of power brings disaster to the world. If such a beast really came into the world, my Longhu Mountain. The old Taoist paused, his voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Even if it costs me my old bones, I will go and have a meeting. Three-body world. Earth. In the nanomaterials laboratory, Wang Miao stared at the words on the screen, his whole body cold. He is not a warrior, nor a monk, he is a scientist. Precisely because he is a scientist, he can better understand the terrifying level of energy represented by these words. Systematic destruction, melting the surface, evaporating the rivers. The energy required is far beyond all conventional weapons known to mankind. No. Even the targeted explosion of nuclear weapons cannot achieve such a precise and thorough erasure. This is the weaponized application of the laws of physics. It's a strike from a higher dimension. On the other side, in the silent room, Ye Wenjie stared at the screen with a calm expression. In her eyes, those words did not seem to be a description of a disaster, but a cold declaration of truth. Human fragility is so vulnerable in the face of the true cosmic scale. This is the normal state of the universe, cold and real. The value of civilization needs to be measured by survival. In the Pacific Ocean, the Judgment Day ship. Evans opened his arms as if embracing a miracle, with a fanatical and twisted smile on his face. Lord! This is the Lord's warning. This is the final judgment on Earth, a filthy, arrogant, and ignorant civilization. Come, great Lord! Use your divine punishment to thoroughly cleanse this already corrupt world. Pleasant Goat World. Green Grassland. Everyone in the sheep village and Big Bad Wolf's family were rarely fighting at this moment. They all stared blankly at the words in the sky. Pleasant Goat even forgot to ring the bell on his head. His clever brain was working at a rapid speed, but he came to only one conclusion, which was despair. How terrible! If this kind of attack falls on our Qingqing grassland, then everyone will be homeless. Fei Yanjiang was so angry that his face turned red. He waved his fists vigorously and roared at the sky. Damn it! Which BD did this? No matter who he is, if he dares to destroy our grassland, I, Fei Yanjiang, will be the first to disapprove. In front of Wolfsburg, the frying pan in Wolf's hand fell to the ground with a clang. He looked at the screen with his eyes shining and his saliva almost flowing. Old wife. Did you see that? City blasting level. If I, the big grey wolf, had this kind of power, let alone catching sheep, the entire green grassland would be mine. I don't have to be bullied by those nasty lambs anymore. Wahahaha. Bang. Red Wolf hit Grey Wolf on the head with a frying pan accurately, leaving a familiar big bump. You idiot! Instead of daydreaming, why not think about how to keep our wolf castle? If this thing falls, we and the lambs will be doomed. Grey Wolf covered the bump on his head and finally reacted, trembling with fear. That's true, wife. The world of death. In the present world, Karakura town. Ichigo Kurosaka's brows were twisted into a knot, and his orange hair seemed to be filled with anger. What a joke! It collapsed into a tall building in an instant? What's the difference between this and the Yachika's class Great Void Return Blade? No. This is 10,000 times more far-fetched than those guys. Kukiki Rukia's expression was extremely serious, and the rabbit she drew on her little notebook looked particularly heavy. Ichigo, this is consistent with Fushiguro Megami's judgment. This is not the spiritual pressure we are familiar with. This is an energy system that is completely unknown to us. If something like this appeared in the human world, the balance of souls would be instantly and completely broken. That would be a disaster far greater than the Eisen Rebellion. Inu Orium clasped her hands together in front of her chest, her face full of fear, but her eyes were determined. How terrible! But if it really happens, I will also use my power to protect everyone. Kurosaka-kun, everyone. Hueco Mundo, Hueco Night Palace. Aizen Sosuke sat on the throne, tapping the armrests lightly with his fingers, his eyes behind the lenses flashing with inquiry and amusement. Oh! Another energy system that transcends cursed power and spiritual pressure. Interesting. It seems that before I touch the sky, there are still some side shows in this world that are worth exploring. Instead of feeling fear, he felt a little excited. Soul Society, the first team barracks. Hitsugaya Taoshiro's expression was even colder than his Hyarin Meru. The source of this energy must be found immediately. Pass the order. Technical Development Bureau, Squad 12. Analyze this energy immediately. We must also contact Urahara Kisuk. This level of destructive power must not be allowed to appear in any world. This is enough to threaten the survival of the entire three realms. A world where mortals cultivate to become immortals. Han Li, or rather Old Demon Han, was sitting cross-legged in a secret cave. He looked at the words in the sky, his eyes flickering, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Destroy the city and the land, melt the surface. This must be a scene that can only be created by a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, or even a being in the spiritualization stage, using all his strength, right? If this is the power of a magic weapon, then it must be a treasure of the Tongtian Ling Bao level. His first thought was not fear, but extreme caution and calculation. No. There are still too few defensive talismans and array plates on hand. We have to find some more ways to save our lives. If you encounter a being of this level, you won't be able to escape. On the other side, among the demonic forces, Wen Tianren, the extremely brilliant master, looked up at the sky and let out a morbid and insane laugh. Ha 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 ha. Great. What a great city blasting level. This is power. This is supernatural power. If I could have such power, the Righteous Alliance, the 6 demonic sects, and the nascent soul monster would all be reduced to ashes at my feet. This is the true meaning of cultivating immortals. Controlling the life and death of billions of lives, and doing whatever you want. Super beasts armed the world. Huo Linfei looked at the explanation on the screen and his mouth opened in shock. Oh my goodness! This is even more exaggerated than the Xianming black hole. Long Jian, look! Is this the thing that Hades mentioned, the kind of enemy that even if you enter the super beast state, you may not be able to deal with it? Those cold words were reflected in Long Jian's blue eyes, and his expression was more serious than ever before. Huo Linfei, calm down. The essence of this force is pure destruction. It has no beliefs and no stance. That's the scary part about it. Our ultra beast arms fight for our beliefs. And this kind of power only exists for destruction. Tai Lei's huge body stood there like a mountain. The power of the strong should be used to protect. This power. It shouldn't be in anyone's hands. Dragon Ball World. Above the temple. Piccolo crossed his arms, his face grim. As a former great devil, he was very familiar with this destructive power. Tisk, another one of those people who only know how to destroy things. The energy level is indeed very high, comparable to the level during the Cell games. However, as long as we can find the user's true form, we may not be powerless to fight. Sun Gohan clenched his fists, his scholarly gentleness replaced by anger. That's too much. How can you treat so many innocent lives like this? If he dares to show up on Earth, Dad and Mr. Vegeta will never let him go. In the gravity training room. Vegeta smashed the training machine under 100 times gravity into pieces with one punch, and sweat dripped down his proud chin. He gasped, looked at the words on the screen, and a proud smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hey! Exploding city! It's just some flashy fireworks. Prince Vegeta, I have seen this level of destruction before, even when planet Vegeta was destroyed. Kakarot! He roared at the empty training room. Did you see that? There are still guys like this in the universe. Just wait, when I surpass you and become the strongest Super Saiyan, this kind of power will be just a flick of my finger. The world of the Condor heroes. Mongolian camp. King Jinlun looked at the words in the sky and held the 5 wheels, the golden wheel, the silver wheel, the copper wheel, the iron wheel, and the lead wheel, in his hands, which creaked under the heavy weight. The dragon elephant Prachna Sutra that he was so proud of seemed so ridiculous in front of the words exploding the city. God, miracle! No, it's a punishment from heaven. If our great Mongolian kingdom had the help of such a god, why would we worry about Xiangyang not being conquered? Why would we worry about the world not being stable? Fengling Fairy. Guo Xiang, who had just celebrated her birthday, was riding on a little donkey, with her little face tilted up, her big eyes filled with confusion and a hint of yearning. Wow! That's amazing! This is 100, 1,000 times more powerful than my father defending the city, or brother Yang defeating King Jinlun. If I could meet someone like this, I would ask him to teach me a few tricks. The gangsters around her were already scared out of their wits and were hoping to find a hole to crawl into. Inuyasha's world. Next to the bone-eating well. Kagam, who traveled from the modern times, could better understand what medium-sized city and million population meant after reading those words. That's not just a number, it's countless families, countless living people. How could it be? How can this be? She muttered to herself, her face pale. Sit down. Inuyasha was suddenly pinned to the ground by the word spirit curse, but he did not complain. He just raised his head, his golden eyes full of anger. Damn it! Kagam! What the hell is this? No matter which monster did this, I, Inuyasha, will definitely use Tessagá to split him in half. Master Maitreya opened the seal of the wind cave, looked at the black hole in his palm, and felt powerless for the first time. My wind cave can absorb everything, but if it faces an attack of this level, I'm afraid that before I get close, it will be reduced to ashes along with everything around it. In the castle of Naraku, his laughter became wilder and more joyful. Ha 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 ha. See? This is a detailed explanation. This is art. The art of destruction. Systematic destruction. Change the landscape. Inuyasha. Kikyo. Those fragile humans you risked your lives to protect are no better than dust in front of true power. As long as I get it, and merge it with the Four Souls Jade, I will be the only god in this world. No, the only god in all worlds. Chapter 18. Just when the creatures in countless worlds were still immersed in the boundless shock brought by the word exploding city, the golden words in the sky began to slowly dissipate. Instead, there are new subtitles that are more magnificent and breathtaking. The font was like molten gold, and every stroke carried a terrifying aura of burning mountains and boiling seas. A list of representative figures with explosive city-level combat power. A line of big characters spans the sky. Then, 4 names, with labels from their respective worlds, appeared one after another. The World of Death, Ichigo the Giotto. Naruto World, Six-Tailed Naruto. One Piece World, Nika Luffy. Fighting World, Dozone Yunshin. A World Under One Person. Longhu Mountain, Tianchi Mansion. The old Taoist priest Zhang's Highway squinted his eyes and crunched walnuts in his hands. There was no expression on his face, neither happy nor sad, but his eyes, which saw through the world, were as deep as the starry sky at this moment. Interesting. Wang Ye slumped in the chair beside him, rubbing his temples vigorously, looking like he was still hungover. Old man, this isn't something that can be described as interesting, is it? This stuff doesn't make any sense at all. Exploding city, and taking inventory by name. This heaven is completely messed up. Zhang Hulan's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and the clothes on his back were soaked. He was not afraid, but the amount of information was too much, and his quite smart brain was almost shutting down. Baby, stop digging. He looked at Feng Baobao, who was concentrating on picking her nose with her fingers, with a look of despair on his face. Feng Baobao pulled out her fingers, wiped them on her clothes, and then asked seriously. Oh, Zhang Hulan. Are they powerful? Can I bury them all? Zhang Hulan. 3-Body World. Center for Nanomaterials Research. The camera in Wang Miao's hand fell to the ground with a clang, and the lens shattered into pieces. He stared at the sky, his lips trembling. Impossible. This is impossible. To destroy a city, what a terrifying amount of energy is needed. This goes against all the laws of physics we know of. This is theology. This is magic. Near the Red Coast base ruins, Yawenja walked out of her simple little house and looked up at the sky. The biting cold wind blew her grey hair. The corners of her mouth curved into a cold yet satisfied arc. Look! The universe is never silent. It was roaring and growling the whole time. It's just that the arrogant human covered his ears. On the Judgment Day ship, Evans stood in front of a huge screen with his feverish face on it. His voice was heard throughout the ship over the Pa. My comrades! Did you see that? This is the power of the Lord. It is a miracle of advanced civilization. The explosion of the city is just the tip of the iceberg of their power. This is the final judgment we are fighting for. For the Lord. Purify our worm-filled, hopeless world. The world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Green Grassland, Wolfberg. Big Bad Wolf, wearing his tattered hat and drooling at the sky, has already come up with more than 100 city-busting sheep-catching inventions in his mind. Bang! Red Wolf hit him on the head with a frying pan accurately. Grey Wolf! What are you daydreaming about again? Go catch some sheep for me. Look! The heavens are teaching you how to cause trouble. Learn from them. Big Bad Wolf squatted on the ground with his head in his hands, stars in his eyes. My dear wife, this is not destruction. This is art. The art of destruction. If I had this kind of power, I swear, I would make you eat a whole lamb feast every day. I will definitely come back. I will come back with the power of the explosive city. Sheep Village. Pleasant Goat adjusted the bell on his nose, his expression more serious than ever before. According to my calculations, the scale of this energy has far exceeded the sum of all of Grey Wolf's inventions. This is not a prank, this is a real threat. Fei Yanjiang showed off his strong biceps, looking very aggressive. Humph! Who cares if he's a bullhead or a Nika? If he dares to come to our Qingqing grassland and make trouble, I'll punch him away. The world of death. Karakura Town. Ichigo Kurosaki raised his head suddenly and his pupils contracted violently. Ichigo Jiato. What is that? Is it talking about me? Before he finished speaking, a violent, hollow force suddenly surged up in his body, and a crazy roar exploded deep in his soul, almost making him fall to his knees. Rukia Kukaki held him, her face as pale as paper. Ichigo. What's wrong with you? That name sounds so evil. So full of ominous things. Inu Orium covered her mouth, her eyes full of fear. Kurosaki-san. Hueco Mundo, Hueco Night Palace. Aizen Sosuke pushed up his glasses, and his eyes behind the lenses flashed with a smile that seemed to show he knew everything. Oh! Has the world been able to get a glimpse of his true potential so soon? What a fun sideshow! There was a hint of contempt in the smile on his lips. But, is it just city blasting level? It seems that this mysterious inventory still underestimates my work. Soul Society, the first team barracks. Hitsugaya Taoshiro frowned and growled at the god of death who had delivered the message. Check it out immediately. Vulpix Naruto. Nika Luffy. What the hell are these? What is their riot soul level? Are they a threat to Soul Society? Report to me now. A world where mortals cultivate to become immortals. In the Starry Sea, there is a deserted island somewhere. Han Li sat cross-legged with a calm expression, but huge waves had already risen in his sea of consciousness. City explosive level. Do Zone. Where is this cultivation system? The spiritual world? Or a higher level interface? The information leaked from this inventory is too shocking and is priceless to me. It seems that I must be more cautious in my future actions. On another island. Fairy Ziling and Mei Ning stood side by side, looking up at the sky. Ziling murmured, destroying a city with one strike. I'm afraid even a Jindan strongman can't do this kind of power. Could this be the method used by the Yuanying old monster? Anti-Star Alliance. Wen Tianren stood with his hands behind his back and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. A mere Do Zone, the title doesn't sound up to par. Such strength is nothing but chickens and dogs in front of our anti-Star Alliance. This list is absolutely ridiculous. Although his laughter was wild, his tightly clenched fists revealed his inner unrest. The words exploding city were like a mountain, pressing him down to the point where he could hardly breathe. Super beasts armed the world. The first parallel universe. Huo Linfei leaned against the wall and whistled. Wow! That's really cool. It's been a long time since I've seen a battle of this level. Long Jian pushed his glasses, looking serious. Destroying a city means that the energy output has exceeded the total of 10 black hole units. This kind of power is itself a kind of original sin. Tai Lei clenched his fists and his eyes were determined. For the love and peace of the world, no matter how powerful the enemy is, we must fight. Because, we are Ultra Beast Warriors. Dragon Ball World. Heavenly Temple. Son Gohan's body was shaking as he looked at the name in the sky. Uncle Piccolo. They regard the destruction of life as a form of combat power. How many people are there in those cities, just like that? Piccolo crossed his arms, his expression grim. Put away your unnecessary compassion, Gohan. The cruelty of the universe is far beyond your imagination. What you need to do is not to feel sad, but to see clearly and remember the forms of these forces. The emergence of this list is a warning and a spur for us. In the gravity training room, Vegeta looked at those unfamiliar names and the arrogance on his face turned into extreme disdain. Humph! These bastards are worthy of being called city explosion level. When this prince was destroying planet Vegeta, they didn't even know where to play in the mud. The aura on his body exploded, and the entire gravity chamber was shaking violently. Kakarot! Did you, a low-level warrior, see that? The universe is full of such self-righteous trash. Just wait. When I surpass you, these so-called strong men will not even be worthy of carrying my shoes in front of me. Jujutsu Kaisen World. Tokyo Metropolitan Technical College of Jujutsu. Gojo Satoru lazily lay in the chair and tapped his eye mask with his finger. Ah, exploding city, that sounds like a big scale. It looks like it's going to be fun. Yuji Itadori's fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound, and veins on his forehead bulged. In his mind, the voice of Ryaman Sukuna sounded with a teasing tone, "Kid, what? Are you defeated already? It's just destroying a city, how boring. The real art is to appreciate the way they die in despair." Shut up! Yuji roared in his heart, and then said to his companions, "This is too much. What on earth is this? Why are you showing this kind of thing?" Megami Fushijiro's expression was serious, he was analyzing in his own way. This is not an effect that can be achieved by magic. This is pure cursed energy output. I'm afraid the level has exceeded the category of special grade. It's a natural disaster level. Nobara Kujisaki played with her nails and hammer and curled her lips. So? Is it a curse spirit or a curse master? If you dare to come to Tokyo, I will exorcise you with one blow. There is nothing to discuss. The world of young magic soldiers. Yulong Kingdom. Nangang Wenchen held the Tianjing sword in his hand, his young face filled with justice and anger. How terrible! If this power is obtained by bad people, the world will fall into endless darkness. The Tianjing beast on his shoulder made a worried chi-chi sound. Wen Tian, this power is more terrifying than the Lord of Heaven and Earth. Dongfang Taixin and the Divine Phoenix stood together, their eyes extremely determined. We must become stronger. Only then can we protect everyone and fight against this evil. In the demon palace of Xiantian Evil Emperor, the leader of heaven and earth sat on his throne and let out a deafening laugh. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Really interesting. Is there such a powerful existence outside this world? Very good. When I unify Daxia, your world will be next. The tiger soul beside him made a buzzing sound as if it was eager to fight, and a murderous aura rose into the sky. The world of the return of the Condor heroes. The top of Xiangyang City. Guojing placed his hand on the city wall, looking at the name in the sky, his eyes wide open and his face solemn. Wronger, if such people come to attack Xiangyang. Huang Rong's face also looked extremely ugly. For the first time, her extremely intelligent brain felt the lack of computing power. Brother Jing, that's not a siege, that's a massacre. We won't even be able to see the other side's shadow, and Xiangyang will be reduced to dust. We must find out who these people are. In the ancient tomb, Yang Guo looked at the golden light coming in from the cave entrance, his empty sleeves moving without wind. Longer, you said that a single move could destroy a city, what kind of martial arts is this? Xiaolong Nu still looked as cold as ever, but there was something different in her eyes as she looked up at the sky. That's not martial arts. It's another force that we can't understand. Valley of Flowers. The naughty old boy Zhou Batong was dancing and shouting excitedly. Fun! Fun! This exploding city sounds more powerful than my ambidextrous technique. If I can learn it, I can blow up linen with one hand and dado with the other. Wouldn't I be invincible? Ha ha ha! Peach Blossom Island. Huang Yaoshi held the jade flute in his hand and snorted coldly. Humph, just a brave man with no sense of beauty. Having said that, his fingers, which were tightly gripping the jade flute, turned slightly white due to the force. Inuyasha's world. The city of Naraku. Naraku's laughter was more unbridled and more joyful than before. Ha 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 ha! Did you hear that? Inuyasha. Kikyo. My previous vision was still too narrow. Why are you obsessed with this filthy country? Why are you entangled with ants like you? Ichigo the Giotto. Naruto the Six-Tailed. Their power. Their despair. As long as I have the Four Souls Jade, all of these will become my nourishment. I will become the only true god in all the worlds. Next to the bone-eating well. Inuyasha's Tessagá has been unsheathed, and his demonic energy is boiling. Shut up! Naraku. I don't care what kind of bull-headed or horse-faced you are. Whoever dares to mess around, I, Inuyasha, will be the first to chop him in half. Kikyo stood under the sacred tree with a sad look on her face. The aura of the Four Souls Jade has been connected to the changes in this world. A greater disaster is about to happen. On the cliff in the distance, Shimmeru stood quietly, the cold wind blowing his silver hair and fluffy tail. Shijian trembled at his feet. Kill! Lord Shimmeru! What kind of witchcraft is this? It's so scary. Shimmeru ignored him. He looked down at his right hand which could release explosive fangs, then looked up at the sky. Exploding city. This word made his cold blood boil for the first time. He pursued power, and today, he saw a new, unattainable peak. The corner of his mouth formed a cold and fighting arc. Interesting. Chapter 19. In the world of Bleach, the classic battle in which Ichigo Giotto showed his city-blasting strength was the duel with Olokura, the fourth of the 10 blades. Above the sky, the golden words dissipated like quicksand. Instead, a completely new and breathtaking picture appeared. It was a dead silent desert covered with white sand. Under an unimaginably huge pale dome, a young man was lying on the ground with a huge hole in his chest through which he could see the scenery on the opposite side. The blood has coagulated. The breath of life is fading away rapidly. Not far from him, a man wearing white tattered armor, with a stern face and 2 green tear marks at the corners of his eyes, watched all this indifferently. He had a pair of black bat wings behind him and a long knife on his waist. He is the owner of that voice just now, the number 4 among the Espada, Ulquiera Sefer. It's over, garbage. He declared coldly. However, at this moment, a girl's heart-wrenching cry seemed to penetrate all the barriers of the world and echoed in the ears of every living being. Save me, Kurosaki-kun. The voice was desperate, sad, and full of helplessness. It was at this moment. The young man lying on the ground, his dead body, suddenly burst out with a black spiritual pressure that soared into the sky. That spiritual pressure was filled with brutality, despair, and pure desire for destruction. Boom! The black energy column shot straight into the sky, dyeing the huge dome of the sky ink black. The hole in the boy's chest was quickly filled with black substance. His hair grew rapidly until it reached his waist. On his face, a hideous, pale mask with a pair of huge horns was taking shape rapidly. Roar! A roar that was not like a human voice, but like a roar from the devil from hell, shook the entire Hueco Mundo. Giotto Ichigo is born. Death World. Karakura Town. Kurosaki Ichigo froze, completely stunned. He pointed at the minotaur in the sky, his fingers trembling. That's me. You must be kidding. How could I become a monster like that? Inu Orium covered her mouth and tears flowed uncontrollably. She looked at the young man in the picture who had fallen into the devil's way because of her cry, and her heart ached so much that she couldn't breathe. Kurosaki-san. Kokiki Rukia's expression was extremely serious. This spiritual pressure is completely beyond the realm of a god of death. This is a complete hollow. And it is a hollow that has surpassed the level of vast old, an unprecedented level. Sui Palace. Aizen Sosuke sat on the throne with a happy arc on his lips. He pushed up his glasses, and the hideous figure of Giotto Ichigo was reflected on the lenses. I see. Is this your true form of power, Kurosaki Ichigo? The purest destructive instinct, born out of despair. It's really a perfect material. Hitsugaya Toshiro looked up at the sky in Soul Society with a frown on his face. This spiritual pressure has surpassed me, even the Captain General. If this thing appeared in Soul Society, it would definitely be a natural disaster. In the picture, the battle continues. For the first time, an expression called shock appeared on Ulquiorra's face. He raised his hand, and a thunder spear made of emerald green spirit particles, enough to easily destroy a city, condensed in his hand. He threw the thunder spear fiercely. That green light is enough to terrify any captain-level Grim Reaper. However, Giotto Ichigo simply raised his left hand which was covered in black substance. With one move, he grasped the thunder spear tightly in his hand. What? Ulquiorra's pupils suddenly contracted. Next second. Crack! The thunder spear was like glass, and was crushed by Giotto Ichigo with his bare hands. Green energy fragments flew everywhere, reflecting his golden eyes full of tyranny. Everyone who watched this scene gasped. Crush the explosive city with bare hands. This is not over yet. Ichigo Giotto's figure disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Ulquiorra. Too fast. So fast that even Ulquiorra couldn't react. Puff! Ichigo Giotto's sharp claws directly tore off one of Ulquiorra's arms. Blood gushed out. Then he opened his huge mouth between his horns. A scarlet sphere filled with endless destructive energy is rapidly taking shape. Flash! And it is, the King's Flash. Boom! The red torrent of energy instantly engulfed Ulquiorra with an unmatched force. The entire sky dome of Sui Palace seemed extremely fragile in the face of this force, and a huge gap was blown open. The smoke and dust dissipated. Ulquiorra's lower body had completely turned to ashes. He looked at the minotaur that looked like a demon and muttered to himself. Is this the human heart? Then, his entire body turned into ashes and dissipated in the wind. One person under the world. Longhu Mountain, Tianchi Mansion. Old Taoist priest Zhang's highway squinted his eyes, and his eyes, which were always drowsy, were now shining with brilliance. Such a domineering qi. No, this is no longer qi. This is the purest evil thought that comes from the heart. Killing to stop killing, violence to stop violence. Interesting, interesting. Zhang Hulan was stunned, his mouth opened so wide that an egg could fit in. Oh my god! What the hell is this? This is more violent than the heavenly master coming down the mountain. This is unreasonable. Sister Bao Bao, can you defeat her if you go up there? Feng Bao Bao tilted her head, still with that expressionless look on her face. Oh! He's very strong. But if you hit it, you can bury it. Taoist Wang Ye stopped fanning himself. He stared at the sky, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. The emergence of this force has completely disrupted the destiny. Its existence itself is a huge variable. I can't see through it. I can't see through it at all. Three-body world. Red Coast Base. Yawenja held the huge antenna, with no expression on her old face. She looked at the destructive power in the picture with a strange fanaticism in her eyes. Did you see that? This is the power of advanced civilization. A single organism can release energy that exceeds that of our entire civilization. Human beings are so small and pathetic. On board the Judgment Day, Evans knelt on the ground, worshipping the picture in the sky madly. Lord! Is this your warning? Thank God! You made me see how stupid and fragile human beings are. Destroy this dirty world. This world full of bugs. Let the light of the Lord purify all this. In Wang Miao's office, he looked at Ulquiera being decomposed into elementary particles on the screen, and he felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. The countdown in front of him seemed to be ticking faster. Physics no longer exists. No, it's my physics that's gone. In the face of such power, all the scientific laws we are so proud of are just a joke. Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf World. Wolfsburg. Grey Wolf was holding a small notebook, recording something frantically, with green light in his eyes. Wife! I got another inspiration. It's called Bullhead Super Invincible Destruction Ray. Just one shot can blow the entire sheep village up into the sky. I'm such a genius. Wahahaha. Bang. A frying pan hit him on the head with pinpoint accuracy. Red Wolf put her hands on her hips and roared. You're a genius. Go catch the sheep. Watching all this fighting and killing all day long is not elegant at all. Sheep village. Pleasant Goat's expression was more serious than ever before. What a terrifying power. But he became like this in order to protect that girl. Fei Yanjiang, if this kind of enemy appears, what should we do? Fei Yanjiang showed off his biceps with a confident look on his face. What are you afraid of? No matter if he has a bull head or a horse face, if he dares to come to our Qingqing grassland, I will punch him away. The world of mortal cultivation. Han Li was sitting in a cave, looking at the sky silently. His expression was calm, but his heart was filled with turbulent waves. Magic power. This is the most advanced magic power. Use emotions as a guide, burn your mind, and exchange it for a short period of supreme power. This method is too overbearing and will cause endless troubles. However, the power of that red ball of light, if my magic weapon can block it. Old Demon Han subconsciously touched his storage bag and began to calculate his wealth and his escape route. Fairy Ziling and Mei Ning, who were standing by, had already seen how frightened they were. What kind of magical power is this? Moving mountains and filling the sea is just like this. Somewhere in the sea of chaos and stars. When Tianren looked at this scene, his eyes filled with greed. Great! What a perfect material for corpse refining! If I can capture this thing and refine it into my second clone, then I can sweep across the entire Chaos Star Sea. Super Beast-armed world. Huo Linfei's blood boiled as he watched. Holy crap! This dude is even hotter than me. To save people, I transformed directly. Is this the consciousness of a strong man? Superpower lock, you should learn this. Long Jian analyzed calmly. His power is completely out of control. Although he defeated the enemy, he himself became a monster that only knew how to destroy. Entering another dimension is the only option. Tai Lei said in a muffled voice. His heart is good. But this power will bring him into the abyss. Dragon Ball World. Piccolo sat cross-legged in the wilderness, his arms folded across his chest, his face solemn. What an evil spirit! It's very similar to the Aurum my father had back then, but purer and more violent. Sunday. This strength is probably no less than your fighting power when you first came to Earth. Sun Gohan looked at the sky and remembered his training in the spirit time chamber. Dad, he seemed to be like me when I transformed into a Super Saiyan. It was because of anger and desperation that I pushed past my limits. But he seems to have completely lost his mind. Snort. Vegeta's battlesuit rustled in the air, and his face was full of dissatisfaction. Trash is trash. What kind of ability is it to gain strength through unorthodox means? Cockroach. Did you see that? This kind of uncontrolled power is not worthy of being called powerful. Having said that, his clenched fists revealed his inner unrest. Jujutsu Kaisen world. Yuji Itadori pointed to the sky and spoke to the people around him with a shocked look on his face. Fushiguro. Kujisaki. Look. That guy looks like Sukuna. This feeling of not treating people as human beings is exactly the same. Megami Fushiguro frowned and was ready to make a seal. This is not a curse. But the energy he exudes is pure negative energy, greater than any special grade cursed spirit. It must be purified. Nobara Kujisaki's eyes sparkled. Wow! Even though it's a little ugly, its fighting power is amazing. One move to kill instantly. Clean and neat. Cool. Gojo Satoru took off his blindfold, and his pale blue six eyes saw everything clearly. Ah, this is incredible. This is not cursed power, it is another completely different energy system. But the principle is somewhat similar. The power generated by negative emotions, interesting. He stretched out his finger and gestured. I wonder if my no limits can block that red flash. World of the Magical Warriors. Nangang Wenshin held the Tianjing sword in his hand, ready for battle. What a powerful evil force. Iron Heart. We have to stop him. Dongfang Taixin rode on the Divine Phoenix with a solemn expression. Ask the sky, it seems like he became like this just to save people. He may not be a bad guy. The leader of heaven and earth sat on his throne and laughed wildly, even louder than before. Ha 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 ha. So that's it. So that's it. This is the real power. What a divine beast. What justice. As long as I have this power generated by despair and anger, I can flatten everything. The tiger soul beside him made an even more eager humming sound, and the murderous aura was almost turning into substance. Chapter 20. In the world of Naruto, the classic battle in which Six Tails Naruto demonstrated his powerful city-blasting combat power was the battle in which Pain invaded Konoha village. The scene in the sky suddenly changed. Boom! Broke in. Destroy. The entire village was reduced to a huge pit of ruins. In the center of the deep pit, Naruto, who was wearing orange clothes, had his hands and feet nailed to the ground with thick black iron bars, unable to move. Pain was looking at him with the eyes of a god looking down on an ant. I'm going to be here, catch the Kyuubi. Just then, Hinata rushed over and stood in front of Naruto. I like Naruto the best. Hinata formed hand seals, made a soft fist stance, and rushed towards the godlike man. The result is self-evident. She was easily knocked away and fell to the ground covered in blood, with blood gushing from her mouth. Pain walked slowly towards her, as if preparing to deliver the final blow. Stop, stop. Naruto, who was pinned to the ground, had a trembling voice. His eyes instantly changed from blue to blood red, and his pupils turned into a vertical black line. A roar that cannot be described in words exploded from his throat. The whole world, at this moment, was dyed an ominous red. Sticky, hot, and hateful chakra gushed out of his body like boiling magma. Boom! The air wave lifted a layer of the ground. The black sticks that nailed his limbs were broken in an instant. Naruto's body was completely enveloped by this red energy. The skin peels off and the flesh reassembles. A more hideous and ominous monster stood up. Roar! Behind it, 6 tails made of pure chakra were dancing wildly. On his body, white bones protruded from the chakra coat, forming a simple and terrifying skeleton. It is no longer a person. It is a combination of hatred and anger. It's pure destruction incarnate. Whoosh! Naruto, who transformed into the Vulpix, disappeared on the spot. The next second, he appeared in front of Pain. No ninjutsu. No tricks. Only the most primitive and violent power. Bang! A slap. Just a slap. The godlike Pain was blown away like a tattered sandbag. He rolled wildly on the water, smashing countless rocks, and finally his entire head was deeply embedded in a cliff. The whole place was dead silent. Six-tailed Naruto slowly raised his head and opened his fang-filled mouth. Black and white chakra began to gather at an astonishing speed. A black sphere with a density so high that it causes space to distort is taking shape. Tailed Beast Ball. The ultimate weapon of destruction, powerful enough to wipe an entire village off the map. Pain, who was pulled out of the wall, looked more solemn than ever. He stretched out his hands and aimed them at the monster. Shinra Tensei. Repulsive force explodes. This magical skill that was powerful enough to deflect all ninjutsu and objects hit Six-Tails Naruto hard. However, Six-Tailed Naruto never retreat. He used his bone claws to dig into the ground tightly, allowing the terrifying repulsive force to wash over his body. The tailed beast ball in his mouth was still condensing. How is that possible? For the first time, shock appeared in Pain's eyes. He realized that conventional means were no longer able to stop this monster. He clasped his hands together. That's enough, Kyuubi. He slowly rose into the air, and a small black sphere flew out from his palm and hovered in the sky. Earth-shattering star. A moment. The whole world lost its weight. The earth is cracking. Countless rocks, soil, ruins, together with the roaring six-tailed monster, were sucked towards the black ball in the sky by an irresistible gravitational force. Roar! Roar! Six-tailed Naruto struggled frantically and bombarded the rocks around him with the tailed beast balls, but to no avail. The rocks gathered more and more, and became thicker and thicker. Eventually, a new, huge rocky object formed in the sky. The monster that represents anger and destruction was completely sealed in the core. One person under the world. Longhu Mountain, Tianqi Mansion. The old Taoist priest Zhang's Highway's hand holding the teacup stopped in midair for a long time without moving. His eyes, which were always squinting, were now fully open, revealing a deep look in them. Such a domineering qi. No, this can no longer be called qi. This is resentment, hatred, and destruction itself. To harness such power with a mortal body, is the price to pay the price humanity. Wudang Mountain. Wang Ye looked at the sky and yawned, but his eyes were unusually clear. Tisk. This guy is obsessed. For the sake of love, I made myself into this state. This power has completely departed from the realm of Tao. It is the ultimate in pure technique and a shortcut to destruction. Nadu Tong Company. Zhang Hulan suddenly jumped up from the sofa with a look of what the hell on his face. Oh my god! Is this a power that a human can possess? You slapped a big guy and sent him flying? And you can still withstand a big attack? This cheat is too outrageous. But, in the end, he was still locked up in a small dark room. He stroked his chin, his eyes flickering. It seems that losing control of power is not a good thing. Feng Baobao, who was standing next to him, munched on a cucumber and said expressionlessly. He locked up. I can't get out. Three-body world. Edo Base. Evans looked at the rocky planet floating in the sky in the picture, and he trembled with excitement, with a sickly flush on his face. Art. This is real art. Destruction and creation. Use the earth to create a cage. Use anger to fight against God's punishment. Lord. Do you see this? This is the nature of human beings. They can bring about their own doom. They don't deserve to be saved at all. In the laboratory, Wang Miao adjusted his glasses and felt that his worldview had been challenged once again. No. Impossible. How can a living organism burst out such a huge amount of energy? And that earth-shattering star, creating a gravity source out of thin air? This completely violates the theory of general relativity. This is magic, not science. The ruins of Red Bank Base. Yawenja stood there quietly, her face calm, but her eyes were colder than the Siberian wind. Anger. Hatred. Because of personal emotions, the world can be dragged to the brink of destruction. Humans are indeed an arrogant species. It has never changed. Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf World. Sheep Village. Pleasant Goat opened his mouth wide and forgot to shake the bell in his hand. It's so scary. That guy called Naruto has completely turned into a monster. Although he was trying to save people, but he almost destroyed everything. Fei Yanjiang was so excited that he waved his fists. So cool. He slapped that bad guy away with just one slap. If only I were that awesome. Wolfsburg. Big Bad Wolf was wearing goggles and the wrench in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. His eyes sparkled with the light of an inventor seeing inspiration. I understand. I completely understand. Anger. It's the power of anger. As long as I can invent a super angry energy converter, I won't have to worry about not being able to catch sheep anymore. Ha 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 ha. Bang. Red Wolf hit him on the head with a frying pan accurately. What are you daydreaming about again? Go catch the sheep for me. But, that little monster is much more useful than you. Death World. Karakura Town. Ichigo Kurosaka's expression was extremely ugly, and he subconsciously pressed his chest. This feeling can't be wrong. Exactly the same as that guy Subai. Pure, destructive instinct. He was also devoured. Kukiki Rukia frowned. What kind of spiritual pressure is this? It's not a Shinigami, nor a hollow, nor a Quincy. It's violent, chaotic, and filled with an ominous aura. Just looking at it makes one's heart palpitate. Inu Orium clasped her hands together in front of her chest, her eyes full of worry. His heart is crying. Inside that monster's body is the boy's heart-wrenching wail. Sui Palace. Aizen Sosuke sat on the throne, his chin resting on one hand, a hint of interested smile on his lips. Jinkriki. Tailed beasts. Use emotions as the key to unlock the seal. What a simple yet effective system. Although it is full of flaws and can easily get out of control, the essence of this power is incredibly close to the source. To merge oneself with the embodiment of another law and thus reach a higher realm, my idea is indeed correct. The world of mortal cultivation. In a cave in the Chaos Star Sea. Han Li looked at the image in the sky with a calm expression, but he had already made plans in his mind. This kind of magical power is truly earth-shattering. But there will be endless troubles. Once your mind is taken away, you will become a beast at the mercy of others. The last sealing technique is proof of this. It seems that in any world, the inner demon is the cultivator's greatest enemy. This kind of power is fine to look at, but never to touch. Fairy Ziling sighed softly. To transform into a demon for a woman is both foolish and calamity. Yuan Yao was beside her, also with a complicated expression. Super beast-armed world. Oh my god! Is this what it looks like after going completely berserk? Hualin Fei screamed strangely. Even the Shinra Tensei can't be deflected. This is too buggy. A stream of data flashed under Long Jian's comm lenses. No. Although his strength has increased, his IQ has returned to zero. No tactics, no thinking, just brute force. That's why the calmer enemy used a trick to seal him. Great power, if it cannot be harnessed, is only great weakness. Tai Lei said in a deep voice. He still lost. I lost to my own anger. Dragon Ball World. Vegeta sneered disdainfully when he saw Naruto being sealed. Humph! Did you see that, Kakarot? This is the result of relying on external forces. What the hell is the power of the tailed beast? In the end, he was locked up like a fool. Only the power gained through one's own practice and perfectly controlled can be truly powerful. He said this, but the fighting spirit in his eyes became even more intense. Sun Gohan said softly as he looked at the rocky planet. Losing his mind was the biggest cause of his defeat. When I fought Cell, I broke through my limits because of anger. But my father always reminds me not to be consumed by anger. So, this is the gap. Piccolo crossed his arms and spoke coldly. Madness. Entrust your fate to uncontrollable emotions. That's not fighting, that's self-destruction. Jujutsu Kaisen World. Gojo Satoru took off his blindfold, and his 6 pale blue eyes watched with great interest. Oh wow! Chibaku Tensei? This technique is quite interesting. Forcefully create a core, and then use gravity to suck the target in and seal it. It's a bit like a field in concept, but not really. But if it were me, I would just use King to explode inside, or teleport out. This trick won't work on me. Yuji Itadori was stunned. Wow, that guy called Pain is so strong too. It can actually create a small moon. Sukuna, can you do this? In his mind, Sukuna's voice sounded lazily. Humph, kid, don't compare this kind of acrobatics with my demon subduing and cooking. Kujisaki Nobara curled her lips. After all this time, there's still a lot of noise but little action. I thought I could beat up that show-off guy on the other side, but I ended up being locked up. Boring. Megami Fushiguro was analyzing the sealing technique. Using one's own chakra as the core to create gravity, the cost of this technique must be enormous. This is a life and death tactic. World of the Magical Warriors. Nangong Wenchen held the Tianjing sword in his hand with a serious expression. It turns out that the power of losing reason is so easy to be defeated. He has the power to destroy the world, but he can't hurt the enemy at all. Instead, he has put himself in a desperate situation. Tixin, we must never become like that. Dongfang Tixin nodded, his eyes full of fear. Yes. The heart of justice is the real source of power of the divine beast. On the throne of the leader of heaven and earth. Instead of being disappointed by the sealing of the 6 tails Naruto, he laughed even more crazily. Ha 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 ha. Seal. Yes. Seal. That man named Pain did the right thing. Power should be controlled by the strong. That sealing technique, and the power of that monster, I want them all. Tiger Soul. Do you feel it? This is what we should pursue, the supreme power. The demon soldier Tiger Soul beside him was buzzing loudly, and the murderous aura was almost condensed into blood-colored mist. The world of Condor heroes. Mount Zongnan, Tomb of the Living Dead. Yang Guo looked at the screen, one hand unconsciously clenched and then loosened. For the one I love, I am willing to transform into a demon. His eyes became extremely complicated as he glanced at Xiaolongnü beside him. I understand this feeling. Xiaolongnü just said quietly. He's in a lot of pain. The top of Xiangyang City. Guojing frowned, looking disapproving. Nonsense. This is absolute nonsense. This kind of magic hurts others and yourself, it is a wrong path for martial arts. The greatest heroes serve their country and their people. First of all, they must have a righteous heart. If their heart is not righteous, then the higher their martial arts skills, the greater the harm they will cause. Huang Rong patted his arm gently and sighed. Brother Jing, that's what I said. But that young man is also a pitiful person. However, this power is indeed too evil. If it is out of control, it will not go far. Mongolian camp. King Jinlun's eyes were fixed and his breathing became rapid. Divine power, this is the real divine power. It is beyond human power. This is the power of gods and ghosts. Compared with it, the dragon elephant Prajna Sutra is like a firefly compared to the bright moon. If I could only obtain a tiny bit of it. Guo Xiang opened her eyes wide and muttered softly. Because of a girl, he turned into a monster and became the enemy of the whole world. It's scary, but it seems kind of handsome. Chapter 21. In One Piece, Nick Luffy shows off his city-blasting combat power in a wonderful battle against the Four Emperors Kaido. The picture became clear. This time, it is no longer the familiar Konoha village. It is a huge island floating in the sky. The shape of the island is a hideous skull, with thick smoke, flames of war, and broken walls and ruins everywhere, like a hell on earth. Roar! A dragon roar that shook the sky rang out. A giant green dragon, whose size cannot be described in words, was hovering in the sky, with its beard fluttering and its eyes fierce, emitting the domineering aura of dominating the world. Just by looking through the picture, the pressure made the strong people in countless worlds feel palpitations. But, what is even more terrifying is the dragon's opponent. Is that a person? A person dressed in white. He had white hair like clouds, a circle of steam like feathers around his neck, and an extremely exaggerated smile on his face, almost extending to his ears. His eyes are cartoon-like circle eyes, full of freedom and joy. Boom! 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 The strange sound of drums came out from his body, resounding through the sky, and was heard by countless people. That drum sound, full of the vitality of life, is called the drum of liberation. Naruto World. What's that sound? Xiao Li listened carefully and felt his heartbeat quicken. What a weird guy. Naruto scratched his head, confused. He looks so funny. Sasuke stared at the screen with his Sharingan, and said in a deep voice, no. He is very strong. The aura on him is no weaker than that of Naruto in the six-tailed state just now. What a joke. Sakura couldn't believe it. That six-tailed Naruto is a monster that can destroy a village with one blow. How could this smiling white guy in front of me? At this moment, the giant green dragon in the sky opened its mouth. A blazing breath, like a laser cannon, tore through the atmosphere and blasted towards the white figure. Danger! Kakashi's heart tightened. However, the white figure did not dodge or evade, but just smiled even more happily. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the sky. Boom! He pulled a real bolt of lightning from the clouds and held it in his hand like a javelin. Lightning style, Kirin. Sasuke blurted out, then immediately denied it, no. That's not right. He's not channeling lightning, he's catching it. This scene completely overturned the ninja's cognition. Doluo One World. Oh my god! Oh my god! Ma Hongjun jumped up excitedly. What kind of martial spirit is that? A weapon martial spirit? A weapon martial spirit that can catch lightning. Oscar also looked dazed. My god, can my recovery sausage fill his teeth? Tang San's purple demon pupil was operating at its maximum, but he was unable to see through the power composition of the white figure. It's not soul power. This is an unprecedented power system. The master pushed up his glasses, his eyes full of enthusiasm for research. Free, unrestrained, and free to do whatever you want. This is simply power at the level of rules. In the picture, a white figure threw the lightning in his hand, which collided with the dragon's breath and caused a violent explosion. He himself bounced around like a ball in the shock wave of the explosion, and every time he landed, the hard rock ground became as soft as rubber. The giant dragon slapped him with one claw, and his whole body was turned into a pancake, sticking tightly to the ground. Boonie Bear's World. Guziang Ridge, in a tree hole. Xiang Er was so scared that he hugged Xiang Da's arm. Xiang Da, he was flattened. Guangtio Yujiang's eyes widened as well. It's over. Such a fun guy is gone just like that. But the next second, the figure that was beaten into a paper piece suddenly returned to its original shape with a puff sound, just like a balloon being blown up. He also stretched and continued to grin. The dragon was obviously enraged by this invincibility and launched attacks again and again. However, every attack seemed to be hitting cotton, or in other words, hitting the ultimate rubber. The white figure's head was hit so hard that it was dented and his eyeballs flew out, but soon bounced back with a pop. His body was stretched, twisted, and flattened, but he always had that innocent smile on his face. Inuyasha whirled. What on earth is this thing? Inuyasha was stunned. His body is so strange. Kagam's face was full of disbelief. For the first time, there was a fluctuation in Shimaru's cold golden pupils. He could feel what kind of terrifying vitality was contained in that seemingly funny body. That is a pure, unreasonable vitality. Lord Shimaru, this white guy is even stranger than that half-demon Inuyasha. Jaken whispered on the side. In Nariku's castle. Nariku looked at the screen, and the expression on his face changed from intoxicated to obsessed. Hatred and anger can give rise to power like the Nine Tails. What about joy and freedom? This form called Nika, this power to turn imagination into reality, is really wonderful. If I can get him, combined with the hatred of the Kyuubi, the whole world will be mine. The battle in the picture has reached a fever pitch. Rubber, rubber. The white figure took a deep breath and his body began to expand like a balloon. Giant. Boom. A towering white giant appeared on the floating island, and its size was not much smaller than that of the coiled dragon. He stretched out his huge palm and grabbed the dragon's tail. What happened next left everyone dumbfounded. The white giant actually picked up the dragon's tail and started jumping rope. Boom. 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 The huge dragon body was used as a rope, smashing onto the floating island again and again. The entire island was shaking violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Fountain of special attack. Ha 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 ha. Lu Zyokyo rolled on the ground laughing. This is so funny. He actually used a dragon to skip rope. The corners of Cheng Liuxiang and Pineapple Blizzard's mouths also twitched, and they didn't know what expression to use to face it. This guy's fighting style is simply, totally disorganized, yet extremely powerful. Xiao Qiuting pushed his glasses, and data streams flashed on the lenses. Boss, according to my analysis, this guy's fighting style has surpassed the limits of imagination. This is a true dimensionality reduction attack. Perfect world. Ha ha ha. Interesting. So interesting. Shi Hao patted his thigh, eager to fight. This guy named Luffy is just my style. Playing with such a big dragon as a toy is awesome. The willow god beside him had its branches swaying gently. This is not pure strength. This is a kind of Tao, the embodiment of a concept. What he thinks comes true, what he says comes true. He is the embodiment of freedom and joy. This is an extremely high state. The small tower also hummed, yes, this kind of power is very idealistic and irrational. The laws of that world are really strange. Above the sky, the giant dragon Kaido, who was used as a skipping rope, finally broke free from his restraints. His whole body was burning with flames, and the temperature of his body surface even burned the sky and distorted it. He transformed into a gigantic fire dragon and rushed towards the white giant like a meteorite. Rising Dragon Flame Bagua. This attack contained the power to destroy the world, enough to completely evaporate the entire floating island. Faced with this powerful attack, the smile on the white giant Luffy's face disappeared. He floated in the air and slowly raised his right fist. Then, his fist began to grow bigger. Keep getting bigger. Become bigger than a mountain. Becoming more vast than the clouds. In the end, that fist became larger than the entire Onigashima Island. A giant fist covering the entire sky. The black and red domineering aura, like lightning, wrapped around this devastating fist, making a crackling sound. At this moment, audiences all over the world held their breath. Time and space seemed to have stood still. In their eyes, there was only the fist that was powerful enough to destroy the world and reshape the universe. The world of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. Can this still be considered martial arts? The jar of wine in Deben's hand fell to the ground. Hung Mao held the Chonghong sword tightly, his palms were full of sweat. This punch, no one can stop it. For the first time, a look of horror appeared on He Xiaohu's face. The demonic dance that he was so proud of seemed as small as dust before this punch. The bad world. The valley where soldiers are hidden. Li Xingyun, Ji Rugzhu, and others looked up at the sky, their mouths opened wide enough to fit an egg. This must be a god. Lu Lingxuan muttered to himself. Tongguan Hall. The wine glass in Zhang Zifen's hand was instantly crushed into powder. Fantasy Sound Studio. The Empress's face was also full of shock. Xianming Sect. Tang Dynasty, underground palace of Chang'an City. Yuan Tiangang, the evil leader who had lived for more than 300 years, stood up suddenly, and the bamboo hat on his head fell off. He stared at the fist that blocked out the sun and sky in the picture, his body trembling slightly with excitement and fear. There is a sky beyond the sky. 300 years of calculations, 300 years of planning. I thought I was in control of the chess game of the world, but in the face of such absolute power, what can I count for? This is the real power. This is the power of God. Huxia Paladin World. Oh my God! Li Xiaoao screamed, if this punch goes down, Shushan will be destroyed. The drunken swordsman spat out a mouthful of wine and choked and coughed repeatedly. What a great boxing skill! So domineering! I am convinced. The Saint Lady and the Sword Saint looked at each other in silence, shocked. Zhao Linger and Anu covered their mouths, their eyes full of disbelief. Zombie Brother World. Interesting sample. The corpse dragon licked his lips, his scarlet eyes full of greed. The activity of this cell, the way this energy is used. If I can devour it, my divine gene will surely evolve again. Bai Xiaofei was covered in cold sweat. You must be kidding. If this punch hits the earth will be formatted on the spot. Under everyone's gaze. The fist, bigger than the island, moved. Rubber, rubber. Luffy's voice resounded throughout the world. Ape God Gun. Fist, drop. There was no earth-shattering noise, but instead a moment of extreme silence. The moment the huge fire dragon came into contact with the fist, the flames on its body were completely blown away by the unparalleled wind from the fist. Immediately afterwards, the huge dragon body was forcibly pierced from the sky, to the depths of the earth by the even bigger fist. Boom! After a delay of several seconds, a roar loud enough to shatter the eardrums finally came. The entire floating island was torn into pieces under this unparalleled impact. A bottomless pit was blasted out in the earth, and magma gushed out from the ground, forming a new volcano. One punch, and the mountains and rivers are shattered. One punch, and the world turns upside down. Everyone in front of the screen was speechless. Their minds were blank and their souls were trembling. After a long time, the picture gradually stabilized. Above the sky, the white figure was still floating. His body shape had returned to normal, but that free and romantic smile was on his face again. It was as if the devastating punch just now was just a harmless joke. He won. The victory was won in the most outrageous, domineering and unreasonable way. Chapter 22. The battle between Dozone Yunshan and Xiaoyan caused an energy shock that reached the city blasting level. On the huge screen above the sky, light flashed and the picture suddenly changed. At the top of Yunlin Mountain, the weather changed dramatically. Xiaoyan, a young man in black robe, was carrying a huge black ruler on his back, with the flames of revenge burning in his eyes. Opposite him was Yunshan, who had an immortal look but a gloomy expression at the moment. Xiaoyan! Today, you will die here. Yunshan's voice was icy cold and contained a strong murderous intent. The space between the two people was violently distorted due to the fierce collision of fighting spirit. Every time there was a clash of energies, the entire Yunlin mountain would tremble violently, and countless huge rocks would roll down from the top of the mountain. Suddenly, Yunchen formed a mysterious seal with his hands. Clouds and mist covering the sun formation. Rise! An angry roar resounded through the sky. In an instant, the entire Yunlin sect was enveloped by an invisible energy. Yunchen's aura began to surge wildly, rising from the 1-star Do zone level to the 2-star level. What's even more terrifying is that behind him, the vast fighting spirit actually condensed into a continuously rotating miniature black hole. The black hole released an all-consuming suction force, absorbing all the energy between heaven and earth, and transforming it into a huge energy shield that covered the entire mountain gate. The energy aftermath produced by the collision, if it were to escape, would be enough to raze a city to the ground. Inuyasha world. Hey, hey, hey! This old man's energy has become so strong. Inuyasha sniffed, his face solemn. That's not just anger, Inuyasha. Kikyo stood under the tree of time with deep eyes. That is a kind of energy that has been amplified by the formation. He borrowed the power of the entire mountain. Shimaru folded his arms, the energy shield reflected in his golden pupils. Borrowing external forces is ultimately a minor path. His tone was calm, but it carried an unquestionable arrogance. Wow! Lord Shimaru is so handsome. Ling clapped her hands. Shijian quickly agreed, that's right. How can a mere old human being be compared with Lord Shimaru? Naraku hid in the dark, looking at Yunchen in the picture, with calculation in his eyes. Formation. It's a good method to gather all the power in one person. The world of Luo Luo's adventures. Motorcyclists, City of Energy. Oh my god! The strength of this energy shield is so great that even my Thunder Half-Moon Slash can't break it. The Human Torch looked at the scene in shock. His energy level instantly increased by at least 1 level. The Vanguard analyzed calmly. This method of instant amplification is too terrifying. If used on the battlefield. Tornado's expression turned serious. Li Bassian said in a muffled voice, this guy named Xiao Yan is in danger. Humph, I don't think so. Supersonic crossed his arms, that young man didn't look like he was flinching at all. Boonie Bear's world. Guxiangling, Bald Jiang's cabin. Oh my god! Are they setting off fireworks? They are much more amazing than my fireworks. Xiang Er was holding a honey jar, looking stunned. Big Bear was much calmer, he frowned. Brother Chiang, what kind of special effect is this? It's too realistic. The chainsaw in Bald Jiang's hand fell to the ground and his mouth opened wide. This is not a special effect. This is the real thing. My goodness, if this move is used on our Bear Ridge, the entire mountain will be gone. Doluo One World. Shrek Academy. The territory. This is the territory. Master Yu Xiaogang stood up excitedly, his hands shaking. No, it's not exactly a domain. This is a pseudo-domain forcibly created with the help of an array set up by external objects. But its power is infinitely close to a real domain. Tang San activated the purple demon pupil and stared at the screen intently. What a powerful energy control! That black hole is a manifestation of highly concentrated energy. He is extracting the power of that mountain and even that sky. Ma Hongjun was shocked and said, damn it! Is this old man cheating? Can he play like this? Oscar stroked his chin, my sixth soul skill, if I can copy his formation. Ning Rongrong's face was filled with shock. The 7 treasure glazed tile sex protective formation is fully activated. I wonder if it can block an attack of this level. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other and saw deep fear in each other's eyes. The power system of this world is so overbearing. Naruto World. Konoha Village, Hokage's office. This is such a huge amount of chakra. The pipe in the hand of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen fell onto the table. No, Hokage-sama, that is not chakra. Kakashi lazily raised his forehead protector, his Sharingan moving rapidly. That is a completely different kind of energy, but the way it is used, is surprisingly similar to our barrier ninjutsu. Danzo was leaning on a cane, his one eye filled with undisguised greed. This formation. If Konoha can use it, Konoha's strength will be improved by several levels. Naruto pointed at the screen and shouted, "Wow! What an amazing ninjutsu! That black ball is even cooler than the Raise Nan." Sasuke snorted. How can one be considered strong if he relies on the power of external objects? Sakura, Xiaoli, and the others were already speechless from the devastating aura. Fountain of special attack. Flower fruit mountain, water curtain cave. I'll beat you to death. This old man is more powerful than Mo Bassian. Pineapple Snowstorm screamed. Cheng Liuxiang tightly grasped the holy sword, his palms sweating. His power seems to be endless. Lu Ziokuo asked innocently, can he beat the big brother with white hair? Xiao Qiuting pushed up his glasses and looked at him as if he were an idiot. Are you stupid? That white-haired guy can blow up a planet with one punch. This old guy can only flatten a mountain at best. How can they be compared? Luoshi and Shang Guanzai were also fascinated by what they saw. This level of battle was beyond their imagination. Perfect world. Shiken, under the willow trees. Hey? This way of using runes is so crude. Little Shihao drank the beast's milk and commented with his head tilted. Forcibly infusing the energy of heaven and earth into one's body is too much of a burden. It is simply self-harm. The green branches of the willow god swayed gently, making soft sounds. Tao follows nature. Although this method can be powerful for a while, it is already inferior. However, for creatures at that level, it is not bad. The little tower swung above his head. What do you know, little brat? This formation is already considered top-notch in the lower realm. Look at that kid named Xiao Yan. There seems to be a strange divine substance in his flames. Shi Yi was sitting cross-legged not far away, his pupils opening and closing, as if he was trying to see through every energy node of the formation. Using the power of mountains and rivers, evolving the power of the domain. Interesting, but with too many flaws. Huo Linger and Yun Xi were stunned by the huge energy fluctuations. This was a power that only the top masters in their Fire Nation and the Celestial Clan could display. Fox Spirit Matchmaker World. Tishin. Oh my, what an amazing demon power. Tu Shenrong narrowed her eyes and said with a smile. Tishin Yaya crossed her arms with a look of disdain. Tisk, what a fuss. With my absolute zero, I can freeze him and the mountain into an ice sculpture. Tishin Honghong looked at the screen, with not much expression on her beautiful face. That young man, he has a strong will. Dongfang Yuecha was eating melon seeds nearby. Sister Yaoxian, look at that formation. Doesn't it look a bit like some of the forbidden techniques of our Dao League? They are all tricks that squeeze out potential and use all your strength. Su held her little head and hid behind Hong Hong in fear. What a terrifying power! The world of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. Ben Li Villa. Oh my goodness! This old man's martial arts is even more powerful than Black Heart Tiger. De Ben was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Niu Xianfeng nodded vigorously at the side, yes, yes. If this attack comes, even the 7 of us combined can't stop it. Zhu Wujia was trembling with fear. Too horrible. Is this still a human being? Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit looked at each other with extremely solemn expressions. This is no longer a martial art. Hung Mao said solemnly, this is more like the magic of the legendary immortals. He Xiaohu clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness and fighting spirit. Damn it! If the demonic dance is practiced to the extreme, it may be possible to fight against it. He remembered the punch from the white figure before, and looked at Yunshan in front of him, and a deep feeling of powerlessness surged in his heart. There will always be people better than you. The martial arts that he was so proud of were really nothing in front of these beings. Huxia Paladin World. Shushan, Demon Locking Tower. Wow! This old Taoist priest is so majestic. Much more handsome than my master. Li Xiaoao shouted loudly. The drunken swordsman almost spit out his wine and rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. You little brat! What do you know? This old man used the power of the formation to win. It's not fair. Look at my Shushan swordsmanship. I can break his bird formation with just one sword. Although he said this, the drunken swordsman's eyes were extremely solemn. The sword master sat cross-legged, and a trace of emotion appeared on his calm face. Using human power to draw the power of heaven and earth. This person has touched the threshold of the Tao. Zhao Linger and Anu covered their mouths. Tang Yu Xiaobao, who do you think is more powerful, him or your master? Anu asked curiously. Tang Yu Xiaobao smiled bitterly. My foster father's power lies in his mysteriousness. But in terms of pure destructive power, I'm afraid, the one in the picture is better. Zombie Brother World. Nice energy response, but the cell structure is too fragile. The Corpse King Long Yu analyzed Yunshan's physical data in his scarlet pupils. Forcibly raising the power will only accelerate the decay of cells. It's a stupid method. But the sample named Xiao Yan, the flame in his body is very special and seems to be able to temper the essence of life. It's worth studying. Bai Xiaofei's scalp tingled as he watched. Damn it! Isn't this a human-shaped nuclear bomb? If this were placed in H City, there wouldn't be even a slag left of us. Xiaoei, Xiaolu, and the others were already speechless from the shock of this scene that seemed like a fight between gods. He Xiaofei just looked at him coldly, not knowing what he was thinking. The Bad World. Chang'an, Underground Palace. Yuan Tiangang put on his hat again and stood quietly. Using the formation to leverage the power of heaven and earth, quite interesting. His voice returned to its previous calmness, but in those 300-year-old eyes, a strange color flashed. Compared to the unreasonable power of the white-haired kid before, this kind of power, at least, is still within the scope of my understanding. 300 years of planning, if there is such a force to help. He didn't say anything else, but the atmosphere in the underground palace seemed to become heavier. Tongguan Hall. Zhang Zifan looked at the screen and muttered to himself. Is this a true battle between the strong? Fantasy Sound Studio. The Empress frowned slightly, thinking about the pros and cons of this power system. In the Xianming sect, the surviving ghost kings were silent. Chapter 23. Dozone Yunshan fights with Yao Lao, tearing the space apart, and one strike can blow up a city. The picture changed again. The old figure named Yunshan and another soul possessed by a young man were fighting fiercely in the sky. This time, the audience saw an even more horrifying sight. Every collision between them is no longer a simple explosion of energy, but space. It was a real space, which was torn into hideous cracks by their violent force. The pitch-black crack was like the huge mouth of a monster, swallowing up the light and everything. Space debris flew everywhere accompanied by a destructive energy storm. The aftermath of the storm alone caused the mountains below to collapse in large areas and the ground to crack into bottomless canyons. This is the true power of a Dozong strongman. With a preliminary grasp of the power of space, a full-strength attack is enough to completely wipe out a prosperous city from the map. This is no longer a battle that mortals can imagine. This is a war between gods. Inuyasha world. Hey, hey, hey! Are you kidding me? Inuyasha's eyes almost popped out of his head, and he pointed at the black cracks that kept opening and closing on the screen and shouted. What the hell is that? They broke the sky into pieces. That's a space crack. Shimaru on the side spoke coldly, the devastating scene reflected in his golden eyes. Even he could not remain absolutely calm. They tore through space with their own strength. Tear space. The staff in Master Maitreya's hand fell to the ground with a clang, and he even forgot to touch the butt of coral next to him. The wind hole only devours matter, but I've never heard of it being able to shatter space itself. Kagome hugged her bow, her face pale. Inuyasha, can your wind scar do that? Inuyasha opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word for a long time. In the end, he could only scratch his head in disappointment. No. It's not on the same level at all. Kikyo stood in the distance, watching quietly. This is not the power of a monster, nor is it magic. It is a pure manifestation of the rules of the world after cultivating energy to the extreme. Naraku was hiding in the dark, feeling the terrifying pressure coming from the picture. The fragments of the Four Souls jade in his body were restless. A perfect body. No, I need even more powerful strength. If I can use this kind of strength. His ambition was infinitely magnified at this moment. Ling hugged Mu's neck and whispered to Xiejian, Grandpa Xiejian, who is more powerful between Lords Shimaru and them. Xiejian was so frightened that he couldn't even hold his cane. Idiot! Don't ask such questions. Lords Shimaru is of course. He didn't finish his words because even he didn't have the confidence. The world of Luo Luo's adventures. Motorcyclists, City of Energy. Oh my god! This destructive power is too outrageous. Thunderbolt looked at the scene in shock. His Thunder Crescent Slash was just a child's toy in front of this kind of attack. Their energy level is probably beyond our ability to measure. The Vanguard analyzed calmly, but his shaking hands betrayed his inner thoughts. Even the Tyrannosaurus god can't withstand this kind of attack, right? It's not a matter of a moment. Tornado said seriously. If we are even slightly touched, we will immediately become a pile of scrap metal. Supersonic and Li Bassian looked at each other, and both saw deep shock in each other's electronic eyes. If our motorcycle warriors had this kind of power. Li Bassian murmured. We have already driven the beast tribe back to their homeland. Supersonic replied. For the first time, they realized that combat could reach such a terrifying level. Boonie Bear's world. Kuziangling, Bald Jiang's cabin. Big Bear, they poked a hole in the sky. Bear 2 was holding a honey jar and hid behind Bear 1 in fear. Big Bear also had a serious look on his face, staring at the screen closely. This is more frightening than a landslide. Bald Jiang sat in his boss chair, the chainsaw in his hand fell to the ground, and his mouth was open wide enough to fit an apple. Oh my god! If they come to our place, not only will we not be able to cut down trees, but the entire Bear Ridge will be destroyed. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, I'm just a lumberjack. I can just watch this kind of fight between gods. That's all I need to do. Naruto World. Hokage's office. The ultimate use of space ninjutsu. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe, and the smoke he exhaled had a heavy smell. No, this is completely different from Flying Thunder God and Kamui. This is not about opening a passage, but about using pure violence to smash the world itself. Kakashi's Sharingan also widened. This kind of power, even if it's the tailed beast ball, it's probably just more concentrated energy, but when it comes to destroying space itself, it's far from enough. Youth. Is this the pinnacle of power? Too passionate. There was fire burning in Xiao Li's eyes. Niji next to him opened his Byakugan and said in a deep voice, No, I can see that their bodies are also bearing a huge load under this kind of power. This is a fighting style that aims to kill both parties. Humph, it's just too fancy. Uchiha Sasuke crossed his arms across his chest, and the Megatama in his Rinnegan rotated. Heavenly hand power can achieve a similar effect, but this kind of brutal destruction has no aesthetic appeal. He said this, but his clenched fists showed that he was uneasy inside. Naruto was stunned. Wow! This Raise Nan is so big. No, it's much more powerful than the Raise Nan. How did they do that? Dark part. Danzo's one eye was fixed on the screen, and his cane tapped the ground hard. Destroying a city. This power must be in Konoha's hands. We must study the secret of this power at all costs. For Konoha. Fountain of Special Attack. Inside the cockpit of the Fruit Robo. Wow! What kind of special effect is this? It's even cooler than our Fruity Wars. Lu Ziokuo shouted loudly. Pineapple blowing snow rarely complained. He pushed his glasses, and the lenses reflected the light that tore through space. This is not a special effect, Ziokuo. This is a real battle. Their energy output has exceeded the limit of our mechas. Cheng Liuxiang gripped the operating lever tightly. If our Sword of Justice can create such a crack, then we would have beaten Dongfang Kaiubai and the four evil thieves to a pulp long ago. Xiao Qiuting shouted from the other side. Luoshi and Shang Guanzai looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This kind of power has exceeded our understanding of combat. Perfect world. Ishimura. Wow. Hit. Hit hard. Make a hole in the sky so I can go in and see what delicious food is inside. Little Shihao waved his little fists. Instead of being afraid, he was extremely excited. Be quiet. The voice of Willow God rang in his mind, with a hint of evaluation. Their use of law and principle is still very crude. They simply rely on the accumulation of energy to forcibly tear apart space. Although the power is good, it causes great damage to themselves and cannot touch the true principles of the Tao. The little tower was also humming nearby. That's right, little Doyle. Back then, in short, compared to the true supreme means, this is just a child's play. Huo Linger and Yun Xi were both terrified. This kind of power is enough to be called a god in our lower world, right? Huo Linger whispered. I'm afraid so. An imperial capital will be reduced to ashes by this blow. Yun Xi nodded in agreement. In another direction, Shi Yi, a man with double pupils, was also watching. His pupils opened and closed, as if he wanted to fully analyze the formation principle of the space crack. Use force to break the law, use a point to break the surface. I see. Although it is crude, it is also a way. My double pupils may be able to evolve into more sophisticated methods. Fox Spirit Matchmaker World. Tishin. Oh my god. Sister. Why are they fighting like they're tearing down a house? No, they're tearing down the world. Tishin Yaya even forgot to take her wine gourd and looked at the scene in shock. Tishin narrowed her golden eyes slightly, and powerful demonic power surged around her body, resisting the sense of oppression that was escaping. Very strong. In terms of pure destructive power, it may be even greater than mine. Oh my, this is really incredible. Tishin Rongrong narrowed her eyes and calculated quickly. Analyzing the pros and cons of this power system may help us find a new direction for Tishin's development. However, the cost is too high, and the cost-effectiveness does not seem to be very good. Tishin Susu hid behind her sister and whispered, Brother Taoist, they are so powerful. Dongfang Yuechu, who was standing aside, put away his cynical expression at this moment. He looked at the torn space, and then looked at his own pure Yanjian. Using force to interfere with the structure of reality. Is this what is called high-end combat power? Interesting, very interesting. The world of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. Benli Villa. Oh my god. They broke a hole in the sky. Deben sat down on the ground, pointing at the screen, and could hardly speak clearly. Niu Xianfeng even knelt down directly. Gods. This is definitely a fight between gods. What we saw before was just like children playing compared to this. Zhu Wuzhi was foaming at the mouth, rolling his eyes, and was about to faint from fright. Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit stood together. The masters of the Bingpo sword and Changhong sword had only endless horror in their hearts. This is no longer martial arts. Hung Mao's voice was dry. This is a natural disaster. Lan Tu added. He Xiaohu's fists were clenched so hard that they made a clattering sound. The fighting spirit that had been ignited before was poured with a bucket of cold water after seeing the scene of the space being torn apart, but he still ignited again unwillingly. Demon dance. Even if I practice it to the extreme, can I achieve this? No. I definitely can. There must be a way. He growled like an unyielding trapped beast. Huxia Paladin World. Shushan, Demon Locking Tower. I take back what I said before. Li Xiaoao stuttered. This old Taoist priest is much more majestic than my master. This is not just an unfair victory, this is unreasonable. The drunken swordsman did not refute this time. He tilted his head back and took a big gulp of wine. The hot wine could not suppress the shock in his heart. Tearing the heaven and earth apart with human power, is this something a human can do? The sword master's expressionless face was finally moved. He stood up slowly and looked at the screen. The Tao I pursue is the unity of heaven and man. Their Tao is that man can conquer nature. Using human power, they can forcibly override heaven and earth. What a domineering practice method! Anu and Tang Yu Xiaobao hugged each other and trembled. Tang Yu Xiaobao, this guy is much more powerful than your godfather. Tang Yu Xiaobao could only nod bitterly. Zombie Brother World. Interesting use of energy. Countless data streams flashed in the scarlet pupils of Corpse King Long Yu. Through high-frequency energy vibrations, the spatial structure is destabilized, causing tearing. Although crude, it is effective. If I can capture these two samples and analyze their energy cores, my evolution will take a big step forward. Bai Xiaofei got goosebumps all over his body. FK. Human-shaped nuclear bombs are not enough to describe them. They are FG human-shaped black holes. If we put them there, they will tear the earth apart. Xiaoyi and Xiaolu were pale and couldn't say a word. He Xiaofei stared at Xiao Yan, who was possessed by Yao Lao. That young man's body, soul, is too. And that soul seems to be the dominant force. Possession? Or symbiosis? His mind is always madly testing the edge of danger. The bad world. Chang'an, underground palace. Yuan Tiangang took off his hat, revealing his face covered with dry and cracked wrinkles. For the first time in 300 years, an emotion called desire appeared in his eyes. Tearing apart space, this is the real power. This is the power that the immortals should master. He laughed hoarsely, and his laughter echoed in the underground palace, seeming extremely creepy. 300 years of planning, 300 years of forbearance. If I had this power, why would I need to rely on the Longchuan treasure? The world is at my fingertips. Bad commander. The bad guys behind him all knelt on the ground, not daring to look up. Fantasy Sound Studio. The Empress frowned tightly. The cultivation that she was so proud of seemed so insignificant in front of such great power. Tongguan Hall. Li Xingyun and Zhang Zifan looked at each other and saw the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. The world they fought for seemed like a joke in the face of such power. Chapter 24. The influence of the explosive city level on the world. The power of an individual city blasting unit is enough to easily destroy an impregnable city. Its existence itself is a strategic deterrent that a country cannot ignore. Example world, fights break sphere. When the cultivators of this world reach the realm of Battle Master, they will initially possess the combat power of a city-destroying level. The emergence of Dozong Masters has made the story no longer limited to the isolated empire, but has been forcibly pulled up to the magnificent Zhongzhou continent where powerful people are everywhere. A Dozong is enough to establish a sect and protect a region. 10 Dozongs are enough to overthrow the regime of a huge empire. Their fight is no longer a minor feud, but a real power struggle with the continent as the chessboard. The golden font, like a heavy hammer, hit the hearts of all viewers hard. If the space tearing just now was an unattainable myth, then this city-blasting level of combat power was an extremely clear and extremely heavy benchmark of reality. Naruto World. Konoha Village, Hokage's office. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe, and the smoke he exhaled was filled with a sense of solemnity. City explosive level. Dozone. He muttered to himself, his eyes frighteningly sharp. Danzo, what does this remind you of? In the dark corner, Shimura Danzo's one eye flashed coldly. Pain invades. He only said 4 words. These 4 words lowered the temperature in the entire office by several degrees. That is Konoha's eternal pain. The despair of the entire village being reduced to ruins under the Shinra conquest still lingers in everyone's mind. A Dozone has the power to rival pain. Danzo's voice was dry and greedy. Sarutobi, the power system of this world, must be mastered. For Konoha. On the training ground. Naruto looked at the words Blast City level and subconsciously touched his stomach. Destroying a city. It seems that the 9-tailed fox can do that when it goes berserk. The usual playful expression was gone from his face, replaced by a complex one. Uchiha Sasuke put one hand in his pocket, his face grim. Humph, the definition of boring. He said so, but his Sharingan was fixed on the word Dozone. That is not ninjutsu, not genjutsu, not physical technique, but a pure energy called fighting spirit. A brand new path to the pinnacle of power. Youth means using passion to protect our homeland. If the enemy can blow up a city, then I will learn a physical skill that can blow up a planet. Rock Lee assumed a charging stance, beads of sweat the size of beans sliding down his forehead. Niji, who was standing next to him, had veins bulging slightly around his Byakugan. He sees further. Not one, but a class. This means that in that world, people who possess this power are not individual cases, but a group. A group of monsters. Doluo Continent World. Shrek Academy. Exploding City. The pupils in Daimyobi's evil eyes shrank to the size of a needle tip. Isn't this the strength of a titled Doluo? No, it's different. Master Uziagong's expression was more serious than ever before. He pushed his glasses, and the lenses reflected the golden light of the light curtain. Our titled Doluo need to release their spirit avatars, or even use their strongest 9th spirit skill, to achieve a similar effect. And this Doluo uses the word easy in the description. And, most importantly, the master paused and emphasized his tone. This is a sign of A level. Once you reach it, it means you have this power. And our soul masters, level 90 and level 91, although there is only one level difference, the difference in strength may be huge. Their system seems to be more standardized. Tang San remained silent, but his fingers were unconsciously stroking his 24 bridges moonlit night. Exploding City? His Tang sect hidden weapons, after reaching their peak, could also do that. For example, the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. But that is a one-off, a killer weapon that requires harsh conditions to produce. The Dozone turned this killer move into a regular attack. The gap between them cannot be measured in miles. Wow! The city exploded. Xiao Wu's ears moved and she exclaimed. How powerful a person must he be? Oscar stroked his chin and laughed wickedly. Would you like to add a city-blasting description to my sausages in the future? After eating my recovery sausage, you will have the power to blast a city. How's that? Isn't it domineering? Ma Hong-jun was drooling beside him. If my evil fire phoenix is that powerful, why would I be afraid of the spirit hall? I can just destroy their hometown. Ning Rongrong's focus was completely different. A Dozone can establish a section. Our 7 Treasures glazed tile sect has 2 titled Doluo in charge, so it is one of the top 3 sects. The value of this dozong is so high. Perfect world. Ishimura. Tisk, it's just destroying a city, what's the big deal? The little guy Shihao curled his lips in disdain. When I burp after eating, I can collapse a mountain. When I grow up, moving mountains and filling the sea won't be a problem. Idiot. The gentle voice of Willow God rang in his heart, carrying a hint of instruction. What you need to look at is not the size of the force, but the rules behind the force. In that world, Dozong is a watershed. It divides the world into two levels. If you reach it, you can step onto the stage called Zhongzhou. If you don't reach it, you can only wander around in the novice village of Empire forever. This is an order. An order established by the supreme power to select the strong. The little tower hanging from the willow branches hummed. God Lu is right. Boy, think bigger. The explosion city is just the appearance, and the qualification is the core. Only by getting this ticket can you see a wider world and get in touch with the real secrets of that world. This is the key. In the ruins not far away, Shi Yi sat cross-legged. His pupils opened and closed, and chaotic energy filled the air. Dividing the world by power, interesting. From the empire to Zhongzhou, the leap in territory represents a comprehensive improvement in resources, skills, and vision. This Dozong is the coming of age for the strong in that world. His voice was calm, yet sharp and insightful. My future path is also like this. From the great wilderness, to the outer world, and then to the endless fairyland. Huo Linger and Yun Xi were listening on the side, their hearts already shaken, full of yearning and awe for the power of one person to change the world. Inuyasha world. Next to the bone-eating well. Hey, you must be kidding. Inuyasha held Tessagá in his hand and shouted, baring his teeth. Destroy a city with one strike? Even Naraku can't do such a thing. Half-demon, don't use your poor imagination to speculate on true power. Shimaru gave him a cold look. Although he spoke with contempt, he unconsciously used some force in his hand as he gripped the handle of the exploding tooth knife. His explosive fangs can theoretically cause unlimited destruction, but that is only aimed at organic matter. Pure energy impact like this is another system. Sesshomaru-sama is saying. Shijian nodded his head frantically in agreement. Kikyo stood under the tree of time with a cold look on her face. This is not the power of a monster, nor is it the cursed power of a wizard. It is a kind of energy called fighting spirit, which is born purely for fighting and destruction. The world of those who possess this kind of power must be full of strife. Master Maitreya touched his wind point and smiled bitterly. Once the curse on my wind cave is lifted, it will be able to absorb much more than a city, but that is a tactic that will lead to mutual destruction. And they can use it normally. That's really interesting. Naraku hid in his own barrier, smiling sinisterly. If I can obtain this method of cultivating fighting spirit and combine it with the power of the Four Souls Jade, whether it's Inuyasha, Shimaru, or even Kikyo, they will all become dust under my feet. Kagome looked at the light screen and murmured, I always feel that, our fight seems a bit, like playing house. Boonie Bear's world. Bald Jiang's cabin in Bear Ridge. Oh my goodness! The electric saw in Bald Jiang's hand fell to the ground with a clang. He pressed his whole body against the screen, his eyes as big as bells. Explode! Explode the city? One punch and the whole city is gone. He swallowed hard and looked back at his cabin, which was in tatters after being ruined by Big Bear and Little Bear. If I had this ability, Boss Lee still dares to deduct my salary? I would just blow his company building up to the sky. No, 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 I'm too narrow-minded. If I have this ability, why would I chop down trees? I can just perform explosions and appear on TV. Wouldn't that earn me several million? Bald Jiang! You are thinking of bad ideas again. Xiongda pushed the door open and pointed at him seriously. This power is too dangerous. It cannot be used to cause destruction. Yes. I think so too. Xiang Er held a jar of honey and spoke vaguely. If the forest is destroyed, we will have nowhere to hide our honey. The world of Luo Luo's adventures. Motorcyclists, city of energy. The Human Torch's engines roared. City blasting level? That sounds amazing. Can I use my Thunder Half-Moon Slash at full power to do it? I'm afraid it's difficult. The Vanguard analyzed calmly. Our ultimate move is a highly concentrated form of energy, which targets individuals. However, this city blasting attack is targeted at a large area, and the magnitude of the energy is completely different. This has gone beyond tactics and has risen to the strategic level. The three city lords, Tornado, Supersonic and Li Bassian, also looked solemn at this moment. If the War King of the Beast Tribe possesses this kind of strength, none of our cities will be able to resist it alone. Tornado said in a deep voice. Yes, this will completely change the pattern of warfare. The value of individual combat has been magnified unprecedentedly. Supersonic added. Li Bassian said in a muffled voice, it seems that we must also seek a more powerful force besides the combined attack skills. Fountain of Special Attack. Flower Fruit Mountain. Wow! City blasting level combat power. Sounds super cool. Lu Xiaoquo's eyes were full of little stars. If I learn this, I'll just use it on anyone I hate. I'll blow up all of Dongfang Kaibai's Demon King mechas. Fruit lovers, don't mess around. With great power comes great responsibility. Cheng Liuxiang taught him a lesson in a serious tone. But his own eyes were also filled with yearning for that kind of power. Pineapple Blowing Snow shook his yellow hair and struck a pose that he thought looked handsome. Tisk, it's just a city explosion. What's so great about that? I, Pineapple Blowing Snow, rely on my wits and handsomeness to win. Although he said this, he was calculating frantically in his mind. If I had this trick, wouldn't Luoshi and Shang Guanzai throw themselves into my arms? Xiao Qiuting hid in the corner and adjusted his glasses, revealing his undisguised ambition behind the lenses. Foolish Fruity Robbo! This is the real power. All the morality and justice are just jokes in front of absolute power. If I can master this power, the whole fruit world will be mine. Fox Spirit Matchmaker World. Tishin. Humph. It's just a city explosion, what's so strange about that? Tishin Yaya crossed her arms, looking unconvinced. Back then, my sister could flatten a mountain with a wave of her hand. I have practiced to the extreme, and I can freeze 1,000 miles of ice, so freezing a city is no problem. Tu Shenrong narrowed her eyes and said with a smile. Sister, you can't say that. The point is, this is a sign of a realm. It represents that practitioners in that world can reach it as long as they work hard. This is a kind of power that can be mass-produced. Mass-produced city-blasting warriors, it's scary just thinking about it. There was no ripple in Tishan's red-golden eyes. She just watched quietly, seemingly thinking about something. Wrong is right. The emergence of a genius is not scary. What is scary is the emergence of a path that can steadily cultivate geniuses. Wow, the city is exploding. Susu can't do it. Tishan Susu held her bag of snacks and spoke softly. On a tree not far away, Dongfang Yuecha was munching on a candied haws and spoke in a casual tone. Sister Yaoxian, don't think it's so complicated. To put it simply, there are many masters in that world who can beat a group of us alone. If they come over, our Tishan will be in danger. His tone was frivolous, but deep in his eyes, there was a flash of pure Yanjian. Chapter 25. The large golden characters slowly disappeared from the sky, replaced by a blinding field of snowflakes. The crackling sound of electricity echoes in every corner of the world. Just when all creatures thought the image was about to end, the scene suddenly changed. It is a deep universe. A blue planet is floating quietly. The camera suddenly zoomed in, passed through the atmosphere, and locked onto a vast continent. Mountains, rivers, city-states, and countries are clearly visible. Next second, a point of light that cannot be described in words suddenly exploded in the center of the continent. No sound. There was only utter dead silence. The light swallowed everything. The earth is like a fragile biscuit, breaking and falling apart piece by piece. Plates were blown away, mountains melted, and rivers evaporated in an instant. A destructive shock wave visible to the naked eye, with the light spot as the center, spread wildly towards the entire country, no, towards the entire continental plate. Wherever it passes, everything turns to ashes and all life is destroyed. From the perspective of the universe, a huge, ugly, charred scar with gushing magma appeared on that continent. A country, along with all its history and civilization, was completely wiped out from the planet in 3 seconds. The battle power level of the 10,000 worlds revealed number 22, explosive national level. A line of colder and bloodier words was branded deep in everyone's soul. Inuyasha world. Are you kidding me? Inuyasha could hardly hold the Tessagá in his hand, and his voice was trembling. This is even more outrageous than my father's Mingdao Zangzuha. Kagam's face turned pale and she subconsciously took a step back. A country, with so many people, just like that. She didn't dare say any more. Shimaru's golden eyes contracted violently for the first time. A crack appeared on his cold face. He looked down at the Tianchenja on his waist, and then looked at Daogishan. The demonic power that killed hundreds of ghosts seemed so ridiculous in front of such great power. Kill Lords Shimaru. Shijian had collapsed to the ground, speaking incoherently. In the dark miasma, Naraku let out a low and greedy laugh. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. This is the ultimate thing I'm pursuing. Power. 4 souls jade. I need more fragments. I want to be complete. I want to become a god. Kikyo stood under the tree of time, looking at the sky quietly. There was unbreakable compassion in her eyes. Such power will only give rise to greater sorrow and an endless cycle. The world of Luo Luo's adventures. There was deathly silence in the motorcycle tribe's central command room. We were just discussing the tactical response to the city explosion level. Now, all the analysis and deduction have become a pile of waste paper. The data flow in the usually calm tornado's electronic eyes has become completely chaotic. This is not a strategy. This is a natural disaster. It is a punishment that only gods can have. The Vanguard's engine let out a mournful whine of overload. Our combined attack skills. Thunderbolt's half-moon slash, are nothing compared to this kind of attack. Human Torch clenched his fists, and the metal joints made a crackling sound due to excessive force. Hateful. Are we just going to watch like this? If the enemy possesses this kind of power, how can we protect our homeland? Li Biatian and Chao Sonic said nothing, but the heavy pressure from their machines made the air in the entire command room freeze. That's despair. Boonie Bear's world. Oh my god! Xiang Er sat down on the ground, holding his head with his 2 paws, and his hair stood up. Big Xiang! That light blew up the entire forest in an instant. There's not even a tree root left. Big Bear was so scared that his face turned pale, but he still forced himself to stand in front of his younger brother. Don't be afraid, Xiang Er. I'm here. We want to protect the forest. Pa! The chainsaw in Bald Jiang's hand fell to the ground. He was completely stunned, staring blankly at the sky. Cutting down trees, making money, and year-end bonuses all seem so insignificant and pathetic at this moment. He swallowed, and his eyes lit up with an unprecedented light. If I had this trick, let alone chopping down trees, Boss Li would have to call me Brother Chiang when he sees me. Doluo One World. Shrek Academy. Teacher, is this the power of God? Tang San's voice was extremely dry, and his purple demon pupil was unable to see through the essence of that destructive light. The master pushed up his glasses, but his eyes beneath the lenses were filled with shock and confusion. I don't know, but even if it's a 100-level god, I'm afraid it would cost a lot to achieve this. This is a pure, unreasonable, destructive force that overrides the rules. The flames of Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix martial spirit dimmed a bit. My phoenix firewire is just a lighter compared to this. Oscar trembled and took out a large recovery sausage. Oh my god, if this thing hits me, my flying mushroom sausage will be cooked as soon as it takes off. Ning Rongrong stared blankly at the 7 treasures glazed tower in her hand. The glory of the family and the halo of the continent's #1 auxiliary martial spirit seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. Naruto whirled. Hey, hey, hey! This can't be true! Naruto pointed to the sky and shouted exaggeratedly. This is 10,000 times more powerful than Pain's Super Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Sasuke stood on the cliff of the Valley of the End, his 3 Magatama Sharingan spinning wildly. There was no fear on his face, only a desire and madness that was suppressed to the extreme. This is the real power. Itaki, my stupid brother, did you see that? Kakashi lifted up his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, which was also spinning violently, trying to analyze the power. But he failed. I can't understand it at all. This has already surpassed the realm of ninjutsu and even the concept of chakra. Hokage's office. The pipe in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand fell onto the table with a bang. In the root base, Danzo Shimura suddenly clenched his bandaged right arm, and a terrifying light burst out of his eyes. Konoha! We must have this power. At any cost. Fountain of special attack. Oh my god! Pineapple blowing Snow's self-proclaimed handsome hairstyle was messed up, and the whole person was frozen in place, unable to strike any pose. Shang Guanzai and Luoshi were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they huddled together tightly. Too horrible! This is 1,000 times more horrible than the Demon King's mecha. 10,000 times more horrible. Cheng Liuxiang tightly grasped his holy sword, but he could not feel the slightest courage. Fruit lovers! What can we do in the face of such power? Little Guo Ding in the corner, his glasses slipped to the tip of his nose because of excitement. He straightened his glasses, and behind the lenses was a blazing flame of ambition that was enough to consume everything. Explosion country! This is called strength! This is called power! Stupid fruity Robbo! Can your morality and ethics block this attack? If I can master it, ha ha, ha 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 ha. The entire fruit world will crawl at my feet. Perfect world! Ishimura. Shihao was gnawing on a roasted dragon-horned elephant and was watching with great interest. He whistled. Wow! This is awesome! It's much more grand than the fights between those venerables. The willow god's thousands of branches swayed, and a calm voice that contained endless majesty sounded. This is just a pure release of energy. Although it has not touched the origin of the great Dao, in the lower realm, it is already a force that can destroy the world. The little tower swung above his head. Tisk, that's just how it is. When I was at my peak, I could swallow up several of these so-called countries in one breath without even a hiccup. Huo Linger and Yun Xi looked at each other and saw seriousness in each other's eyes. Even in the upper realm, the one who can cause such destruction must definitely be a giant, an existence that even the immortal sects are afraid of. Fox Spirit Matchmaker World. Tishin. Tishin Yaya opened her mouth, unable to say anything. The ice power that she was so proud of, the dream of freezing 1,000 miles of ice, was as fragile as a piece of paper before this blow. The signature smile on Tishin Rongrong's face finally disappeared completely. For the first time, her little calculation failed. It can be mass-produced, a national-level explosion. If there are 10 such beings in a world, they will be an irresistible and uncontested force, a natural disaster army that is powerful enough to flatten all worlds. Tishan Hunghong's insulating claws clenched unconsciously. The charred earth was reflected in the golden pupils. She whispered to herself. The end of power, is it protection, or destruction? Dongfang Yuechu on the tree stopped eating the candied haws. His nonchalant expression became more serious than ever before. Sister Yaoxian, this is a serious matter. If these guys come over, I'm afraid there won't be even a trace left of Tishan. The world of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. In front of Yuchen Palace, the 7 heroes stood in silence. Rainbow Cat tightly grasped the Chonghong sword, and veins bulged on the back of his hand. Is this a martial art? Lantu shook her head, her eyes full of fear and confusion. No. This is not something that can be achieved by human power. The 2 strong men, De Ben and Niu Xianfeng, were now huddled together and shivering like frightened rabbits. Oh my god, this is so scary. He Xiaohu stood in the distance. His ambition to conquer the forest and his obsession to surpass his father were crushed at this moment. For the first time, he realized that his goal was so small and ridiculous. Huxia Paladin World. Oh my god! What kind of monster is this? Li Xiaoao was so frightened that he jumped up. Master Drunken Swordsman! Can your most powerful Shushan swordsmanship produce this effect? The drunken swordsman took a big gulp of wine. The strong liquor went down his throat, but it couldn't suppress the horror in his heart. He shook his head, his face full of bitterness. I can't do it. This is no longer a mortal power. This is a great power that only gods and demons can possess. On the top of Mount Shu, next to the demon locking tower, the sword master, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked up at the sky, frowned, and uttered 4 words. This is a great disaster. Nanzhao Kingdom. Zhao Linger held the heavenly serpent staff in her hand, feeling the mournful cries coming from deep within the earth. A crystal tear rolled down the corner of her eye. The earth is crying. Zombie Brother World. FK. Bai Xiaofei let out a heart-wrenching scream. This is cleaner than a FG nuclear bomb. If this hits H City, there won't be even a hair of a corpse left. Deep in the earth, a huge piece of flesh is wriggling. The will of the corpse king Long Yu felt the terrifying fluctuations coming from the sky. It was a power that made him tremble, yet he longed for it immensely. Power. This is the ultimate form I'm looking for. Evolve. I must continue to evolve. Devour everything and reach this level. By then, the entire planet will be my nourishment. The Bad World. Tianxi Mansion. Yuan Tiangang stood on the observatory with his hands behind his back, letting the strong wind blow his robe. The eyes under the mask stared at the sky. 300 years of time, 300 years of planning, 300 years of forbearance. At this moment, everything turned into a huge joke. For the first time, he felt a tremor from the bottom of his heart. 300 years, my 300 years of planning is truly vulnerable in the face of such a mighty force. Li Xingyun stared at the sky blankly, his heart beating wildly. The jade seal in his arms, representing the Tang dynasty's national destiny, suddenly became extremely hot and heavy. Inside Huanyan Fang, the empress suddenly stood up from her seat, her slender fingers deeply embedded in the golden armrests. Her ambition to revive Qi state seemed so insignificant at this moment. This kind of power is enough to flatten the entire world and rewrite history. Chapter 26. National-level destruction is often based on the standard of destroying small or medium-sized countries, with an area of about 100,000 to 500,000 square kilometers. The picture in the sky began to change slowly. The consequences of this terrifying blow, which was powerful enough to tear apart the sky and penetrate the Earth's crust, are being displayed to all living beings in the world. The picture focuses on the scorched earth of destruction. The camera keeps zooming out. The charred circular pit expanded at an alarming speed. 10 kilometers. 100 kilometers. 500 kilometers. Finally, a hideous black scar with a diameter of nearly 1,000 kilometers appeared on the earth. This area was once a prosperous country with mountains, rivers, cities, and millions of lives. Now, there is nothing. Absolute nothingness. Not even a speck of dust was left. The circular mountain range formed by the shock wave encloses this area of destruction. The aftermath of the destructive energy was like a tsunami, sweeping across the country's territory of more than 500,000 square kilometers. Tall buildings were reduced to dust, forests turned into deserts, and rivers evaporated in an instant. A small or medium-sized country was wiped off the map so cleanly. Inuyasha world. Are you kidding me? Inuyasha sat down on the ground with his butt, and Tessagá flew out of his hand and stuck in the mud. He pointed to the sky, his fingers shaking. Wind scar? Explosive flow break? Compared to this, it's just like a child playing in the mud. Kagame's face turned pale and she hugged her bow tightly. This is not a monster. This is definitely not something any monster can do. In our time, there was only one weapon. She didn't finish her words, but everyone understood. Master Maitreya put down his Zen staff and stared blankly at his right hand. Wind hole, if my wind hole absorbs this kind of thing, it will probably burst in an instant, and I will be torn into pieces. In the distant forest, Shimaru stopped walking. For the first time, his icy face, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, showed some emotion. He raised his head, his golden animal eyes fixed on the nothingness in the picture. The destructive power of Bakusaiga pales in comparison to this. Says Homaru-sama. Shijian was so scared that he hugged Shimaru's fur tail and trembled into a ball. Ling was also a little scared, but she still grabbed the corner of Shimaru's clothes, seeking a sense of security. Shimaru said nothing. He just watched. It was an examination of absolute power, a shock that completely shook one's own pride. In hell! All of Nariku's clones exploded instantly and turned into miasma. Deep in the castle, Nariku's heart began to beat violently. He was eager to obtain the Four Souls Jade and wanted to become a true, invincible monster. But now he found that even if he collected all the Four Soul Jades, he probably wouldn't be able to achieve even 1/10,000th of this great power. The power of Jade is not enough. Not nearly enough. This is the true form. This is the real power. Fear and greed were wildly intertwined in his heart. The world of Luo Luo's adventures. Motorcyclists, Central City. The calculation results are out. The Vanguard's voice had a mechanical tremor. According to the analysis of the images, the instantaneous release of the central energy value exceeds 100 million times the total energy reserve of our energy city. The Human Torch slammed his fist down on the console. 100 million times. How long can our combined attack skill, Thunder Half Moon Slash, last in the face of this kind of attack? I couldn't even hold on for a fraction of a second. The sound of a tornado is unusually dry. The speed we are so proud of is meaningless in front of its shock wave. Li Bassian lowered his head. This sturdy warrior was filled with powerlessness at this moment. My Tarzan meteorite pendant is not even worthy of being tickled. This is not a war anymore. Supersonic leaned against the wall and slowly sat down. This is a trial. All our fighting skills, all our tactics, are meaningless now. Boonie Bear's world. Bear Ridge. Bald Jiang's electric saw fell to the ground with a clang. He kept his mouth open for a long time. My dear grandma. Is this Boss Li's new logging tool? You think too highly of this forest. If this happens, not only the forest, but the entire Bear Ridge will become a huge pit. Big Bear and Little Bear hugged each other, and their fur stood up. Xiangde, I'm afraid. There was a tearful tone in Xiang Er's voice, and he couldn't even hold the honey jar in his hand steadily. This is scarier than a landslide. Big Xiang swallowed his saliva and protected his younger brother tightly. Jiang, bald Jiang. This was the first time he called out his opponent's name in an equal and even pleading tone. What the hell is this? Guang Toqiang picked up his helmet tremblingly. I don't know. If this thing falls, the three of us will die together. Doluo One World. Shrek Academy. Elder brother. Xiao Wu hid behind Tang San, her body shaking uncontrollably. Tang San held Xiao Wu in his arms, his face solemn to the extreme. His purple demonic eyes could clearly see every detail of that devastated area. The feeling of nothingness as if the loss had been completely erased made him shudder from the depths of his soul. My hidden weapon, my blue silver emperor, my clear sky hammer, even my future sea god power. Tang San clenched his fists tightly. Nothing can stop it. Dai Mubai looked distraught. God, is this the power of God? We are still fighting for the title of Title Doluo, but they can destroy a country with just one strike. Oscar muttered. My mushroom sausage, no matter how fast it flies, it can't fly out of this range. Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix martial spirit was somewhat sluggish at this moment. My phoenix flame, is nothing in front of that. Ning Rongrong's eyes were full of despair. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda. No, even if it's the 9 treasures glazed pagoda, what can it amplify? Amplify an egg into a stone and use it to hit a mountain. The master pushed up his glasses, and his eyes behind the lenses were filled with subversive shock. Knowledge, theory, martial spirit system. All my research, at this moment, has become a joke. We are all frogs in a well. Naruto World. Hokage's office. The pipe in the hand of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen fell to the ground, and the tobacco scattered all over the floor. He looked at the picture in the crystal ball, his lips trembling. Just joking. Even if it's the first Heroes Tree World Advent, even if it's Uchiha Madara's Heavenly Obstacles Shock Star, they absolutely can't achieve this level. A country is gone just like that. The ANBU appeared beside him in an instant, kneeling on one knee. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, signaling them to retreat. He felt more powerless than ever before. The will of the village, the will of fire, what can it protect in the face of such great power? Root base. Danzo's one eye that was not covered by the bandage opened wide. The Sharingan fluttered wildly on his arm. Power. This is real power. His voice was hoarse and excited. So what if it's Izanagi? Under this kind of attack, there's no chance of reshaping reality. We must get it. We must analyze it. For Konoha, no. For me. On the training ground. Naruto yelled, trying to mask his fear with his voice. What? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Raise Nan. Can the Datum Raise Nan do that? Suzuki stood there, motionless. He opened his Sharingan, but could only see a torrent of destructive energy. He seeks power and revenge. But now he found that the power he was pursuing was so ridiculous. Elder brother. He muttered to himself. Can your kaleidoscope see the end of this power? Kakashi stood in front of the 3 people, his expression more serious than ever before. This is not a ninjutsu. Everyone calm down, this is beyond our understanding. Fountain of special attack. Flower Fruit Mountain. All the Fruity Robos were on standby, and the 7 members of Fruity Robo Force were dumbfounded. My Aguo missile. Lu Ziokuo stuttered. It seems that I am not even a fraction of their strength. Pineapple Blowing Snow shook his hair, which he thought was handsome, but this time, his hands were shaking. Hey, stop it, the special effects are too exaggerated. Director, this is not what the script says. Cheng Liuxiang drew out his holy sword. The sword was humming, as if in fear. The fairy from the sky, is not even a ray of light in front of this attack. His heroic belief suffered a huge blow at this moment. In the villain camp, Xiao Qiuting pushed his glasses, and behind the lenses was an enthusiasm that could not be concealed. Genius! This is the ultimate creation of genius. If I can create this kind of weapon, why would I bother wasting time with these fruity treasures? The entire fruit world will be mine. Perfect world. Below, Ishimura. My goodness, can this one penetrate the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Shi Hao had a piece of grass in his mouth, but his eyes were wide open. The blood in his body was boiling, not because of fear, but because of an excitement and solemnity that came from his fighting instinct. So strong. Really so strong. If this hits the 8 realms of the lower realm, all 8 realms will be gone. On the thick branches of the willow god, countless green willow branches swayed gently. An ethereal and serious voice sounded. This attack contains the power to obliterate the rules of the avenue. It does not belong to our ancient history. It is the great terror beyond the sea. The small tower on Shi Hao's shoulder was glowing. Damn! This energy is too strong. Boy, find a way to get to that place and let me take a breath. I guarantee it will restore you several levels. Stop dreaming. Before Shi Hao could say anything, Huo Linger from the village became anxious. You bad guy, do you want to kill Shi Hao? In another void. Shi Yi has double pupils, and symbols are flowing deep in his pupils, as if he can see through the scene of destruction completely. But he failed. That nothingness swallowed up everything. My double pupils cannot see through. For the first time, he began to doubt his invincible eye technique. It turns out that there is a power in this world that I cannot see through. My road is still long. Chapter 27. The representative of the national level, the 10 tails in the Naruto world. The Bankai Captain Yamamoto in the Bleach world. The sea god Tang San in the Doluo world. The half-saint Yao Chen in the Doluo world. Just when all living beings in the world were still immersed in the nothingness that was enough to destroy everything. The scene in front of me changed again. This time, it's no longer a single scene of destruction. Instead, there were 4 towering figures, divided into 4 independent pictures, and presented in front of everyone at the same time. In the upper left corner of the screen, it was a monster that could not be described in words. 10 tails. It has no clear shape, more like a wriggling, twisted mass of flesh and blood. 10 tails as thick as the sky and the sun danced wildly behind it, and every swing created ripples in the space. What is most frightening is its unique eyes. The purple ripples were layered one after another, with 9 black megatamas suspended in them, exuding an aura of ominousness and disaster. It just stood there, and the pressure of raw, chaotic, and malicious chakra made the whole world groan. In the upper right corner of the screen, Bankai Yamamoto, the Captain General. An old man with a skinny body and scars all over his body stood quietly, holding a burnt sword. He did nothing. But the ground beneath his feet had turned into colored glaze. The air was distorted and the moisture was completely evaporated. The whole world fell into a dead heat. That's not flame. It is the core of the sun compressed into a human body. It is an absolute temperature that is enough to burn everything and leave no ashes. Bankai Zanka Tachi. In the lower left corner of the screen, a handsome blue-haired young man, holding a golden trident, was suspended above the endless ocean. Behind him are huge waves and the supreme divine power that controls the entire ocean. His eyes were calm, yet contained the majesty of judging all living beings. The divine power turned into golden halos, which appeared in circles behind him. He is not borrowing the power of the sea. He is the sea. Sea god, Tang San. In the lower right corner of the screen, a white-haired old man with an immortal look was sitting cross-legged in the void. He stretched out a finger and pointed it lightly forward. The space ahead, like a piece of fragile glass, shattered, revealing a dark space crack. There is no earth-shattering aura around him, but there is a kind of Tao rhyme that makes his words come true and he controls the rules. Every move you make reflects the power of heaven and earth. The realm of half-saint, Yao Chen. These four figures represent four completely different power systems, but they have all reached the peak of their respective worlds. The picture is still, but the sense of oppression penetrates the screen and descends into every world. Inuyasha world. Are you kidding me? Inuyasha sat down on the ground, and Tessagá fell to the side with a clanging sound. That 10-tailed monster is 10,000 times more terrifying than that Naraku guy. Hey! Kagome, did you see that? That guy's demonic aura. No. That's not demonic aura at all. What the hell is that? Kagome looked pale and held her bow tightly. I feel like my demon-breaking arrow may not even be able to penetrate its skin. Kikyo stood under the sacred tree in the distance, her expression extremely solemn. That's not a monster. That's the embodiment of disaster. The end of the world. Shimaru folded his arms, his golden pupils fixed on Captain Yamamoto and the 10 tails in the picture. He didn't speak. But his fists were clenched so tightly that his nails had dug deeply into his palms. Tianzhenji's waist was trembling, not with excitement, but with fear. The arm created by the shattering teeth also felt unprecedented pressure. As powerful as he was, for the first time he felt what it was like to be an ant. Naraku hid in his own barrier, trembling all over. No matter how many monsters I fuse with, I can never become that kind of monster. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. The strategies and strength that he was proud of were a joke in front of these four figures. The world of Luo Luo's adventures. Motorcyclists. The Human Torch's engine was idling, making an uneasy roar. My thunder half-moon slash is just a lighter in front of that old man's sword, right? His voice was filled with frustration. The tires of the Vanguard made a harsh sound as they rubbed against the ground. Analysis. Cannot analyze. The opponent's energy level has exceeded the calculation range. This is a bug. It is definitely a system bug. Tornadoes and supersonics swirled in the air, their wings trembling. That blue-haired guy, he can flood our entire mecha world by himself, right? Stop talking. I feel like my engine is going to stall. Boonie Bear's world. Bear Ridge. Bald Jiang dropped the chainsaw in his hand, slumped down on the tree stump, sweating profusely. Oh my god! If Boss Lee sees this, he will make me go chop up that monster with 10 tails, right? Oh my god, I won't do this job no matter how much money I get paid. Big Bear and Little Bear hugged each other and trembled. Jiang, Bald Jiang! Xiang Er shouted in a crying voice. We won't steal your honey anymore. Think of a way to turn off that screen. It's too scary. Xiangda also lost his backbone for a rare time, and his voice trembled. This is more terrifying than anything we have ever seen. Doluo One World. Shrek Academy. Third brother. Ma Hongzhen's mouth was wide enough to fit a soul beast egg. The future third brother, is he so powerful? Oh my goodness, he's a god. Oscar held onto his big sausage spirit and spoke stutteringly. My soul spell seems to be I have the root of the sea god? No. I can't shout it out with this aura. Ningrongrong's 9 treasures glazed tower was shining, but it seemed a little dim. Sea god. Is this the real god? What is the title Doluo we pursue in front of God? Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other and saw the shock and yearning in each other's eyes. That is the ultimate power. Dai Mubai said in a deep voice. Master Yu Xiaogang pushed up his glasses, and his eyes behind the lenses burst into an unprecedented brilliance. God! This is the end of the theory. So that's it. The end of the martial soul is to inherit the throne of God. His body trembled slightly with excitement. The bottleneck that had troubled him all his life seemed to have found an answer at this moment. Naruto World. Hokage's office. 10 Tails. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up suddenly, and his pipe slipped from his lips and fell to the ground. There was an unprecedented look of fear on his face. The legendary beast of creation, actually exists. Got to get it. Danzo's one eye was filled with greed and madness. As long as I can control it, I can kill not only other ninja villages, but even the gods in the sky. Hashirama's cells. The Sharingan. All of this is to harness this ultimate power. Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly, trying to copy it, but found that it was not within the scope of ninjutsu at all. That old man, that's not chakra in his body, what is it? And that old man with spatial abilities. Flying Thunder God technique is probably just like a child's play in front of him. Naruto and Sasuke fell silent again. The appearance of the 10 Tails made them understand the true meaning of the previous war. The power of the other three people completely shattered their perception of power. Fountain of special attack. Wow! Pineapple blowing snow, look at the one holding the trident. Lu Ziokuo pointed at the screen and shouted. He is much more majestic than that sea tyrant. This is the real prince of the sea. Pineapple blowing snow did not try to be cool this time. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Stop it. I feel like my jackfruits are so chopped that they can't even tear that old man's clothes. Cheng Liuxiang held the holy sword tightly, his palms were full of sweat. The immortal pursues the ultimate swordsmanship, but that old man is the way himself. He is the rule when he stands there. Villain camp. 4 figures were reflected on Xiao Qiuting's glasses. His breathing became rapid and a sickly flush appeared on his face. Data. Endless data. Divine power, chakra, spiritual pressure, fighting spirit. Different energy systems. Oh my god! This is the ultimate secret of the universe. I want to analyze them. I must analyze them. Perfect world. Ishimura. Ha ha ha. Interesting. So interesting. Shihao was not surprised but happy, and was eager to fight. That big guy with 10 tails must have a lot of meat. I wonder if it will taste delicious when roasted. And the guy with the fork must be really good at spearing fish. That old man's fire is pretty good too, it saves a lot of firewood. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you know how to do. Huo Linger slapped him unhappily, but there was still a glint in her eyes. They are really strong. Especially the old man with white hair. He seems to be able to change space. The voice of Willow God resounded in everyone's heart. Different ancient histories, different laws. But they both reached an extremely high level. The old man holding the knife cultivated a rule to the extreme and made it his own. The young man holding the trident merged his body with the Tao and became the ruler of the rules. However, this is a great inspiration for your future path. The little tower glowed again. That half-saint old man. The energy in his body is so pure. Boy, go to that world quickly and let me, Master Ta, absorb some of it. No, grab that old man and use him as a power bank for me. Fox Spirit Matchmaker World. Tishin Yaya's wine gourd was almost crushed by her. How ridiculous. These guys are too arrogant. There was a chill in her air, and it was obvious that she was feeling competitive. Sister. If I can reach the 9th level of Absolute Zero, can I freeze that old man who plays with fire? Tishin Honghong rarely answered. She just stared at the screen silently, with complicated emotions in her golden eyes. We are, sitting in a well and looking at the world. Tishin Rongrong's squinting eyes opened slightly. With insufficient intelligence, it is impossible to calculate the chance of winning. But it is certain that any one of them will be enough to cause a devastating blow to the entire circle. At the beginning of the month, what do you think? The candied Haws in Dongfang Yuecho's mouth fell to the ground. I think Fabio is almost scared to death. He grimaced. Hong Hong, I think we can change our dream. We no longer need to ask for peace between humans and demons. We just need to ask these big guys not to come visit us. The world of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. Oh my god! Deben put down his jar of wine, looking dazed. My Thunder Rock, in front of that monster with 10 tails, isn't it even worthy of a pedicure? Tiao Tiao scratched his head, his face full of bitterness. My Qingguang sword technique emphasizes speed, but I'm afraid that old man who plays with fire will be burned to ashes before I get close to him. Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit looked at each other, their eyes full of solemnity. Can the combined power of the 7 swords block an attack from any of them? Rainbow Cat asked in a low voice. No one can answer this question. He Xiaohu stood in the distance, holding the Tian Moluanwu knife tightly. His pride was shattered at this moment. Father! Is this the true power you seek? Huxia Paladin World. In front of the demon locking tower. The drunken swordsman spat out a mouthful of wine. I ride the wind with my sword to slay demons between heaven and earth. I used to think this poem was pretty cool, but now it seems like I can't even get through the door. Li Xiaoao looked at the screen with complicated eyes. Linger, can the power of Nuo reach this level? Zhao Linger shook her head, a confused look on her face. I don't know, but I can feel that sea god, he has a connection with water, that I can't understand. Anu and Tang Yu Xiaobao were no longer able to speak. The power that their moon worshipper was pursuing was nothing compared to what existed on the screen. Zombie Brother World. FK. Bai Xiaofei couldn't help but swear. What the hell are these? Which one is more powerful, the one with 10 tails or the Corpse King? The Corpse King Long Yu, through an avatar, was also looking at the sky. For the first time, a solemn expression appeared on his face. He has always believed that devouring evolution is the ultimate truth of the universe. But now, he saw a completely different, yet equally extremely powerful path. Interesting. All of these will become the nourishment for my evolution. The Bad World. Tongguan Hall. Li Siyuan looked at the scene in the sky and the jade ring in his hand was crushed into pieces by him. The 5 Thunders Heavenly Heart Art, the Supreme Saint Heavenly Universe Art, are nothing but child's play in front of these powers. Fantasy Sound Studio. The Empress looked at the 4 figures, her phoenix eyes filled with shock. Is this, the scenery above the heavenly realm? What bad commander has been pursuing for 300 years is just for this kind of power? The valley where soldiers are hidden. Yuan Tiangang took off his mask, and on his wrinkled face there was a complex expression mixed with ecstasy and loss. 300 years. I have spent my entire life searching for the truth. It turns out that it really exists. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. There was a hint of madness in his laughter. It turns out that the road I took was not wrong. It's just that I was born in the wrong world. Chapter 28. A classic battle in which the 10 Tails demonstrates its explosive national-level combat power. The picture on the screen suddenly changed. A scorched earth ravaged by war. The sky was an eerie dark red, the ground was covered with gullies and cracks, and a coalition of countless ninjas were looking up at an existence with eyes of despair and fear. It was a man floating in mid-air. His skin was a sickly grayish-white color, and half of his body was covered in a strange white substance. Behind him floated 9 inky black spheres and a staff made of the same substance. He was standing on top of a monster that was too huge to describe. The monster had only one eye, and in the eye was a strange combination of reincarnation and chakra. 10 thick tails were dancing wildly behind it, and every swing brought about a violent wind that tore the earth apart. Uchiha Obito. The 10 Tails Jinchuriki. At this moment, there was no trace of the former warmth in his eyes, only cold madness and the determination to destroy everything. He raised his hand slowly. In an instant, the wind and clouds rolled back, and the energy between heaven and earth gathered madly towards his palm. A pure black energy ball that condensed destruction and chaos began to condense into shape. It was not big, but the energy surging on its surface made the space wail as if it was overwhelmed. The surrounding light was completely swallowed up, forming an absolute dark area. The 10-tailed beast ball. It's over. Obito's voice was emotionless, as if he was stating an established fact. He pushed with his palm. The black sun flew at a speed faster than sound towards the two most dazzling beings on the ground, the giant wooden man summoned by the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha. The complete form of Susanoo roared away. Wherever the tailed beast ball passes, the atmosphere is directly evaporated, forming a vacuum channel visible to the naked eye. Boom! There was no earth-shattering roar, only a momentary, extreme brilliance that swallowed up all sounds and colors. Immediately afterwards, there was an energy tsunami that swept across the entire battlefield. The shock wave spread outward in a perfect sphere with the explosion point as its center. The earth was like a carpet lifted up by the hand of God. Rock layers hundreds of meters thick were shattered and vaporized in an instant. A terrifying cesspool with an unfathomable depth and mirror-smooth edges appeared in the center of the battlefield. The towering wooden man couldn't hold on for even a second before being washed away by the torrent of energy, as if it had never existed. And Uchiha Madara's domineering and unparalleled complete form of Susanoo, which symbolizes the Uchiha's highest power, its indestructible chakra armor was instantly covered with cracks like a spider web. Snap! Along with a crisp cracking sound, the huge body of the god of war collapsed and turned into purple light spots all over the sky, disappearing without a trace. Just one hit. The strongest defenses of the two legendary ninja gods were completely wiped out. The horrific blow tore an irreparable gap in the ninja coalition's front line. Everyone's heart was completely filled with the emotion called despair. However, this is not the end. There was no fluctuation in Obito's eyes, as if he had just crushed an ant. The 9 black spheres behind him, the Dao-seeking jades, began to change. It is the ultimate thing that integrates all the changes in the properties of the 5 elements, yin and yang, and is the embodiment of the power of creation and destruction. Obito's mind moved slightly. Several Adu jades instantly extended and deformed, transforming into extremely sharp black sticks, which shot towards the frightened ninja coalition at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Defense. Use earth wall. The ninjas roared and formed seals hastily, and earth walls rose from the ground. However, it was of no use. The black stick penetrated all ninjutsu defenses easily as if it were passing through a layer of thin paper. No matter whether it was an earth wall or a water array wall, the moment it touched the black stick, it was directly decomposed and annihilated by the power it contained. Puff! 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 The black stick penetrated into the bodies of the ninjas. Those who were hit didn't even have time to let out a scream before their bodies quickly shrank. The breath of life was instantly sucked out, and they turned into mummies and fell down. Obito watched all this indifferently, slowly forming seals with his hands. 6 Red Sun Formation. The Tao-seeking jades behind him responded again. 6 of them flew to 6 different corners of the battlefield, suddenly growing larger and transforming into 6 huge black stone pillars that reached from the sky to the earth. Buzz! Between the 6 stone pillars, a dark red energy barrier instantly unfolded, forming an extremely huge cubic barrier that enveloped the entire ninja coalition, along with the terrifying Tiankang. The range of this barrier is dozens of times wider than the 4 red yang formation set up by the 4 Hokage before. It is like a huge scarlet coffin, completely blocking everyone's way out. The battlefield completely turned into a cage of despair. Inuyasha world. Are you kidding me? The Tessagá in Inuyasha's hand was trembling slightly. That move, that black ball, my wind scar, no, even my explosive flow break, would be swallowed up instantly. Kagome was pale and clutched her commander tightly. That's not demonic power. Inuyasha, that's a purer, destructive force. And those black things, they seem to make all powers ineffective. For the first time, a look of emotion appeared on Shimaru's icy face. He looked at the truth-seeking ball floating behind Obito on the screen, then looked down at his Baku's Haga. It will destroy everything it touches. This power has already reached the level of laws. Ling hid behind Xiejian, her little face pale with fear. Xiejian had even collapsed to the ground, speaking incoherently. Lords Shimaru, let's get going, this world is too scary. Kikyo stood under the sacred tree in the distance with a solemn expression. He is entangled with the resentment of countless dead souls. But he is not dead, but has become death itself. Deep underground, Naraku watched all this through Kagura's eyes. For the first time, the greed and calculation on his face were replaced by fear. Absorb. How can I absorb this kind of thing? The moment my body comes into contact with it, it will be decomposed into the most primitive miasma, just like those ninjutsu. The world of Luo Luo's adventures. Motorcyclists. On the walls of the Snowwind City, warriors such as Thunderbolt and Vanguard were all in silence. My Thunder Half-Moon Slash. Peepahuo's voice was a little dry. In front of that black energy ball, I'm afraid it's not even a spark. Speed, doesn't make any sense at all. The Vanguard shook his head and smiled bitterly. Those black sticks are hundreds of times faster than my shocking waves, and cannot be blocked. Tornado looked at the huge six-red sun formation with lingering fear. My lightning whirlwind strike is all about breaking through a point, but that barrier, there is no way to break through it. It is perfect, an absolute cage. Li Bassian and Chao Sonic looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The force of the Taishan meteorite may be able to smash a mountain, but it can't break even a corner of that barrier. Our battle with them is not in the same dimension at all. Boonie Bear's world. Bear Ridge. Xiang Er was holding a honey jar and trembling with fear. Big Bear, my honey, that big pit is bigger than our entire forest. All my honey is going to be sucked in. Xiangda protected his younger brother, and his face was full of seriousness. This is not a joke, Xiang Er. That guy can destroy our home with just one move. Bald Jiang hid behind a tree and the chainsaw in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. He looked at the devastating scene on the screen, and then looked at the various logging machines he had invented with great effort just to cut down a few trees, and a huge sense of absurdity came over him. FK. I'm still worried about buying a new chainsaw, people are starting to blow up the earth. This gap is too big. Deluo Continent World. Shrek Academy. Tang San's purple demon pupil was pushed to its limit, but he still couldn't see the details of the tailed beast Jade's explosion. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead. That is neither soul power nor mental power. It is a system of energy that we cannot understand at all. He took a deep breath, his voice heavy. Xiao Wu, everyone listen. If you encounter this kind of enemy, don't try to use any soul skills to resist, especially those black spheres. They give me the feeling of nothing. Any energy or matter that touches them will return to nothing. Xiao Wu hugged Tang San's arm tightly, her body trembling. Brother, he is so scary. Dai Mubai clenched his fists tightly, the knots turning white. The evil-eyed white tiger is just a kitten in front of him. Oscar subconsciously chanted his soul spell, I have a big sausage. Never mind, it's useless to eat it. The little soul power I restore is not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. For the first time, Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix martial spirit felt the fear from the depths of his soul. My phoenix flame, I'm afraid it will be suppressed by the aura around him before it even gets close. Ning Rongrong's 9 treasures glazed tower also seemed so insignificant at this moment. My assistant, what's the use? Just add status to everyone, so that we can die faster together. Master Yu Xiaogang was holding onto the wall next to him, his body swaying. His mind went blank, and all his martial arts theories that he was proud of became a joke at this moment. With the power of one person, he fought against the entire world, and it was overwhelming. This is beyond the scope of powerful, this is God, no, it's demon. Naruto World. Konoha Village. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was dead silent. That's Obito. Kakashi covered his Sharingan, his face full of pain and disbelief. How could he do such a thing? Naruto's eyes widened, his fists clenched and made a creaking sound, and golden chakra overflowed uncontrollably. Damn it! What is that guy, what is he doing? Everyone in the coalition, Ino's father, Shikamaru's father, he saw countless familiar figures turned into mummies under the attack of the black stick, and the anger in his eyes almost burst out. Xiaoying covered her mouth and tears couldn't stop flowing. How could this happen? Is this the future we are facing? Uchiha Sasuke's expression was as cold as ice, but his Sharingan eyes were filled with complex emotions. The power of the 10 tails. Is this the ultimate goal of Uchiha Madara? To turn himself into a container and harness this destructive power. For the first time, he began to waver in his path of revenge. Compared to this kind of power, destroying Konoha seems so small. Ningji closed his eyes silently. He had opened his Byakugan, but he would rather not see anything. There is no blind spot in the face of that kind of attack, because the entire world is within the attack range. My rescue is meaningless. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, let a puff of cigarette fall from his mouth. This old man. We actually cultivated such a monster. His face was full of desolation and weakness. Root base. Danzo Shimura looked at the screen, his bandaged Sharingan almost bursting from excessive excitement. Power. This is real power. He had no fear, only endless enthusiasm and greed. Control the tailed beasts and become a Jinchuriki. This is not a weapon, it is a ladder to the throne of God. Sarutobi, you idiot! Look at what kind of enemies your soft-heartedness has brought us. If this power belongs to me, Konoha will truly usher in eternal peace. Fountain of Special Attack. Flower Fruit Mountain. Oh my god! This villain is so shameless. Cheng Liuxiang brandished his holy sword and shouted loudly. The map was cleared in one move. How can we fight like this? Director, did you get the wrong script? Pineapple Blowing Snow leaned against the tree, trying hard to strike a handsome pose, but the corners of his mouth kept twitching. Not elegant at all, relying entirely on brute force. But, having said that, this brute force seems a bit too strong. I can't even cut off a hair of his if I chop too many jackfruits. Lu Ziokuo was so scared that he went straight into his fruit lover number 3. Oh my god! Mom! I want to go home. This guy is 10,000 times more terrifying than Master Crazy Ching Yang. 4th floor. Xiao Qiuting pushed up his glasses, and the destructive scene on the screen was reflected on the lenses. According to my precise calculations, the combined energy of all our fruity robots cannot produce even 1/10,000th of the destructive power of his attack. So, let's just surrender. Shang Guanzai and Luoshi looked at each other and saw the shock and a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. Can our swords really protect what we want to protect? Perfect world. Below, Ishimura. Under the willow tree, the atmosphere was unusually calm. Interesting. Shihao touched his chin and commented. He roughly combined several basic laws of power to form a force of annihilation. The method is very primitive, but in his world, it can be regarded as a dimensionality reduction attack. The green branches of the willow god swayed gently, making a gentle and ethereal sound. He didn't really grasp the true meaning of nothingness, he just became the carrier of that violent force, a more useful vessel. Power is ultimately an external thing. The small tower swayed above Shihao's head. Tisk, it's just a big beast and a humanoid puppet. If I can recover 3 or 4 levels, I can swallow it in one bite, along with the small world. 1. Huo Linger and Yun Xi looked at the problem from another perspective. That world is so fragile. Huo Linger said softly. Such a blow, here, might not even break a piece of divine gold, but there it could cause such horrific consequences. Yun Xi nodded in agreement. The rules of the world are different, and the way power is manifested is also different. But this kind of pure destruction is frightening no matter where it is. Not far away, Shi Yi had symbols flowing in his pupils, as if he was analyzing the composition of the Dao-seeking jade. Using external force to control the law is ultimately inferior. A truly powerful person can create his own world with a single thought, and his words can be followed by the law. However, this path is also a reference. Fox Spirit Matchmaker World. Tishin. Pa. The candied Haws in Dongfang Yuechu's mouth fell to the ground for the second time. He opened his mouth, completely speechless. Hong. Hong Hong. I think, we need to reconsider our plan to build a wall. The wall may not be high enough. Tishin stared at the screen with her red golden eyes, and for the first time, her beautiful face lacked absolute confidence. She silently stretched out her hand, feeling her own demonic experience. Very strong. But compared to the man on the screen. Wrong, winning rate? She asked in a low voice. Tishin Wrong squinted her eyes, and this time she couldn't even open them a crack. Her little abacus was almost crushed by her. Sister, stop asking, if you keep asking, your lovely sister will be overloaded. The data is completely overflowing, the model is completely broken, this thing can't be considered a creation. Tishin Yaya stood aside, hugging her arms, her body shaking unconsciously. Damn, this guy is even worse, than my sister was back then. Chapter 29. Exposing the second national representative, Bankai Captain Yamamoto. In the picture, Seoul society is in a mess. The sky was torn apart, the earth was groaning, and countless buildings were reduced to ruins. The pride of the Godi 13, Kenpei Kizaraki, was now covered in blood, lying in the rubble, his breath of life so weak that it was almost undetectable. A man stood in front of him, with an arrogant posture and cold eyes, like a god examining an ant. The Lord of the Invisible Empire, Wywak. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips gathering destructive power, and pointed it at Kenpei's head. Just then. Boom! An indescribably hot spiritual pressure, like the falling sun, instantly swept across the entire Seoul society. It was not simply heat, but an unreasonable will to burn everything. Everyone felt their souls trembling, as if they would be ignited by this power and turned into ashes in the next second. An old and majestic figure walked slowly towards us, leaning on a cane. The captain of the Godi 13, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. His eyes burned with anger that could burn through the heavens and the earth. Captain! The surviving Grim Reapers cried out as if they had survived a calamity. However, 3 figures, as fast as ghosts, attacked Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni in an instant from 3 different directions and at extremely tricky angles. A member of the Knights of the Star Cross. They have to kill the captain before he can take action. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni didn't even look at them. He just waved his sleeves lightly. In an instant, 3 extremely thick pillars of fire shot up into the sky and accurately engulfed the 3 attackers. No screaming. No struggle. Not even ashes were left. 3 powerful quinzies were completely evaporated in that unreasonable flame, and all traces of their existence were wiped out from this world. After doing all this, the flames on Captain Yamamoto's body suddenly disappeared. The whole world fell into a strange death. But in the next moment, a heat 100 or 1,000 times more terrifying than before suddenly burst out from his body. The moisture in the air was instantly drained at this moment, making a terrifying sizzling sound. Everyone's throat was dry and their lips were cracked. Every breath felt like swallowing a red-hot iron. Bang kai zang ka tachi. The old voice, like the final judgment. Not far away, the strongest ice and snow Zanpakuto in the hands of the genius captain Hitsugaya Toshiro, Hirin Meru, was melting the ice on the blade at a speed visible to the naked eye, wailing and losing all its luster. Its mere existence deprives it of the concept of ice. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni stared at the Yohabok in front of him, who was Lloyd in disguise. He moved. Zangka no Tachi. East Rising Sun 490 blade. His figure disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, the knife in his hand had already stabbed out. This knife had no fancy light effects, only pure, extreme destruction. Lloyd dodged in horror, and the tip of the knife just grazed his body. Laugh. The tip of the knife touched the ground. Silently. With the tip of the knife as the center, a huge, bottomless crack spread madly into the distance. The edge of the crack is not charred, but completely non-existent. All matter was instantly decomposed into the most primitive particles by the extremely high temperature and disappeared completely. What? Lloyd was terrified. He raised his weapon and chopped at Captain Yamamoto with all his might. He must fight back. He must fight back. However, his weapon stopped the moment it touched Captain Yamamoto's body. Yamamoto's body is covered with a layer of gastric membrane that is invisible to the naked eye and is formed by high temperature pressure of 15 million degrees. Zangka Tachi West, Zanjutsu Hellish Clothing. Bite. A soft sound. The magic weapon in Lloyd's hand was like an ice cube thrown into the core of the sun. It melted instantly and turned into boiling molten iron dripping onto the ground. If it weren't for the defensive essence still blood suit covering his body, he would have turned into a pool of liquid at this moment. There was no expression on Yamamoto's face. Only cold. Cold murderous intent. He slowly inserted the Zanhuo Deo in his hand into the ground beneath his feet. The remnant fire sword, South Fire 10 trillion death's great burial formation. The earth began to tremble. One by one, charred skeleton arms emerged from the ground, followed by entire bodies. Thousands and thousands of them, densely packed. These are all the souls who died under Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's Zanpakuto over the past 1,000 years. In their eyes, there was a raging fire of karma, and with endless hatred, they roared and growled, like a black wave of death, surging towards Lloyd. No, no. Lloyd was bitten and pulled in the sea of skeletons, and his spirit was on the verge of collapse under the impact of endless resentment. He saw many familiar faces, all of whom were his companions who had been killed by him. This is the torment from hell. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni slowly raised his sword. It's time to end it. Zangka no Tachi, North Ashes of Heaven and Earth. He swung his sword at an extremely fast speed in the direction of the sea of skeletons. A terrifying sword force, whose shape cannot be seen but whose presence can be felt, swept out. Wherever the sword energy passed, space was distorted and everything became empty. Both the skeleton legion and Lloyd who was trapped in it were cut in half by this slash. No explosion, no roar. Only complete and clean annihilation. Lloyd's upper body flew in the air, and before turning into ashes, he used up his last bit of strength to say 10 sentences. I am so sorry. Why whack, sir? Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's pupils suddenly shrank. An extremely ominous premonition gripped his heart. The next moment, a voice sounded behind him. Amazing! What an amazing Bankai, Yamamoto Genryusai! Yamamoto turned around stiffly. The real Waiwak stood there unharmed, with a playful smile on his face. R. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni was furious, the spiritual pressure in his body boiled again, and he was ready to swing his sword again regardless of the consequences. However, Yohabok simply held up a small metal plate engraved with a star emblem. I accept your Bankai. Buzz. Genryu Yamamoto and Shigakuni's body is shaken. He could feel that the 1,000-year-long connection between himself and his Zanpakuto, the Bankai that was like half of his body, was being forcibly stripped away by an irresistible force. What? He lost his Bankai. A victorious smile appeared on Waiwaka's face. He raised his hand, and used the stolen Bankai power to condense a huge spirit light sword, and slashed it fiercely at Yamamoto, who had lost his greatest support. Phew! The blood dyed the old body red. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, the strongest god of death who had guarded Soul Society for 1,000 years, fell from the sky with endless astonishment and unwillingness. His body was split into two. A legendary story came to an end. Although he was defeated, he is still the most powerful god of death, with a national-level battle record. Inuyasha world. Are you kidding me? Inuyasha sat down on the ground, all the color drained from his face. That old man was so strong as a monster. How could he? He was incoherent and completely unable to understand this sudden reversal. The Bankai was taken away. For the first time, solemnity appeared in Shimera's golden pupils. His power does not come from himself, but from the sword? Even this level of power can be taken away. This overturned his understanding of power. $7,018. Kagome hugged her knees, her body trembling slightly. That man named Yuhabak. He was just watching the show from beginning to end. He had calculated everything. Kikyo's eyes were more complicated than ever before. Is this the fate of a guardian? He burned everything he had, only to fall to the most sinister scheme. How pathetic! Nariku's body trembled slightly in the shadow. It's not fear, it's excitement. So that's it. This is the real method. Brute force is just inferior. This strategy and ability to seize the enemy's foundation, this is the real way of the hegemon. The world of Luo Luo's adventures. Motorcycle camp, Japanese film dead silent. This is unscientific. The Human Torch's engine began to overheat. Such a high energy output. Enough to melt the entire Thunder Palace. His Bankai can actually be stolen by something like a batch? What kind of black technology is this? Cannot analyze, cannot understand. For the first time, garbled characters appeared in Tornado's computing core. This kind of power deprivation violates the law of conservation of energy. This is no longer a technical issue, but a rule issue. Li Bassian said gloomily, that old man, it seems that the power of our Taishan meteorite is not as strong as his casual wave of his hand. Supersonic and Vanguard looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. If our opponent also has this ability, to steal our ultimate move, then we... They didn't dare to think further. Boonie Bear's world. Bear Ridge. The electric saw in Bald Jiang's hand fell to the ground with a clang, but he didn't notice it at all. My mother. He opened his mouth wide and muttered to himself. What is this about, Brother Chiang? Even if I cut down all the trees in the forest, I can't create such a big fire. Bear 2 hid behind Bear 1, covering his eyes with his 2 bare paws and only daring to peek through gaps between his fingers. That old man was split in half, so scary. Xiangda took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Bald Jiang, let's stop quarreling. Compared to those guys on the screen, our fighting is just like playing house. Doluo One World. Shrek Academy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Master Yu Xiaogang stood up suddenly from his chair, and his glasses slipped to the tip of his nose. Martial spirits. They are innate. They are the imprint of the soul. How could they be taken away? This subverts the foundation of the entire spirit master system. Tang San's face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out. His purple demon eyes were fixed on the badge in Waiwaka's hand on the screen. That's not a simple seizure, that's a higher level of rule. It's like God, declaring your power. It no longer belongs to you. He clenched his fists. For the first time, the spirits of Blue Silver Emperor and Clear Sky Hammer made him feel a little uncertain. Ma Hongzhen's evil fire phoenix martial spirit was now stirring restlessly behind him. Oh my god, my phoenix flame is just a lighter compared to that old man's fire, no, not even a lighter. Oscar muttered subconsciously, I have a big sausage, but my sausage can't stop that knife. Ning Rongrong's face was pale and she clutched Bai's arm tightly. It's so horrible. Such a powerful guardian died just like that. That bad guy didn't even do anything. Daimyo Bai and Zhu Zuking's eyes were also filled with shock. Their proud soul fusion skill, Netherworld White Tiger, would probably not be able to hold out for even a second before the slash of the ashes of heaven and earth. Naruto World. Konoha Village, Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took a deep puff from his pipe, but the smoke he exhaled could not cover up his trembling hands. The strongest will in 1,000 years, the will to protect the village, in the end, is this the ending? He seemed to see his future. Hey, stupid! Greed and fear flickered in Danzo's one eye. Putting all your strength on one Bankai is the biggest flaw in itself. However, if you can get this method to seize the power of others, hee. On the training ground. Is this, the ultimate burning of youth? Xiao Li's eyes were filled with tears, but he was also extremely angry because of the tragic ending. But why is this happening? Niji's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He could see the flow of chakra clearly, but he could not understand the principle of deprivation at all. His power, disappeared, was stolen. Naruto looked at the screen, the nine tails chakra surging wildly in his body, not because of excitement, but because of fear. That BD named Waiwak. So despicable. Sasuke's Sharingan spun rapidly, and he tried to copy that power, but only felt powerless. What a joke! A battle of this level. Even my Amaterasu can't burn his bones to ashes. Kakashi covered his Sharingan, with a huge wave of emotion in his heart. Even this innate power can be taken away. Obito. Is our world really just the beginning? Fountain of special attack. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Pineapple blowing snow couldn't even hold the sword steadily. This is 10,000 times more domineering than the demon tyrant king. The firepower of that old man's fruity rabo is too strong. Cheng Liuxiang looked serious. This is not the power of the mecha. This is his own power. But his ultimate move was confiscated by the enemy. Lu Ziokuo scratched his head, looking confused. Confiscate? Just like the teacher confiscated my game console? That's too shameless. On the Flower Fruit Mountain. Xiao Qiuting pushed up his glasses, and the light from the screen was reflected on the lenses. The data is completely overflowing. This method of tampering with the rules to seize power, if I can master it, the entire fruit world will be mine. Ha 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 ha. Perfect world. The upper world, the God Academy. That's interesting. Shi Hao touched his chin, with a hint of amusement and thought in his eyes. Pure fire, burning everything. Although this path is extreme, its destructive power is truly astonishing. The willow god beside him had its branches swaying gently. His Tao, relying on external things, will ultimately fall short. The sword called Bankai is the fruit of his Tao, but also his shackles. Once it is taken away, the foundation of his Tao will be destroyed. Huo Linger was horrified by what she saw. It's so tragic. That old man is so pitiful. Yun Xi was analyzing. That Bankai stealing badge contains a strange power of rules that seems to be able to analyze and control the energy composition of a specific target. It is a very sophisticated magic weapon. The small tower vibrated in Shihao's hair. Hey, kid, you see. Don't rely on external forces for everything. Being strong yourself is the most important thing. But, that treasure-grabbing plate is a good thing. Grab it and study it. Not far away, Shi Yi's pupils opened and closed, and chaotic energy flowed. With the body as a seed, all things returned to one. He took the wrong path. But that Yuhabak used tricks and special methods to steal the fruits of others' Tao. This method can be used as a reference. Fox Spirit Matchmaker World. Tishin. This old man is so strong. Tishin Yaya's icy energy seemed a little inferior in front of Yamamoto's Bankai. Tishin Rongrong narrowed her eyes. Sister, that guy named Yuhabak took advantage of Captain Yamamoto's anger and underestimation of the enemy, and used up all his trump cards with a substitute. This kind of scheme is too terrible. Chapter 30. The World of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. Is this the greatest power in the world? Hung Mao held the Chonghong sword in his hand and felt that his sword had never been so heavy. But, he still lost. Lan Tu's eyes were filled with sadness. He was clearly trying to protect everyone. Why did it end like this? Deben and Tiao Tiao were no longer able to speak. That kind of devastating power and that incredible way of defeat completely impacted their worldview. The other side. Zhu Wuja was so scared that he collapsed on the ground, his pants were wet. Oh my god, this is scarier than the leader. No, compared to them, the leader is just a little kid. He Xiaohu's fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. There was no fear in his eyes, only an almost crazy desire. So, power can be taken away. Father. If I can learn this method, the combined power of the 7 swords will be nothing. Huxia Paladin World. In front of the demon-locking tower. I take back what I said before. The drunken swordsman could hardly hold the wine gourd in his hand. This is no longer a question of big brother, don't go to the human world. This is a fight between the gods of creation, right? Li Xiaoao held Zhao Linger's hand and felt his palms full of cold sweat. He wanted to say something, but found that any words seemed pale and powerless at this moment. Zhao Linger spoke softly as she felt the more intense cries coming from the earth. Brother Xiaoao. I feel it, that world is crying for the passing of that old man. The pillar of a world has fallen. Tang Yu, Xiaobao and Anu have become completely numb. The moon worshipper, the power he pursues, compared to this, is really just a younger brother. Tang Yu Xiaobao repeated in a daze. The top of Mount Shu. The sword master opened his eyes, and a crack finally appeared on his calm face. Tao. It turns out that there is another Tao outside of Tao. And even such a powerful Tao can be easily cut off. Zombie brother world. I'm gonna give you a lung. Bai Xiaofi's scream almost blew the entire roof off. What the hell? Is this a cheat? A maxed out character with godly gear, after defeating the boss, got stripped of his gear by a 0-level character. Is there any justice in the world? Is there any law in the world? Deep underground. In the countless eyes of Corpse King Long Yu, the ecstasy had transformed into an extremely calm greed. Seizing is not devouring, but directly depriving the opponent of the source of power. This creature called Yuhabak, the star seal he possesses, has a technical content far beyond my devouring evolution. Analyze. I must analyze its principle immediately. This method. This knowledge. This is the final step for me to reach the realm of God. The bad world. The valley where soldiers are hidden. Yuan Tiangong's outstretched hand froze in mid-air. The piety and enlightenment on his face completely froze and then shattered the moment he saw Yamamoto being cut in half. 300 years, the path I pursued, the hope I saw. His voice was as hoarse as a broken bellows. So, even if you break out of the cage and walk on the true path, you can, still be taken away so easily. Everything. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The belief he had pursued for 300 years began to waver at this moment. Tongwen Hall. Li Siyuan slumped in his chair with a blank look in his eyes. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, so that's how it is, so that's how it is. He laughed crazily, and his laugh was uglier than crying. After a lifetime of scheming and plotting, in the end, even your own power may not be yours. This world, this power, what does it mean, what does it mean? Fantasy Sound Studio. The Empress stood up suddenly, her eyes wide open, her body trembling slightly. The player was removed from the board. She murmured to herself, with a hint of fear in her voice that she herself was not aware of. We are not even chess pieces. And they, those self-righteous chess players, are just bigger chess pieces in front of the real terror. In the Doluo world, the god Tang San shows his explosive fighting power in a battle between two gods. The new scene was a battlefield torn apart by divine power. Doluo world. The battle of two gods. The Rakshasa god Bibidong and the angel god Qianrongxiu, two newly promoted gods, their combined might is almost enough to completely crush the vitality of the entire Doluo continent. The destructive demonic energy and the purifying divine light intertwined to form a desperate realm of death. At this moment, determination flashed across Xiaowu's rabbit-like pure eyes in Tang San's arms. No more words are needed. The two martial spirits resonated violently. The toughness of the blue-silver emperor and the bonelessness of the soft-bone rabbit, two completely different auras, blended instantly. Xiaowu's body was like the melting bright moonlight, transforming into an incomparably dazzling, complexly structured scabbard, which tightly wrapped around Tang San's body in a glittering light. The Shura power that was originally violent enough to burst Tang San's soul, after pouring into the scabbard built of love and sacrifice, instantly became incomparably docile and was steadily carried by this special carrier. The sea god trident mark on Tang San's forehead and the ferocious Shura demon sword pattern on his chest simultaneously burst out with dazzling light. Azure and scarlet. Sacred and murderous. His divine thoughts, like the most precise pointer, moved rapidly between the two divine origins. With an extreme understanding that surpassed the common sense of the divine world, he forcibly broke the iron rule that the conflict between divine positions is irreconcilable that has existed since ancient times. His soul was divided at one moment and perfectly blended together the next. Open! A clear shout. The vast blue of Poseidon and the endless scarlet of Shura achieved a strange balance in his body. Two completely different spirits actually merged perfectly into one. Boom! A terrifying aura that could not be described in words rose from Tang San's body and went straight up into the sky. The vitality of the heaven and earth of the entire Doluo continent was trembling violently for the newborn, unprecedented king of the twin gods. The next moment, Tang San moved. Endless waves surged around him, and the sea god's domain, sea god's realm, suddenly unfolded. That was not real water, but the sea of God formed by the purest power of the sea god condensed in the void. It poured down like a sky curtain, completely covering the entire battlefield. The moment Qianrongxiu's angelic power and Bibidong's Rakshasa demonic energy touched the blue water, they were like a red-hot iron falling into ice water, making a hissing sound and melting away at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed at which the soul power of these two god-level strong men circulated slowed down. Every time the divine power is mobilized, it is like a mortal struggling painfully in a sticky quagmire. Before they could get used to this sudden suppression, blood-colored magic patterns crawled out from the depths of the earth like living things. Shura realm, covers the heaven and earth. Bloody marks representing sin and judgment silently crept onto Bibidong and Qianrongxiu's divine costumes. The god-level defense they were so proud of, under the continuous erosion of this mark, began to show tiny, spider-web-like cracks. Take that! On Tang San's body, the sea god armor shone brightly, and he raised the sea god trident high into the sky. He mobilized the boundless power of the entire Doluo continent ocean. Golden 13 halberds, twilight of the sea god. 13 huge halberd shadows intertwined and merged in the sky, and the sea waves weighing millions of tons were compressed to the limit, condensing into a pillar of light that was powerful enough to destroy the world. The beam of light, carrying the majesty and judgment of the sea god, smashed down on the two goddesses. At the same time, the power of Oath of the Sea quietly enveloped the Shrek 7 devils and others. Everyone felt as if their bodies were wrapped in warm energy, with strength surging endlessly. Injuries below the god level were healed instantly. On the other side, the angel shield that Qianrongxiu had gathered with all her strength was as fragile as paper in front of the dusk judgment that ignored all defenses, and it shattered in an instant. Boom! Bibi Dong and Qianrongxiu were thrown away by the terrifying impact, and their divine clothes were covered with cracks in an instant. It's over. In Tang San's eyes, the Shura's red light surged to the extreme. Buzz! A Shura demon sword with an ancient shape and blood-colored magic patterns on the blade appeared in his hand. A Shura blood sword, destroy! He began to burn his own original divine power, creating the deepest resonance with the magic sword in his hand. The whole person, along with the sword, turned into a blood-red sword light that could not be captured by the naked eye. The laws of time and space were violently twisted and shattered around the first sword Guangming. This sword light, which contained the will to destroy everything and put an end to everything, was like the death sickle of the god of death. It pierced through Bibi Dong's godhood straightly and without any tricks. Ah! Rakshasa god let out the most miserable scream of his life. Her divine body disintegrated bit by bit in the blood-red sword light, and finally turned into flying ashes, completely dissipating between heaven and earth. Qianrongxiu hadn't recovered from the shock of her companion being killed instantly when Tang San's attack came again. The power of judgment, Shura judgment. 6 streaks of blood, like a carving knife of the law, cut through the sky. They ignored the space and the defense of the divine body, and based on the laws of heaven and earth, they accurately and fiercely penetrated Qianrongxiu's soul. Bang! The angel's godhead shook violently under the impact of the blood, and finally, with a clear wail, it completely shattered into countless tiny points of light. Qianrongxiu uttered a muffled groan and fell powerlessly from the sky. Her god-level power quickly dissipated from her body like the receding tide. In the blink of an eye, Bibi Dong and Qianrongxiu seized the opportunity and launched a fatal counterattack. But Tang San's sea god life-saving skills, no trace in the ocean and nothingness, were activated in time. His body completely became ethereal in an instant, and all the attacks passed through his body directly without causing any damage. Combined with the nearly unsolvable ability to teleport into nothingness that Xiaowu gave him after her sacrifice, Tang San was like a ghost on the battlefield. Every time he teleported, a sharp blue water blade would condense in his hand, easily tearing through space and delivering the most deadly counterattack at the enemy's most unexpected angle. This earth-shattering, soul-stirring battle between two gods ended with Tang San's complete victory. With his own strength, he merged the positions of the two gods, killed the Rakshasa, and destroyed the angel. It protected the Doluo world and created an eternal legend. Possessing a country-level combat power. Inuyasha world. Tisk. What the hell? I didn't know that two powers can be used like this. Inuyasha was yelling. That last blow, that blood-red sword, was even more exaggerated than my wind wound. Kagam covered her chest with her hands, still feeling frightened. He did it. He protected everyone. But that woman named Bibi Dong just disappeared. On Shimeru's cold face, the golden pupils shrank slightly. Humph, forcibly merging two conflicting forces, an interesting but crude method. 1. Ling pulled on the corner of Shimeru's clothes and whispered. Ses Homaru-sama, that blue-haired big brother is so awesome. Shijian quickly echoed. Yes, yes, Miss Ling. Of course, no matter how powerful you are, you can't be as powerful as our great lords Shimeru. Kikyo stood in the distance with a complicated expression. He used a willing soul as a vessel. This bond is far deeper than the fragments of the Four Souls jade. Naraku hid in the shadows, feeling the destructive aura that could annihilate the godhead, and every cell in his body was trembling. 0. Directly destroy the source of power, instead of simply destroying the body. I see, my methods are still too low level. The world of Luo Luo's adventures. Thunderbolt's blood boiled and his whole body felt hot. Damn it! This is what we call a decisive battle. That Shura blood sword is worth 10,000 times my half-month salary as a radar. The Vanguard's electronic eyes flashed rapidly, analyzing the battle situation. His speed, combining teleportation with body virtualization, is a perfect tactic. There is no way to defeat him. Tornado was drooling with envy. That blue sea that can slow down the enemy. If I had that trick, no one would be able to escape my tornado. Supersonic nodded repeatedly. It's a combination skill. It's the ultimate combination skill. He combined the powers of two completely different gods. We are just combining our own special moves, which is too small. Li Bassian said in a muffled voice. The attack of that golden fork felt like the entire ocean was smashing down on me. Compared to that, my Mount Tai is just a small mound of dirt. Boonie Bear's world. Oh my god! The electric saw in Bald Jiang's hand fell to the ground with a clang. This is more destructive than my super lumberjack. If I had that trident, I wouldn't have to chop down any trees, I could split the entire Bear Ridge in half. Xiongda corrected him seriously. Bald Jiang. This is not cutting down trees. The guy called Tang San is protecting his home and his forest. Xiong Er agreed naively. Yes. He is a forest protector, just like us. But, he is much more powerful than us, he can knock away 1,000 bald heads with one punch. Doluo One World. Tang San himself stared at the screen intently, his hands clenched tightly until his knuckles turned white. Then, it's me? Double godhood? How is this possible? Xiao Wu looked at herself turning into a scabbard in the picture, her eyes moistened, but she showed the sweetest smile on her face. Brother, I have become your scabbard, and we will be together forever. The master pushed up his glasses, and his eyes behind the lenses were filled with shock and enthusiasm. Breaking the iron law of the divine world. My theory is too narrow. This is the true pinnacle of a soul master. Ma Hongjun's jaw almost dropped in shock. FK. Third brother, you've become a god. Two of you. One with one sword, you killed all the gods in 1 second. Oscar had a sad face. My sausage is nothing compared to his. My assistant is nothing compared to his Oath of the Sea. Ning Rongrong's eyes were full of excitement. Third brother and Xiao Wu, their feelings are the foundation of that power. So beautiful, and so terrifying. Dai Mubai smiled bitterly and shook his head. I wanted to compete with him for the top spot, now it seems like it's a miracle that I'm still alive today. He is a true legend. Zhu Zuqing only uttered 4 words. Absolute power. Chapter 31. One of the representatives of explosive national-level combat power, Semi-Saint Yao Chen. The screen is rotating. Zhongzhou, above Xingyun Pavilion. The weather changed and dark clouds covered the city. Dozens of figures exuding a cold and ominous aura were suspended in the sky like ghosts. They were the law enforcers of the Soul Palace, and each of them was enough to scare the powerful people in all directions. Leading the group was a woman in a strange purple robe, Zhu Tianzun. She had an enchanting figure but a face as cold as ice. She released the aura of an 8-star Dozun at the peak without reservation, like an invisible mountain, pressing heavily on the hearts of every disciple of the falling star curtain below. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, the young master of Xingyun Pavilion, was fighting with Zhu Tianzun, but he was no match for him. Xiao Yan, today is the day you die. Her cold voice cut through the sky like a poisoned knife. Inside the Xingyun pavilion, countless disciples had pale faces. Under this earth-shattering pressure, even standing became extremely difficult. There was only fear and despair in their eyes. Just then, a faint voice came. "I am your disciple, it is not your turn to call for fighting and killing." A white figure rose silently into the sky from the depths of the Xingyun pavilion. He was dressed in white, spotless, with black hair draped over his shoulders and a face as gentle as jade. It was Yao Chen who had just been resurrected. As soon as he appeared, the terrifying pressure that filled the world was quietly smoothed out by an invisible force. The entire battlefield suddenly became so quiet that only the sound of the wind could be heard. "Yao Chen." Zhu Tianzun narrowed his eyes and smiled contemptuously. "Even if you survive, what does it matter? You are just a 9 revolutions dozun. Today, Kunzun, you will die again." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly formed seals with her hands. The magic rain erodes the soul. In an instant, the majestic black fighting spirit around her surged wildly, transforming into a poisonous rain that filled the sky. Every drop of rain contained a terrifying force that could corrode the soul, sweeping towards Yao Chen in an overwhelming manner. Wherever the poisonous rain passed, the 587th space emitted a sizzling corrosion sound, and the rocks below melted upon contact, turning into billowing black smoke. However, Yao Chen's expression was calm and his words were smooth. He just raised his hand slightly. A layer of crystal clear ice instantly covered his entire body. Ice Emperor protects the body. The poisonous rain fell on the ice, but apart from stirring up bursts of white mist, it could not hurt it at all. Zhu Tianzun's pupils suddenly shrank. Yao Chen's eyes were already locked on her. He stretched out his right hand, and cold air gathered in his palm. A dark white flame flashed by and then turned into a biting chill. A giant arrow made entirely of ice condensed and took shape in his hand in the blink of an eye. The arrow was covered with mysterious runes, and the chill it emitted was enough to freeze a person's soul. He waved his arm lightly. "Call out!" The huge ice arrow turned into a stream of light that could not be captured by the naked eye, tearing through the sky. Boom! The fighting spirit defense that Zhu Tianzun hastily set up was instantly penetrated like paper. The huge arrow hit her body directly. Puff! Blood spurted out. Zhu Tianzun flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, leaving a streak of blood in the sky, and finally crashed into a mountain in the distance. Boom! The mountains collapsed and the ground cracked, smoke and dust rose into the sky, and a huge hole was smashed out of the entire mountain. One move. With just one move, Zhu Tianzun, who was at the peak of the 8-star Dozun level, was severely injured. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone was so shocked by this domineering scene that their minds went blank. Yao Chen did all this as if he was just dusting off the dust. He slowly raised his other hand, palm downward, and gently pressed down on the group of terrified Dozun strongmen in the Soul Palace below. There was no earth-shattering momentum. There was only an indescribable terrifying chill, with him as the center, instantly sweeping across the space within a radius of 1 kilometer. Snap! 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 The expressions of fear on the faces of those Soul Palace Dozuns did not even have time to fully bloom before their bodies were instantly frozen into lifelike ice sculptures in the biting cold. Immediately following. Crackle! All the ice sculptures exploded at the same time. It turned into crystal ice chips all over the sky and drifted away with the wind. Dead. Dozens of Dozun, just, gone? The two old fellows, Black and White Tianzun, were so frightened that their hearts and gallbladders were broken. The two looked at each other, not daring to say a single harsh word, and turned around without hesitation to tear apart the space, trying to escape. Want to leave? Yao Chen glanced over with an indifferent look. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the space around him solidified instantly. The Black and White Lord, who was diving into the space crack, suddenly stiffened, like a bug trapped in amber, unable to move. They watched helplessly as a thick layer of ice spread up from under their feet. The despair of the approaching death made them open their eyes wide. In the end, their bodies were completely frozen, and then, like their previous companions, they turned into cold powder. Ah! A scream filled with resentment came from the ruins in the distance. Ju Tianzun, covered in blood, struggled to get up, her face as pale as paper. She stared at Yao Chen intently, then crushed a jade slip without hesitation. The space twisted, and another, more powerful figure slowly walked out from it. 8 celestial lords. Also at the peak of the 8-star Dozun. As soon as he appeared, he saw the devastated battlefield and the seriously injured Ju Tianzun, and his face instantly became so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. The two didn't say much, but they understood each other with just a glance. Join forces. We must join forces. Rain erodes the sky. The two 8-star Dozun peak dochis merged crazily, and the dark clouds in the sky became thicker, with terrifying energy gathering and compressing in them. A huge ice ball with a diameter of more than 100 meters slowly took shape. The surface of the ice ball is covered with ferocious ice spikes, each of which is enough to easily destroy a city. It brought with it an endless aura of destruction as it roared down towards the falling star pavilion below. It's like the end of the world has come. Facing this devastating blow, Yao Chen simply stretched out a hand calmly. He opened his thin lips and uttered a word. Stop! The voice fell. The huge ice ball that fell with tremendous force actually stopped in mid-air. Time seemed to stand still. Everything seemed to freeze. Yao Chen's lips curled up in a cold tone, and he stretched out his hand and gently clenched it. Bang! The ice ball that was powerful enough to destroy everything exploded instantly. It turns into ice chips all over the sky, scattered like a gorgeous firework. The 8th and 9th heavenly lords were completely stupefied. There was only one thought left in their minds. Escape. The farther you run, the better. The person in front of me is not a Dozun at all. It's a saint. A half-saint. The two of them turned around like crazy and tore the space apart again. Yao Chen's eyes were cold, and his hands drew mysterious trajectories in front of him. Several ice-blue sword energies shot out from his fingertips and instantly sank into the space crack that was about to close. Puff! Puff! Two muffled groans came from the crack. Blood was spilled. Although they were finally able to escape with the help of the power of space, they were still badly injured after the attack. A world-shaking war came to an end. Yao Chen stood in the sky with his hands behind his back, his white robe fluttering, like a god. On this day, the medicine saint returned and was promoted to a semi-saint. In a blink of an eye, he slaughtered dozens of Dozuns in the Soul Hall and severely injured 2 Tianzuns. Xingyun Pavilion, the mighty one in Zhongzhou. Inuyasha World. Maple Village. Inuyasha crossed his arms and pouted. Tisk. This guy is quite capable in fighting. He's much more decisive than the old man before. Kagam's eyes sparkled. So amazing. He protected everyone by himself. And even though his power is cold, it feels very reassuring. Master Maitreya waved his Zen staff with a look of amazement on his face. Amitabha. This is no longer a demonic power or a magical power, right? Just speaking out of the blue, freezing everything. This is simply the power of a god. On the other side, in the forest. Shimera glanced coldly at the scene in the sky, his golden eyes calm. It's just a trifle. Xiejian beside him nodded and bowed quickly. Yes, yes. Lord Shimera can kill all those guys with just a breath. This guy named Yaoken is not worth mentioning at all. Ling held ammo and asked curiously. Lord Shimeru, are you also going to do that, turning all the bad guys into ice cubes? Shimera didn't answer, but turned and left, but his back seemed even more lonely than usual. Naraku's clone, Kagura, was hidden in the wind with a serious look in his eyes. This kind of power is really terrifying. It's not a conspiracy, it's not a trick, it's just pure, irresistible power. Naraku, can you do it? The world of Luo Luo's adventures. Motorcyclists. Hot Wheels City. Thunderbolt was so excited that he slammed his fist on the table. This is what a real strong man is. When facing an enemy, he should use thunderous means and kill them with one strike. Never give them a chance to breathe. The vanguard analyzed calmly. His fighting style may seem simple, but it actually contains the ultimate control of strength. There is not a single unnecessary movement, and his efficiency is terrifyingly high. Tornado crossed his arms over his chest. That's right. He took control of the entire battlefield without even moving. This has gone beyond the scope of a battle. It's more like a one-sided massacre. Li Bassian scratched his head. I just thought he was so awesome. With one slap, the TS turned into water slag. It felt so good. Boonie Bear's world. Guxiangling, Bald Jiang's home. The apple in Bald Jiang's mouth fell to the ground, and his face was full of envy and jealousy. Oh my goodness, if I had this ability, why would I cut down trees? If Boss Li dares to deduct my salary again, I will freeze his house. Let him know what the frozen throne means. Xiangda leaned against the door frame and said seriously. Bald Jiang. If you have this ability, you should protect our forest like him. Instead of thinking of these crooked ways. Xiang Er sucked his saliva and stared at the ice chips floating in the air on the screen. Wow! Big Bear, look, there are so many popsicles, and they're free. I want to eat some. Doluo One World. Shrek Academy. Daimyo-bai's evil eyes were filled with shock. FK. This is a real tough guy. He defeated an entire army by himself. He didn't even say a word. So domineering. Ma Hongzhen's evil fire phoenix spirit was somewhat restless. His ice is so strong. My flames are no match for this level of ice. As soon as you show your head, you will be frozen into an ice lump. This must be a god-level power, right? Oscar stroked his chin and muttered to himself. I have to research a new soul spell. I have an icy soul magic stick. It doesn't seem right. Ning Rongrong's little mouth opened into an O shape. Can our 7 treasures glazed pagoda, no, 9 treasures glazed pagoda help him? It feels like his power is already full, and if we add more, it will overflow. Zhu Qing just said this coldly. Neat and clean. Tang San took a deep breath, his purple devil pupils flashing with brilliance. It's not a simple release of energy. You see, he froze the space, and his words became law. He was using his own will to directly mobilize and modify the rules of the world. This is a god field. The image of the sky was reflected on the master's lenses, and his eyes were filled with a fanatical desire for research. A perfect battle. Grasping the timing, controlling the energy, crushing the enemy's psychology. Every step is textbook-like. Xiao San, you must learn well. Strength, not only. It is used to destroy, but also to control the situation. Naruto World. Hokage's office. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe, and the smoke he exhaled was filled with a hint of solemnity. No need to form a seal, an instant attack with a range greater than a level 5 ninjutsu, can even freeze space. This is beyond the scope of ninjutsu. This is the history of Tao. Danzo, who was standing next to him, had endless greed and desire under his bandaged eye. This power must be used by Konoha. No. It must be used by me. If we can get the secret of his power, Uchiha and tailed beasts will no longer be a problem. Class 7 Training Ground. Naruto screamed. So awesome! So awesome! It's 10,000 times more powerful than Shiro and Kimimiro's bloodline limit. So cool! Uchiha Sasuke's face was extremely gloomy and his fists were clenched tightly. Damn, this kind of power that can be used at will. If I had this kind of power, reviving the Uchiha and killing that man would be a piece of cake. Kakashi had a lazy look on his face, but spoke in a more serious tone than ever before. Well, this is really troublesome. I feel like I won't even have time to activate my divine power in front of him, and I'll be frozen into ice. Fountain of Special Attack. Fruit Robo Base. Pineapple Blowing Snow shook his hair in a showy manner. Wow, so cool, so handsome. This kind of effortless and carefree demeanor is exactly like me. Cheng Liuxiang looked righteous. Protecting the homeland with one person's strength. This is the real fruit hero. I, Cheng Liuxiang, want to learn from him. Lu Xiaoquo scratched his head. Can my loving iron fist break his ice? It seems. I can't. On the other side, the profiteer Xiao Qiuting pushed his glasses, with the calculating light flashing on the lenses. Stupid. What a huge business opportunity. If I can get his 2.2S refrigeration technology, my Xiao Qiuting's shaved ice business can monopolize the entire water spring world. Make a fortune. Law. Perfect world. Ishimura. Shihao's eyes lit up and his saliva was almost flowing out. Wow! Great fight! Great fight! That's it! No matter how many people come, just slap them to death. So cool! I want to be a princess like this in the future. The green branches of the willow god swayed slightly, making soft sounds. He has already entered the holy realm, integrating the power of the law into his body. Every move he makes is full of the rhythm of the Tao. In the lower realm, he is already a giant. The little tower swayed above his head, making disdainful sounds. Tisk, it's just so-so. They even let two of them escape. You're not very skillful. If it were me, I would just suppress them and take away all the good stuff from them. Not far away, Shi Yi, who was in the duel, stopped his action, and his pupils opened and closed as if he wanted to see through the essence of the light. He controls the rules with his will. His way is very pure. Pure protection brings pure power. It's quite interesting. Huo Linger and Yun Xi's faces were full of admiration. So strong. Fox Spirit Matchmaker World. Tishan. Tishan Yaya took a big gulp of wine and burped. Humph. This ice is just so-so. It's still a little bit inferior to this Queen's Absolute Zero. But, it's quite enjoyable to use. Tishan Rongrong squinted her eyes and smiled like a little fox. Sister, you can't say that. After this battle, the reputation and territory of the Xingyun Pavilion will skyrocket. Their business will probably cover the entire Zhongban. Because it's land. This is a sure win business. Tishan Honghong crossed her arms, and a complex emotion flashed in her golden eyes. Chapter 32. The World of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. In the bamboo forest. Zhu Wujia had collapsed into a puddle of mud, muttering to himself. I'm quitting. I'm quitting no matter what. I want to go home and farm. This world is too dangerous. Damn it. He Xiaohu's fists were clenched so hard that they made a clattering sound, and the fire in his eyes almost burst out. This is the real power. Not based on conspiracy, not based on evil schemes. But the power that can make all enemies despair just by standing there. Father. I understand. This is the kind of power I need. The absolute dominance of the battlefield by the explosive national-level combat power can easily destroy cities, mountains, and other geographical structures, and even trigger regional natural disasters, tsunamis, and earthquakes. A person with explosive national-level combat power can disintegrate a large-scale army or force with just individual strength. Characters with explosive national-level combat power often become the core of power games. Exploding national-level combat power? There is deterrence and voice, the power of the strong does not need to actively expand, and its combat power itself is a diplomatic bargaining chip. The picture flows. It was no longer a close-up of the figure in white. The lens was infinitely zoomed higher and higher. Everywhere you look, you see a landscape that has been completely changed. The originally continuous mountain ranges were now raised to the ground, and a huge palm print was deeply engraved on the earth. The edges were as smooth as a mirror, as if they had been carefully carved by a god with a chisel. What was supposed to be a prosperous city is now just a huge glazed pit. The material at the bottom of the pit melted and solidified under the high temperature, reflecting a strange light. There are huge waves on the distant coastline. It was a tsunami caused by a terrifying force, which was swallowing up everything along the coast with an unstoppable force. A huge hole was torn in the clouds in the sky, which took a long time to heal. The sun shone straight down from the hole, forming a pillar of light that reached the sky, but it illuminated the scarred purgatory. This is no longer a fight. This is a one-sided cleansing. It is a living organism that launches a dimensionality reduction attack on a civilization and a geographical area. One person is a natural disaster. Inuyasha world. Next to the bone-eating well. Inuyasha's eyelids twitched and his hand unconsciously pressed on Tessagah. Are you kidding me? With this slap, not to mention Nariku's clone, even Xi-18 Luo's castle and the entire mountain will be smashed into pieces by you. Kagome hugged her bow, her face turning pale. This is no longer a power that can be attributed to monsters or humans. Inuyasha, his power is 100 times more terrifying than your complete transformation. For the first time, a deep and unbreakable solemnity appeared in Shimeru's golden eyes. He looked down at his hands and then at Tianquanjia. Destruction is so easy. But what he pursues is the ultimate power of destruction. But the person in the picture is clearly trying to protect. Use ultimate destruction to achieve ultimate protection. Lords Shimeru. Shijian was holding the human head stick, and his teeth were chattering. Ling just opened her eyes wide and asked curiously. Homaru-sama, is that person also protecting someone important? Shimeru did not answer, but just looked into the distance silently. In hell. The miasma all over Nariku's body was churning violently, and his face, which was reassembled from countless body parts, was filled with greed and fear. This is real power. The Four Souls Jade? What a waste compared to it. Absorb. I must get the secret of this power. As long as I can get it, I will be eternal. On an unnamed hill. Kikyo held a longbow and looked quietly at the scene in the sky. She felt the pure protective will in that power, and looked back at her own clay body. In the name of protection, an act of annihilation is carried out. So, the ultimate form of purifying evil is to wipe out the root of evil's existence. Inuyasha, you still have a long way to go. The world of Luo's adventures. City of Energy. The Human Torch's engine roared loudly. Too fierce. This is the ultimate form of Thunder Half-Moon Slash. With one move, the entire battlefield is clear. The vanguard analyzed calmly. His attack covered the entire war zone, and it was an indiscriminate attack. In the face of such power, any strategy or troop deployment is meaningless. This is no longer a tactical unit, but a strategic weapon. The tornado was circling in the air, and the wings of the plane were trembling slightly. My speed is meaningless in front of him because I can't escape his attack range at all. Supersonic added. My invisibility is meaningless. He doesn't need to find me. He just needs to destroy everything. Li Bassian said in a muffled voice. My Taishan may be just a small fry in front of him. Boonie Bear's world. In Bald Jiang's wooden house in Bear Ridge. The electric saw in Bald Jiang's hand fell to the ground with a clang, and his mouth opened wide enough to fit an apple. Oh my god! If I had this ability, why would I cut down trees? If I shout at the forest, won't the woods line up and jump onto my car? Why should I be afraid of those two stinky bears? I can flick them to the moon with just one finger. Big Bear crossed his arms and his face was extremely serious. Bald Jiang. This is dangerous. This power destroyed the entire forest. All of us animals have nowhere to live. Xiang Er gnawed on a can of honey and spoke incoherently. Yes, it's terrible, it's even more terrible than not having honey to eat. Doluo One World. Shrek Academy. Tang San pushed his purple demon pupil to its limit. He tried to analyze the composition of that power, but only felt chaos. This is not soul power, nor is it mental power, nor is it divine power. This is a force at the rule level. It is not creating energy, but modifying reality. He said, "Let there be light," and there was light. He said, "Let there be destruction," and there was destruction. Teacher, this is beyond our cognitive system. The firelight from the picture was reflected on the master's glasses, and his whole body was shaking, half with fear and half with excitement. A brand new system. A power system that completely surpasses martial spirits. Xiao San. This is the future we really have to face. The God realm may not be the pinnacle. Ma Hongzhen's evil fire phoenix martial spirit emerged uncontrollably, but the flames were weak. My phoenix fire is like a lighter in front of him. Oscar muttered tremblingly. My recovery sausage. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat it in time, and I'll die. The light of the 9 treasures glazed tower behind Ning Rongrong dimmed. Any auxiliary spirit master loses his meaning in the face of such absolute power. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. I'm afraid our spirit fusion skill, Netherworld White Tiger, can't even hurt his hair. Xiao Wu tightly grasped the corner of Tang San's clothes. Brother, I'm a little scared. But, he's protecting someone. So contradictory. Tang San patted her hands gently, but his eyes were incomparably firm. Xiao Wu, don't be afraid. Power is neither good nor evil. The key lies in the person who controls it. In order to protect you, I have to become this strong. Naruto World. On top of Hokage Rock. Naruto opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's 10,000 times more exaggerated than Pain's Super Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, and the 3 Megatama were almost connected into one piece. It's not a ninjutsu. No hand seals, no chakra flow. This is another level of power. Is this the power of God? Only with this power can I take revenge on that man. Sakura muttered. In an instant, to destroy a country. Medical ninjutsu is completely useless in this situation. Kakashi pulled down his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, which was also trembling violently. It cannot be copied, it cannot be understood, it cannot be confronted. If Konoha's enemy is this kind of existence, we have no chance of winning. The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe, and the smoke he exhaled was trembling. This has surpassed the definition of ninja and the power of the 1st generation. The balance of the 5 great powers is a joke in front of this kind of individual. Root base. Shimura Danzo's single eye burst out with unprecedented greed and desire. This power must be used by Konoha. No. I must use it. As long as I can master it, the Hokage and the 5 great nations will all prostrate themselves at my feet. The Uchiha Eye is nothing in front of it. Fountain of Special Attack. The Nikolai of Fruit Rabo. Orange Ryakara shouted in shock. Oh my god! This is even more powerful than the Fruity War God. This is the Space War God. Pineapple Blowing Snow shook his bangs in an attempt to remain calm. Well, the scene is quite big, but it's not cool at all, it's too rough and has no aesthetic appeal. Lu Zyokyo's mouth was filled with star fruit. Wow! He knocked so many bad guys away at once. It's more powerful than my fruiter missile. Luoshi and Shang Guanzai looked at each other and saw each other's worry. If our enemies had this kind of power. In the villain base. Xiao Qiuting pushed his glasses, and the data stream was reflected on the lenses. Energy output cannot be calculated, and the mechanism of action cannot be analyzed. Conclusion: this is a bug. A walking bug that can restart the entire game at any time and anywhere. It's really worth studying. Perfect world. Ishimura. Under the big willow tree at the entrance of the village. Shi Hao held a can of animal milk and smacked his lips. That's interesting. His application of the law is very crude, just a simple outpouring of power, forcibly distorting the rules of an area. But in his small pond, it is indeed a dimensionality reduction attack. The little tower swung above him. Tisk, what do you know, little brat? This is called the Great Dao is simple. It may not be good enough in front of me, but it is the best among mortals. Back in the day, even a sneeze from me would make a louder noise than this. The green branches of the willow god swayed gently, making a gentle sound. Every world has its own unique Tao and law. He used his will to protect and pry open the power of the origin of the world. Although the method was primitive, his heart was sincere and it resonated with heaven and earth. This kind of Tao is very pure. Not far away, Shi Yi sat cross-legged, his pupils opening and closing, in which the sun, moon, and stars seemed to disappear. Different paths lead to the same end. He released his power to change the world. I kept the runes inward to transform the universe. In essence, they are both about controlling the law. However, his power relies on protection. Without something to protect, his power will decline. My dharma comes only from myself. Huolinger and Yun Xi were listening to the scene in a daze, but they could feel that the power in the scene was completely different from what the perverts around them were discussing. Of Fox Spirit Matchmaker World. Tishan Hunghong's huge fox ears moved, and there was an unprecedented seriousness in her golden eyes. Use absolute strength to define an absolute territory. This is what I have always pursued, the power that can truly protect Tishan. Tishan Yaya waved her little fists excitedly. Sister! We can definitely do it. Then we'll see who dares to come to our Tishan and cause trouble. Tishan Rongrong squinted her eyes and calculated rapidly on the abacus in her hand. With this kind of combat power as an endorsement, Tishan's business of reincarnation can be expanded to every corner of the world. The pricing power and the right to speak will be firmly in our hands. This is simply a very profitable business. Dongfang Yuecha squatted on one side, holding a candied hawse in his mouth, and shouted incoherently. Sister Yaoxian! Did you see that? This is a real man. He gets angry for his beloved and conquers the world with one palm. Isn't he handsome? The world of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. Run to 473 Lishan Villa. Rainbow Cat held the Chonghong sword tightly, his eyes sharp. With the power of one person, he suppressed the whole world. This is the true hero. Lan Tu looked at the screen and said softly. Although his power is violent, his mind is gentle. In order to protect, he can transform into a cultivator. Tiao Tiao and Aben looked at each other. My goodness, if Blackheart Tiger had this ability, even the combined strength of the seven of us wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Black Tiger Cliff. He Xiaohu's eyes had turned blood red, black air was swirling around him, and he was in a state of crazy worship. See? Father! This is power. This is the way of kings. All the conspiracies, all the divisions, all the disintegrations, are rubbish in front of this kind of power. I want to get it. I must get it. Then, the whole martial arts world, the whole world, will be mine. Zhu Wuzhe and Niu Xianfeng hugged each other and shook like sieves. Mom, go home. I want to go home, this world is not a place for human beings. Huxia Paladin World. Shu Shan. The shock of the demon-locking tower was nothing compared to the shock in everyone's hearts at this moment. Li Xiaoao's face flushed with excitement. See? Linger. I told you. This is the strongest sword technique. No, this is even more powerful than sword technique. This is called divine technique. Zhao Linger felt the wail coming from the earth and sighed. Brother Xiaoao, Nuo's power is to protect the earth. His power was to protect one person, but he almost destroyed the earth. The price of this power is too heavy. Tang Yu Xiaobao and Anu looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. If the moon worshipper possessed this kind of power. The drunken swordsman threw the wine gourd to the ground and laughed loudly towards the sky. Great! What a great way to prove one's truth with strength! What about the rules and regulations, what about the supreme forgetfulness? In front of the determination to protect, they are all bullshit. I understand. I understand. Ha 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 ha. The sword master slowly opened his eyes, and the crack on his rock-solid heart was getting bigger and bigger. I seek justice from heaven, but heaven is merciless. He abides by the way of humanity, but the way of humanity gives him power comparable to the way of heaven. I was wrong. Zombie Brother World. Inside the base. Bai Xiaofei jumped 3 feet high and waved his arms. Oh my god! Oh my god! This is a real map editor. You can hit whatever you point at. This is called cheating. The Corpse King is nothing. Here comes such a big guy, who can slap the earth with one slap. The field is clean. Xiaoyi and Xiaolul were pale. This level of destruction made them feel terrified from the bottom of their hearts. Deep underground. The countless eyes of the Corpse King Long Yu greedily absorbed every detail in the picture. The laws are materialized, the energy is materialized, and one's will is forcibly imprinted on the real world. I see, I see. Eating genes is only the lowest level of imitation. Only by understanding their essence can we truly transcend them. This creature named Yaokan is a living code. I need him. Chapter 33. The Bad World. The valley where soldiers are hidden. Yuan Tiangang stretched out his hand and looked at his dry palm. 300 years of planning, 300 years of people's calculations, 300 years of playing the world as chess. In the end, it was not as powerful as the palm of someone else's hand. Protect. If what I wanted to protect back then was not an illusory Li Tang dynasty, but a specific human community. Will my 300 years be different? I was wrong. Tongguan Hall. Li Siyuan stopped laughing wildly. He stared blankly at the sky, and the fire in his eyes rekindled, which was the most primitive desire for power. My power, yes. What I need is a power that belongs only to me. It's not some bullshit imperial seal. It's not a gift from someone else. As long as I am this strong, who would dare to plot against me? Who would dare to take away everything from me? Fantasy Sound Studio. The Empress sat down slowly, and her hand holding the teacup stopped shaking. She looked at the reshaped world in the picture with a dazed look in her eyes. One thought can change the world. He does not need a throne, because the land beneath his feet is his kingdom. He doesn't need subjects, because all living things tremble under his intimidation. This is the true Emperor. Explosive national-level combat power can break the balance of the power system. When individual combat power exceeds the national scale, the traditional army and city-state defense settings in the worldview will lose their meaning, forcing the story logic to lean towards the strong first. Explosive national-level combat power can trigger the reconstruction of rules. Explosive national-level combat power can even touch the origin of the world, such as time and space, laws. National-level combat power is often used as a standard to define the ceiling role. The explosion of national-level combat power is often a turning point in the story, either ending the old era or leading to a deeper crisis, pushing the main storyline into a new stage. The depiction of a nation-level combat capability is essentially an extreme amplification of individual heroism, satisfying the reader's imagination of seemingly strong breaking through the impasse. The scene above the sky slowly shifted, but the residual power left by that devastating blow penetrated the barriers of time and space and was imprinted in the hearts of the strong in every world. Inuyasha world. Next to the bone-eating well. Inuyasha suddenly stood up from the ground, his silver hair standing on end in anger. What a joke! My wind scar, my explosive strike, are nothing but child's play in front of this kind of power. He clenched Tessagah tightly, feeling the famous sword made from the fangs of a great monster. For the first time, he felt it was so small. Kagome sat next to him and gently pulled at the corner of his fire rat fur coat, and her voice trembled a little. Inuyasha, did you see that? He was trying to protect someone. There was an inexplicable sense of reassurance in her words, as if to say, you would be like this too, right? Under the tree not far away. Shimaru's icy gold eyes stared at the place where the picture disappeared. He pursued powerful strength all his life and despised his father for leaving the fangs to a half-demon. He thought that he had surpassed his father's path by holding the explosive fang. But now, that power does not come from blood, nor from the magic sword, but from the purest will. He subconsciously glanced at Ling, who was playing with Shijian. Guard. Is it possible to gain this kind of power just for a weak human being? Lord Shimaru, your hands are shaking. Jaken held the human head stick tremblingly. Shimaru ignored him and slowly tightened his fist. In the gap between hell and the human world, Nariku's countless clones and miasma were rolling violently, and his original body, that handsome yet evil face, revealed for the first time his crazy greed. Four-soul jade, haha, four-soul jade. The power that the four souls jade that I have pursued for so long can only give is like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon in front of this. This is the real power. This is the eternal and indestructible posture. Turn yourself into the rule. Put the world under your feet. That man named Yao Chen, I must get everything from him. The world of Luo Luo's adventures. Motorcyclists, city of energy. The Human Torch's engine roared under the strain. My thunderous half-moon slash, the Vanguard's shocking wave kill, in front of this kind of power, they are nothing but a wave. His voice was filled with frustration. The Vanguard was silent for a moment and analyzed calmly. This is not a gap that speed can make up. It's not even something that can be defeated by tactics. When our troops arrived at the battlefield no longer existed. Li Biatian, Tornado, Supersonic, these experienced biker warriors, all fell silent at this moment. The wars they had fought for all their lives and the unique skills they were proud of seemed so ridiculous in the face of such a great power that could change the world. If Blue Poison Beast or Tyrannosaurus God possesses this power, Tornado muttered to himself, the war will end in an instant. Supersonic replied with an extremely heavy tone. Boonie Bear's world. Guxiangling, Bald Jiang's wooden house. The electric saw in Bald Jiang's hand fell to the ground with a clang. He kept his mouth open for a long time. My great logging business, my super chainsaw, my invincible Hot Wheels. He looked at the inventions he was proud of and felt like a child who had not grown up for the 10th time. If I could do this, not to mention Boss Li, all the wood in the world would be mine. Then he shuddered again. No, no, no. This is too scary. If I go down, the mountain will be gone, so why should I cut down any trees? Big Bear and Little Bear crowded at the door, the two bears hugged each other, shaking harder than fallen leaves in the autumn wind. Big Bear, he damaged the ground, said Second Bear in tears. Big Bear's expression was more solemn than ever before. He looked at the forest that was trembling with fear at the scene. This power is too terrifying. The forest will cry. The earth will cry too. Doluo One World. Shrek Academy. Tang San's purple demon pupil was operating at its maximum strength, and bloodshot even oozed from his eyes. It's not soul power, nor is it divine power. I can sense that he didn't rely on the authority of any god. He used his own will to forcibly distort the rules. This is his own will. He looked at his clear sky hammer and blue silver emperor, these two top-level martial spirits, which seemed so primitive in front of this power system. Xiao Wu hid behind Tang San, her face pale. Brother, is he also trying to protect his beloved? Her voice was very soft, but everyone present heard it. Master Yu Xiaogong's whole body shook violently, and the teacup in his hand broke into pieces. The 10 core competitive strengths of martial spirits, het. He laughed at himself. I have spent my entire life researching theories, and I think I have touched upon the essence of soul masters. Now it seems that I am just in a small pond, studying the rules of the pond. And he is the one who can evaporate the pond directly. Dai Mubai was panting heavily, and the pride of Prince Xingluo was shattered. The empire, the army, in front of this kind of power, what is the difference between them and a group of ants? Oscar and Ma Hongjun were stunned, one forgot his sausage, and the other forgot his evil fire. Ning Rongrong looked at her 7 treasures glazed tower and murmured. No matter how powerful the support is, what's the use? You can't even keep up with the speed at which he destroys the world. Naruto World. On top of Hokage Rock. For the first time, Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan were completely unable to interpret the scene before them. Earth-shattering star? Heaven-shattering star? He spoke hoarsely. No, it's just changing the terrain. And he is changing the world itself. Completely rewrite the laws of an area. At this moment, the heart that pursued power and yearned for revenge was shaken by a deeper and more powerful force. The 9 tails chakra in Naruto's body was roaring wildly, but it was not because of anger, but because of the most primitive fear. Sasuke, this guy, is even more exaggerated than Kaguya. But that feeling, the determination to protect someone, I understand. I totally understand. He clenched his fists, but his eyes were determined. Kakashi weakly pulled down his forehead guard to cover his Sharingan. Alas! It seems that my legend of 50-50 ends here. Don't even mention it's a 50-50 chance. I can't even get a feel for his moves. Hokage's office. The pipe of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen fell on the table, and the tobacco scattered everywhere. The will of fire that protects the village. He looked at the Konoha village outside the window and for the first time began to waver in his belief. Our will needs countless ninjas to pass it on and protect it with their lives. And his will itself is the strongest weapon and the most solid protection. Root base. The bandaged single eye of Danzo burst into a terrifying light at this moment. The tightly closed Sharingan on his arm seemed to be trembling because of their master's excitement. Power. This is the ultimate power. What is Butsuamitsu Kami? What is Izanagi? They are all small matters. As long as you have this kind of power, the 5 great nations, the ninja world, will all prostrate themselves at the feet of Konoha. No. They will prostrate themselves at my feet. I need this power. I have to have it. Fountain of special attack. Inside the cockpit of the fruit robot, Orange Liu Xiang was stunned. Oh my god, oh my god. My fruit lover's sword is nothing compared to his power. The lollipop in Liu Xiaoqiuo's mouth fell out. Wow! This uncle is so amazing. He can make the land look like this, so can he make the pineapple mountain bigger? Make it grow endless pineapples. Pineapple blowing snow threw the mirror away and grabbed her hair with both hands. It's over. It's over. I thought Pineapple blowing snow, was the most handsome man in the world, the best swordsman in the world. But this guy, the earth and the sky have all been given a facelift. How can I compare them? A series of complex data streams flashed across Xiao Qiuting's glasses. This is crazy. This doesn't conform to the law of conservation of energy. This doesn't conform to mecha dynamics. This is theology. My great plan, if I could have this kind of power to support it. A raging fire of ambition burned in his eyes. Perfect world. Shiken, under the willow trees. The little Shihao sat cross-legged. He was not too shocked, but more of an examination of different avenues. Interesting. Without cultivating runes or borrowing bone treasures, he interfered with reality purely with his spiritual will, transforming his own existence into a domain. In this field, he is the only Tao and reason. He looked towards Willow God. The willow tree's thousands of branches swayed gently, making a soft and ethereal sound. 3,000 great ways, each one can prove eternity. He followed an extremely domineering and pure self-centered path. With the thought of protection, I cut off all causes and effects and reshaped the world. This heart is very strong. The small tower flew out from Shihao's hair and circled around him. Humph, it looks fancy, but the foundation is indeed solid. The essence of this power is belief. He firmly believes that he can do it, and the world will change for him. This is great perseverance and determination. On the other side, Shi Yi, a man with double pupils, seemed to have the sun, moon, and stars appearing and disappearing in his eyes. He saw the level of laws that ordinary people could not see. He is burning himself, turning his soul and will into firewood, lighting the flame that changes the rules of the world. If you use this kind of power once, the cost will be huge. But, he is indeed powerful. If he were in the same realm as me, he would be my lifelong enemy. Huo Linger and Yun Xi looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. They were born into extraordinary families and had witnessed the power of the giants in the upper realm, but such pure and unreasonable personal power still made them waver. Fox Spirit Matchmaker World. Tishin. For the first time, Tishin Hunghong's golden eyes lost their usual calmness. She spread out her palms, and the pair of insulating claws that could tear apart any magic weapon made her feel a little powerless at this moment. My strength is to protect Tishin. His power is also for protection. But, why is there such a big gap? Tishin Yaya put away her usual arrogance. She held the jar of wine but did not drink. Sister, this guy is stronger than you. This is not a question, but a statement. Tishin Rongrong's eyes, which had been narrowed, opened completely. She adjusted her glasses, and there was an unprecedented brilliance under the lenses. Good Zhao. The essence of power is to pry open the reason between heaven and earth. We, as demons, borrow the power of heaven and earth. But he forcibly commands heaven and earth, making them obey him. This is not the same level of talking anymore. Under the bitter love tree, Dongfang Yuechu, holding a candied haws in his mouth, disappeared with his dazed look. He looked at the screen with complicated eyes. Tisk. Making such a big fuss just for a woman. Sister Yaoxian, if I were this strong, could I help you realize your dream? He whispered softly, so that only he could hear it. The world of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. Benli Villa. Hung Mao's hand tightly grasped the hilt of Changhong's sword, and the palm of his hand turned white. The 7 swords joined together, and the Kylin appeared. Its power is enough to maintain the peace of the martial world. But his power is enough to make the entire martial arts world disappear. The chivalrous spirit in his heart suffered a severe impact at this moment. Lan Tu looked at Hong Mao's tense profile and said worriedly. Rainbow Cat, his eyes are the same as yours. It's all about protecting the most important people. Deben and Tiao Tiao hugged each other and trembled. Oh my god, this is just a fart. If anyone messes with me in the future, I will show him this scene. Deben yelled. In front of Blackheart Tiger's tomb. He Xiaohu clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms. Father! Did you see that? This is the real power. What Kylan? What 7 heroes? They are all illusions. If I can possess this power, Lanta will definitely be mine. The entire martial arts world will submit to me. In his eyes, jealousy and ambition burned more fiercely than ever before. Zhu Wujia and Niu Xianfeng collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down their faces. My king, let's go back to the mountains and farm. This world is too dangerous. Chapter 34. The scene changed, and the figure that had previously penetrated the sky and the earth slowly faded away. Instead, there were ancient golden characters that were imprinted in the minds of all living beings in the world, and each character carried an incomparable sense of heaviness and oppression. 10,000 Worlds Combat Strength Level Number 23, Explosive Surface Level. Below a line of large characters is a more detailed annotation. The words turned into images, a doomsday disaster that could not be described in words. A tiny speck of light fell from the sky and touched the earth. The next second, the entire continental plate heaved and broke violently like a water surface with a stone thrown into it. The shock wave swept across the globe at a speed faster than the speed of sound. Dust clouds as high as 10,000 meters covered the sky. The huge waves turned into a towering wall of water, swallowing up all traces of civilization. Mountains were flattened and plains turned into abysses. The earth's crust was wailing, and magma gushed out from the torn cracks, dyeing the earth red. The entire surface of the planet seemed to have been scrubbed and washed by an invisible giant hand, and all traces were wiped out. Surface-level destructive power refers to the power that can cause a devastating blow to the surface of a planet. Its power is enough to destroy an area of 5-10 million square kilometers in an instant, completely changing the landscape and erasing civilization. Huxia Paladin World. On the top of Mount Shu, the demon-locking tower stands quietly. The drunken swordsman took a big gulp of wine, and the wine spilled on his chest, but he was completely unaware of it. I ride the sword on the wind and slay the demons between heaven and earth, he muttered to himself, his eyes somewhat drunken and dazed. But how do I get rid of this thing? With one strike of the sword, there's no place left for me to stand on. The sword master standing by kept his eyes closed, his brows slightly furrowed on his calm face. This is not human power, nor is it a Taoist method. It is pure destruction. It has already gone beyond the scope of art and is the ultimate injury. Li Xiaoao looked at the scene and felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. He subconsciously clenched the sword behind him. Amazing! So amazing! If I could have this move, I could easily defeat the moon worshipper and the water monster with just one sword. Zhao Linger tugged at his sleeve, her little face full of worry. Brother Xiaoao. But, if this move is used, how many people will die? The entire Nanzhao kingdom will disappear. Tang Yu Xiaobao and Anu stood together, both of them had ugly looks on their faces. Tang Yu said in a deep voice, what the moon worshipper pursues is to use his faith to create an ideal world. And this is to simply delete the world that doesn't suit his heart and start over. It's completely different. Anu stamped her feet angrily, it's too bad. It's 10,897 times worse than any poisonous insect. Zombie Brother World. In a makeshift shelter on the ruins of H City, Bai Xiafei was chewing on an expired sausage. After seeing the picture, the sausage in his mouth fell to the ground with a pop. FK. He swore and jumped up. What a joke! They're using nuclear bombs as cannons. We're working so hard to fight zombies, but they just sneeze and the whole earth is gone. Xiao Yi's face was pale. She held the assault rifle tightly in her arms. The cold steel could only give her a little sense of security. Xiao Fei, can we still survive? Inside the pyramid. The Corpse King Dragon sat on the throne on the right. He looked at the scene of world destruction and instead of feeling any fear, he showed an extremely excited smile. Ha 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 ha. Good. 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 He said 3 good words in a row. This is what power should be. Destruction. Rebirth. This is worthy of eternal life. Only after consuming this kind of power can I truly overlook the myriad worlds. In his eyes, this terrifying destructive power is nothing more than food for a higher level. The bad world. Within the Karabe Valley, Yuan Tiangang stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the picture in the sky. A hoarse and solemn voice came from under his iconic mask. 300 years of planning, 300 years of waiting. I thought I could control the chess game of the world, but in the face of such power, the chessboard itself will be reduced to dust. For the first time, there was a hint of powerlessness in his voice. Li Xingyun stood behind him, feeling that the Longchuan treasure and the Li Tang bloodline pressing on him became extremely heavy and ridiculous at this moment. Marshal, is there really such a person in this world? The round fan in the Empress's hand snapped shut, her phoenix eyes filled with calculation and vigilance. If such a person were to descend upon the Central Plains, there would no longer be a distinction between the Qi Kingdom, the Xianming sect, and the Tongguan Academy in the world. Only, life and death. Zhang Zifan and Lu Lingxuan looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. The pinnacle of martial arts that they pursued was as small as dust in front of the 3 words explode the earth's surface. Inuyasha world. Next to the bone-eating well. Inuyasha slammed Tessaga into the ground, and the half-demon blood boiled in his body. What a joke! Which BD monster caused this level of destruction? He bared his teeth, looking like he was ready to rush in for a fight at any time. Kagam was so anxious that she shouted, Inuyasha! Calm down! This is not something a monster can do. This is the end of the world in mythology. On the cliff in the distance, Shimaru stood quietly, looking at the sky indifferently. Ling pulled his fur tail and asked quietly, Lord Shimaru, is that scary? Shimaru did not answer. He just slowly raised his hand, looked at his demon claws, and then looked at the Tenseiga and Bakusaiga on his waist. He didn't say anything, but the look in his eyes was more lonely than any words. That is an examination of absolute power. In Nariku's castle, countless monster remains were wriggling, forming the body of Dongfan. He looked at the scene of destruction and sighed with satisfaction. What wonderful despair, what pure malice, this is the most perfect body of my Nariku. 4 souls jade? Haha, compared to this, the power of the 4 souls jade is just like a child's toy. Maple Village. Kikyo stood under the tree of time. There was no fear on her face, only endless compassion. Such karma, such sins, how many more restless souls will be added to the world? The world of Luo Luo's adventures. Motorcyclists, city of energy. The Human Torch watched the scene, his engine roaring. Oh my god! Thunder half-moon slash! Can my thunder half-moon slash cut through this thing? He asked excitedly to the vanguard beside him. The pioneer's electronic eyes were flashing rapidly, analyzing the data. Warning, Thunderbolt. According to simulation calculations, the energy level of this attack has exceeded the upper limit determined by the system. Our attack cannot cause effective damage to it. Recommendation, strategic retreat. Tornado flapped his wings and smiled bitterly. It seems that the strongest mecha king in our universe is just a frog in the well. Li Bassian said in a muffled voice, the Taishan meteorite fell, can it be put into the same pit? Supersonic shook his head, our world can't hold out for even a second under this kind of attack. Boonie Bear's world. Bald Jiang's cabin in Bear Ridge. Bang! The chainsaw in Bald Jiang's hand fell to the ground, and he leaned against the window, his eyes wide open like copper bells, with money symbols flashing in them. Oh my god! I'm rich! I'm rich! If I had this ability, why would I cut down trees? I will go and perform the flat mountain head trick for Boss Li, and he will give me the whole company. When the time comes, I will buy 8 or 10 electric saws made of gold, and use one every day. Outside the house, the two brothers Xiongda and Xiong'er hugged each other, and their huge bear bodies shook like sieves. Big Bear's voice trembled, "Second Bear, this is 10,000 times more terrifying than the combined anger of all the bears in our Bear Ridge." Xiong'er sniffed and said sadly, "I don't want the forest to disappear. My honeykin is still in the tree hole." Doluo One World. Shrek Academy. Master Yu Xiaogong's body stiffened. He pushed his glasses hard, and his eyes under the lenses were filled with academic enthusiasm and fear. Beyond cognition. This is completely beyond the cognition of the Soul Master system. This is not the 9th soul skill, nor can it be explained by the God-given soul ring. This is a strike from a higher dimension. Our world, in front of it, is as fragile as a piece of paper. Tang San tightly grasped Xiao Wu's hand, his purple demon pupil worked frantically, but he could only see the law of destruction, which he could not understand at all. "Teacher, you mean, even 100-level God can't resist it?" The master was silent for a long time, then uttered 2 words with difficulty. "Cannot." Ma Hongjun opened his mouth wide and muttered, "Damn, if my evil fire phoenix flies over, I guess there won't be even a hair left, right?" Oscar muttered subconsciously, "I have a super mushroom sausage. No, I can't escape even if I fly. I have to research a burrowing potato." Daimyo Bai and Zhu Zuking's spirit fusion skill, Nether White Tiger, was once a symbol of invincibility in their hearts, but at this moment, they only felt deeply powerless. Naruto World. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was extremely solemn. On the screen, the devastating beam of light made everyone who had experienced the Ninja World War feel the war zone from the bottom of their souls. Uzumaki Naruto was the first to scream out. Isn't this the tailed beast ball of the 10 tails? No. It's even more exaggerated than that. Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan and Eternal Mangeki Sharingan opened at the same time, and he spoke coldly. It's a different scale. The 10 tails needs to accumulate chakra to release the tailed beast ball. It's more like an ultimate ninjutsu. And the power on this list feels as simple as breathing. It is not technology, but power. The pipe in the mouth of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen fell to the ground, and the tobacco scattered all over the floor. A country, no, an alliance of 5 nations is meaningless in the face of such a natural disaster. The age of ninjas, perhaps, never really began. In the corner, Shimura Danzo's bandaged single eye burst out with unprecedented greed and desire. Foolish! This is not a disaster. This is the power of God. If Konoha can have it. If I can have it. What unified ninja world? What Koda Amatsukami? What Uchiha? Will all become the dust of history. Fountain of special attack. Inside the cockpit of the Fruit Robot, Cheng Liuxiang drew out his holy sword and struck a pose that he thought was the coolest. I hold my sword in my hand and laugh at the sky. There is no place for demons and monsters to escape. For the sake of love and justice, I, Cheng Liuxiang, will never admit defeat. Pineapple Blowing Snow wiped the sweat off his face and shivered. Said. I say. Liuxiang, can we run first? Justice requires brains, not just slogans. This thing can blow our 3 jelly musketeers into 3 pools of jam in one breath. Lu Ziokuo pointed at the screen innocently, wow! This explosion is so powerful. It's even more powerful than the one blown by Pineapple Blowing Snow. The 7th floor of Huaguo Mountain. Xiao Qiuting sat on his throne, looking at the screen and laughing crazily. Ha ha ha! Art! This is the ultimate art! This is the correct way to conquer the world. The old man Dongfang Kyubai's demon overlord is nothing compared to this. It's a tin toy. Perfect world. The desolate Emperor Shihao was lying on a blue stone, drinking monkey wine leisurely. He glanced at the picture in the sky and smacked his lips. That's it. It made quite a noise, but the power was just so-so, not as painful as a willow stick from the willow god. The willow tree beside him swayed its thousands of branches, making an ethereal sound. What he pried was the rules of the surface of the world, using brute force. The level touched by the creature who used faith as power was deeper and more interesting. The small tower swayed above Shihao's head. Right. It's just a pit, there's no technical content at all. When I was in my prime, even a breath of air was better than this. Fox Spirit Matchmaker World. Tishan Honghong looked at her own insulated claws, and then at the scene of destruction on the screen. Commanding the heaven and earth. So, the power of protection can also be like this. Her eyes were no longer confused, but instead had an unprecedented firmness. Under the bitter love tree, Dongfang Yuecho threw away the bamboo stick of the candied Haws with a serious expression. Tisk. I feel so stressed. Sister Yaoxian, it seems that just being clever and working hard is far from enough. The world of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. In front of the Black Heart Tiger tomb. When He Xiaohu saw the definition of exploding the earth, he was not afraid. Instead, he laughed wildly towards the sky, and his laughter was full of uncontrollable ambition and madness. Father! Did you see that? This is real power. This is real hegemony. What 7 swords combined? What Kylan descending? In front of absolute power, it's all a joke. It's all false. If I can get it. Blue Rabbit. The entire martial arts world. Everything in the world. Will be mine. Benli Villa. Hung Mao held the Chonghong sword tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. He felt an unprecedented shock, but the fire of faith in his heart was never extinguished. Even if the sky collapses and the earth breaks apart, the great chivalrous spirit of serving the country and the people will never be extinguished. Death World. Crescent Moon Sky Strike. Compared to this, it looks like a child's doodle. Ichigo Kurosaki looked at his Zanpakutte and smiled bitterly. Dong Shilang's brows were tightly furrowed. Once this power is released, the aftermath of its spiritual pressure will be enough to cause the entire Soul Society to collapse. In the Kyonya Palace, Aizen Sosoke adjusted his glasses, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an elegant yet dangerous arc. Can being the 23rd person alone have the power to reshape the world? It seems that the sky I am standing in is not high enough. This 10,000 worlds is really making me happier and happier. The world of mortal cultivation. On a deserted island in the Chaos Star Sea. Han Li sat cross-legged with a calm expression, but his rapidly flickering eyes revealed his inner unrest. He didn't think about how magnificent this power was, or how shocking it was. He is calculating. Facing an existence of this level, what kind of magic weapon do I need to resist? What kind of cultivation do I need to escape? Can my own heavenly palm bottle protect itself in the face of such power? Questions flashed through his mind one after another, and finally turned into 4 words. Must be stronger. Besides, be more humble. 3-body world. The ruins of Red Bank Base. Wang Miao felt that his knowledge system of physics was collapsing. This is unscientific. This is totally inconsistent with the law of conservation of energy. To produce this effect, the energy required is enough to rival the instantaneous explosion of a small star. Evans stood beside the wreckage of the Judgment Day with a fanatical smile on his face. The power of the Lord cannot be fathomed by mortals. Yawenja raised her head, with no expression on her old face. She just watched quietly, looking at the entry that represented absolute destruction. Using this power to cleanse the sins of mankind might be just right. Chapter 35. The golden words slowly dissipated into the void. Instead, there were several slowly unfolding scenes that looked like paintings of gods and demons. The images flashed, and one figure after another, representing the ultimate interpretation of the term Earth-level explosion, appeared in front of everyone in the world. Representative figure of the groundbreaking level. Naruto World Uchiha Madara, 6-Path Sage Mode. In the picture, a man with white hair, double horns on his forehead and holding a staff is floating in the air. He looked indifferent, like a god overlooking the world. He clasped his hands together. The next second, 1, 2, 3, dozens of huge rock spheres like the moon appeared out of thin air in the sky, and with an incomparable sense of oppression, they slowly slammed towards the earth. The sky is falling apart. Fighting through the world, fighting Saint. There are no specific people in the picture. Only a giant hand of energy that spans the sky and the earth emerges from the clouds. Under the giant hand, mountains are like fine sand and rivers are like silk threads. With one palm strike, the ground was torn open into a huge bottomless rift that stretched for countless miles. The world of immortals' journey to immortality. Han Li, fusion stage. A monk in a green robe with an ordinary face stood in the void. He just raised his hand lightly. In an instant, the weather changed and the spiritual energy ran wild. A vast group of islands below, along with the surrounding seawater, were forcibly ripped off the seabed by an irresistible force and were suspended in mid-air. The world of covering the sky. Yefan, 4 extreme secret realms. A figure bathed in golden blood, like a young god of war. He threw a punch. No fancy special effects, just pure power. Wherever the fist passed, space was distorted, and a 10,000-foot-high ancient sacred mountain was instantly smashed into dust from the foot to the top. One Punch Man World Tornado of Trembling. A petite green-haired girl floated above the city with a look of disdain. She stretched out her slender fingers and hooked them lightly. The entire city made of steel and concrete, along with its foundation, was forcibly pulled up from the earth's crust by a terrifying telekinesis and twisted into a giant pile of scrap metal. Dragon Ball World Neitaizu. A scion with long hair and wearing combat uniform, with a contemptuous smile on his face. He raised 2 fingers and pointed them at a prosperous city in the distance. Go away, trash! A wave of energy shot out. The city, along with the entire continental plate it was located on, completely disappeared from the planet in the intense white light. The picture froze, and these 6 figures representing the earth-blasting level were like 6 insurmountable mountains, weighing on the hearts of everyone in the world. Huxia Paladin World. Oh my god! Li Xiaoao could hardly hold the sword in his hand, and he swallowed hard. Compared to others, my 10,000 swords technique is just like shooting toothpicks. Zhao Linger's face was pale. As a descendant of Nuwa, she could feel the cries of grief coming from the earth in those pictures. They're hurting the world. The drunken swordsman rarely drank any alcohol, and his eyes looked extremely solemn. This is neither a technique nor a Tao. This is pure, absolute force. Break all laws with force, and follow the path of history. On Mount Shu, Sword Saint Duguyun opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. It turns out that the ultimate sword is neither ruthless nor affectionate. But, one sword can split the sky, and one sword can destroy the world. Tang Yu Xiaobao and Anu stood together, both of them were so shocked that they were speechless. Anu murmured, if we have this kind of power, then who is the moon worshipper? Zombie Brother World. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Bai Xiaofei cursed so much that his eyes almost popped out. That little girl named Tornado, she pulled up a city. This is much more awesome than the Corpse King demolition office. Xiao Wei and He Xiaofei also had dazed expressions on their faces. He Xiaofei's clone, the cold-blooded He Xiaofei, couldn't keep calm at this moment. These individuals have already surpassed the category of biological weapons. They themselves are natural disasters. Xiaolu pulled the corner of Bai Xiaofei's clothes and whispered, Brother Bai Xiaofei, the one with long hair is so scary. Deep underground. The Corpse King Long Yu looked at the 6 spots on the screen, then looked at Natais. His eyes were more fiery than ever before. I see, chakra, fighting spirit, spiritual power, chi, superpowers. There is more than one way to reach the surface destruction level. Samples, I need more samples. Devour them, analyze them, surpass them. The bad world. The valley where soldiers are hidden. Li Xingyun sat down on the ground, his whole body numb. Are you kidding me? Is this human? We have worked hard to cultivate our internal strength all our lives, but at most we can break monuments and split rocks. How can a city be destroyed just by someone raising their hands? What the hell is this? Ji Ruxiu clenched the sword in her hand, her palms full of cold sweat. Zhang Zifan and Lu Lingxuan looked at each other and saw powerlessness in each other's eyes. Zifan, can we still be considered masters? No. The headquarters of the bad guys. Yuan Tiangang stood there, motionless, as if petrified. 300 years of skills and 300 years of planning seemed so ridiculous at this moment. The power he was so proud of, which was enough to overthrow the world, was not even worthy of carrying shoes in front of these people. Iplo, lololob. Yuan Tiangang let out a low laugh, full of self-mockery. 300 years. I, Yuan Tiangang, am just a toad sitting in a well and looking at the sky. The bad guys? The heavenly gang technique? Immortality? Ha 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 ha. What a joke. What a huge joke. Inuyasha world. Hateful. Inuyasha looked at Yefan's punch that shook the sacred mountain in the picture, then looked down at his tessaga. Wind wound, explosive flow break, it's no match for this kind of power. Kagam gripped the bow nervously. Inuyasha, those people, their demonic energy? No, it's not demonic energy, it's a completely different kind of energy, it's terrifying. Shamaru stopped, the 6 figures reflected in his golden pupils. He remained silent, but the chill emanating from his body was colder than ever before. Shijian was trembling on the side. Lords Shamaru, this is no longer at the level of a great monster. Kikyo stood under the tree of time with a complicated expression. Purification. Can my arrows purify beings of this level? Naraku hid in his castle, his body shaking with fear and excitement. Absorb. As long as I can absorb any one of them, I will become truly invincible. Compared to them, the 4 Souls Jade is nothing. The world of Luo Luo's adventures. Motorcyclists. The Human Torch looked at the screen, the engine roaring anxiously. My Thunder Half Moon Slash, I'm afraid it can't even break their body protection energy. The Vanguard's computing system sounded an overload alarm. It is impossible to calculate. The opponent's energy output is beyond the comprehension of the database. Tornado sighed. Our combined attack skill, Moonlight Bloodstorm, is like a child's toy in front of this kind of attack. Beast Tribe. The wild ape pounded his chest hard. Power. This is real power. There was a dangerous light flashing in the eyes of the Tyrannosaurus god. If my city of the dead could have such a general. Boonie Bear's world. In Guxiangling, in Bald Jiang's wooden house. The electric saw in Bald Jiang's hand fell to the ground with a clang. He stared at the screen in amazement. Explode, explode the ground? I can't even explode a tree. He looked at his hands that were calloused from years of chopping trees, and suddenly felt bored. Big Bear and Little Bear also crowded in front of the window, shock written all over their faces. Big Bear, Qiangzi, if you have this ability, our forest will be gone in one day, right? Bear 2, my honey. My fruit. Doluo One World. Shrek Academy. Tang San pushed his purple demon pupil to its limit, trying to analyze the energy composition of the picture. But he failed. Completely different systems. They don't rely on martial spirits or spirit rings, but they can burst out with power far beyond that of titled Doluo. Master Yu Xiaogong's body was trembling slightly, not because of fear, but because of excitement. I understand. I understand. Martial spirit is just one of the ways to become powerful. There is a wider world outside the world. Dai Mubai murmured to himself, God. Is this the true power of the gods? Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix martial spirit automatically emerged, but was overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure in the picture. Oh my God, this fire is 10,000 times more fierce than my evil fire. Oscar and Ning Rongrong looked at each other. Xiaoao, can your sausage copy their abilities? Rongrong, stop joking, I'm afraid I'll burst. Naruto World. Konoha Village. Naruto stared at Uchiha Madara in the picture, the nine tails chakra surging in his body. Is that Madara's entire power? Damn it! I must become stronger than him. Sasuke's Sharingan and Sam's Aragon were opened at the same time, and the Megatama and ripples in his eyes were spinning wildly. The power of Uchiha can actually reach this level. An unprecedented desire to win ignited in his heart. Sakura clenched her fists. Too exaggerated, is this the legendary ninja? Kakashi put down the intimate paradise in his hand, his expression became extremely serious. Compared to this level of fighting, the war in the ninja world is nothing but child's play. Hokage's office. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe, and the air was filled with smoke. Uchiha Madara, UBD, you can't even rest in peace after you die. Root base. Danzo's one eye was fixed on the screen, full of greed and jealousy. This kind of power. If I can use it. If Konoha can use it. Not to mention unifying the ninja world, even conquering other worlds. Fountain of special attack. The scabbard of pineapple blowing snow was almost crushed by him. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! What the hell is this? Blowing up a mountain with one punch? Isn't this better than our fruity armor? Cheng Liuxiang's righteous face was also covered with beads of sweat. Does the power of justice need to be so exaggerated? Lu Xiaoquo held a lollipop in his mouth and asked stupidly. Then we defeated Dongfang Kyubai and the four evil thieves, isn't that considered an earth-shattering achievement? Blow your head off. Pineapple blowing snow and orange fragrance shouted in unison. Perfect world. Ishimura. Tisk, after all this time, this is all. Shihao was picking his teeth, looking nonchalant. That guy named Ban, the ball he plays is not as big as the one I played in the past. That guy named Yefan broke a mountain. I can do that in the moving blood realm, right? Huo Linger and Yun Xi, who were standing by, also had expressions that showed they were used to it. For them who had witnessed the great wars in the upper realms and the methods used by the immortal kings, this was indeed a small scene. 6 images were reflected in Shi Yi's double pupils, and divine light was flowing, as if analyzing something. The level of power is indeed not high. But what's interesting is that this 10,000 worlds defines it as a clear level and also gives representatives of different systems. The purpose of establishing this list is by no means as simple as showing off power. The willow branches sway gently, making an ethereal sound. Power comes in many forms, but its origin remains the same. Just take a look. What you need to focus on is the it that makes the rules and why it presents them to you. Fox Spirit Matchmaker World. Tishin Ya's wine gourd was hanging in the air, and she forgot to drink it. Damn it! My sister couldn't explode the surface back then, right? What kind of monsters are these guys? Tishin Rongrong's narrowed eyes opened a little, which was rare. It's not just their strength, their efficiency in using energy far exceeds the scope of demonic power that we understand. Tishin Honghong looked at the screen, an electric light flashed on her insulating claws. Dongfang Yuechu, can your pure Yanjian do this? Dongfang Yuechu, who was standing by, wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said with a playful smile. Hong Hong, you think too highly of me. I'm lucky to have burned down a mountain, but they have even lifted up the earth's crust. The world of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. Hung Mao looked at the Chonghong sword in his hand and fell into deep thought. Can the ultimate fire dance whirlwind reach this level? Lanta was worried, if this power gets out of control, how many lives will be lost? Deben and Niu Xianfeng were stunned. My thunder fist is just a tickle compared to others. Zhu Wujia hid in the corner, his fat body shaking with fear. Oh my god, luckily the 7 heroes in our world aren't that fierce, otherwise they would have been beaten to a pulp long ago. One person under the world. Longhushan Tianxi Mansion. Old Taoist priest Zhang's highway gently blew away the hot air in the teacup, his eyes deep. Haha, that's interesting. The strange people in this world all think that I am the best. Now it seems that I am just a scenery at the foot of the mountain. Wang Ye was lying on the ground, looking like he was about to die. Don't calculate it, don't calculate it, if you calculate it again, it will be gone. The fate of these big guys is harder than the sky, it's impossible to see through it. Zhang Hulan and Feng Baobao squatted on one side. Zhang Hulan, Sister Baoer, if you are serious, can you punch through a mountain? Feng Baobao tilted his head, thought for a long time, and answered very honestly. I don't know, I haven't tried it. But it should be possible to bury a person. Three-body world. Next to the wreckage of the Judgment Day. Wang Miao's glasses slipped to the tip of his nose, but he was unaware and just murmured. Energy. Where does this energy come from? Creating rocky planets out of thin air? Smashing mountains with one punch? This violates all the laws of physics in our universe. The fanaticism on Evan's face became even more intense. Look! Wang Miao! This is God! This is the power of God! The power of the Lord is just like that. It is even much greater than that. Human physics is a joke in front of God. Ye Wenjie looked up at the sky, her old face expressionless, but a huge wave of emotion was rising in her heart. She thought of the Red Coast base and the lonely button. She pressed the button, bringing in Jiri. And now, this 10,000 worlds allowed her to see that there were so many Lord-like beings in the universe. Human beings are truly as insignificant as dust. Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf World. Green Grassland. For the first time, Pleasant Goat's brain felt not enough. This is illogical. Where does their power come from? Can wisdom defeat this pure violence? Fei Yanjiang showed off his muscles, then put them down dejectedly. My muscles don't seem to be of any use. In Wolfburg. Big Bad Wolf looked at his latest invention, the super sheep catching chariot, and then looked at the city rising from the ground on the screen. He silently tore the design drawings to pieces. My wife, I will never say again that I can't catch the sheep. Red Wolf, holding the frying pan, was also stunned. Grey Wolf, if you have this ability, not only the sheep village, but the entire green grassland will be ours. JII. Chapter 36. Just as countless worlds fell into a state of deathly silence, the images in the video of all worlds began to change again. Lines of golden words emerged, carrying an unquestionable majesty. Representative figure of the groundbreaking level, Naruto World, Uchiha Madara, 6 paths form. Explosive surface level performance display powerful ninjutsu. The screen suddenly changes. That was a man named Uchiha Madara. He was suspended in the air, his arms folded, his long black hair fluttering in the wind, his eyes filled with indifference as he looked down upon all living things. Below him was a densely packed ninja army numbering tens of thousands. They looked tense and ready for battle. But Ban just raised his head and made a simple seal with his hands. Heavenly Barrier Shock Star. The sky darkened. It was not dark clouds covering the sun, but an indescribably huge shadow that enveloped the entire battlefield. Countless people looked up in horror. It was a Huge meteorite. It was burning, with a long tail of flame, coming from the sky, bringing with it the breath of annihilation, and crashing down. Huxia Paladin World. The top of Mount Shu. The wine gourd in the drunken swordsman's hand fell to the ground with a clang, and the wine spilled all over the floor, but he was unaware of it. He opened his mouth wide, pointed at the screen, and his tongue couldn't move straight. What kind of swordsmanship is this? No. What kind of witchcraft is this? A sword can attract the stars in the sky. Li Xiaoao broke out in a cold sweat instantly. He stared at the screen blankly, then looked at the sword at his waist. The 10,000 swords technique that he was so proud of was like a child's toy in front of this stone that fell from the sky. One sword, breaks all laws. Li Xiaoao muttered to himself. But how do we break this thing? Zhao Linger's face turned pale. As a descendant of Nuwa, she could clearly feel the destructive power contained in the meteorite. The earth is crying, it is afraid. Tang Yu and Xiao Bao held Anu's hand tightly, and both of them had fear in their eyes. Is this, the power of God? It is 10,000 times more terrifying than the water monster summoned by the moon worshipper. The sword master, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were no longer calm, but filled with shock. This is pure, irrational, destructive power. In the picture, the Tsuchikage of the Ninja Alliance tried their best and finally blocked the first meteorite. But before they could catch their breath, the second meteorite followed closely and fell from the sky. Despair instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. The screen changes again. Uchiha Madara stood in front of 9-tailed beasts of different shapes and sizes as big as mountains. He just glanced at it calmly. Earth-shattering star. In an instant, 9 black gravity balls flew out. The earth collapsed, and countless rocks and mountains were peeled off and rushed madly into the sky, wrapping up the 9-tailed beasts that were comparable to gods and demons, one by one, and finally transformed into 9 huge spheres suspended in the air. Seal the 9-tailed beasts with one glance. This is not the end yet. In the picture, Madara's forehead cracked, revealing a 9 Magadha Marin Egan. Infinite moonlight reading. The light illuminates the whole world. The god of the tree world is born. The overwhelming trees and vines gushed out from the depths of the earth, sweeping across the entire ninja world, wrapping up all those who were caught in the illusion into real. Zombie Brother World. H City. Bai Xiaofi's mouth was open so wide that a light bulb could fit in it. He pointed at the screen, his voice shaking. What the hell? What the hell? Is this something a human could do? Summoning meteorites? Mass-producing moons? This is 10,000 times more exaggerated than the Corpse King. Xiao Yi and Xiaolu were so scared that they hugged each other, their faces pale. That's too scary. If this thing came to us, with one move, the entire Yanhuang would be wiped out, right? He Xiaofi's expression also became extremely solemn. He believed that he was quite strong, but when he saw this devastating scene, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The Corpse King Long Yu, the once invincible first emperor, is now sitting on his throne. His body was shaking slightly. It's not fear, it's extreme excitement. I see, I see. Compared to this, my ambition to unify the world is nothing but child's play. This is power. This is the eternity I should pursue. What's the point of immortality? With this power, I am heaven. I am Tao. Unprecedented greed and desire burst out from Long Yu's eyes. The bad world. Tongguan Hall. Li Xingyun and Zhang Zifan looked at each other, their throats dry. Zifan, do you think that old Buliang Shui can take that head? Zhang Zifan shook his head bitterly. I have no idea. I only know that above the heavenly rank is the great heavenly rank, but this thing has already exceeded the scope of rank. Jirugzhu and Lu Lingxuan held their swords in their hands, their palms full of cold sweat. In the face of such power, does their swordsmanship still have any meaning? The valley where soldiers are hidden. The evil commander Yuan Tiangang stood up from his throne for the first time. 300 years of training made his body indestructible. 300 years of planning made him think he was in control of the chess game of the world. But at this moment, he looked at the man in the picture and the devastating scene. The mask on his face could not hide the shock in his heart. 300 years, ha 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 ha, so what for 300 years? Compared to this, what is my Longchuan treasure? For the first time, his voice trembled. This is the true miracle. This is the power that immortality should have. Fantasy Sound Studio. The Empress suddenly crushed the wine glass in her hand. For the first time, her beautiful face lost its composure. Can the illusion sound technique confuse his mind? She asked the question herself, but got no answer. Because that kind of power has surpassed the mental level and is pure physical destruction. Just when everyone was shocked beyond measure by Uchiha Madara's powerful ninjutsu, the scene changed again. Explosive surface level performance display super strong recovery ability. In the picture, a man in a green tights and a watermelon head, with blood-red steam burning all over his body, kicked Uchiha Madara at a speed faster than lightning. With that kick, the space was distorted. Yekai! Boom! The left half of Uchiha Madara's body, including his ribs and internal organs, was shattered by this kick. Disappeared. Completely turned into nothingness. However, there was no trace of pain on Ban's face. He even smiled with approval. The next second, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, black matter surged, and flesh, blood, and bones grew crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. But in the blink of an eye, the half of his body that was kicked to pieces was completely restored. As good as new. It was as if the devastating kick just now was just an illusion. Inuyasha whirled. What a joke! Inuyasha jumped up and almost dropped Tessaga to the ground. After being kicked like that, you're still alive. And it grew back all of a sudden. He thought of his own half-demon recovery ability, which was far superior to this. Kagome covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. This is no longer a monster, right? Kikyo's eyes were also filled with solemnity. His soul is not damaged in the slightest. This kind of recovery is regeneration from the root, not a simple treatment. Naraku, the half-demon made up of various monster parts and claimed to be immortal, has a more gloomy face than anyone else at this moment. His regenerative ability, which he was so proud of, was a complete joke in front of this man. Impossible, absolutely impossible. What kind of witchcraft is this? What kind of ability is this? Will my barrier and miasma be of any use to him? For the first time, Naraku doubted his own strength. Shimaru, standing aside, always maintained a cold and arrogant attitude. But the slightly trembling corners of his eyes revealed his inner unrest. He looked down at the natural teeth on his waist. A healing sword that can slay messengers from the underworld and bring the dead back to life. But the other party doesn't need to be healed at all. Because he himself represents immortality. How to kill this kind of existence? The world of Luo Luo's adventures. City of Time. The Human Torch's engine began to overheat. Thunder Half Moon, my Thunder Half Moon slash, even if it can split him in half, it's meaningless. The tires of the Vanguard made a harsh sound as they rubbed against the ground. His speed is faster than any of us. Tornadoes and supersonics were circling in the air, and the wings were shaking. This kind of recovery ability, our attacks are just scraping for him, right? Li Bassian clenched his fists. The power of the Taishan meteorite seemed so pale at this moment. I can't kill him, how can I fight him? The 5 motorcycle kings felt the emotion called despair for the first time. Boonie Bear's World. Bear Ridge. Big Bear and Little Bear hugged each other and trembled. Big Bear, he he is scarier than Baldi Chiang's chainsaw. Yes, yes, Xiang our bare paws will definitely break if we hit them. Bald Jiang hid behind a tree and didn't even notice that the hunting rifle in his hand had fallen to the ground. He swallowed and broke out in a cold sweat. Oh my god! If he came to our forest, not to mention cutting down trees, the entire Bear Ridge would be flattened by him with one slap, right? No, I have to go home quickly, this job is too dangerous. Doluo One World. Shrek Academy. What kind of martial soul is this? What kind of soul skill is this? Ma Hongzhen's evil fire phoenix martial spirit seemed somewhat sluggish at this moment. Oscar was still holding a big sausage in his hand, but at this moment he couldn't find a doctor. My big recovery sausage, is it an insult if he eats it? There was only shock in Dai Muebai's evil eyes. His physical strength has surpassed the realm of titled Doluo, and even surpassed the realm of God. Ning Rongrong's 9 treasures glazed tower flickered. Can my assistants work on him? If I increase my power to the extreme, will I be able to hurt him in the slightest? Tang San's face was more solemn than ever before. He subconsciously touched his blue-silver emperor right leg bone. Wildfires cannot extinguish fires, but spring breezes can bring new life. This soul bone skill of mine is said to be able to restore energy as long as there is a trace of energy left. But his recovery doesn't require any medium at all. Rebirth out of thin air. The light from the picture is reflected on the lenses of Master Yu Xiaogong's glasses. His body was shaking, not because of fear, but because his theoretical system was completely overturned and crushed to pieces at this moment. I can't understand, I can't analyze. This is no longer a soul master, a martial soul, or a soul beast. This is a completely new life form from a higher dimension that we have never known before. In the picture, Madara recovered as before, while the green-skinned man turned into charcoal because his life force was exhausted. The winner has been decided. But the shock is far from over. The image on the screen changed again, and lines of golden text appeared, carrying a warning that made one's heart beat faster. The above is part of the performance of 6 Paths Madara's surface explosion level. Next, the battle scene of surface explosion level will be revealed. First match, 6 Paths Madara vs 8 Gates Ninjutsu Kai. Second match, 6 Paths Madara vs Impure World Reincarnation, Successive Hokage. The third match, 6 Paths Madara vs the Savior of the Ninja World, Naruto and Sasuke. One person under the world. Longhu Mountain, Tianqi Mansion. The old Taoist priest Zhang's Highway's hand holding the teacup stopped in mid-air. For the second time, a look of genuine interest appeared in his eyes that had seen through everything. Oh? Are you going to get serious? This level of battle, haha, interesting, really interesting. Wudang Mountain. Taoist Wang Ye sat cross-legged, but his mind could no longer calm down. He muttered to himself, Feng Ho Chi Men can calculate everything in the world, but this thing, can't calculate it. This is no longer a skill, this is the ultimate strength. If a fight breaks out, the aftermath will be enough to overturn the entire Wudang Mountain, right? Nadu Tong Company. Zhang Hulan slapped his thigh suddenly. Baby! Look, look! A fight is about to start. Tell me, how did that guy named Kai fight before that? The last kick was so powerful. Feng Bao nibbled the melon in her hand and looked at the screen expressionlessly. I don't know. But he seems to be very powerful. Ah wait, he's already dead. 3-body world. Next to the wreckage of the Judgment Day. Wang Miao no longer looks at those physical parameters because they are meaningless. He just stared at the screen blankly. Fighting. What consequences will a fight between creatures of this energy level bring? One planet, is that enough for them to fight? The enthusiasm on Evan's face had reached its peak. He knelt on the ground with his arms open, as if welcoming divine punishment. Did you see that? Wang 0.2 Meow. This is a war between gods. Human warfare is but a child's play before God. Lord. Our Lord can do all this. Yawenja looked up at the subtitles of the preview, and for the first time, an indescribable sadness appeared on her old face. She remembered the button she had pressed. She thought she had attracted the savior of the universe. Now she realized that she might have just attracted a more powerful person to humanity, Uchiha Madara. Is there really still hope for humanity? Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf World. Green Grassland. Pleasant Goat's brain has completely crashed. You want to fight again? Fight with several people. That guy named Kai, is he the green-skinned guy from before? Hasn't he already? Fei Yanjiang pointed at his muscles, looked at the screen again, and completely lost his temper. My muscles are just a bunch of fat in front of them. In Wolfburg. Big Bad Wolf once again tore up the design drawings that he had just glued together, and even threw them into the fire and burned them to ashes. No more. I will never catch sheep again in my life. Wife. Let's study how to grow grass. The frying pan in Red Wolf's hand had already fallen to the ground. The world of mortal cultivation. In the Chaos Star Sea, in a cave somewhere. Han Li's eyes flickered faster than ever. Fighting? Or a fight of this level? Far from feeling frightened, he was in high spirits. A must see. Don't miss a single detail. The fighting style of these beings, their weaknesses and their energy operation patterns will be of immeasurable reference value to my future practice. That Uchiha Madara has amazing recovery ability, but that guy named Kai did hurt him, which shows that he is not invincible. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you fight 100 battles without danger. Chapter 37. Classic Battle of the Explosive Surface Level 6 Paths Madara. 6 Paths Madara vs 8 Gates Might Guy. In the picture, Kai took the lead in opening the 7th gate, the Gate of Shock. Light blue steam chakra rose from his body, like a ball of hot and twisted blue flame. He exerted force with his legs and rushed towards Liudeo Madara like a cannonball. The speed was extremely fast, and every step left spider-web-like cracks on the hard ground. Wherever it passed, the smoke and dust were rolled into 2 long dragons by the violent airflow. So fast! Is this still human speed? Audiences from countless worlds exclaimed in amazement. At the moment of contact with Madara, Kai concentrated all the chakra in his body on his right leg, and then suddenly swung it forward. Daytime Tiger. The air was compressed violently, forming a huge, lifelike white tiger. That was not a ninjutsu, but a pure physical technique, a shock wave formed by the extreme force and speed compressing the air. Roar! The tiger roared towards Uchiha Madara with a scream that could tear the eardrums. The surrounding space was visibly distorted and vibrated by this terrifying force. However, facing this earth-shattering blow, Liu Daobon's face remained calm. He didn't even move an inch. He just calmly raised his right hand, and several black spheres behind him instantly extended and merged in front of him, turning into a dark and solid shield. Seeking the Jade Shield. Next second. Boom! The daytime tiger collided violently with the pitch-black shield. A deafening roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The white shock wave and the black energy shield confronted each other fiercely, erupting into a strong light that swallowed everything. The terrifying air wave spread wildly in all directions in a circular shape with the impact point as the center. The earth was blown up layer by layer, countless pieces of gravel were swept high into the sky, and then torn into powder by the strong wind. The entire battlefield was like being dropped by a giant bomb. However, when the light faded, the storm subsided. Uchiha Madara was still floating in the same place without any damage, and there was not even a crack on the black shield. There was an undisguised contempt and sneer on his face. As if mocking Kai's arrogance. Daytime Tiger was extremely powerful, but even his defense could not be broken. Kai's first self-sacrificing attack ended in complete failure. This scene instantly extinguished the little hope that had just ignited in the hearts of countless people around the world who were watching the battle, and a bone-chilling chill surged into their hearts. Despair. An absolutely powerful despair enveloped everyone's heart. Huxia Paladin World. Shu Shan. The long sword in Li Xiaoao's hand fell to the ground with a clang. He opened his mouth wide and couldn't utter a word for a long time. This move is more exaggerated than my 10,000 swords technique, right? And in the end, the person's skin wasn't even scratched. The drunken swordsman took a big gulp of wine, trying to numb the shock he had suffered with the alcohol, but his hand holding the wine gourd was shaking slightly. I ride the sword on the wind and slay the demons between heaven and earth. Haha, what a great way to slay the demons between heaven and earth. He smiled self-deprecatingly, his eyes full of bitterness. But how can we get rid of this kind of demon? How can we get rid of it? The sword master standing next to him finally showed cracks on his icy face that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. This person's chi has completely surpassed the limits of the mundane world and has touched the edge of the Tao. But that guy called Uchiha Madara, he's not using Tao, he himself is a manifestation of Tao. Zhao Linger looked at the panting green figure on the screen, her eyes full of worry. That Mr. Kai. He looks so miserable. His body must be bearing a burden that we cannot imagine. Tang Yu Xiaobao and Anu stood together, and Anu subconsciously grabbed Tang Yu's arm. Brother Tang Yu, are they still human? Tang Yu Xiaobao's face was solemn, staring at the spots on the screen. This is no longer a battle we can understand. That Madara, he is basically a god. The scene changes again. The defeat of Zhou Hu did not make him retreat. Quite the opposite. In those eyes burning with youth, an even more resolute will burst out. He knew very well that ordinary attacks were ineffective. If he wanted to create a miracle, he had to risk everything. Risk your own life. The eighth gate, the gate of death, open. A deep but earth-shaking roar came from Kai's mouth. When the deadly door on his chest was opened, the whole world trembled. Boom! Red steam, like a bloody torrent bursting through a dam, gushed out from every pore of Kai. That's not chakra, that's his life, his burning blood. Red steam surrounded his body, forming a blood-red tornado that shot up into the sky. The terrifying pressure made the earth groan as if it could not bear the heavy burden, and it shook violently. His life is burning. Crazy. He's really crazy. Kai rushed towards Madara again, and this time, his figure was so fast that it turned into a bright lightning. Evening Elephant. He threw out his fist. Not one punch, but 5 consecutive punches. His figure turned into 5 afterimages in the air, and at a speed beyond the limit of the naked eye, he launched a series of torrential attacks on Uchiha Madara from 5 completely different directions. Pair. 2 legs. 3 legs. 4 legs. 5 legs. Every punch is an air cannon that destroys the heavens and the earth. Every punch was accompanied by a thunderous roar that tore through the sky. This time, the calmness and contempt on Uchiha Madara's face finally disappeared. He could no longer stand still as easily as before. He reacted quickly, using the Dao-seeking Jade to continuously block and dodge. But Xi Xiang's attacks were too intense and too violent. Boom! 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 The first 4 attacks were narrowly blocked by Madara. But Kai's 5th attack, at an extremely tricky angle, broke through the gap in defense and hit Madara's chest solidly. Puff! Uchiha Madara was like a meteorite, being blown away by this unrivaled force, plowing a deep gully hundreds of meters long on the ground, and finally crashing heavily into the mountain wall in the distance, raising a cloud of dust. As the smoke slowly dissipated, everyone saw the scene that made their hearts stop. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth. This was the first time he was hurt after becoming the Ten Tails Jinkriki and becoming a god. Kai's 8-gate attack finally paid off. At this moment, all the spectators saw a glimmer of hope in their hearts again. Inuyasha whirled. What? It hit. Inuyasha jumped up excitedly and drew the Tessagá from his waist. Great! I actually hit that BD. Wind wound. Explosive flow break. Can my moves hurt him? Shimaru, who was always arrogant and indifferent, also had a strange color flashing in his golden eyes. The power gained by burning one's life. How stupid! He said this, but his eyes were fixed on the screen. But, he did, indeed, shake the so-called god. Naraku hid in his barrier, a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. This pure destructive force, if this punch hits my barrier. He didn't dare to think further, his heart was filled with both fear and excitement. Uchiha Madara, it turns out you are not invincible. How interesting! So interesting! Maple Village. Kikyo looked up at the picture in the sky with a complicated expression. With the determination to die, I swung my fist to shake the gods. This will has even transcended the boundary between life and death. Kagome covered her mouth and her eyes became moist. He will die, right? Using such a trick. Please, you must win. Maitreya subconsciously touched the wind hole seal on his right hand and smiled bitterly. My wind cave, in the face of this level of power, will probably be completely torn apart by the fist wind as soon as it is opened. The world of Luo Luo's adventures. City of Time. Thunderbolt looked at Kai's figure on the screen and muttered to himself. Thunder Half Moon, my ultimate move, compared to this. He looked down at his blade and for the first time doubted his own strength. Is this how humans fight? They don't have the tough bodies of us bikers, but they can still unleash such terrifying power. The speed of the vanguard is also top-notch among the war kings, but at this moment he is hit hard. He's too fast. My shadow is so fast that I can't even catch up with his shadow. Tornado's eyes were full of admiration. This is a true warrior. In order to protect their homes and companions, they are willing to sacrifice their lives. This spirit is worth learning for all our soldiers. The screen continues to change. However, once the door of death is opened, life is like a candle in the wind. Kai's skin turned black due to the evaporation of blood, and his body was shaking. He knew that he didn't have much time left. You must deliver your final and strongest blow before the flame of life is completely extinguished. Kai held on to his body that was on the verge of collapse, and released all the remaining chakra in his body. The blood-colored steam condensed to an unprecedented level of terror. Around his body, an extremely huge dragon-shaped shadow made of blood-colored energy appeared. That's not a tiger, that's a dragon. It is a blood-red dragon that represents death and the end. Kai's voice was hoarse, but full of determination to burn everything. He concentrated all his strength, will, and faith on his right leg. Then, he launched a final charge towards Uchiha Madara. Yekai! He moved. No, that can no longer be called movement. His figure disappeared right away. When he appeared again, he had crossed a distance of 1,000 meters and came in front of Madara. This is a blow that exceeds the speed of light. Wherever he stepped on the ground, the space was violently distorted, the air was ignited, leaving behind a straight vacuum channel that seemed to extend to the end of the world. At this moment, Uchiha Madara felt an unprecedented, deadly threat. On his god face. For the first time, an expression of solemnity, horror, and even a hint of fear appeared on his face. He hurriedly transformed the Dao-seeking jade into the strongest defense, and at the same time held the staff in his hand across his chest, trying to block this devastating blow. However, it was all in vain. Yekai has arrived. An impact that cannot be described in words occurred. There was no sound, because the sound had been left far behind. Just pure, all-consuming white. A huge energy sphere, comparable to a nuclear bomb explosion, expanded wildly, forming a blood-red mushroom cloud that penetrated the sky and the earth. The strong light turned the whole world into daylight. The terrifying shock wave spread wildly in all directions with overwhelming force. Wherever it went, mountains and rivers were razed to the ground. The earth was torn into a huge bottomless ravine. The entire world, under this kick, was completely changed. When the light fades. In the picture, Uchiha Madara's upper body, along with all his defenses, was directly kicked away by Yakai's kick. Only the charred lower half of his body remained, still barely standing on the ruined land. But just when everyone thought the battle was over, those black truth-seeking jades, as if they had life, quickly rushed towards Madara's remaining body. Wrapped in the black energy, his destroyed upper body actually grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Reproduction. If it weren't for this 6 paths level regeneration ability, Uchiha Madara would have died on the spot. Shimenkai, at the cost of burning his entire life, brought physical skills to the extreme. Although he failed to completely defeat Madara in the end, he used his actions to interpret what the will and belief of a ninja is. He also became an eternal legend in that world. One person under the world. Longhushan Tianxi Mansion. The old Taoist priest Zhang's Highway, who had been sitting upright, slowly stood up. His calm face was now filled with emotion. He let out a long, heavy sigh. With a mortal body, I stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. What a great 8 gates, what a great might guy. The old Taoist priest's voice was filled with admiration from the bottom of his heart. I can't catch this kick. On Mount Wudang, Wang Ye sat cross-legged, but his body was as tense as a stone. This is no longer a matter of skill. This is the Tao of sacrificing one's life for justice and living towards death. With this kick, he forcibly distorted cause and effect, creating a possibility that shouldn't have existed. Everywhere in the company, Zhang Hulan collapsed in the chair and it took him a long time to recover. I'm still struggling with this trivial matter of the origin of the chi body, calculating this, guarding against that. He smiled bitterly, his face full of self-mockery. Look at him, he risked his life just to deliver this earth-shattering kick. I am so narrow-minded. Feng Baobao tilted her head and looked at the screen. For the first time, there was an obvious emotional fluctuation in her clear eyes. She spoke slowly, enunciating each word. 13. But, not killed. What a pity. The world of mortal cultivation. In the Chaos Star Sea, there is a deep underwater cave somewhere. Han Li's heart was beating wildly like a drum. He forced himself to calm down and replayed every detail of what had just happened in his mind over and over again. Yekai, an attack that distorts time and space. This is not pure force, this is an attack at the level of law. That Uchiha Madara would have died without a doubt if he hadn't had that black divine object protecting him. Subconsciously, he tightly covered the palm of heaven bottle on his chest. This world, no, this universe, the water is too deep. A divine object. A trump card. There must be more and stronger trump cards. Han Li's eyes became extremely firm. Until you have trained yourself to the point where you can withstand this kick head-on and ensure that you remain unscathed, you absolutely cannot go out and hang around. Hold on. Be sure to be aware of all the dangers in this world. Ziling and Mei Ning, who were standing by, saw the unprecedented seriousness and solemnity on Han Li's face. They knew that this viewing had fundamentally changed this fellow Taoist's view of danger. The cognition of danger and cultivation. If the remaining soul of Wen Tianren in some corner could see this scene, he would probably laugh crazily. Ha ha ha. This is the true meaning of cultivating immortals. Destroying heaven and earth, competing with the Tao. Han Li, did you see that? This is the supreme power that you and I should pursue. Unfortunately, what Han Li saw in this devastating power was not something to pursue, but an extreme danger that must be avoided. Chapter 38. An explosive battle at the surface level, 6 Paths Madara vs the successive Hokage. The light curtain flows. It was a land devastated by war. When Uchiha Madara was resurrected with his flesh and blood body with the help of the reincarnation technique, a terrifying chakra storm as real as a substance swept across the entire battlefield. The power of the 10 tails surged and roared within him, forming a suffocating pressure that was enough to freeze even the soul. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The second generation Hokage, Tobirama Senju. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. The 4 legendary Hokage who were resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, although they already knew the horror of their opponent, there was no trace of retreat in their eyes, and they formed a formation without hesitation to face the figure that was like a god or demon. The battle is about to begin. Superior. With a deep shout from Hashirama Senju, the prelude to the battle was suddenly opened. The figure of 6 Paths Madara moved only slightly, and then tore through the air at a ghostly speed that was beyond the limit of visual capture. So fast! The pupils of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze suddenly shrank. He had just formed the Flying Thunder God Seal and tried to use his teleportation skills, which were unmatched in the ninja world, to launch a surprise attack, but he only felt a black screen before his eyes. A figure appeared behind him silently. It's Uchiha Madara. The hairs on Minato Namikaze's body instantly stood on end. With his well-honed fighting instincts, he didn't even have time to turn around. He quickly turned his hand and fired a raise nan backwards. However, the blue ball that condensed high-density chakra was easily bounced away with a pop sound by Madara's casually waving arm, just like slapping a fly. Too slow. An indifferent voice sounded in my ears. The speed of 6 Paths Madara has completely exceeded the scope of common sense. The Flying Thunder God technique, which is known as the fastest instant body movement technique in the ninja world, was so slow in front of his Rinnegan that it seemed like a slow-motion replay. The speed that Minato Namikaze was so proud of was completely crushed at this moment, and his advantage was gone. That's not all. I saw that Liu Daobon didn't even make a seal, he just pushed his palm forward lightly. A jet-black chakra shock wave roared out like a roaring angry dragon, tearing the earth apart. Wherever the shock wave passed, a bottomless gully was plowed into the ground, and countless towering trees were uprooted and ground into powder in the air. Earth escape, multiple earth flow walls. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted extremely quickly, and he formed seals with both hands rapidly. Dozens of thick earth walls rose from the ground, stacked up one after another, trying to block this devastating blow. However, in the face of the pitch-black shock wave, these earth walls that were strong enough to withstand thousands of troops were as fragile as paper and were easily torn apart like dry trees and rotten wood. Puff! The mere shock of the aftermath caused the elderly third Hokage to spit out blood and retreat violently. Wood release, advent of the world of trees. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Seeing this, the first and second generation Hokage attacked at the same time without hesitation. Countless thick and tough trees broke out of the ground madly and coiled around Uchiha Madara like giant pythons. A huge water dragon bared its fangs and claws, and pounced on the enemy with tremendous force. Faced with this combined attack that was powerful enough to change the terrain, there was not even a ripple on Uchiha Madara's face. A layer of light golden aura rose from his body, and he simply threw a punch forward. Boom! The violent fist wind turned into invisible cannonballs. Whether it was the wood release that the first Hokage was proud of, or the water release that the second Hokage was proficient in, they were all instantly shattered by this punch, turning into wood chips and water splashes all over the sky. Just a face-to-face encounter. The 4 legendary Hokage were forced into a state of panic and disarray, and were completely passive. Huxia Paladin World. My grandma. Li Xiaoao's eyes almost popped out of his head, He rubbed his eyes hard and pinched his thigh hard. It hurts. This is not a dream. Is this still a human? How come the punches and kicks of that Uchiha Madara are even more exaggerated than the water monster summoned by the moon worshipper? Anu also opened her mouth slightly, her face full of disbelief. He didn't use magic, or rather, it wasn't all magic. The drunken swordsman's expression was more serious than ever before, and he stared intently at every move of Madara in the picture. That is a kind of pure and extreme force. His body and his fist are the most terrifying magic weapons. Break the law with force, the great way is simple. The sword master standing by also had a look of deep shock in his eyes. This kind of physique has probably surpassed the limits of the mortal world and is close to the body of a god or devil. Zhao Linger looked at the four Hokage who were retreating in the picture with concern and said softly. Can they win? No one could answer her. Because everyone saw a desperate aura called invincibility from the man named Uchiha Madara. Zombie Brother World. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Bai Xiaofei held his head and almost shrank under the sofa. What a joke! This fighting power is too outrageous. If we let him come to our city, wouldn't that mean we would have to step on one kid for every 10? Not 10 cities at a time. No, my underground shelter needs to be dug deeper and the protection needs to be thicker. Different from Bai Xiaofei's fear, on the throne, the eyes of the corpse king Long Yu burst into burning desire. Good. Great Uchiha Madara. This immortal body, this overwhelming power. This is the ultimate form that our generation should pursue. He looked at the picture of Madara's relaxed posture, a ferocious grin forming on the corner of his mouth. Human beings, no matter what world they are in, are so fragile and interesting. The screen continues. In the fierce melee, Six Paths Madara seized a fleeting opportunity. His eyes flashed with an extremely cold look, and he quickly formed seals with his hands. Buzz! Countless black sticks emerged from the thin air behind him, like a group of black poisonous snakes, making sharp sounds of breaking through the air, and locked onto the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, with incredible precision. Senjutsu, would release, true thousand hands. Senju Hashirama roared angrily, showing no sign of weakness. A wooden Buddha statue that was huge enough to block out the sky and the sun rose from the ground, with thousands of giant arms like mountains, heading towards the black sticks in the sky. This was his ultimate move to defeat Uchiha Madara. However, this time, it was completely different. Puff! 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 Those black sticks contained a strange power of yin and yang, which directly ignored the wooden Buddha's defense and easily penetrated those arrogant arms. Then, without slowing down, he fiercely stabbed into the body of Senju Hashirama. Wherever the black rod touched, the vast chakra in Hashirama Senju's body came to an abrupt stop. His power, which was considered the strongest sage body in the ninja world, was completely sealed in an instant. Boom! The huge Buddha statue collapsed with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Senju Hashirama himself also fell heavily from a high altitude to the ground, unable to move. Brother! On the other side, just as the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was about to use the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer, those black sticks appeared like maggots on his tarsal bones, following him closely. Although he relied on his extraordinary reaction speed and managed to avoid all vital points in a split second. But there were still several black sticks that pierced through his shoulders and legs, nailing him to the ground. As a genius ninja who invented many forbidden techniques such as Flying Thunder God and Impure World Reincarnation, at this moment, the chakra in his body was also imprisoned by the black stick and could not be circulated at all. I could only watch myself fall into this helpless despair. The god of ninja, Hashirama Senju. The Grand Master of Ninjutsu, Tobirama Senju. The two who pacified the troubled times and created the legend of Konoha, were defeated one after another in just a few breaths. The atmosphere on the entire battlefield instantly froze to freezing point. The world of Luo Luo's adventures. Data analysis error. The target weapon Black Stick has energy nullifying properties. The Vanguard's electronic eyes flashed red, sounding in alarm. This is outrageous. The Human Torch said in shock. That robot called Senju Hashirama, no, it's a human. The energy level of his move just now is definitely above A level. It was easily broken by those little sticks. The tornado was swirling in the air, making a heavy sound. This is no longer a question of energy level. That black stick is a weapon at the rule level. It's like a key specifically designed to restrain energy beings like us. Once hit, our CPU and energy core will probably shut down instantly. Li Biatian and Supersonic were silent. They couldn't imagine how they would fight if they faced such an enemy. Boonie Bear's world. Guxiangling, Bald Jiang's home. Oh my god! Bald Jiang was so scared that he sat down on the ground and the chainsaw in his hand fell to the ground. This fight is too scary. It makes much more noise than when I chop down trees. Brother Jiang, that big wooden man has fallen down. The one with white hair was also nailed to the ground, so pitiful. Big Bear and Little Bear crowded in front of the window, worry and fear written all over their faces. What should I do now? Xiang Er scratched his head. That bad guy is so powerful, how about we go and help them? Big Bear quickly slapped Little Bear on the head. Why are you helping me? You're not even enough to be flicked by one finger. Let's hide quickly. In the picture, the battle is still going on. Although the first and second generations were firmly suppressed, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato did not retreat at all. 5 escape techniques, Great Linking Bullet Technique. The third Hokage, relying on his rich combat experience which was unrivaled in the ninja world, stood at a distance, his hands as fast as a phantom, rapidly forming hand seals. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguishment. Water style, Great Waterfall Technique. Earth release, Iwajoku Collapse. Lightning escape attack. Wind style, Vacuum Wave. 5 super large ninjutsu of different attributes were completed in an instant, like 5 roaring dragons, bombarding 6 paths Madara one after another. The brilliant light of the ninjutsu almost illuminated the entire battlefield, and the momentum was extremely overwhelming. However, the corner of Liudeo Madara's mouth simply curled up in an undisguised disdain. He was too lazy to even move, he just raised his hand. The pitch-black sphere suspended behind him, the Dao-seeking jade, immediately flew out, extending in the air in an instant and turning into a pitch-black shield. Boom 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 boom. The torrent of ninjutsu of the 5 major attributes slammed heavily onto the black shield. No explosion, no roar. All the ninjutsu were like a drop in the ocean, they were completely absorbed, decomposed, and dissolved by the black shield without causing the slightest ripple. The other side. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, brought the flexibility of the Flying Thunder God technique to its extreme. His figure kept flashing on the battlefield, leaving dozens of Flying Thunder God techniques on the ground and in the air, frantically searching for 6 paths Madara's flaws. Chance. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and his figure suddenly appeared above Liudeo Madara's head. The specially made kunao in his hand, wrapped in dazzling lightning, stabbed at the back of Madara's neck at a tricky angle. However, just when the kunao was about to touch, an invisible black shadow suddenly stretched out from behind Liudeo Madara. Wheel Tomb Border Prison. The invisible black shadow instantly condensed into a fist, which hit Minato Namikaze's abdomen hard. Ugh! Namikaze Minato felt as if he was hit head-on by a mountain. Feeling severe pain, he hastily activated the Flying Thunder God transfer and at the critical moment, he barely avoided a fatal blow that would have completely blown him up. But even so, he felt that his internal organs were out of place, and a glaring blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. With ease. No, it's a joke. No matter how hard the third and fourth generations fought, Six Paths Madara always seemed so relaxed. He even easily resolved the attacks of the two people while irritating their nerves with sarcastic words. The legendary ninja who once created an era, now seems to be nothing more than this. Your resistance is completely meaningless in the face of absolute power. It's really, very disappointing to me. The attacks of successive Hokage, when they landed on Six Paths Madara, were like a breeze blowing over a hill, unable to cause any substantial damage. This battle can no longer be called a battle. This was a complete, one-sided crushing. The huge gap in strength between Six Paths Madara and ordinary ninjas was clearly displayed in front of everyone. It also plunged the ninja coalition forces watching the battle from afar into bottomless despair. Three-body world. Alarm! Alarm! Observation target Uchiha Madara has demonstrated a new unknown ability. Ability 1. Create a zero-dimensional or negative entropy creature that can absorb all forms of energy. Ability 2. In another dimension, or phase space, there exists a clone that can perform physical interference. For the first time, confusion and fear appeared on Evan's face. This isn't physics. This is theology. This is magic. Our universe and our basic science are a joke in front of these images. Yawenja stared at the screen in silence. The faith and despair in her eyes were being replaced by a new and greater unknown. Perhaps, our understanding of the universe has been going in the wrong direction from the very beginning. Maybe, God really exists. The world of mortal cultivation. Undersea cave. Han Li's breathing almost stopped. His back was already rusted with cold sweat. He stared intently at the god-like Uchiha Madara in the picture, and imprinted his every move and every ability deeply in the depths of his soul. A black ball that can absorb all attacks. A black stick that can seal all of the opponent's power. An invisible shadow that can attack from another dimension. And that body and strength that are incredibly powerful. Off! Han Li let out a long breath, and the determination in his eyes had turned into an almost paranoid obsession. Hold on. We must stay alive. Until you are absolutely sure that you can completely crush an enemy of this level, along with his soul and all his backup plans, into ashes, absolutely. Absolutely must not reveal the existence of the Sky Palm edition. This world, no, these worlds, are too dangerous. My trump card is far from enough. Ziling and Mei Ning, who were standing by, looked at Han Li's extremely serious face and were unable to utter a word. They could sense that fellow Daoist Han's state of mind was undergoing some earth-shaking transformation. If we say that Han Li before was cautious in order to survive, so now, in order to avoid being innocently affected in this fight between gods, he chose an extreme, deep-rooted, hiding way. Chapter 39. Explosive Surface Level Battle, Six Paths Madara vs Six Paths Naruto and Sasuke. In the picture, Naruto and Sasuke, who have obtained the power of the Six Paths, exude an awe-inspiring and powerful aura. Naruto's golden chakra coat became more and more dazzling, with mysterious and complex patterns flowing on it, like runes from ancient times, and each pattern contained vast power. With his breathing and movements, the runes flickered and told the mysteries of history. Sasuke's Rinnegan is deep and mysterious, like the abyss of the universe, flashing with strange light. The ripples flowing in his pupils contain enough power to change the world, making people dare not look directly at it. At first, facing Madara who only had a single Rinnegan, Naruto and Sasuke launched a fierce offensive against Madara with their tacit cooperation and powerful strength. Naruto quickly formed seals with both hands and shouted, Senjutsu, Lava Release Rasen Shuriken. In an instant, a spiral shuriken filled with high temperature and powerful force took shape in his hand, with blazing flames and magma surging in it, like a burning meteor, whistling, cutting through the sky and smashing straight towards Madara. Suzuki flashed, and lightning chakra instantly covered his whole body. The Chidori blade in his hand flashed with dazzling blue lightning. As fast as lightning, he attacked Ban from the side. Facing this violent attack, Madara frowned slightly, but his eyes were still calm. He was agile and kept dodging Naruto and Sasuke's attacks like a ghost, while using ninjutsu and superb physical skills to fight back. Madara formed seals with his hands and chanted a spell, and a huge earth barrier rose up instantly, trying to block Naruto's molten-style Rasen Shuriken. However, the powerful impact still created a huge gap in the earth-style barrier, and the aftermath swept towards Madara. Madara quickly used the technique of instant body movement and barely avoided the fatal blow. Immediately afterwards, Madara waved his hand back, and a black fire-style, great fire extinguishment, gushed out of his mouth and whizzed towards Naruto and Sasuke. Upon seeing this, Naruto immediately performed the water-style, great waterfall technique. The surging water and the black flames collided with each other, causing a huge roar. The water mist and flames intertwined and filled the entire battlefield. For a while, the battle between the three was indecisive. The aftermath of the fierce battle tore the surrounding earth apart, trees were uprooted, and the sky was filled with thick smoke and dust. Huxia Paladin World. Inside the Demon Locking Tower. Wow! This is amazing! It's hot and spinning, like a big fireball. Li Xiaoao was so excited watching that he wished he could try it himself. Brother Xiaoao, they are fighting so fiercely that the land can hardly bear it. Zhao Linger's face was full of worry. She couldn't bear to see the physical and mental health of Nanwei's descendants suffer. The drunken swordsman took a big gulp of wine, burped, and said drunkenly, "Hey, it's interesting. This is not a simple 5-element spell. That golden guy has combined two completely different forces, wind and fire. This control ability, wow, he is a genius." The sword master standing next to him still had a calm expression, but his eyes were more focused than ever before. The sword is not a sword, and the art is not an art. Use your body as a tool and transform the power of heaven and earth into your own use. Although the people in this world do not cultivate immortality, they have found another way and embarked on a completely different path to becoming a strong person. Zombie Brother World. City. Bai Xiaofei munched on the compressed biscuits in his hand and shouted incoherently, "Holy crap! This special effect is even more exciting than a Hollywood blockbuster. If I get this, why would I need to hide? I'll just kill him." Xiao Wei was nervously watching the screen and whispered, "But, that Uchiha Madara is also very strong. He can handle 2 people by himself with ease." Deep underground, a smile of appreciation appeared on the face of Corpse King Long Yu. "Yes, very good. Whether it's the 2 juniors or that Uchiha Madara, the energy in their bodies has a unique texture. Especially that Uchiha Madara. His fighting skills and his use of strength have reached the pinnacle. This is really an increasingly interesting prey." The screen changes again. However, when Madara took back the other Rinnegan, the atmosphere on the entire battlefield suddenly became depressing and terrifying. Madara, who possesses 2 Rinnegan, exudes an aura of despair. His eyes reveal an indescribable sense of oppression that is so powerful that it is impossible to describe. He is the master of this world. Madara howled to the sky, and a huge Susanoo instantly unfolded behind him. The huge body was like a giant, surrounded by black flames, and approached Naruto and Sasuke with great momentum. With every step Susanoo took, the ground trembled and the whole world surrendered under its feet. Seeing this, Naruto and Sasuke felt nervous and did not dare to slack off at all. They immediately adjusted their tactics and tried to join forces again to fight against Madara. Naruto raised his hands high, gathering the power of the 9 tails and other tailed beasts, and shouted, "Senjutsu, super-tailed beast Rasen Shuriken." An incomparably huge Rasen Shuriken slowly took shape above his head. Its huge size almost occupied half of the sky. The powerful suction drew the surrounding air into it, forming a huge vortex. Sasuke concentrated his mind, used the power of the Rinnegan, and activated his heavenly hand, trying to attack Madara's vital points by surprise. But at this time, Madara's strength was far beyond imagination. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a disdainful smile. Madara controlled Susanoo and swung his huge arm towards the super-tailed beast Rasen Shuriken thrown by Naruto. With a loud bang, the super-tailed beast Rasen Shuriken exploded instantly under the attack of Susanoo. The huge impact force made the ground tremble, and smoke and dust filled the sky, covering the sun. At the same time, Madara used the power of the Rinnegan to launch the Rinnegan. 4 shadow clones attacked Naruto and Sasuke from different directions. These shadow clones were extremely fast and had physical entities, so Naruto and Sasuke could not detect their existence at all. Before Naruto and Sasuke could react, they were caught off guard by these shadow clones and suffered multiple injuries. Blood splattered, staining their clothes red. Inuyasha whirled next to the bone-eating well. Damn it! What happened? Why were they beaten up all of a sudden? Inuyasha screamed in panic, he had no idea what was going on. Kagome nervously held the bow and arrow, I don't see anything. It's like an invisible enemy is attacking them. Coral and Mate Raya looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Master, do you feel it? Well, there are things, but, not in this world. Maitreya's face was extremely solemn, or rather, they exist in the chivalrous ministers that we cannot perceive. Under the tree, Kikyo's eyes became sharp. It's an attack from another dimension. That man can project his shadow into the real world to attack. This is no longer a monster's sorcery. On the other side, Shimura crossed his arms, and for the first time, there was a fluctuation in his golden eyes. Invisible attack. Wheel Tomb, Edge Prison. He whispered the name, mentally comparing this ability to his own natural teeth. Interesting. Boonie Bear's World. Bear Ridge. Big Bear. I'm scared. Xiang Er threw himself into Xiang Da's arms, trembling with fear. Big Bear hugged his younger brother, and both bears were trembling. I'm scared too. It's too scary. Invisible bad guys. In the tree hole, the chainsaw in Bald Jiang's hand fell to the ground, and he slumped in the chair, his face pale. Oh my god! This is 10,000 times more terrifying than Boss Lee. If he were to come and cut down trees. No, if he were to come, the entire Bear Ridge would be flattened. No, it's too dangerous. I have to figure out how to reinforce my cabin. Doluo One World. Shrek Academy. What happened? Ziosan, did you see it clearly? Daimyo Bai stood up suddenly, with an incredible look on his face. Tang San's face was extremely solemn, his purple demon pupil had been activated to its limit, but all he saw was still nothingness. I can't see. Tang San shook his head slowly, his voice a little dry. My purple demon eye can see through all illusions, but I saw nothing. Those 2 teenagers seemed to be beaten by the air. Xiao Wu's ears drooped in fear and she hid behind Tang San. Master Yu Xiaogong's theoretical knowledge completely collapsed at this moment. He adjusted his glasses, and his eyes under the lenses were filled with confusion. Beyond common sense, beyond cognition, beyond rules. Is this the power of God? A power that we mortals can never comprehend. The screen continues. Then, Madara performed a powerful ninjutsu, sky-ending meteor. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and countless huge meteorites fell from the sky, hitting Naruto and Sasuke like raindrops. The meteorite dragged a long tail of fire, and wherever it passed, the air was burned and distorted. Naruto activated the Nine Tails mode, and the huge body of the Nine Tails appeared behind him, opening its huge mouth, trying to use the Nine Tails chakra to resist the attack of the meteorite. However, there were too many densely packed meteorites, and the huge impact force still forced Naruto to retreat step by step, The Nine Tails chakra shield kept flickering under the impact of the meteorites, and was in danger of breaking at any time. Sasuke used all his strength to cast Susanoo, and the blue Susanoo wrapped him in it, trying to resist the attack of the meteorite. But the powerful pressure still caused cracks to appear on Susanoo. Sasuke gritted his teeth and held on hard, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Under Madara's fierce attack, Naruto and Sasuke were completely unable to fight back and could only keep dodging and defending. Their bodies were covered with scars, their physical strength and chakra were rapidly depleting, and every breath became extremely heavy. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke deeply felt the despairing gap in strength between Madara and them. Looking at the devil-like Madara, they realized that the battle ahead would be extremely difficult, and perhaps this would be the most severe test they had ever faced. One person under the world. Longhushan Tianxi Mansion. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? Zhang Hulan was already incoherent, pointing at the screen, his hands shaking as if he had Parkinson's. This is unscientific. This doesn't conform to the laws of Qi. Where did he get so many big rocks? Feng Baobao gnawed the apple expressionlessly, and with a snap, she said, "It's quite powerful, it should be very convenient for burying people." Taoist Master Wang Ye sat down on the ground, rubbing his temples hard, with an expression that said, "I can't figure it out, don't ask me. Don't look at it. The cause and effect are too huge to calculate. This is no longer magic, this is a natural disaster. One person manually created a natural disaster. It's a mess, it's all a mess. This guy alone has messed up justice." The old Taoist priest Zhang's Highway, whose face had always been calm, finally showed a trace of emotion. He slowly stood up, walked to the window, looked up at the sky, and remained silent for a long time. In those old eyes, the devastating meteor shower on the screen was reflected. The Tongtian Talisman, Lu King Glei. I can control all souls. But, this method of recruiting the moon and attracting the stars to serve one's own ends. I am ashamed of myself for not being able to do it. Three-body world. Judgment Day. Evans had slumped in his chair, his eyes empty, and he was mumbling something. Impossible. Impossible. This violates the law of universal gravitation. This violates the law of conservation of energy. This violates everything. How can he pull down the meteorite? Where is his source of gravity? His scientific beliefs were shattered at this moment, leaving nothing behind. Ye Wenjie closed her eyes, tears rolling down her cheeks. She thought of the Red Coast base, her despair for humanity, and the signal she had sent to life. She originally thought that the Lord was a civilization with higher technology. But now, she understood. Perhaps, the real God does not need spaceships or fleets at all. They themselves are the law and the natural disaster. We were, all wrong. What we are looking for is the end of science. And he, stood at the starting point of science, and then crushed it with one foot. Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf World. Green Grassland. Wow! Fei Yanjiang, Xianjiang, Lazy Yang Yang, all the lambs hugged each other and cried together. It's the end of the world. A huge rock is falling. Village Chief. Think of a solution quickly. The village chief, Slow Sheep, was so scared that his walking stick fell off and his beard was shaking badly. I can't think of a solution. This kind of thing is beyond my knowledge. In Wolfburg. Bang! Red Wolf's frying pan fell to the ground. She stared at the screen blankly, then looked at the pot in her hand. Husband, let's stop catching sheep and move, shall we? Big Bad Wolf was so scared that he was foaming at the mouth, lying on his back, his soul almost flew out. Wife, I was wrong, I don't want any powerful weapons anymore, this world is too scary. Death World. Hueco Mundo, Hueco Night Palace. The smile on Aizen Sosuke's face completely disappeared. He stared at Uchiha Madara on the screen. In his eyes, compared with this earth-shattering power, Kyoka Suijutsu's ability seemed so delicate and yet powerless. Summoning meteorites from outer space, this is not something that can be done with spiritual pressure. This is interference with the world itself, a higher level of rules. Uchiha Madara, what realm have you reached? Jin Ichimaru, who was standing by, also put away his fox-like smile and opened his squinting eyes a little, revealing an unprecedented solemnity. This is really a headache. Seirai. Hitsugaya Toshiro looked at the meteorite that blocked out the sun and felt a biting chill. What a joke, an attack of this magnitude. Even if the Great Red Lotus Hirin Meru is fully released, he couldn't imagine how to fight against a natural disaster of this magnitude. Ichigo Kurosaki clenched his zangetsu tightly, his palms were full of sweat. The pressure and the sense of despair made him feel suffocated even through the screen. Is this real despair? The world of mortal cultivation. Undersea cave. Han Li's body had become as stiff as a piece of 10,000-year-old black ice. He had no breathing, no heartbeat, and his entire body entered a state of suspended animation. His spiritual consciousness, however, was operating frantically with unprecedented intensity, replicating every detail of the image into the depths of his own spirit. Invisible shadow attacks. Summons a meteorite from outer space. Any one of these abilities is enough to kill him without a burial place. Chapter 40. Fighting the world, Fighting Saint can reach the level of explosive surface combat power. Powerful control of space. The Doluo Saint's control over the power of space far exceeds that of the Doluo and below realms. They are able to carve out a stable, independent space from the void. In battle, the Fighting Saint can shatter space with just a wave of his hand, creating space cracks and black holes. These space fluctuations are enough to cause huge damage to the Earth's surface, causing disasters such as landslides, ground fissures, and movement of continental plates. The 6-star Dozhung also has the ability to move in space, and can teleport in an instant. He can appear in different positions in a very short time to launch attacks, making it difficult for the opponent to defend. The strong space impact will also cause strong damage to the surface. In the picture, a vast expanse of verdant land. Mountains are like dragons and rivers are like belts, full of majestic breath of life. However, the next second, this peaceful scene was completely shattered. A blurry figure stood between heaven and earth. He just raised his hand casually and lightly stroked the empty space in front of him. Sizzle! The space, like a fragile cloth, was torn into a dark crack 1,000 feet long. Behind the crack was a deep, chaotic void filled with space storms. The man took a step in and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the top of a mountain thousands of miles away. He opened his 5 fingers and clenched them towards the sky. Buzz! The entire space below the sky was violently distorted and compressed. A towering independent space was actually in his palm, created out of nothing. Pavilions, towers, bridges and flowing water appear and disappear in it. Huxia Paladin World. The top of Mount Shu. Sword Saint Duguyun's pupils suddenly contracted, and veins bulged on the hand holding the sword. Open up a cave. No, this is more stable than the cave in Shushan, and more casual. He is not using the formation, he is using his own power to forcibly distort and create the rules. The drunkenness on the face of drunken swordsman Situ Zhong disappeared without a trace in an instant. He took a big gulp of the wine, but could not taste any alcohol at all, only bitterness in his mouth. I ride the sword on the wind to slay the demons between heaven and earth. Haha, what demons can my sword slay in the face of such great power? I'm afraid it can't even touch the corner of someone's clothes. Li Xiaoao opened his mouth wide, his mind going blank. The sword-wielding skills that he was so proud of were nothing but child's tricks in front of the other party. Zhao Linger's face was pale, and she held Li Xiaoao's hand tightly. The power of Nuwa surged restlessly in her body, a tremor that came from the instinct of life. Brother Xiaoao, that man, he seems like a god. Tang Yu Xiaobao and Anu looked at each other and saw shock and confusion in each other's eyes. The power they have been seeking all their lives seems so insignificant at this moment. Zombie Brother World. Underground base. Bai Xiaofi's eyes almost popped out of his head and the coke in his hand fell to the ground without him noticing. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Is this a space power? What an interstellar joke! This is 10,000 times better than teleportation. Just tear open the space and use it as a door. Xiao Yi and Xiaolu were so scared that they hugged each other and trembled. If he came to our world. For the first time, an expression called fear appeared on He Xiaofi's face. The power in his body was not worth mentioning in front of the other party. Deep in the abyss, unprecedented greed and desire burst out from the scarlet eye of the Corpse King Dragon. Space. This is the real power of space. It's not just a simple jump, it's about creation. It's about control. If I can obtain this kind of power, Yan Huang and the earth will all be my playthings. The bad world. The valley where soldiers are hidden. The muscles on Yuan Tiangong's face hidden under the mask were twitching. He lived for 300 years and believed that he had witnessed the pinnacle of all martial arts in the world. But the scene before us has gone beyond the scope of martial arts. This is not the power of the human world. His voice was hoarse and full of weakness. This is the power of the immortal gods. Empress Shui Yunji's eyes opened wide and her delicate body trembled slightly. The hegemony she pursued and the Qi kingdom she controlled were as fragile as a sand castle in the face of such power. Li Xingyun and Ji Ruxu hugged each other tightly. What they felt was not power, but an absolute crushing at the level of life. I am here. Zhang Zifan and Lu Lingxuan also looked pale. They couldn't even understand how it was possible for one person to do such a thing. Calling on the massive energy of heaven and earth. The connection between the Dosheng and the heaven and earth is extremely close, and he can mobilize the energy of the Do-Chi continent without restraint. When fighting, they can gather huge amounts of energy from heaven and earth to form powerful attacks, such as huge energy beams and energy storms. These attacks have the power to destroy the world. It can easily destroy mountains, fill up rivers, and cause widespread damage to the surface. At the same time, Dosheng can also use the energy of heaven and earth for defense, forming a powerful energy shield. When the shield is attacked, the release of energy will also have an impact on the surrounding surface. The picture flows again. The vague figure stood in the center of the palace. He slowly opened his arms, as if to embrace the whole world. Boom boom! The energy between heaven and earth was boiling. The wind and clouds changed color and thunder and lightning roared. Endless, all kinds of energy visible to the naked eye, like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, madly converged into his body. His body was like a bottomless black hole, swallowing up the power of the entire world. Finally, these energies gathered in his palm and formed a destructive ball of light, powerful enough to block out the sun. Under the ball of light, the mountains, rivers, and earth were all melting and evaporating. Go! He gave it a gentle push. The ball of light falls. There was no earth-shattering explosion. There was only dead silence. When the white light faded, the ground below had completely disappeared. Instead, there is a huge cenote with an unfathomable depth and mirror-smooth edges, as if a star had fallen here. A rushing river flows through this place, the river water evaporates instantly and the river channel is completely flattened. Inuyasha world. Inuyasha held Tessagá, his hands shaking. Wind scar? Explosive flow? Dark path crescent moon smash. His strongest move was no match for this blow. That's not a move, that's a punishment from heaven. Kagam slumped on the ground, muttering to herself, you must be kidding. How is this possible? How can a human do this? For the first time, there was a violent fluctuation in Shimera's ice-blue pupils. The natural tooth and exploding tooth in his hands were buzzing, as if they were afraid, but also as if they were excited. Surpassing my father's power. Is this the real strong one? Ling hid behind Xiejian, her face pale. Shijian was so frightened that he fell to the ground and babbled nonsense. Kikyo stood under the tree of time with a complicated look in her eyes. Her magic-destroying arrows might be able to purify all evil in the world, but could they penetrate the energy ball that destroyed the world? She had no answer. Nariku's clones showed expressions of fear at the same time in various places. The miasma and regeneration ability that he was so proud of would be evaporated in an instant under that blow, without even a trace of residue left. No. Impossible. How could there be such a monster in this world? The world of Luo Luo's adventures. Motorcyclists. The engine of the Human Torch was roaring violently, a manifestation of his excitement. Thunder Half-Moon Slash is like a child's toy in front of this kind of attack. For the first time, the Pioneer's computing core sounded an overload alarm. Unable to calculate, energy level, exceeds the upper limit of the database, incomprehensible phenomenon. Tornado, Supersonic, and Li Bassian, these battle-hardened warriors, were all silent at this moment. The combined attack skills that they were so proud of seemed so ridiculous in front of the power that flattened the earth. Boonie Bear's World. Bear Ridge. The electric saw in Bald Jiang's hand fell to the ground with a clang, and his mouth opened so wide that an apple could be stuffed in. Oh my god, if this is used to cut down trees, no, if this is used to demolish my cabin. He didn't dare to think further and shuddered. Big Bear and Little Bear hugged each other, and their fur stood up. Jiang, Bald Jiang, this human is so scary. Xiangde, I want to go home. Doluo One World. Shrek Academy. Tang San's purple demon pupil had been activated to its limit, but he could only see a blinding white and the nothingness that wiped out everything. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead. This is not soul power. This is a more domineering and direct energy. He mobilized the power of the entire world. Master Yu Xiaogong's glasses slipped to the tip of his nose. His whole body stiffened and his theoretical knowledge completely collapsed at this moment. Manpower, sometimes, can really win. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Heng-jun, the three Shrek idiots, were unable to utter a word at this moment and just stared blankly at the screen. Xiao Wu's ears drooped and she leaned closely against Tang San. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, the two girls also turned pale and trembled. God, they had heard of it. But the scene before them was 10,000 times more terrifying than the god they had imagined. Strong physical and spiritual power. The physical strength of the fighting saint is extremely high. After a long period of nourishment and tempering by fighting spirit, it has reached a state of near immortality. In battle, they can use their strong bodies to carry out close-range attacks. Each attack contains enormous power and can easily break rocks and penetrate the ground. The soul power of Dosheng is also far superior to that of ordinary people. They can use soul power to attack more skillfully, such as performing powerful soul fighting skills to directly attack the opponent's soul. Although this kind of soul attack will not directly cause damage to the surface, it will interfere with the opponent in the battle and make the opponent appear flawed, thus giving the Dosheng the opportunity to launch a stronger attack to destroy the surface. The scene changes for the third time. This time, it was a close combat. That vague figure was fighting fiercely with another equally powerful being. His body was so fast that only his afterimage could be seen. Every punch and every kick contains the power to shatter mountains. He withstood a terrifying energy attack from the opponent, and his body only shook slightly, without any injury. His body is indestructible. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes. Two invisible ripples shot out from it. His opponent's body suddenly stiffened and his eyes became empty, as if his soul was instantly pulled out. The next moment, the powerful opponent was blown up by his punch and turned into light spots all over the sky. One person under the world. Long Hushan, City Hall. The old Taoist priest Zhang Hiwei slowly withdrew his hand that was stroking his beard, and his eyes became extremely solemn. Such a domineering body! Such a strange attack by the soul! This is not practicing qi, this is another path to the ultimate heaven. Wang Ye slumped in his chair, feeling like his brain was about to shut down. Don't calculate it, don't calculate it. This thing can't be calculated. The cause and effect are too great, if you get involved you will die. He covered his head with his hands, looking as if he had lost all hope in life. Zhang Hulan swallowed his saliva, feeling that his unyielding spirit was of no use in the face of absolute power. Feng Baobao tilted his head, nibbled on the cucumber in his hand, and spoke incoherently. It. Better than the old man. Three-body world. The ruins of Red Bank Base. Yawenja stared at the screen quietly. There was no fear on her face, only an almost morbid fanaticism. Look, this is the advanced civilization in the universe. Human beings are so small and so primitive. 0. Operations Center. Wang Miao's glasses were broken. He clutched the corner of the table tightly, trying to use physics to explain everything in front of him, but his knowledge system was shattered at this moment. No, this is unscientific. This violates the law of conservation of mass and energy. It violates all the laws of physics. Evans, who was far away on the Judgment Day, showed a pious and satisfied smile. Lord, this is the true power of the Lord. What does it have to do with you to destroy you? Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf World. Green Grassland. Grey Wolf, who had just been helped up by his wife, saw the punch that was like blowing up a planet, his eyes rolled back and he fainted again, this time foaming at the mouth even more. The frying pan in Red Wolf's hand had been crushed into a ball of scrap metal at some point. What material is this made of? Sheep Village. Pleasant Goat's brain was working rapidly, but he couldn't come to any conclusion. Fei Yanjiang showed off his muscles, then looked at the screen and silently lowered his arms. That gap is even bigger than the distance between Grassland and Universe. Death World. Sui Palace. The calmness on Aizen Sosoke's face completely disappeared. He looked at the nearly immortal body and the means of directly attacking the soul, and for the first time, he began to doubt himself. Can the broken jade really allow me to evolve to this level? The strength of the body surpasses the strongest skin of steel. The attack of the soul is more direct and deadly than any ghost method. This is no longer a question of spiritual pressure, it is the evolution of the essence of life. Siridei. Ichigo Kurosaki felt that his Zanpakuto had never been so heavy. Whether it was Uchiha Madara or this unknown strong man, they both made him feel the same despair. A kind of despair that cannot be reached no matter how hard you swing your knife. Under that kind of attack, Inu Orium's six-flowered shield wouldn't be able to hold out for even a moment. Hitsugaya Taoshiro's brows were twisted into a knot. A direct attack on the soul. Even a captain-level death god can't withstand it. The world of mortal cultivation. Undersea cave. Han Li's body was no longer stiff, he felt as if his soul was about to be frozen. The power of space. Energy call. Immortal body. Soul attack. Every bit of strength he displayed precisely hit all of his fears. The talismans he was so proud of were nothing but waste paper in front of that energy storm. The magic weapon he relied on to save his life was just a toy in front of that immortal body. His last resort, spiritual attack, was nothing but a show of ignorance in front of the opponent's soul-attacking method, and he was courting death. Han Li's lips opened and closed silently. A word was engraved in his soul. Not enough. Not enough. Before I have the ability to completely evaporate this monster, along with the world he exists in, the skills he practices, and all traces of him from the long river of time and cause and effect. I, Han Li, will always be a passing, timid, ordinary qi refining cultivator. The look in his eyes had changed from fear to a kind of paranoid, crazy determination. Ziling and Mei Ning, who were standing next to him, looked at Han Li's distorted face and even stopped breathing. They felt that this fellow deist Han seemed to be on the road to living, far ahead of others, and had realized something extraordinary. Chapter 41. The representative figure of the ground-breaking level, tornado in the One Punch Man world. The picture changed again. This time, there was no fist to destroy the world, nor was there a flame to burn the soul. What appeared on the screen was a petite girl named Tornado, wearing a black slit long skirt and with green curly hair. She floated in mid-air, looking somewhat impatient, with a look of self-righteous arrogance in her eyes. Huxia Paladin World. Demon Locking Tower. Li Xiaoao scratched his head, a little confused. It's a little sister this time. It looks like it's not even as big as my Linger. Zhao Linger blinked and said softly, Brother Xiaoao, don't judge people by appearance. Anyone who can appear on this screen must not be an ordinary person. Tang Yu Xiaobao clenched the weapon in his hand and looked at the screen vigilantly. She gives people the feeling that she is very dangerous. Anu stared at the girl's hair curiously. Wow! Her hair is green. Like leaves. The top of Mount Shu. The drunken swordsman had just taken a sip of wine and almost spit it out when he saw this scene. Little girl? What the hell? Are you trying to see who's cuter? The sword master next to him slowly opened his eyes, and for the first time, a solemn look appeared on his calm face. 2. Look at her feet. Upon hearing this, the drunken swordsman looked over carefully. Tornado Explosion's surface-level capabilities revealed, ultra-large-scale telekinetic control. On screen. Under the girl's feet, that huge city, that vast land, was shaking. Boom! The ground began to crack, and bottomless canyons appeared out of nowhere. High-rise buildings collapsed like building blocks, and solid roads were twisted into a knot by an invisible force. Then, under the horrified gaze of the entire world audience of 180, the petite girl simply raised her hand slightly. The whole earth. Together with the ruined city above, she lifted it up from the planet. Countless rocks, steel, and building debris gathered into a torrent that blocked out the sky and swirled behind her, forming a rubble storm that covered the sky. She used the earth's crust as her weapon by herself. Belch! The drunken swordsman burped, and the wine gourd in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. He looked at the scene on the screen that seemed like a miracle. No, it was like the devil descending to the earth, and muttered to himself. Swordsmanship. No. This is the FG control continent technique. The sword saint's heart of Taoism was shaken violently at this moment. Compared with the earth-shaking power before his eyes, the unity of man and nature that he pursued all his life was as small as a speck of dust. Is this the power of an immortal? Or the power of a god? Zombie Brother World. FK. Bai Xiaofei let out a strange cry and jumped up from the sofa. She overturned a city. What is she going to do? Is she going to use this to hit someone? Xiaoei and Xiaoluo hugged each other, trembling with fear. Even He Xiaofei, who was usually calm, widened his eyes at this moment, and his data analysis ability completely failed at this moment. The arrogance and conceit on the face of the corpse king Long Yu, the self-proclaimed god of the New World, disappeared without a trace. He stared at the screen intently, his body trembling slightly with jealousy and fear. He planned for 1,000 years and devoured countless genes before he barely gained some powerful abilities. And the girl on the screen, just by moving her fingers, did something he couldn't even imagine. This is not evolution. 10. This is the law. She herself is a walking disaster. The Bad World. Fantasy Sound Studio. The Empress suddenly stood up from her seat, her eyes wide open and her body tense. What a great power! With the power of one person, the world can be moved. If this person were to come to our world, wouldn't it be just a matter of her thoughts that the world would be divided and united, and dynasties would change. Tongguan Hall. Li Xingyun and Zhang Zifan looked at each other, their throats dry and unable to utter a word. Liu Lingxuan was so scared that he hid behind Zhang Zifan. The valley where soldiers are hidden. Yuan Tiangang put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. 300 years of skill. 300 years of planning. At this moment, it seems so ridiculous. For the first time, the fire in his eyes dimmed. Immortality. Haha, it turns out that in front of true power, immortality is just a joke. The screen changes again. The green-haired girl seemed to have found her enemy. Her eyes turned cold, and the lifted continent behind her fell like a meteorite, smashing towards the ground. Boom! The silent loud noise, through the screen, shocked everyone's soul. The terrain within a radius of hundreds of kilometers was completely changed by this blow. Mountains collapsed, rivers flowed backwards. Inuyasha whirled. Are you kidding me? Inuyasha sat down on the ground, and the tesseract in his hand felt heavier than a fire poker. Wind wound? Explosive flow break. Compared to this, my moves aren't even comparable to a child's fight. Kagome covered her mouth tightly, her eyes full of disbelief. Is this a power that humans can possess? Mate Raya next to him looked at his open right hand and laughed. If my wind hole were to absorb something like this, it would probably burst in an instant. A crack finally appeared on Shimaru's icy face that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. He looked at the screen, his golden pupils shrinking violently. I have surpassed my father. Jaken hugged Shimaru's thigh, tears streaming down his face with fear. Lord Shimaru! This is terrible. This woman is terrible. Naraku hid in his own barrier, but he didn't feel the slightest sense of security. His clones, his miasma, his conspiracies and tricks, in front of the power that overturned the continent, were as small as a humble ant. Fear, for the first time, gripped his heart so clearly. Tornado explosions, surface level capabilities revealed, energy burst and space distortion. The scene changed, and the girl seemed to be tired of this aggressive attack method. She faced a huge underground base with her eyes fixed. A green energy shock wave visible to the naked eye spread out with her as the center. Everything is shattered wherever it passes. The solid underground fortress was like a piece of paper in front of her. It was razed to the ground in an instant, leaving only a huge bottomless sinkhole on the surface. One person under the world. Longhushan Tianxi Mansion. The old Taoist priest Zhang's Highway's hand holding the teacup stopped in mid-air. The smile on his face disappeared. This is not. This is another kind of power, a more fundamental and more domineering power. It doesn't make sense, it just exists and crushes everything. Wudang Mountain. Wang Yi's face turned pale, and he sat down on the ground, muttering to himself. It's over, it's over. This doesn't conform to the 5 elements, and it doesn't belong to the 8 trigrams. She's not moving the field, she is the field herself. And it's an unreasonable field. How can this be calculated? There is no way to calculate it. It works everywhere. Zhang Hulan swallowed and poked Feng Baobao next to him. Sister Baoer, how deep can we dig our pit? Feng Baobao tilted her head, thought about it seriously, and then shook her head. I can't dig faster than she can. Zhang Hulan's face fell all of a sudden. On the screen, the battle continues. A monster with a huge body and a mouth that could swallow everything rushed towards the green-haired girl. The girl just stretched out a finger and gently squeezed it towards the weirdo. Invisible telekinesis instantly compresses the space. The monster's huge body was squeezed from the inside out by an irresistible force before it could even scream. Finally, with a bang, it was compressed into a ball of minced meat. Space, under her will, was distorted and compressed. 3-body world. No. That's impossible. Wang Miao, the famous nanomaterials scientist, felt that his worldview, along with the physics he had studied all his life, were shattered by this handshake. What about the conservation of energy? What about the conversion of mass and energy? How can she generate such a huge amount of energy out of thin air to compress space? This is unscientific. Red Coast Base. Ye Wenjie stared at the screen quietly, with no fear in her eyes, only a deep sadness. If humans have such individuals, will we still be so desperate when facing the advent of Trisolaran civilization? No, maybe, this is the deepest darkness in the universe, an unsolvable, individual power. The second Red Coast Base. Evans, the commander of the Earth Trisolarian organization, began to waver in his fanatical faith. The Lord is powerful, and his skills are god level. But, this girl, she herself is a god. A chaotic, raw, illogical embodiment of power. Tornado explosions, surface level capabilities revealed, defense and crowd control. The screen changes again. From the sky, dense bombardments rained down, as if doomsday had come. At the same time, a huge monster king released an energy beam that was enough to destroy the city. However, the green-haired girl simply calmly opened a small, green telekinetic shield. Boom boom boom. All attacks, whether physical shells or energy beams, were easily blocked by the shield that looked as thin as a cicada's wing. Even the ground around the shield, unable to withstand the pressure of the escaping energy, began to crack, forming a spider web-like circle of cracks. Absolute defense. Doluo Continent World. Shrek Academy. Tang San looked at the spirit rings on his body, and for the first time he felt that they were so pale and powerless. Is this the power of God? No, even the sea god, even the Azura god, can't do this, right? Her defense has exceeded the energy level of confrontation. It is invalid at the rule level. Oscar's sausage fell to the ground. My mushroom sausage can make people fly. She can make the entire continent fly. Ning Rongrong looked at the 9 treasures glazed tower in her palm, her eyes filled with confusion. Does my auxiliary mean anything to her? Increase power? Her power is already infinite. Amplified defense? Her defense is already absolute. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other and saw a deep sense of powerlessness in each other's eyes. The martial soul fusion technique that they were so proud of would probably not even cause a ripple in front of that shield. In the picture, facing the countless weirdos pouring in like a tide, the girl doesn't even bother to look at them. She just waved casually. Hundreds and thousands of weirdos were instantly grabbed by an invisible force, lifted into the air, and then twisted and torn apart alive like a towel, turning into a bloody rain. Group suppression. No, this is a massacre. Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf World. Green Grassland. Grey Wolf, who had just woken up, saw this scene and rolled his eyes. This time he was too lazy to even spit out foam. He just fainted again with a peaceful expression on his face. Red Wolf looked at the frying pan in her hand that she had crushed into scrap metal, and then looked at the weirdo on the screen who was wrung out like a rag. She was silent. For the first time, she felt that beating her husband with a frying pan was such a gentle and considerate act. Sheep Village. Pleasant Goat's brain has completely stopped functioning and has become blank. Fei Yanjiang silently retracted the muscles he was proud of and felt that he was no different from an ant. Just when the audiences from all over the world thought that this was the pinnacle of power, the picture ushered in the final climax. A monster formed by the fusion of the Monster King and another powerful superpower appeared on the horizon. It was a life form as huge as a mountain range, made up of countless flesh, eyes, and claws. It opened its mouth, and an extremely thick beam of energy shot out from its mouth. This beam of light swept across the surface of the Earth and cut off a distant continental shelf from the planet. The continent floating in space has become the best proof of its terrifying power. The entire screen was filled with a doomsday-like atmosphere of despair. However, the petite girl with green hair just slowly rose into the air and faced the mythical giant head-on. She stretched out her hands. This time, she was no longer lifting the earth's crust, nor was she compressing space. She used her endless telekinesis to catch the giant monster that was as big as a mountain. Ah! The girl roared, and green energy light shot up from her body, dyeing the entire sky green. Amid the incredulous gazes of all the audience, that terrifying monster that could cut the continent was twisted and squeezed like a wet towel by her telekinesis. Click click. That was the sound of the monster's bones and flesh being torn apart. 4.9. Puff. That was the sound of the monster's life and energy being forcibly squeezed out. In the end, the huge monster was twisted into a twisted, shriveled pretzel by her, and it completely lost its breath of life. Everything was quiet. The whole world, all the audience, fell into deathly silence. The world of mortal cultivation. Undersea cave. Han Li's eyes were bloodshot. He looked at the tiny figure on the screen and the huge monster corpse under his feet. Every cell in his body was screaming wildly. Not enough. Not nearly enough. The look in his eyes had changed from the previous paranoia and madness to a calmness that was close to Tao. A way called absolute safety. Erasing existence, evaporating cause and effect, it's still not enough. I want to create a rule that I will never be seen, never be touched, never be understood. From today on, I, Han Li, am no longer a cultivator. I'm a phenomenon. A natural phenomenon called passing by. Ziling and Mei Ning, who were standing beside him, were trembling in their souls as they looked at Han Li at this moment. They felt that the man in front of them could no longer be called a human being. In his quest to survive, he is almost becoming the way of heaven. Death world. Siridei. Ichigo Kurosaki could no longer hold his sword. He looked at the screen, then at his hands, and felt that all his efforts were meaningless. Sui Palace. Aizen Sosuke slowly sat back on his throne. All the expressions on his face disappeared, leaving only the pure desire to explore the unknown power. He no longer wondered whether Beng Yu could reach this level. He was just wondering what the essence of this power was. Chapter 42. In the fierce battle scene in the One Punch Man world, the confrontation between Tornado and Orakai is a shocking showdown of power, and the earth-shattering strength they displayed is jaw-dropping. The screen changes again. City Z. Above the city that had long since turned into ruins, a monster composed of countless twisted flesh and hideous eyeballs was confronting a petite figure. That monster is none other than the mastermind behind the Monster Association, Sykes, and the terrifying form of the fusion of the Monster King Orakai Xiang Orakai. And her opponent is the second S-class hero, Tornado. At first, Tornado seemed to have some reservations, and the output of telekinesis seemed a little restrained. It's because Genos and other heroes are still underground and unable to escape. But when the communicator came the news that everyone had evacuated safely, a cruel and liberated smile appeared on Tornado's face. She completely let go of the shackles of power. In an instant, the breathtakingly powerful telekinesis, like a black storm, swept in all directions with her as the center. Under the impact of this force, the ruins of the entire Z city turned into a piece of plasticine that could be kneaded at will. The remains of reinforced concrete began to shake violently, twist and deform. The earth is like a water surface with a stone thrown into it, creating ripples one after another. The original city map was completely redrawn under the influence of this force. The road was twisted into a knot. The foundations were uprooted. Countless pieces of rubble and dust were swept into the sky, forming a huge vortex that blocked out the sky. This is no longer destruction. This is creating a brand new terrain called destruction. Huxia Paladin World. Shushan, in front of the demon-locking tower. Li Xiaoao's mouth opened wide and the sword in his hand almost fell to the ground. Oh my goodness! Is this girl kneading the earth as if it were a pancake? This is much louder than the momentum of my 10,000 swords technique. Zhao Linger's face turned pale. She held Li Xiaoao's hand tightly, feeling the pure will to destruction coming from the screen. Brother Xiaoao, her power is so overbearing and full of the aura of destroying everything. It is completely different from Nuo's power. The drunken swordsman standing by did not drink for the first time, and his eyes were more solemn than ever before. This is neither a magic trick nor a magic trick of the devil. This is using one's own heart to forcibly change the principle of heaven and earth. Her will is the law. This world must obey her orders. He paused, looked at the sword master beside him, and his voice was dry. Brother, you often say Tao follows nature, but what if man himself is above nature? The sword master, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. The indifference of the past was gone from his eyes, and instead there was deep shock. Use strength to prove the way. The ultimate strength is also the way. It's just, this way is too tyrannical and it violates the harmony of nature. But, I also have to admit that if my ruthless sword art was used against her, I would probably not even have the chance to draw my sword. In the distance, Anu was pulling at the corner of Tang Yuxiaobao's clothes, his little face pale with fear. Tang Yuxiaobao, can the most powerful Gu god in our Miaozhong region turn the earth into this? Tang Yuxiaobao shook his head bitterly. Anu, we rely on the power of all things. Most. She is the master of all things. Zombie Brother World. H City. Bai Xiafei hid behind the bunker, staring at the screen intently, with cold sweat on his forehead. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! What the hell is this? Once this telekinesis is activated, not only will Brother Corpse be blown away, but the entire city and its foundation will be blown away. If this is an enemy, how can we fight him? There is no way to fight him. There is no way to get close to him. No, even a glimpse from a distance is a luxury. Xiao Wei, who was standing by, was also terrified and held the medicine tightly in her arms. Too scary. Is this not a power that a living being can possess? He Xiafei's clone stood aside, expressionless, but data streams flashed wildly in his eyes. Power output cannot be calculated. Energy model cannot be established. Threat level. God level. Deep underground, on the throne of the Corpse King Long Yu. He looked at the tiny silhouette of the distorted city on the screen, and for the first time, his original arrogance about his own evolution began to waver. The devouring evolution that he was so proud of seemed so ridiculous in the face of such absolute power. Telekinesis, the power of the mind. Unprecedented greed and desire burst out from Long Yu's eyes. It turns out that the endpoint of evolution is not a stronger body, but an idealistic will. As long as the will is strong enough, it can distort reality and reshape matter. This is the path I should take. Devour. I will devour the brain that possesses this power. The bad world. The valley where soldiers are hidden. Yuan Tiangang looked at the city that was being toyed with and suddenly let out a low laugh. Needle, LOLOL. As he laughed, his voice became extremely surprised. 300 years. I have used up all my energy for 300 years, all I have ever done is to support the Tang dynasty. And she alone can wipe out the whole world. Who am I? Marshal? Heaven? A joke. I am a complete joke. He punched the ground hard, and the hard rock ground cracked instantly. Li Xingyun, Ji Ruxu, and others looked at the mad marshal and were unable to say a word. The scene on the screen has completely shattered their understanding of martial arts. Zhang Zifan muttered to himself, the holy master of Tongguan Hall, the dark emperor of Xianming sect. What is the difference between those above the so-called great heavenly position and ants in front of such power? Lu Lingxuan clenched his fists and felt weak. Feng Xiang. The Empress, Prince Qi Limajan, sat on it with her eyes wide open. The Huanyan Fang that she was so proud of, the power that she had worked so hard to build, was as fragile as a piece of paper in the face of such great power. Power. This is the real, absolute power. Power and human nature are all vain in front of it. The battle on the screen continues. After the tornado turned the entire city upside down, his eyes suddenly turned to the ground below. Her real target is the real body of Saida Shi, the huge monster association base hidden deep underground. She stretched out her fingers, pointed downwards, and gently squeezed them. Boom boom boom. The twisted earth began to squeeze and collapse madly. Bottomless pits appeared one after another on the ground, and countless huge cracks were like the entrances to the abyss, spreading madly towards the center of the earth. The camera follows a crack deep into the ground. The audience could clearly see that the monster base, built with a special alloy and as solid as a rock, was like a kin held in the hand of a giant. The walls are breaking in the howling. The metal bracket was screwed into scrap metal. Countless monsters who had no time to react were instantly crushed into pulp by the rock and metal that squeezed in from all directions. This is not the end. Tornado's telekinesis transformed into countless tiny, indiscernible energy tentacles, accurately cutting off the connection between Sykes and the remaining snake cells deep underground. What a terrifying control power! While overturning the entire city's surface, it can also carry out such precise, deep underground surgical strikes. Inuyasha world. Inuyasha opened his mouth and stammered. Are you kidding me? She dug up the whole ground? Just to find rats underground. This is 10,000 times more exaggerated than my wind scar and explosion strike combined. Kagome was standing aside, her face pale. Inuyasha, she's not just destroying, did you see that? While destroying, she's also precisely cutting something off. What a terrifying control! For the first time, there was a fluctuation in Shimaru's cold golden pupils. He always believed that his strength and swordsmanship had already reached the pinnacle among monsters. But now, he wavered. This earth-shaking power and this unreasonable law have gone beyond the scope of monsters. Ling pulled at the corner of Shimaru's clothes and whispered, "Ses Homaru-sama, that sister is so amazing." Xiejian was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Is this a god? Is this the god of destruction coming? Kikyo stood under the tree of time, watching quietly. With such a vast power, she was able to perform such a delicate task. Just how powerful is her soul? Nariku's clone, Kagura, was stunned in the wind. Hey! This is troublesome. If Nariku sees this kind of power, he will definitely have evil thoughts again, right? And in Nariku's castle. Nariku looked at the screen, his body trembling slightly because of extreme excitement and fear. Perfection. This is the power of perfection. It has the breadth to destroy the world, and the precision to see through the smallest details. 4 soul jade. I need more 4 soul jade fragments. I also want to reach this level. The world of Luo Luo's adventures. Motorcyclists, City of Energy. Thunderbolt was filled with excitement and fear. Oh my god! This human's power is even more terrifying than that of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Thunder Half-Moon slashes like a child's toy in front of this kind of attack. The Vanguard analyzed calmly. Her attack range covers the entire city, and she can penetrate the ground to carry out precise strikes on underground targets. Our defense shield won't be able to hold out for even a second under this level of energy impact. Tornado sighed. Her power is like a real tornado. No, it's much more terrifying than a tornado. The speed we are so proud of, under such a large-scale indiscriminate attack, there is no room for us to dodge. Supersonic added, and her energy is endless. This is unscientific. What is the core of her energy? Is it the heart of the universe? Li Bassian said gloomily, my strength seems to be unable to move a mountain in front of her. 3-body world. Ito's secret base. Wang Miao's scientific view was once again rubbed to the ground. He pointed at the screen, his voice shaking. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. To produce such a large-scale deformation of the Earth's crust, the energy required is astronomical. Moreover, how did she achieve remote and precise control? Quantum entanglement? No, that can't transfer energy. What is this? A new force that we can't understand at all. She alone is a planet-transforming machine. Evans. There was a fanatical light in his eyes. Look. This is the power of the Lord. This is what God is like. This is the ultimate purification of this filthy, bug-filled world of Earth. No need for the Tri-Solaran fleet. All we need is a God like this to restart everything. Yawenja watched quietly with a complicated look in her eyes. She thought of Red Coast Base and the button she had pressed. She originally thought that human sins needed to be judged by a higher civilization. But now she saw that humans themselves could give birth to gods or devils capable of judging the entire planet. Precisely strike the underground cell links. Yawenja muttered to herself, this is no longer macroscopic physics. This is microscopic operation on a macroscopic scale. A biological dimensionality reduction attack. The world of mortal cultivation. Undersea cave. Han Li's body was shaking terribly. The Dao heart that he had just built up, the natural phenomenon called passing by, was shattered more thoroughly than tofu dregs at this moment. Ziling and Mei Ning looked at him nervously. Brother Han, don't scare us. Han Li's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the screen, his voice hoarse like a broken gong. Did you see that? She's not smashing. She's scanning. She's searching. Her power penetrated every inch of land, every grain of sand, and then from the endless matter, she found the cell she was looking for and then erased it. My breath-retaining technique. My concealing formation. My substitute puppet. What's the use of facing a humanoid heaven and earth catastrophe like this? As long as I am still in this world, as long as I am still a being, she can twist me out of the ground. I can't hold on. I can't hold on at all. When Tianren's soul was about to dissipate. He used to be the overlord of Chaos Star Sea and an old monster in the nascent soul stage. But at this moment, he just felt that he was not even as good as a mortal. This is not a magical power. This is a rule. This is the authority that only the God of creation has. Han Li's breathing became rapid, and a new, more paranoid and crazy light flashed in his eyes. No, phenomenon is not safe anymore. I want to be a paradox. A paradox that is logically, causally, and existentially impossible to observe. I want the very concept of I to no longer exist. Doluo One World. Shrek Academy. The lenses of Master Yu Xiaogong's glasses are almost cracked. What kind of martial spirit is this? No, this has gone beyond the scope of martial spirits. Spiritual power. Is this the ultimate manifestation of spiritual power being so strong that it interferes with the material world? Even God can't do this, right? Tang San's purple demon pupil had been opened to its limit, but he still couldn't see through the essence of that power. The Tang sect hidden weapons and the skills he was so proud of, such as controlling cranes and capturing dragons, seemed so childish in front of this world-destroying power. Her power covers the entire city. My blue-silver domain is like a blade of grass in front of hers. Ma Hongjun opened his mouth, and the fire phoenix spirit was so scared that it didn't dare to come out. My God, my phoenix flame can burn down a house, but she just overturned the ground of the city. Oscar touched his sausage and murmured, "Give me a mushroom sausage." No, give me a starship sausage, and I can't fly out of her attack range. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other and saw a deep sense of powerlessness in each other's eyes. Their martial soul fusion skill, Netherworld White Tiger, would probably not even be able to create a ripple in the face of such great power. Jujutsu Kaisen World. Polytechnic. Kujisaki Nobara, hey, what level of cursed spirit is this? No, what level of sorcerer is this? Megami Fushiguro, domain expansion? No, it's even more outrageous than domain expansion. She turned the real world into her domain. Yuji Itadori swallowed and felt the sukuna in his stomach calm down. Teacher Gojo, can your no limits protect you from this? Gojo Satoru took off his blindfold, revealing an unprecedented excitement and solemnity in his 6 eyes. Interesting, very interesting. This is not cursed energy, it is a purer, more primitive energy. She's not defending, she's attacking. Use the strongest attack to cover everything. Can I defend myself? How do I know if I don't try? I really want to fight her. Chapter 43. In the Dragon Ball Z world, Natais shows explosive ground-level combat power. In the picture, what appeared was a peaceful field. A muscular farmer was driving a tractor and humming a little tune. Sudden, there was a loud bang in the sky, and a spherical aircraft broke through the atmosphere and landed heavily on the grass not far away. The hatch opened, and a man with long black curly hair, wearing a strange combat uniform and with a brown tail behind him walked out. With an expression of extreme contempt on his face, he pressed a small device on his ear. Ding ding ding! Combat power, 5. Humph, what a garbage planet! Huxia Paladin World. Yuhang Town, in the inn. Li Xiaoao was holding a wine glass, but when he saw this scene, he forgot to drink. Who is this guy? He's dressed weirdly and has a tail. Is he a monster? The drunken swordsman squinted his eyes, took a big gulp of wine, and burped. He doesn't look like a demon, he doesn't have demonic aura. But the aura on him is very strong, very pure, murderous aura and power. Zhao Linger looked at the man, her eyebrows slightly frowned. The way he looked at the farmer was so scary, like he was looking at a bug that could be stepped on and killed at any time. 3-body world. Red Coast Base, main control room. Yawenja looked at the screen quietly, her eyes deep and cold. Combat power. 5. Is this a technology that can quantify the power of an individual? Wang Miao adjusted his glasses, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. From a physics perspective, this is incredible. A single device can instantly analyze the total energy output of an organism? This is something only a god can do. Evans showed a fanatical expression and clenched his hands. See? This is a high-level civilization. They have a standard for measuring everything. In their eyes, we, the Earthlings, may really be trash with a combat power of only 5. Lord, this dirty world will be purified. In the picture, the farmer, who was rated as having a combat capability of 5, was obviously frightened by this uninvited guest. He raised the shotgun in his hand with trembling hands. You, who are you? Don't come over here. Bang! The bullet fired. However, the long-haired man simply stretched out 2 fingers and caught the high-speed bullet firmly. Oh! He threw it casually and the bullet fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The next second, he flashed and appeared in front of the farmer, knocking him away with a punch. Zombie Brother World. H-City, Underground Base. Bai Xiaofei's eyelids twitched as he watched. What the hell? Catching a bullet with bare hands. And it's a rifle bullet. What's the strength of this guy's body made of? Alloy. The little deer covered its mouth and dared not look at the farmer's miserable condition. Hey Xiaofei looked dignified and said in a deep voice. It's not about skill, it's about absolute speed and strength. Before the bullet hit him, he had already completed the whole process of observation judgment shoot clamp. His dynamic vision and reaction speed are outrageous. The corpse king Long Yu sat on his throne with a playful smile on his face. Interesting body. It seems that there are still fighting races in the universe that rely on pure physical strength. His genes are worth studying. But that's all. A fragile mortal. The bad world. The valley where soldiers are hidden. Li Xingyun took a breath of cold air. This guy's horizontal training skills are better than anyone I've ever seen. Can the bad leader do that? Yuan Tiangang stood behind him, and a hoarse and solemn voice came from under his huge hat. My body can't handle it. But, I don't need to take it. He was already dead before he made his move. This person's strength lies in his individual. He concentrates all the power on himself, simply, violently, without any external aid. This is the ultimate martial arts. Zhang Zifen was fanning himself, but his hands were shaking slightly. His qi, or internal strength, is so direct. It feels completely different from our martial arts style. The Empress said coldly with murderous eyes. The power of one person can surpass that of the army. If this person appears in the Central Plains, it will surely cause a blood epidemic. The screen continues. The long-haired man, Raditz, soon encountered the strongest man on the planet. A man with green skin, tentacles on his head, and a white cloak. The great demon king Piccolo. Raditz's detector sounded again. Ding ding ding. Combat power, 322. Oh? Finally there's a guy who's not a scum. Raditz laughed contemptuously. Piccolo's face was solemn. He could feel the overwhelming pressure from the other party. He raised his hand and pointed, and a beam of light shot towards Raditz. Raditz didn't even bother to dodge, he simply turned sideways, allowing the light to pass by him and blast a big hole in the distant hilltop. Too slow. He dodged and appeared behind Piccolo, slashing Piccolo's neck with a knife. Piccolo didn't even have time to react before he was knocked to the ground, unable to move. Then, another man in an orange martial arts uniform, Sun Wukong, arrived. Ding ding ding. Combat power, 334. Raditz's smile widened. Kakarot, you are a low-ranking warrior, and you are hanging out with this kind of people. The battle broke out. Sun Wukong and Piccolo teamed up, but were easily suppressed by Raditz. They were no match at all. Until Sun Wukong took off the heavy weight-bearing clothes on his body. Ding ding ding. Combat power, 424. Raditz's expression changed for the first time. Sun Wukong gathered his energy in both hands and suddenly launched a move called Kamehameha Pakagong. Ha! A blue energy column tore through the air and rushed straight towards Raditz. Raditz crossed his arms over his chest and took the blow head-on. Boom! When the smoke and dust cleared, Raditz's combat suit was torn. He stood there, gasping for breath. Damn it! He can actually increase his combat power to this level in an instant. Inuyasha world. Next to the bone-eating well. Inuyasha was so excited that his blood boiled, but he also felt a little unconvinced. Tisk. That guy called Sun Wukong is quite good at fighting. But the guy with long hair is really ridiculously strong. Kagome gripped her bow nervously. Their fighting style is so exaggerated. Every move seems to destroy a mountain. Master Maitreya's expression was more serious than ever before. This is neither magic nor sorcery. This is the pure use of qi. It releases the energy in the body in the most direct way. The move called Kamehameha. The power is probably no less than my wind hole sucking with all its strength. Naraku hid in the dark, observing everything through his clone, and his heart was filled with turbulent waves. Strong bodies, powerful energy. If I can get even a part of their bodies, my demonic power will be able to make a qualitative leap. Especially the one called Raditz, his body is simply a perfect combat weapon. Shimera crossed his arms, his face expressionless, but his golden eyes flickered with thought. Battle power, can a number define strength? That child, that son of Son Goku, Gohan, the detector shows that his battle power is constantly changing. At this moment, in the picture, Gohan, who was caught by Raditz, watched his father being beaten and let out a heart-wrenching cry. Let go of my dad! Ding 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 ding! Combat power, 1307. The numbers on Raditz's detector soared wildly, and the expression on his face changed from astonishment to horror. What? A powerful energy burst out from Gohan's young body. He slammed into Raditz's chest like a cannonball. Puff! Raditz's indestructible combat suit shattered, blood spurted out of his mouth, and he flew backwards, seriously injured. Doluo One World! Shrek Academy! Tang San's pupils suddenly contracted, and he almost lost his grip on the Zudge Divine Crossbow. Emotion. It was extreme anger that caused the child's power to explode several times in an instant. Master Yu Xiaogang pushed up his glasses and breathed rapidly. This doesn't conform to the common sense of soul power cultivation. This is a kind of potential. A terrifying potential hidden deep in the blood, which becomes stronger when facing a stronger opponent. Ma Hongjun opened his mouth wide. Damn! When I exploded my martial soul, it wasn't this powerful, was it? Is this kid a monster? Oscar muttered. My sixth soul skill, the mirror copying intestine, if I can copy that Raditz, wouldn't I be invincible? Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Pure power, surpassing the pure power of all soul skills. The world of Luo Luo's adventures. A holy place for motorcycle enthusiasts. The Human Torch's engines roared. Too strong. That guy named Raditz, his defense is so strong that even my Thunder Half-Moon Slash can't break it. The Vanguard analyzed calmly. His fighting style is typical of the Beast Clan, advocating absolute power and suppression. However, the one called Sun Wukong knows how to use tactics and bursts, which is typical of the fighting wisdom of the Motorcycle Clan. A tornado swirled in the air. The child's instant outburst is the most terrifying. This is no longer an ordinary battle, this is a blood war. Li Bassian said in a muffled voice. I think that Raditz would definitely fall down if he were hit by my Taishan. Supersonic didn't say anything, but his rapidly flashing electronic eyes showed that he was frantically calculating the speed and energy level of the people in the picture. At this moment, the picture changed again. A line of golden subtitles appeared, and next to it was the figure of the great demon King Piccolo. In previous battles, the power of Piccolo, whose combat power is 260, is enough to rival nuclear weapons with one full-strength attack, and has the power to easily destroy a small country. Raditz, combat power 1500, far beyond this. The intensity and range of his energy attack are both above Piccolo's. It is speculated that his full-strength burst is enough to completely cleanse the surface of the Earth, which is explosive surface-level combat power. Boom! This line of subtitles, like a real nuclear bomb, exploded in the minds of all audiences around the world. World of the Magical Warriors. Yulong Kingdom, TND Alliance. The leader of the Heaven and Earth Alliance stood up suddenly, his face beneath the tiger soul mask filled with shock and fanaticism. Destroy a country. Combat power 260. Then this 1500 Raditz, can't it be able to hit? Just wipe the entire Yulong Kingdom off the map. He looked down at the tiger soul in his hand, and for the first time felt that this peerless magic weapon was not so omnipotent. Nangong Wenchen and Dongfang Taixin were so shocked that they were speechless. Can our divine beasts resist this kind of power? The Tianjing beast and the divine phoenix let out uneasy cries. They felt the destructive energy from the picture that was enough to completely disintegrate them. Jujutsu Kaisen World. Polytechnic. Gojo Satoru put down his crossed legs, and the smile on his face disappeared for the first time. Oh my, this is really a bit troublesome. A nuclear weapon level attack. This is beyond the measurement of the level of magical power. Can my unlimited technique block this pure energy impact? Yuji Itadori opened his mouth but couldn't close it. Destroy the country. We are still fighting for Shibuya. They can destroy the whole of Japan with one move. Fushiguro Megami's brows were furrowed. This is not a battle from another dimension. Our techniques may be meaningless in the face of his absolute power. The hammer and nails in Nobara Kujisaki's hands fell to the ground. What a joke! How can we fight like this? One person under the world. Mount Longhu. Wang Ye sat back on the ground and gave up thinking completely. Forget it, this doesn't count. This isn't just flipping over a sand table, this is directly smashing the globe. Explode the surface, explode the surface. I can't even explode a mountain, but they explode the surface directly. Zhang Hulan swallowed and poked Feng Baobao next to him. Sister Baoer, can you bury this? Feng Baobao tilted her head and shook it honestly. It can't be buried. The air is too strong and the soil can't cover it. The old Taoist priest Zhang's highway sighed and slowly closed his eyes. Hegemony, really hegemony. Use force to prove the truth, the word force can break all laws. Our spells, in front of such force, are indeed, insignificant. The world of mortal cultivation. Random star C. Han Li looked at the screen, calculating in his mind how many magic weapons and talismans he had, but he finally came to the conclusion that even if he used all of them, they would not be able to withstand a casual attack from the opponent. This person's physical body is probably better than the top-level magic weapon. The so-called energy attack is hundreds or thousands of times stronger than the full-strength attack of a Jindan stage cultivator. Can a Yuanying stage-old monster be so powerful? Fairy Ziling looked pale. If he appears in the Chaos Star Sea, I'm afraid the entire sea area will be evaporated by him. Death World. Sirighty. Hitsugaya Taoshiro's face was colder than dinos, ice and snow. Combat power 260, comparable to nuclear weapons. Then what is the combat power data of the captains Ryujin Jaka and Bankai's Zankadachi? This rates his combat power of 1500, if converted into spiritual pressure, I'm afraid that just standing there, he can make the captain-level Shinigami breathless. Kurosaki Ichigo clenched his Zangetsu. Exploding the surface. I used all my strength to attack the crescent moon sky punch, but it only left a ditch on the ground. Aizen Sosuke looked at the screen, the light in his eyes becoming more and more fiery. I see. Analyzing power into data is simple, efficient, and more desperate. Perhaps the direction of the Collapse Jade's evolution should also refer to this pure power system. Abandon those fancy rules and only pursue the most extreme destructive power. It's really a fascinating violent aesthetic. Boonie Bear's World. Bald Jiang's wooden house. Bald Jiang sat down on the ground, his face as pale as death. It's all over. My lumberjack, my dream. Compared to the explosion on the ground, I'm just a kid playing in the mud. Big Bear and Little Bear hugged each other tightly, shaking like sieves. Big Bear, Jiang. Bald Jiang, if he comes to our Bear Ridge, we won't even have a chance to run away. Bear 2, Bear Big, I want to go home. I have to eat all my honey quickly, or I won't have a chance. Woo. Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf World. Wolfsburg. Grey Wolf looked at the three words explosion on the screen, and his hands and feet became cold. He quietly walked to a corner and put all his great inventions, the super bomb, the invincible tank, the shrinking ray gun, into a box and sealed it. Slept under the bed. Red Wolf came over with a frying pan, and when she saw his look, she wanted to curse, but she couldn't bring herself to say anything. Grey Wolf raised his head, his eyes showing unprecedented clarity and awareness. Wife, let's live a good life from now on. Catching sheep and the like, compared to staying alive, it's really not important. Chapter 44. In the world of shrouding heaven, Yefan, who is at the four extremes realm, has indeed demonstrated powerful strength, with some performances that can be called earth-shattering. The picture on the screen changed again. Lines of golden text slowly emerged with a wild and domineering aura. Terrible physical strength. After Yefan broke through the four extremes, his single arm strength exceeded 120,000 jin, and he could shatter mountains with just a wave of his hand. His physical strength is close to that of top-level magic weapons, and he can withstand mid-level spiritual weapons, and ordinary attacks are difficult to break through. Mobilizing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Yefan is more adept at sensing and using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and can quickly mobilize the surrounding spiritual energy for his own use in battle to enhance attack and defense. Huxia Paladin World. In front of the demon locking tower. The wine gourd in the drunken swordsman's hand fell to the ground with a bang, and the wine spilled all over the floor, but he was completely unaware. 120,000 pounds? With one arm. He stammered and looked at the sword master next to him. Brother, can you do it? The sword master's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch on his calm face. In my Shushan sword art, what we seek is the way, not the force. But, if a force of 120,000 jin hits the mountain protection formation, the formation will be broken. His answer made everyone feel depressed. Li Xiaoao took a deep breath and felt pain in his teeth. Shattering mountains. My 10,000 swords technique can only poke a few hundred holes in the mountain, but they just demolished the mountain. How can we play this? Zhao Linger felt the spiritual energy flowing in the air and her face was solemn. He is not borrowing, but more like commanding. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is like an arm to him. Anu pulled Tang Yu Xiaobao's clothes and asked in a low voice. Xiaobao, is the moon worshipper so powerful? Tang Yu Xiaobao shook his head bitterly. The moon worshipper wanted to submerge Nanzao, relying on the water monster. And this man, himself, is a natural disaster. Zombie Brother World. Bai Xiaofi's eyes almost popped out. 120,000 pounds? Even with the cheats, I'm not that strong. Hey Xiaofi, is this scientific? Under Hey Xiaofi's mask, his eyes were more serious than ever before. It's unscientific. This has exceeded the limit of the power that biological muscle fibers can produce. His body structure is on another level. Resisting spiritual weapons, can my sword break his defense? For the first time, he doubted his own blade. The pupils of the corpse King Long Yu's huge dragon head suddenly shrank, and endless greed and desire erupted from them. A perfect body. This is the ultimate form that I have always dreamed of. God's genes, immortality, all seem so ridiculous in front of this pure power. Devouring. As long as I can devour him, I will surpass everything. The little deer hid behind Xiao Yi, trembling. If he sneezes, will we be dead? The bad world. Tongwen Hall. The wine glass in Zhang Zaifan's hand was crushed to pieces with a crack. Collapse the mountain? My father's five thunders heavenly heart art can trigger thunder from the sky, but it can't shatter a mountain. Lu Lingxuan's face was as pale as paper. We are still fighting for the great throne. People no longer treat the mountain as a mountain. Fantasy Sound Studio. The Empress opened her eyes wide and stared at the screen. Mobilizing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for one's own use. There is indeed a realm above the great heavenly stage. Our internal energy is only circulating within our own bodies, but he can already move the history of the entire heaven and earth. The bad guy's prison. Yuan Tiangang stood up suddenly, and the iron chains rattled. He raised his head, and the voice behind the mask carried 300 years of shock and unwillingness. 300 years. I claim to have seen through the world and possess the strongest power in the world. But what kind of monster is this? 120,000 pounds? Shattering mountains? Could this be an immortal? Inuyasha whirled. Inuyasha was carrying Tessagá and his mouth was open wide enough to fit a rice ball. What a joke! My wind wound only cut a trench. Can he destroy the mountain with just one punch? Kagome swallowed. Inuyasha, can your Tessagá cut him? Inuyasha subconsciously glanced at the demon sword in his hand and lost his confidence for the first time. Shimera stopped, the words on the screen reflected in his golden pupils. The physical body confronts the spiritual weapon. This man named Yefan is a weapon more powerful than Tessagá and Tensuga. Shijian was so scared that he hugged Shimera's tail. Lord Shimeru, let's stay away from this monster. In Nariku's castle, he looked at the screen and the smile on his face became extremely weird. What a powerful body, what pure strength. If I can make him my puppet, or get the secret of his body. Who in this world can be my opponent? Kikyo stood under the tree of time with a complicated look in her eyes. This power no longer belongs to the mortal world. Even the Four Souls Jade cannot create such a monster. The world of Luo Luo's adventures. The Human Torch's engine began to overheat. My Thunder Half-Moon Slash can only split a large rock at best. He can blow up a mountain with one punch? This. How many units of combat power does this have? The Vanguard analyzed calmly. It's impossible to calculate. Our energy system simply cannot support this level of power output. His energy source is the entire universe. Tornado muttered. My lightning whirlwind strikes are probably just like tickling him. Li Bassian said in a muffled voice. His defense is stronger than mine. If my Taishan meteorite falls on him, it might break into pieces myself. Boonie Bear's world. The atmosphere in Bald Jiang's wooden house was dead silent. The axe in Bald Jiang's hand fell to the ground, and he sat down on the ground. Oh my god! 120,000 pounds. Even my logging trucks combined are not that heavy. Big Bear and Little Bear hugged each other and trembled even more violently. Xiangde, Bald Jiang, if he comes to Dog Bear Ridge and blows his breath, their mountain will be gone, right? Bear 2, Big Bear, my honey can't be hidden anymore, woohoo. Doluo One World. Shrek Academy. Daimyo Bai stood up suddenly, his evil eyes full of disbelief. 120,000 jin. What does this mean? Even if it is a 10,000-year-old soul beast, its pure strength cannot reach this level. Is this still a human? Oscar muttered subconsciously. My recovery sausage, does he need it? He can smash the enemy into pieces with one punch, so how can he get hurt? Tang San's face was extremely solemn, and his fists were clenched. His body is tougher than the most advanced hidden weapons. Any technique will be ineffective in front of him. Clear Sky Hammer. Can my Clear Sky Hammer, with a full strength attack, shake him? The master pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses filled with shock. Another system, a terrifying system that does not rely on martial spirits or spirit rings at all, and is purely for self-cultivation. This opens a door for us, no, it opens a whole new door. Jujutsu Kaisen World. Yuji Itadori opened his mouth wide. Gojo-sensei. How does this person's power compare to Suku? Gojo Satoru stroked his chin, his 6 eyes beneath his sunglasses moving frantically, as if he was analyzing the incomprehensible information. Well, in terms of pure strength, Sukuna may not be able to match him. More importantly, he can resist spiritual weapons, which means that his resistance to cursed tools is also at a monster level. It is questionable whether my king and he can break his defense. Fushiguro Megami frowned. Extension of the field. No, his power is not cursed power. Will our technique be effective against him? Nobara Kujisaki was shaking as she held the hammer and nail. My Chuling spell must nail him first, but I feel that the moment my nail touches his skin, it will bend by itself.